The Price of Pemberley, a Pride and Prejudice variation, written by J. Dawn King, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Chapter 1. July 1811, Darcy House, London. As the London summer temperatures soared, the beauty of the garden outside Fitzwilliam Darcy's study window was glorious enough to distract him from the pile of correspondence that needed to be finished that afternoon. Already he alerted his butler that he did not want to be disturbed. Once the task was complete, he straightened his desk, appreciating the orderliness of his life. Thus he was startled when an unexpected sound from the vestibule distracted him. A giggle. He blinked, and he heard it again. An uneasy chill rippled down his spine, his brotherly instincts on high alert. Georgiana? What is she doing in London? Upon her request, he had secured the beach cottage in Ramsgate for the entire summer. It was mid-July. His sister should have been enjoying the salty breeze and the stunning views. Georgiana Darcy was not yet 16, far too young to make travel arrangements for herself. Had something dire occurred? Yet she laughed. Rarely had he heard his timid sister expressing that level of mirth. As he crossed the study, the door swung open. Georgiana practically danced into the room. Darcy's first impression was the beauty of her smile, then how much she resembled their late beloved mother. Wrapping his arms around her slight form, many questions threatened to pour from his mouth. Restraining himself, he instead delighted in her presence. She had been in Ramsgate for 6 weeks. Apparently she was as happy to be home as he was to have her at Darcy House. "Fitzwilliam, I am the happiest person alive." His sister pulled from his embrace. She held up her left hand. Wiggling her fingers, the glint of a tiny sapphire caught his eye. He was utterly unprepared when his nemesis, George Wickham, entered closely behind her. "Georgiana, what is the meaning of this?" said Darcy. Her voice pitched high, her gestures expressive, she said, "We married over the anvil on Monday last. We are eager to—" "Georgie, my bride." Wickham took her hand and pressed it to his lips. "I do not believe your brother is interested in our plans." Georgiana blushed. Darcy wanted to strike the smug look from his face. His gut twisted as he struggled for composure. "Blast and damnation! Married? Over the anvil? My sweet, shy, innocent sister permanently joined to that rake." He swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry, his throat feeling like it would stick closed. "On the contrary, nothing interests me more." Skewering his nemesis with a withering glare, Darcy said, "Gretna Green? She is not yet 16, which is required by Scottish law." Georgiana replied, "We were married by none other than Robert Elliot, the grandson-in-law of Joseph Paisley himself. He asked only our names and places of abode, if we were both unwed, and if I came of my own free will and accord, which I did. He mentioned nothing about either of our ages." When her chin lifted, Darcy could hardly believe her display of youthful conviction. "Brother, you will no longer need to fret over my presentation or my coming out. I am finally free of the drudgery of school, and will become exactly what our mother wanted me to be." "My sister, the only daughter of Gerald Darcy and Lady Anne Darcy, granddaughter of the Earl of Matlock, eloped. And what exactly do you believe your mother wanted you to be, Georgiana? A bride of 15? Georgiana stepped back. Darcy's arms dropped to his side. His jaw clenched so tightly that he feared his teeth might break. Did she not understand that once she stood before the blacksmith, she assigned all rights to her possessions and her flesh to Wickham? "Fitzwilliam, we are in love. Our friends and family will understand our need to begin our lives together right away. Now that I am wed, I will be the mistress of my house, where we will rear our children to be proud of my Darcy heritage." Each word stung. "Yet you are no longer a Darcy. You are Mrs. Wickham, the bride of an impoverished man with no prospects." His hands fisted until his knuckles burned. "Where was Mrs. Young when all this occurred?" Georgiana clasped her hands in front of her, her head bowed. "Since I would no longer require her service, George arranged for her to return to London, where she could seek another position." He did he? Shifting his eyes from his sister to Wickham, his enemy failed to hide his self-congratulatory look. A molten blade pierced Darcy's heart. He tasted bile at the back of his throat. Your pockets are to let. How much are you in debt?
Money?
Innocently, Georgiana looked at the two men.
Why would we need money? My husband covered all the costs of our journey to Scotland and back. Once we have my dowry, we will never need to be concerned about expenses again.
Tell her the truth, George. Darcy refused to look away from his former friend. Tell her why you tied yourself to a 15-year-old girl.
Brother, I am a woman now.
Darcy ignored her ridiculous outburst. When Wickham stepped closer to Georgiana, the adoration on her face as she wrapped her hands around his arm, leaning into his side, sickened him. Covering her fingers with his own, Wickham replied in the same manner he always used when charming barmaids to hand over more than a mug of ale. I love her. She's my future and my hope. Then you are in no hurry to collect Georgiana's dowry? I am surprised. Where do you plan to live? How will you support my sister in the interim? Wickham's mouth curved with dark satisfaction. There is no need for you to concern yourself with your sister, for I have plans in place that will make me a man of means shortly. Frequenting gambling dens, no doubt. Before a growl erupted from Darcy, his sister interrupted.
By the by, Fitzwilliam, I've already spoken with Mrs. Price about our rooms. I asked her to prepare the yellow room for us, since the bed in my chambers is too small for two.
Had someone taken a sledgehammer to his chest, Darcy would not have felt more pain than he did at hearing her speak so offhandedly about the intimacies of marriage in his house.
Brother, perhaps you and my husband can discuss our plans later. Presently I am famished after our travels. Well, the journey was arduous. Mrs. Price will have a tray delivered.
Before Darcy could reply, the two of them sauntered from the room with no thought of the enraged man they left behind. Broken-hearted for Georgiana's lost innocence and her prospects, he immediately set about controlling as much damage as possible. Georgiana's dowry was separate from Pemberley's assets and Darcy's account. Thus his first order of business was to request Simon Cole. Darcy's father hired Simon Cole to oversee the family accounts as Pemberley's man of business. During the economic upheavals of wars, rebellions and financial disasters, Cole's steady guidance proved his value many times over. His ability to foresee potential threats and take evasive actions made him singularly important to the family. Mr. Cole was an exceptional man, the highest paid amongst the hundreds in service to the Darcy family. The Darcy family estate in Derbyshire contained 10 miles of rich fields and several grand structures that required almost 200 workers and servants to keep the property running smoothly. The main house was more than a century old. Maintenance was constant. A month prior, Darcy and Cole had discussed how the roof over the guest wing should be replaced. The fencing around the northwest pastures needed shoring before the winter storms arrived, and a school for tenant children was ready to be built. Cole suggested and oversaw the transfer of most of Darcy's funds to Pemberley's accounts to prepare for major repairs. After Darcy paid a year's worth of typical expenses for his Derbyshire estate and London house, a few £1,000s remained. Neither man worried, as they projected a vast revenue from the annual harvest, due in November, to replenish and increase Darcy's accounts before the quarter ended. Darcy thought about his young sister in the clutches of Wickham while he waited for Cole. Blast! The tight reins Darcy held on his anger threatened to slip. Grabbing a small stone horse from his desk, carved for him by the son of Pemberley's stablemaster, he weighed it in his palm, pondering how much damage it would do if he held it against the wall. Not nearly as much damage as Georgiana Darcy, or rather Georgiana Wickham, had done by marrying the fool. Except Wickham was no fool. He was lazy, greedy, and ambitious, but he was far from ignorant. His survival skills were legendary at Cambridge. Certainly he honed those skills during his adult life, as he sought pleasure at the expense of others, now to include Georgiana. Clenching his fist around the carving, his hands quivered. his intense wrath taunting him to follow the Wickhams to the yellow suite of rooms and pummel George until he took his final breath. Instead, Darcy returned the horse to his desk and considered the repercussions of the elopement on the Darcy family name. This was a disaster, affecting not only his household, but his mother's family, Lord and Lady Matlock, their sons, his aunt Lady Catherine de Bourgh, and her daughter Anne. All of them would be a laughing-stock because of Georgiana's actions. And what would his great-uncle Darcy say? Russell James Darcy was a bishop for the Church of England. His staunch religious views allowed for nothing to tarnish the Darcy name. Oh, Lord! And Richard would need to know. His favourite cousin, Colonel Richard Malcolm Fitzwilliam, was the most honourable man of his acquaintance, and he was Georgiana's co-guardian. He loathed Wickham as much as Darcy did. Unfortunately, for the past 18 months, Richard was on the continent, embroiled in battle against Napoleon. By the time he could respond, the Wickhams would be months into their marriage. But what could any of them do? She was wedded and bedded. Unless... No, he could not allow himself to... But Lord, Wickham never applied himself to developing skills with a sword or a pistol. If Darcy challenged him... No, Wickham might have been cavalier when it came to breaking the laws of the land, but Darcy was not. Pressing his fingers against his lips to stifle the harsh words threatening to spew from his tongue, Darcy sat behind his desk, awaiting Cole's arrival. He exhaled slowly, trying to calm his racing pulse. Lost in his own thoughts, he gave no attention to the luxury of his leather chair, the sturdiness of his grand walnut desk, or the tea tray his housekeeper provided. His mind churned with how he could proceed, for society loved to crucify innocence, tainted with a blush of scandal. Georgiana left herself and her family vulnerable to gossip that would grow in malice as it spread. Even if Wickham had been upstanding, which he was not, her joy in being a new bride would be temporary at best. At last Cole arrived with a man Darcy did not know, and sat before him. Cole was slight of form, with a few wisps of hair combed over, to give the impression he was not yet bald. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Darcy. James Moore, the notary, was unavailable. However, Mr. Sinner, a court-appointed civil notary, will step in to identify the parties, witness their signatures, get acknowledgement and understanding of the agreement, and affix his official seal." He cleared his throat. "I have already explained the situation as you reported in your note." "Yes." Darcy examined the newcomer from head to toe. Mr. Sinner appeared every inch a barrister from one of the higher courts. "I have requested Wickham's presence. As soon as he arrives, we shall see this finished." Mr. Cole asked, "This is the same Mr. Wickham, I take it, the son of Pemberley's former steward, who received £1,000 upon the death of your respected father, and another 3,000 in lieu of the living at Kimpton?" "The same." Mr. Cole shook his head slowly, his eyes briefly closing. "A shame. I concur." "Sir, your father set aside your sister's portion the day she reached her 6th year. Her dowry has remained in the 4% for almost 10 years, accruing a considerable amount of interest. Mr. Darcy planned to provide the initial dowry to your sister's husband, with this interest being deposited in Pemberley's account. Will you do the same?" "I will." "Very good, sir. Once Mr. Wickham is present, Mr. Sinner and I will witness both of your signatures. I will immediately go to your bank to transfer £30,000 from Miss Darcy's dowry account to Mr. Wickham. I suppose he will want to accompany me. Once he has the money in hand, I will then deposit the interest safely into Pemberley's account. After that, the dowry account will be closed." He shifted in his chair. "I hope this is the last transaction with the man, but I somehow doubt it," said Darcy. "Of course, the bride is your sister. Life has a way of getting in our way, does it not, Mr. Darcy?" "That it does. This must be the end of my business with Wickham. Make it so, Cole, if I am to keep what remains of my good name." Once the two men departed, Darcy considered the consequences of his sister's actions. Nothing good would come of it, he had no doubt. Chapter 2. Wickham remained at Darcy House with his bride until Mr. Cole returned with his funds 2 hours later. Darcy expected him to leave a weeping Georgiana behind, once he had the money, and the reprobate was free to devote himself to every form of dissolute behaviour known to humanity. Standing at the window looking over the garden, Darcy failed to see the beauty he had observed only hours before. Ignoring the cool lemonade Mrs. Price provided, he sipped the brandy warming in his hand. His mind traversed a year or two into the future. It was a dismal sight. Wickham, his pockets empty, forcing his wife to labour to provide crumbs for their growing family, as he slept off his drunkenness from the night spent gambling their last coins. In Darcy's imagination, Georgiana appeared worn and weary. Rubbing his chest, he wiped his eyes on his sleeve. Losing his parents crushed him, but this horrible choice Georgiana made ripped his heart into shreds. No good would come from this action. Even without being shunned by society, her newly wedded giddiness would never last. Once the reality of being married to Wickham set in, the weight of her disappointments would overpower her. George Wickham was not a gentleman. He had no concept of honour or duty. How could she not have known the sort of man she attached herself to? His shoulders drooped as his knees weakened. She did not know because he never told her what Wickham was like. The fault is mine. How could he blame Georgiana, who was ignorant of the world? Rage flowed through his veins. The failure was entirely his. Light glinted off the crystal decanter from the setting sun. In the darkening room he stood in complete silence, sipping brandy, one glass after another. A maid lit the sconces surrounding the grand stone fireplace. He barely acknowledged her efforts. Later, another servant set a tray of his favourites on the corner of his desk. He smelled strong coffee, ham, and an apple tart. Nothing tempted him other than the amber elixir numbing his soul. Long after the house quieted, Cole and his notary reappeared with the last contracts to sign, allocating the interest from the dowry account to Pemberley. The words on the paper blurred. His head throbbed. Darcy rushed through the task, wanting them gone. As soon as the door closed, he wept. In vain he sought oblivion at the bottom of a bottle of his finest imported brandy. When that failed to dull the pain of failure and heartbreak, he broke open a bottle of malted whisky. Finally, he felt nothing at all. The bloated evidence of overindulgence looked back at him in the mirror after Parker shaved him. Even after a cold bath his stomach churned. Fearing he still might cast up his accounts, he had his valet tie his cravat loosely. With 2 pots of coffee, Darcy worked hard to come to terms with what was beyond alteration. Stepping into his study for the first time since he drank himself senseless, he appreciated his housekeeper for airing out the room. Not since the night he lost his father had he imbibed until he lost consciousness. Mrs. Price notified him of Wickham's departure late the night before. She said nothing of Georgiana going with him. In his inebriation, Darcy never noticed. He hoped George would never return now that he had 30,000 available to him, with no one but an ignorant wife to hold him accountable. Greedy dastard. The sun was already on its path across the western sky. Where was his sister? Was she weeping from the abandonment of her new husband? Straightening the pile of papers on his desk, he looked up when his butler announced Darcy's uncle. Lord Matlock, sir. The butler closed the door behind the Earl. Uncle, you know about Georgiana? Hugh Fitzwilliam, Lord Matlock, looked like he aged a decade since the last time they were in company on Wednesday past. You look awful. His uncle refused coffee. The Darcy name is on every tongue, I fear. Wickham spent yesterday afternoon going from shop to shop on Bond Street, ordering a wardrobe fit for a prince. At each one he planted malicious slander about you. His most familiar refrain was apparently, I grew up with him. Darcy is a private man, only because he has something to hide. Yesterday, he did this before receiving Georgiana's fortune, before they informed me. Darcy rubbed his hands over his face. I fear it gets worse, nephew. He implies that his marrying Georgiana was to protect her from your licentious behaviour.
Even with the elopement, some in society appear to be rallying around the newlyweds, those who are charmed by Wickham and his new money. You will feel the cold shoulder of a few of your peers, most particularly those who feared your honour would expose them to censure. Wickham is strategic with his defamation."
Darcy felt the direct blow.
He will play to the crowd, as he always does. They will defend him until his lies become obvious. By then he will move on to charm others. Unfortunately, this time he will be dragging my sister with him."
His uncle hung his head for a moment.
"Darcy, Wickham was at White's this morning telling everyone that he is now the rightful owner of Darcy House, along with Pemberley and all its assets. He is saying that he left you with nothing but the clothes on your back." "Balderdash! Wickham gains only my sister and her dowry."
When his uncle hesitated, fear rose in his chest like the first tendrils of smoke from a fire. Scenes of Wickham gleefully accepting the bank draft from Mr. Cole flickered across his memory. Cole and the notary returning to Darcy House later that night, him drunkenly signing a stack of papers, the notary poised to place his seal at the bottom.
Why were there so many contracts to transfer the interest from the dowry account to Pemberley's general fund? Had that not... What is happening? "Uncle?"
Pulling the pile of paperwork toward him, his insides churned.
Cole had me sign documents to transfer the interest on Georgiana's account. But it could not be, since I already signed when I released her portion to Wickham. There was no need for another contract to close the account, or the transfer, or... What on earth did I sign? "Cole, odd that you mention him, since I received a note from him via a messenger addressed to you not 20 minutes ago."
Reaching into his pocket, he handed a folded letter to his nephew. Darcy ripped it open, pieces of the wax seal scattering over the floor. Quickly scanning the page, he collapsed into his chair, his breath coming in gasps. His hands trembled, his stomach revolted. Hurrying to a Chinese urn on the sideboard, he retched violently. On his knees, he wiped his mouth with his handkerchief.
"Read it aloud. I beg you. It cannot say what I think it says."
Hugh Fitzwilliam, Lord Matlock, scanned the document, then rested his large hand on Darcy's shoulder.
"Oh, Lord, no." "Aloud, please."
Sighing heavily, his uncle began.
"Mr. Darcy, by the time you receive this letter, I am already aboard a ship, travelling to my new home. An enormous gift from your new brother-in-law, Mr. Wickham, made my sudden retirement possible. If you have not yet reviewed the documents you signed, and Mr. Sinner witnessed, I shall explain in brief. You wilfully and knowingly gifted Pemberley, Darcy House, and all Darcy family assets to Mr. George Wickham, the husband of your sister, Mrs. Georgiana Wickham, to be managed by him for as long as he lives. He was a favourite of your father, so he is confident that he is finally accepting what is rightfully his. Because of recent transfers from your accounts to Pemberley, which Mr. Wickham now controls, you own only items purchased from this personal account. As far as I am aware, this means your only claims against the contents of Darcy House and Pemberley will be your clothing, a few pieces of artwork, jewellery gifted to you by your mother, miscellaneous other bits and bobs, and your horse. Mr. and Mrs. Wickham will enjoy the remaining assets tied to your former estate. Signed and notarized copies of these transfers are with me. Another copy is on your desk. The originals belong to Mr. Wickham. Before my departure on the clipper ship this morning, I transferred and filed all deeds and accounts with the court. I know you will appreciate having a new beginning to work out your future. At almost 60 years of age, it was time for me to look out for mine. Sincerely, Simon Y. Cole, retired Darcy family man of business. I'll kill him."
Darcy clasped the edge of the sideboard until it threatened to snap. Pulling himself to his feet, he said,
"As soon as I get rid of Wickham."
Chapter 3. Lord Matlock ran his hand through his hair.
"How could this have happened, Darcy? Neither man is smarter than you. I've long known that Wickham was worthless. I assumed that Cole had some integrity. In fact, I would have trusted him implicitly, as you and your father did. Now we know that he is as greedy as his compatriot."
Aghast at having been entirely fooled, the agony of being taken advantage of, warred for dominance against the ire filling him. Wave upon wave of emotions surged in his chest, until the ground underneath him seemed to shift.
"I drank to excess, only one other time."
Darcy's words were clipped.
"The night father died, I locked myself in Pemberley's study, and imbibed until the pain of loss dulled, and then went away completely. Cole was with me, opening bottle after bottle, silently witnessing my grief. The next morning my shame moved me never to mention my actions to anyone. Cole never spoke of it to me."
Stopping in front of his uncle, he raged,
"I trusted Simon Cole. Come to Matlock House, nephew."
Hugh Fitzwilliam, the Earl of Matlock, was a powerful man, with a network of resources under his charge.
"Helen and I will remind our acquaintances that Wickham is nothing but a greedy upstart son of a steward, and that justice will soon have you restored to your rightful position as owner and master of Pemberley. I cannot leave Darcy House. I need to make this right."
His gaze swept the room, settling on the bookshelf with all his special volumes, lined neatly in a row, the colourfully painted globe he used to spin, imagining travelling to distant places seeking adventure, and the painting of Pemberley over the large stone fireplace.
"All this is lost. Impossible."
His initial impulse was pure retribution against Wickham, even more than Simon Cole. How he loathed both men. Tossing the vile contracts aside, he jumped to his feet, pacing a room that was as familiar to him as his own skin.
"Justice comes at a price, uncle. I will have only a few bargaining chips left when this is settled. Anything I do against Wickham will affect Georgiana."
Forcing his jaw to relax, Darcy continued,
"The name I bear means I am responsible for the land, the buildings, the servants, the tenants, and my sister, although she forsook everything she ever learned to marry a man bereft of morals. I will abandon none. Wickham will use all until nothing of value is left. The harm would be permanent."
Lord Matlock studied him intensely.
"I hate to remind you, but until the court reviews this, you no longer have the authority to act for anyone connected to the estate. By the right of marriage, Georgiana is no longer under your control. You are no longer responsible."
He faced his uncle.
"I am Fitzwilliam Darcy, the only son and rightful heir of Gerald and Lady Anne Darcy."
His thumb poked his own chest. His voice filled the room.
"Pemberley soil is in every pore of my body. The rivers, lakes and streams run through my veins, keeping my heart alive. From my first breath until I breathe my last, I am Darcy, master of all that my father left to me."
From the corridor, a man cleared his throat. Wickham stood under the lintel, his hands grasping the lapels of his jacket. His arrogance set Darcy on edge until he wanted to lash out, then run him through. Wickham smirked.
"Tout au contraire. You are a king without a kingdom. You may have been born a Darcy, but you are currently nothing more than an interloper in my house."
Lord Matlock growled.
"Wickham."
He bowed and said with no shame, "My lord." Wickham's every offence streamed through Darcy's mind, increasing his bitterness. He wanted nothing more than to beat him to a pulp. Instead, Darcy straightened his shoulders. His chin lifted in challenge. His foe stepped into the room.
"Tell me, what do you think I've been doing since the time I saw you? Was it not when the Kimpton living became available? Oh, yes, I recall clearly. I asked for the value of the living to study law. Did you think I did not follow through? Of course you did. You assumed that I gambled and lived a disreputable life, wasting the 1,000 I received at your father's death and the £3,000 I received from the living. Well, Fitzy, you were wrong then, and you were wrong now."
Wickham helped himself to the brandy and said,
"I not only attended the Inns of Court, I became an avid student of the rules of society, until I could tell well in advance how you would act in any situation. Not only that, I knew the day Georgiana left school, and the exact hour you left her in Ramsgate. Vulnerable, alone with Mrs. Young, an intimate of mine. Shame on you, Darcy."
Like the incorrigible fraud he was, Wickham rested his hand over his heart.
"My godfather would disapprove of your haphazard care for his darling girl."
Lifting the glass, Wickham sipped the liquid.
"My compliments to your good taste, Darcy. That said, this serves as a reminder that you are no longer welcome here. As of last evening, you are nothing to Georgiana and me. More importantly, you are nothing to anyone. As you left me with 4,000 to finance my future, Cole assured me he calculated almost down to the farthing that the amount left in your personal account is about the same. We shall see what you can make of yourself with such a pittance. No doubt you will fall far short of what I have done. You see, I am the king of this castle and the grandest of domains, Pemberley. You are unwelcome here."
He gestured toward the 2 footmen in the doorway.
"Your valet and housekeeper have already gathered your possessions. They're loading them into Lord Matlock's carriage, since you no longer own any conveyance. You have your gelding, and I've generously provided an extra wagon for the rest of your goods. The servants, my servants, will show you out."
Powerless fury filled Darcy. He curled his fingers into a tight fist, wishing with every part of his being to strike the evil out of the miscreant.
"You will rue the day you dared to usurp me," Darcy spat. "Ha! You'll do nothing. I'm holding all the cards, including the Queen." "Georgiana," Darcy said with gritted teeth. "Yes, my dear, sweet, willing wife."
Instead of lunging at him, wringing Wickham's miserable neck, Darcy said,
"I am not finished, Wickham."
An eerie chortle came from his enemy.
"Think what you may, but Cole and I have been planning this for months, right under your very nose. Your arrogance and insufferable pride blinded you to what we were doing. You and I both know that you have lost, and I have deservedly won. Now begone. I have important matters of business to consider. Pemberley does not run itself, you know."
Leaving Wickham to his uncle, Darcy strode purposefully to the yellow room. Without knocking, he entered to discover Georgiana readying herself for the day. He did not know if it was the remnants of the drink or the sight of Wickham's cravat on the bedpost and rumpled bedclothes that made him sick. He asked,
"Are you well?"
"How can I not be? I'm married to the most charming man alive. He is the best of men."
"The best of men? You used to say the same about me."
She barely blushed. Darcy refused to listen to her ignorant view of her husband.
"Are you aware of what he has done?"
She looked away from him.
I know that I am now the mistress of Pemberley."
"And you do not care how that came about? What he has done to me? Your own flesh and blood?"
"Fitzwilliam, I guess it does not matter, as the deed is done."
Everything in the room except the girl standing before him was familiar. She was nonsensical, naive, a traitor. Lashing out at her was futile. She was already doomed. Turning away from her, mustering every ounce of dignity he possessed, he removed himself from Darcy House to his uncle's coach. If it was the last thing he accomplished, he vowed to get everything, including his sister, back. Silence reigned as they crossed the square. Darcy considered one available course after another. None satisfied his heated demand for retribution. What he knew, without a doubt, was that he needed to be in Derbyshire as soon as possible.
"Uncle, my resources are diminished. Might I borrow a carriage? I must go to Pemberley. Likely Wickham has already sent an express to Mrs. Reynolds saying that he is the new owner, and that I am unwelcome. I must gather my possessions, and see Pemberley's tenants one last time."
With distress lining his face, his uncle leaned close.
"Nephew, pray, accept a gift." "I thank you for the offer, uncle, but I must do this on my own. During my journey I will plan my actions carefully."
Hugh Fitzwilliam hesitated before replying.
"Very well. Store whatever you like at Matlock House. Use this coach for as long as you desire. The seal of the Matlock earldom carries enough weight that anyone who buys into Wickham's lies will think twice before denying you anything. If they do, then they will answer directly to me. Your aunt and I will do what we can here to squash the rumours Wickham has started about your so-called salacious behaviour. We have social currency, where he has none."
His uncle extended his hand, patting Darcy's shoulder.
"Until I see you in Derbyshire at Alderwood, where you are welcome to reside, I will get Richard back on British soil. If there is anyone who can put the fear of God into Wickham, it is my son."
For the first time since the ordeal began, Darcy had reason for relief. His uncle was a powerful man with important connections. It would be good to have his cousin home. Colonel Fitzwilliam was fiercely protective and intensely loyal. He excelled at strategy and intimidation. And he hated Wickham. Before his uncle's footman finished carrying the many trunks containing Darcy's clothing, personal effects, boxes of books, and pieces of art into Matlock House, his valet, an impeccably groomed, slim man of middling years, approached the carriage.
"Pardon me, sir,"
said Parker.
"Mr. Wickham called a meeting as soon as you left Darcy House. He dismissed any household members unwilling to serve him. I severed my employment once I heard the news. I could never support that man. You should know that most will remain, but not out of disloyalty to you, sir."
Ire surged through him at the callousness of Wickham. What would Georgiana think of Wickham casually replacing her most familiar servants? Darcy could not know.
"Thank you, Parker. As far as those who stayed are concerned, they owe me no fealty. You need a character, then. Your skill and discretion make you highly sought after by many gentlemen of the tongue. It is the very least I can offer you after years of service to me and my father."
"Not at all, sir." Parker straightened his already stiff spine.
"Your generosity in providing not only my wants but my needs over the years meant I saved my wages. Therefore, wherever you go, whatever you do, you will need my assistance."
Humility replaced the reassurance Darcy felt at knowing someone other than his uncle would support him.
"Since I do not yet know where my future will take me, I cannot afford—" "Mr. Darcy, sir, please."
Parker bowed his head.
"I offer my services willingly, completely confident that you possess the intellect and desire to be master once again. Whether it is at Pemberley or somewhere else, I cannot see myself standing anywhere other than to support you. I am humbled."
Glancing away to regain control, Darcy said,
"I am for Pemberley. I will travel quickly. You should know that my budget will not allow for the luxuries we are accustomed to on the road." "I thought as much, sir. I hope you will not consider me to be presumptuous, but I packed your travelling case and your trunks with that in mind. A cook included a generous basket of food."
He hesitated before continuing.
"Sir, Mr. and Mrs. Price will continue to serve as butler and housekeeper for the Wickhams at Darcy House. Not that they transferred their allegiance to him with no care for you, Mr. Darcy. Rather, they remain to forward any letters you receive, as well as provide a report of how Miss Darcy— I beg your pardon, Mrs. Wickham fares."
This intelligence strengthened Darcy's spine. Having allies in place would be valuable.
"Bless them, and you, Parker."
It felt good to have his trusted man with him. Their journey north tested the limits of Darcy and his valet. They travelled at speed, but the miles ticked by begrudgingly. It never seemed fast enough. Yet within 2 days he tapped on the roof for the driver to stop at the crest of a considerable eminence, where the wood ceased, and Darcy could survey his beloved Pemberley.
"Lord, how I love this land."
The noble house and the sweeping grandeur of the estate were incomparable. Nowhere on earth equalled the feeling of completeness pulsing through him at seeing his family's heritage. Pemberley. Had his heart cleaved in two, he would have felt no less pain at the loss of his house, his home. He would not allow the devastation from the theft to weaken him. Vanquishing the wisp of fear that he might never regain his birthright, he climbed into the carriage, preparing himself for his arrival at Pemberley. Entering the main house as something other than the owner felt like a knife to his gut. Despite his upheaval, everything looked the same as before. The marble floors gleamed, the murals on the ceiling, grand as ever, and the cut flowers in the niches welcomed him as always. Sorrow tempered his resolution. Of all this he was once the proud master.
How could this have happened?
A question he asked himself 1,000,000 times during his journey from London to his home. Master Darcy, welcome to Pemberley. The long-time housekeeper's greeting him as she had, since he was a lad, was bittersweet. Mrs. Reynolds, a grey-haired woman with a kind smile, curtsied in deep respect. Sir, you are a sight for sore eyes. I will not inquire if you are well, for how can you be? Rather, I ask what I can do to be of assistance to you. He bowed.
I thank you. You have heard from Wickham, then?
Yes, sir. Mr. Wickham's new man of business, Mr. Foster, has been going from room to room, cataloguing every item. He had your personal effects moved into one of the unused rooms on the main floor, with instructions to release them to you at the first opportunity. Tears glistened in her eyes. Darcy took a slow, deliberate breath.
Has he been kind to you?
She surreptitiously dabbed at her eyes with her handkerchief. Yes, sir. Mr. Foster arrived yesterday. He has yet to learn the true nature of Mr. Wickham, I fear. The servants of Pemberley have taken every opportunity to tell him the sort of master you are, that duty and responsibility are intrinsic to your character. He seemed disinterested in confiscating your possessions, so we had the freedom to gather items for you without hindrance. Our only instructions were to direct you to him and then encourage you to be on your way. According to Mr. Wickham, this will be your last opportunity to step foot on Pemberley's property. Each word cut him deep enough that he thought he should make sure there was no blood dripping at his feet. Closing his eyes, he felt the loss keenly. The housekeeper cleared her throat. Mr. Foster is most eager to sort through the contents of the safe. You are the only one with the key and the combination of the lock. So far he has not attempted to open it on his own, as far as I am aware. Sighing, Darcy said,
Let us locate Mr. Foster.
Darcy entered his study. The familiar surroundings haunted him. A stranger sat at the small desk where Simon Cole used to tend to business. Ignoring him, Darcy swung the large Gainsborough landscape, revealing the safe hidden behind. Removing the key from his waistcoat pocket, he inserted it into the lock, then spun the 5 tumblers on the secondary device. Pulling the heavy door open, Darcy transferred the contents to the desk. Placing stock certificates and land deeds in one pile, he quickly sorted through the jewellery boxes until he found the family pieces his mother intended for Darcy's future bride. Now that she was married, Georgiana would also receive a selection of jewellery. He stacked 300 gold sovereigns neatly before revealing the last item, the Darcy crest, carefully embroidered on a scrap of fine wool by an ancestress. He placed the crest on the jewellery chest that belonged to him. Mr. Foster's chair rubbed across the wooden floor. Hurriedly, Darcy stuffed the jewellery, not intended for Georgiana or his future bride, back inside the safe, closed the door, and spun the tumblers, placing the key back inside his pocket.
Sir!
Mr. Foster hurried toward him.
Open that door immediately.
Darcy turned toward him and lifted the small jewellery case and fabric.
I will not. My sister's eldest son will receive the combination when he inherits Pemberley, provided Wickham hasn't lost it from gambling by then. These are family pieces passed from generation to generation. Your employer would not hesitate to sell them as soon as he finds himself in financial difficulty. I refuse to go to the trouble of eventually repurchasing them.
Mr. Foster's shoulders dropped in defeat.
Very well, I shall need to inform Mr. Wickham.
That is your business. He took one last look at the room.
I will walk through the house before I depart. You are welcome to accompany me, although I am not a thief like Wickham. You can trust that I value Pemberley more than that man ever shall.
Mr. Foster hesitated before replying.
I will join you.
The light of the summer sun pouring through the tall windows beckoned Darcy into the library. The rich smell of leather prompted memories of his mother as she read to him. He had done the same with Georgiana, with her curled up next to him, enraptured by tales of knights and dragons, princesses and kings. He noted that the family Bible was missing from the table at the centre of the room. For a certainty, Mrs. Reynolds would have seen the priceless work packed safely with his belongings, since the history of the Darcy lineage would be his, not his sister's. After instructing a footman to pack his private collection of cherished books, resting on the shelf closest to his desk, along with his parents' private journals, he moved to the next floor. His well-used toy soldiers and carved horses, displayed on the nursery shelves, tugged at his sentimentality. He asked Mrs. Reynolds to secure the pieces in a box for him, leaving the dolls and doll furniture behind. One day he might have a son. They would be his playthings, not Wickham's heir. The master's chambers, draped in deep blue and gold, were where he spent years dreaming and planning for a future he would no longer have. Every wooden beam, woven tapestry, and painted portrait tormented him. Missing was the faded quilt his grandmother Emmeline Darcy made him when he was a youth. The folded, tattered blanket typically rested on the top shelf of his wardrobe. Thankfully, Mrs. Reynolds knew its value to him too. He walked through the portrait gallery, berating himself for losing it all from a single lapse in judgment. He would never forget his heritage. He would never forget how easily he was swindled after excessive drink. Once he finished his tour, he spoke privately with the housekeeper.
"What are your plans?"
For as long as he had known Mrs. Reynolds, she was an integral part of Pemberley. "I only awaited your arrival. I shall move to Bakewell to be nearer my sister. Thanks to the generosity of your family, I have enough to sustain me. After Mr. Wickham informed the senior servants of the change in ownership, he asked me to stay. I have no interest in remaining at Pemberley without you. I just worry for Miss Georgiana. Mrs. Wickham." She twisted a handkerchief in her hands. "Sir, I do not know how this came about, nor do I care to know, but I am confident there was some treachery. I could never remain here to work for him." He rested his hand over hers.
"Would you permit me to see you to Bakewell, then?"
Her eyes twinkled. "I would be delighted to start my new journey with the one man I respect above all others." Her words lifted his heart.
"Then have your belongings added to the cart. We will soon be on our way."
Outside on the top step of the portico, Darcy drank in the familiar vista, knowing that if he ever did return, it would never be the same. His soul felt as if it were ripped in two. He warned Wickham's lackey.
"Watch your back, Foster. Wickham is not to be trusted."
Without waiting for a response, Darcy descended the steps. Climbing into the carriage, he tapped on the ceiling. Behind them, 2 carts carried their belongings. Leaning his elbow on the window-sill, he pressed his fingers over his mouth to hold in the raw emotions threatening to burst from him, not knowing whether he would ever see his beloved Pemberley again. Chapter 4. 1811, October, 3 months later, Netherfield Park, Hertfordshire. Darcy became acquainted with Charles Bingley when the younger man purchased a fine horse from Pemberley's stables 3 years prior. With roots deep in manufacturing and a personality opposite to Darcy's, their association should have ended when the transaction concluded. Instead, Bingley's amiable, open nature appealed to Darcy. They became fast friends.
"I am grateful you accepted my invitation, Darcy. Hertfordshire in the autumn is lovely. The air is crisp and the sun shines brightly. I was not looking forward to the heavy coal smoke and fog of London during the upcoming months."
"Nor I. I leased Netherfield Park for its convenience to town, yet I find I do not know how to proceed. There is no one else I trust to advise me on estate matters." Bingley leaned back in his chair, the sunbeams from the study window forming a halo around his reddish-blonde hair.
"And yet, I no longer have an estate."
"I doubt you've forgotten everything you know in 3 months, my friend." Bingley tapped his fingers on the chair's arm. "My father desired his children to rise above the so-called stain of trade. Both my sisters strive for the same. For me, it matters not where my fortune came from, and it is possible that I may not take to being a man of leisure. I might even return north to my factories. Until then, I will devote myself to the task at hand, with your help, of course." Since July, Darcy had worked tirelessly to locate Simon Cole and the notary, Mr. Sinner. He spent hours with his attorney, the best in London when it came to contracts, searching for loopholes that his legal counsel overlooked. He toured estates across England, seeking a place to call home, until he could return to Pemberley. To date, nothing he found suited him and his new circumstances. Bingley's invitation was a godsend. Netherfield was close enough to town, he might dart to and from in his quest to discover any leverage against Wickham, and determine who of his acquaintances still held him in esteem. Hertfordshire was far enough away that he could easily avoid those who did not.
You are a loyal friend, Charles. While others may ignore my existence or look to cut me publicly, you offer me respite. I sincerely appreciate your kindness.
My pleasure. How are you faring?
In the months since Georgiana's marriage, Wickham has commandeered everything he can with a greed I never expected from any man. He is dishonourable. He professed to have studied law with the money he received at my father's death. Since his claim, I learned from one of his former companions that he lied. The money ran through his fingers like water.
Darcy considered how much more to reveal, and then revealed all.
He was as poor as a pauper when he pursued my sister. He pawned a piece of my sister's jewellery to fund their elopement. As I knew, he is nothing more than a gambler and a cheat. What galls me is how Wickham waited for me to slip, then struck like a viper. How I loathe him. Even more, I loathe myself for not keeping my eyes open.
Bingley nodded. Your bitterness is understandable. You had no expectations of ever losing your estate. My home is your home for as long as you need. Bingley paused. Have you news from your sister?
None.
Frustration mounted.
I do receive regular reports from my former housekeeper, Mrs. Price. She assures me that Georgiana is gradually becoming a proper mistress.
Bingley mumbled. If only I did not hear from my sisters. Caroline only contacts me when she overspends her allowance. Louisa writes when my brother-in-law refuses to allow her to redecorate his townhouse again. Just this year she's gone from Egyptian to Greek decor. Why she does not feel comfortable with British landscapes on her walls is a curiosity to me. She's never been to those faraway places. In fact, I doubt she could show you where they are on a map. Darcy refused to comment about Bingley's family, none of whom he easily tolerated. Did it go well for you in Derbyshire? Bingley asked. The tension that tightened every muscle in his body seemed to melt away under Bingley's genuine concern.
Trying to explain to Mrs. Reynolds what happened was devastating. For 24 years she has been the housekeeper, yet she was so much more than that. After Mother died, she treated me as if I was her own. She practically raised Georgiana.
Bingley nodded. Your housekeeper is a gem.
That she is,
Darcy readily admitted.
Of course she knew the sort of man Wickham became. She refused to remain in her position. I assisted her in moving closer to her sister. Before I left for Matlock's estate, I returned to Pemberley, though I chose not to go to the house. I spoke with each tenant, explaining their new situation. I know Wickham will not treat them fairly. Several of the families declared they would leave Derbyshire for employment in a factory. I cannot blame them. I hired a man to locate my former man of business, Simon Cole. His preliminary report stated that Cole's destination was Philadelphia.
America?
Yes, Cole is currently out of my reach, but I will be kept informed of his movements. Wickham may have seized control. However, he has always preferred that others do his disreputable work and take the blame if discovered. Someone else had to push him to act, to manage him, to expect success. Although I have nothing to prove it other than a letter stating his involvement, this scheme would appear to be the creation of Simon Cole.
I'm genuinely grieved. Of everyone I know, you are the least deserving of such a loss, such duplicity. Yet you may discover that there is some good, some insight you might see now that you no longer oversee so many.
Wryly, Darcy said, Indeed, Bingley. Never have I met a man who could foresee such optimism from this calamity. I already have one benefit from being as poor as a fourth son. As it so happens, once my aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, realised I was no longer the master of Pemberley, she renounced any marriage to her only child, not that I would ever attach myself to my cousin.
In a falsetto, Darcy said, If you
cannot control Pemberley. I do not want you near Rosings Park. You are now undeserving of my Anne. Where she expected me to mourn the loss, I rejoice not to be harangued by my aunt. How Lady Catherine will treat Georgiana since she married that bounder I cannot know. Truly, my sister must forge her path from now on. I never met Miss Darcy's husband, I mean Mrs. Wickham's husband. His charm and his nefarious scheming reveal his masterful mind. But is he masterful enough to make Pemberley and his wife prosper, or will his corruption eat away at profits until there is nothing left? Darcy looked at him sharply. If you were not introduced, how do you know that he is a charmer? And my sisters were some of the first to call at Darcy House, once they realised you were no longer there to keep them out. And passing themselves off as long-time acquaintances, Mr. Wickham won over both Caroline and Louisa with little effort. They returned to Hurst Townhouse boasting that his pretty manners and attentions were quite gentlemanlike. Did they see Georgiana? They have been steady visitors, I fear. Both declared Mrs. Wickham to be the happy mistress of the newly named Wickham House of Grosvenor Square. Darcy barely kept from gagging. Her betrayal weighed on him. Does Georgiana not think of me and all I've lost, including her? Is she that enthralled by Wickham? Darcy, your anger is understandable. Beware that it does not get the best of you. Darcy moved to the window. I admit I was at fault for not keeping on guard with Wickham in the house. I, who knew his character. Had I remained sober, I would have scoured each contract handed to me by my man of business. Learning of their plan, I would have immediately turned Simon Cole from the house. Wickham and Georgiana would have had to make do with her dowry. Therefore I cannot place the blame solely on Wickham and Cole. Bingley nodded with something like regret. I spent the first weeks berating myself. At Alderwood I considered how I would best play my hand. There are a few alternatives I am reviewing for my future, though none appeal to me. One thing, I will never lose control again, and through drive and determination I will be a master under good regulation. I will not touch a drop of brandy, whisky or wine until I am restored to my rightful place. Even then I will be wary. I may never regain lost trust, even in myself. Indeed, I will instruct the butler that he need not hide the keys to the wine cellar unless Hurst comes, Bingley said lightly. Then Bingley's expression sobered. Pray, allow me to tell you about my father's long-time partner, Geoffrey Doyle. Like Mr. Wickham, he had a charming veneer. My father trusted him implicitly. After Doyle retired, the company hired a recent graduate to work in the accounting office. He was a quiet sort, with a head for numbers. It wasn't long before discrepancies became obvious. Father took quick action when he learned his cunning partner had squirreled away small amounts of revenue each month for almost 30 years. Authorities seized Doyle's assets. My father's former friend, whose pride in his ability to steal with impunity led him to be sloppy in his bookkeeping, soon drank himself into a stupor. They found his body floating in the Thames 2 days later. Right now, Wickham and Cole are confident that they have won. Yet one of the few times I paid attention during Sunday services, I recall a verse that says, "The wicked's ill-gotten gains will not last, and their hope will perish," or something similar. Darcy wanted Wickham and Cole to pay for their crimes against him. However, he preferred they remain alive and suffer when they lost everything that they fraudulently reaped. He would see that they faced consequences for their vile actions. I am grieved to hear that the same happened to your father. Oh, compared to your loss, Mr. Doyle's theft was paltry. It was the principle that bothered my father the most. Like you, losing trust made my father wary until the day he died. Never again did he allow anyone close enough to undermine him, including me. Bingley stared at the empty fireplace. Darcy, it changed my father. He was very much like me for most of my life, jovial and fair. After the theft, he withdrew. Life in our house was constantly strained. Even my parents' marriage felt the effect. I hope you do not allow this to change your character, Darcy. You've never been comfortable in society. To withdraw further would make you a hermit. You are not alone with your warning, Bingley. In the beginning my rage was such that I ate and slept with revenge as my only concern. My uncle wisely reminded me that until I could be reasonable, I would not make rational choices.
Darcy had considered this very thing repeatedly.
As of now, I believe my character is as it ever was, but I see your point.
Darcy was relieved that in the ensuing days and weeks, since the disastrous night he drank himself into a stupor, the anger that had simmered below the surface rarely showed itself publicly. There were moments when he was so busy probing how he might take back his life that he gave little thought to society. Now that Mr. Wickham's situation is far improved from before his marriage, will he change? Darcy scoffed. Returning to the chair across from Bingley, he said,
Wickham is acting like he was born to be lord of the manor. He is a gentleman in his mind only. My father saw him educated alongside me. Where I applied myself to my studies, Wickham boasted he knew a side of the world that I never experienced, which he considered far more advantageous than learning from books or instructors. In this he always felt superior. In truth, Wickham is the fox in a hen-house, immoral and unreliable. He charms people as long as they are of use to him, then he discards them. Your poor sister, she must have been heartsick to see you leave. Before I left London, I tried to warn her of the life she should expect. What wounds me is that when I asked her if she understood the outcome, she said, I am old enough to know what makes me happy, Fitzwilliam. I truly fear for her. Do you think she understood you? Regretfully, she did not. This is a heady experience for a girl, barely more than a child. Receiving the full attention of a handsome man with a gift for flattery, who spends unrestrainedly, is her greatest wish fulfilled. Before I left, she could not conceive that he married her for her wealth. How she feels after 3 months, I cannot know. The tumult you must feel, Darcy. The incredible loss would break a lesser man. But consider this. You chose to leave London rather than seek an unmarried wealthy lady to restore your bank account. You prove beyond any argument that you are a man of integrity. Bitterness rose in the back of Darcy's throat. Never would I sell myself by marrying one of the many women who chased me like prey for the last 5 years. At the least, now you will know whether a lady seeks you for the man you are, or for Pemberley, and you have the freedom to marry for affection. You always have a singular way of turning tragedy into encouragement. Darcy was glad, in a way, that he was no longer the toast of the marriage mart. As if any lady would have me now. Bingley chuckled. Caroline certainly will not. Is that not a blessing? A blessing indeed. Darcy shuddered at the thought of Bingley's shrewish sister. I have too many decisions to make for my future, without the distraction of adding a wife. Charles, I will help you with your estate, as I am able. I await the letter from America to determine my next step. When justice is served, I will regain my rightful position. Bingley said, I'm frightfully terrified to share that I am the bearer of bad tidings. My family will arrive here tomorrow. I needed a hostess, therefore I bargained an advance in her allowance if Caroline would accept. Where she goes, Hurst and Louisa follow. Bingley sighed. Hurst will eat the best from my table while my eldest sister nips bottles of wine from the cellar. They think no one notices their indulgences. Yet they expect to be catered to because of my brother-in-law's distant connections to a baronetcy. Sometimes I loathe society. Being in trade is much simpler. People judge a man solely on his business acumen. Society has its flaws, Darcy said. I reckon trade has its foibles and challenges too. A fair statement if I ever heard one. Say, I shall pass on something my father preached from my infancy until he took his last breath. In business, the key to success is to establish yourself as being the best at what you do, while looking for the weaknesses in your opponents. Darcy rubbed his chin. What do you mean? You set the standard for being honourable. Wickham and Cole are not. You know Wickham's weaknesses. Now you know Cole's. Avarice and ambition are unseemly traits that will slowly rot the foundations from underneath them. It will influence every choice they make. This means that there will come a moment, a mere second, where you must seize whatever opportunity that their greed lays bare, striking quickly, like a viper, as you said earlier. If you do not, you lose the advantage, and your opportunity is gone.
Keep your eyes and ears open, my friend. In this my father learnt a painful lesson.
Like Wickham and Cole did to me. They had one chance, and they took it. Sage advice.
Darcy wondered what potential opportunity might open up to him, and whether he would be in a position to act when it happened.
I will be vigilant.
You should also know that there is an assembly being held this evening in Meryton. This will be my first time meeting many of my new neighbours. Already a few of the husbands and fathers have called. They're a sociable lot. Whether it is because I have no wife or because they are curious, the consensus was that I would be a welcome addition to the gathering, since men are scarce and the ladies love to dance. Shall you join me?" Bingley laughed. "Your scowl does not frighten me, my friend. Oh, come, you will surely meet new acquaintances unaffected by your wealth. Dance with the ladies, speak to the men. Perhaps you will even enjoy yourself." Each one of Bingley's ideas was compelling. Entering local society without expectations would be a novel experience for him, another step to this life he did not want. He desired to reclaim his birthright, the life he was meant to live. He would do everything within his power to see it done. For tonight, he needed to please his host.
"My clothing is that of a gentleman born to wealth. I fear I will misrepresent my circumstances by my appearance before your neighbours know me."
"Pshaw! Do not be concerned. You've been in Meryton for an hour. Likely talk has already spread once someone spotted the crest on your uncle's coach. I suppose it matters more that you are congenial than whether you are rich or poor."
"To you, perhaps. To mothers and fathers with unmarried daughters, it matters."
"You are always the sceptic, Darcy. Leave your cares behind and come to the assembly. Maybe you will find a kindred spirit with whom to share your sorrows. More likely, you just might make another acquaintance to bring you cheer." Darcy owed Bingley for welcoming him without prejudice. Knowing the assembly would do little to distract him from his goals, he replied,
"Very well, I will join you."
While her mother and her sisters were giddy with anticipation of dancing with the unknown gentleman now residing in the neighbouring estate of Netherfield Park, Elizabeth sought her father's company. Their closest neighbour, Sir William Lucas, had been the first to welcome Mr. Bingley to the neighbourhood. He described their new neighbour as a slender man of medium height, with light hair and pale features, who was eager to meet the community. This was good news for at least one young lady in the area surrounding Meryton. Hopefully it would be her favourite sister, Jane. However, if they had any hope of capturing the gentleman's attention in a favourable way, her father would need to take charge of his two youngest daughters.
"My dear girl, why are you not seated in front of your mirror like the rest of your sisters, fussing over your hair and pinching colour into your cheeks?"
Her father, Thomas Bennet, Master of Longbourn, was an odd mixture of sarcasm, reserve, and caprice, but she loved his sharp wit and his desire to engage her in philosophical discussions and shared opinions about the books they read. Or Kitty and Lydia arguing over ribbons and who will have their dance card filled first. Mary is not at all interested in anything other than listening to the musicians. And Jane, her appearance is as lovely as her character.
"As is yours, my Lizzie."
His brows arched.
"Now, do not scoff at me, dear girl. In this house brimming with silly females, you have a quickness about you that the others lack. Recall, please, the story of when my mother captured my father with a blink of her expressive eyes. You resemble her in appearance and verve. Like you, her hair was dark and thick, unruly after a stroll in the garden. Also, like you, she was vitty and vivacious. You have your grandmother's charm, Lizzie. A beau would need to be a keen observer and a man of action to keep you happy."
She grinned. "Mamma has decided that Jane's loveliness is solely for the benefit of securing our prospects. She expects Mr. Bingley to ask Jane for one dance, which will guarantee their marriage before the year ends. I'm certain she has already imagined Jane in layers of elegant lace at her wedding."
"No lace, I beg you."
Her father placed the book he was holding on the table next to his chair.
"Your mother may not be wrong about who might appeal to Mr. Bingley. When I called on him, his friendly nature appeared to be genuine. He looked to be Jane's age, fresh from university, and new to estate management. I think you would find him too green, my girl, but I could be wrong. You might consider it a challenge to finish a young man's metamorphosis from a lad to a gentleman.
Papa!
Or perhaps you are as silly as your sisters, my girl.
Never! He patted her hand.
Now, Lizzie girl, to not ruin Jane's chance with our new neighbour, see that you check Lydia and her shadow. If anyone needs to learn their own insignificance, it is your 2 youngest sisters. If they grow many degrees worse, I may need to lock Kitty and Lydia up in the nursery for the rest of their lives. Between them and their mother, I would never have peace.
Her youngest sisters were her father's responsibility, not hers. Might you come with us to take charge yourself? He waved off her concerns.
I could not bear the excitement, or the noise. No, do as you must, so the Netherfield party does not speak of you and Jane with disdain. I trust you know how to act.
Elizabeth left her father's book-room, her spirits dampened. Lydia, Kitty and their mother did them no favours. Lydia and Kitty were crass and unschooled. Francine Bennet was loud, with a complaining spirit. Everyone knew their mother as an unrestrained gossip. The truth was that neither parent provided guidance nor oversight of their children. Discipline was unheard of at Longbourn. However, Mrs. Bennet was not ignorant of their precarious state. Their estate was entailed away from the female line, and the ladies of Longbourn would be without a home should Mr. Bennet die. Although Jane was unparalleled in beauty, she was almost 23 with no prospects. Their dowries were minimal and their education haphazard. With little to recommend them, it would be a miracle if a gentleman of worth did more than glance their way before pursuing a more accomplished woman as a bride. When she returned to her chambers, Elizabeth thought that governing her younger sisters was the last thing she wanted to do at an assembly. But for the sake of her favourite sister's future, she had no choice. Chapter 5. They had not even arrived at the assembly, and Darcy already wished he remained behind. The letter he received that afternoon from Mrs. Price telling him about the long hours Wickham spent away from his wife angered him. His former housekeeper included news that, when he was at home, Wickham invited ladies to call on Georgiana so that he might flirt with them openly. This blatant disrespect of his sister increased Darcy's rage. Bingley interrupted his unpleasant thoughts.
Underneath your gruff exterior, Darcy, there is a kind man who routinely reaches out to help others. I know about Petey.
Petey? Darcy could not imagine how Bingley heard about the boy.
Yes, my head groom was at the blacksmith shop arranging for the care of one of the carriage horses when you rode in, followed by your uncle's carriage. He recognised you and your horse. He reported to me upon his return to Netherfield Park that you took pity on the poor lad who had been standing about, hoping to beg for scraps.
Ah, that Petey.
When my driver went inside the inn for a pint while he waited for the blacksmith to complete his task, the innkeeper shared that Mr. Darcy paid for Petey's meals for the next month, as long as the lad cared for your horse whenever you were in town. Not only that, he said that you left enough to provide his grandmother with a full meal each day.
You would have done no less.
Be that as it may, his grandmother is his only family, Darcy. Even with your reduced state of affairs, I was not at all surprised to hear of your generosity. This is not the first time I've learned of you looking out for others who are not your responsibility. Look how well you take care of me. I would never have survived my entrance into society without your help. Things like this are part of your fundamental character.
Darcy shrugged.
The lad looked to be about 8. He was far too skinny, reminding me of the son of one of my tenants, who has a hollow leg that takes a barrel of food to fill. I merely wanted to give the child a chance.
Bingley grinned.
Exactly as I was saying, Darcy. As it is, you currently have absolutely no one you are responsible for, well, other than Petey. Now is the time to see what life outside of Pemberley offers.
A rut in the road made Bingley grab the strap in the carriage.
Even though months have passed, I doubt that gossip from town has arrived in Meryton. Although Wickham's name is frequently written in the papers, yours is not. It always seems like the ladies can ferret out a man's situation with little time or effort. If people discuss your changed circumstances, only your good looks will attract attention after they learn you are no longer a wealthy single man. For this, be grateful. Darcy glanced at his friend. Do not misunderstand me, Bingley, but I am not yet settled into this new situation. I am as determined today as the day of Wickham's arrival in London that I will regain what belongs to me. Currently I am Fitzwilliam Darcy, master of nowhere. Therefore gratitude is the last thing I feel.
What motivated him to get out of bed each morning and pen one letter after another to the man looking for Simon Cole was a fierce need for retribution. Until his loss, Darcy defined himself through his ancestral role and his possessions. He viewed everything in his periphery through the lens of Pemberley and his family's name. Now, his loss challenged his identity. His change in status was a bitter medicine lodged in his throat. I can accept that. Bingley nodded. Think of this, then. How you appear tonight will reflect on me. Tomorrow, when Caroline arrives, she will look down her nose at my neighbours. If you behave similarly this evening, your behaviour will confirm their belief that I believe myself to be superior. That is not the beginning I want. Darcy considered his words until they arrived at the assembly rooms. He recognised the sensibleness of Bingley's claims. Yet he could only see as far as what he had lost. If he was not the master of Pemberley, then who was he? He sighed heavily. What his friend failed to understand was that he was nothing or no one without Pemberley. He was the true master of the Darcy family's assets. There would be a Darcy at Pemberley again, if it were the last thing he ever did. He breathed deeply until his blood cooled. He would do as Bingley requested on this night. Then he would return to Netherfield Park to consider his next step, hoping information from Philadelphia would arrive soon. He was honour bound to aid Bingley for the short term. Once he finished, and Bingley could stand on his own, Darcy would hunt Simon Cole like a hound who captured the scent of a fox. He would see justice done. Then he would direct his full attention to Wickham. Darcy's ultimate goal, of course, was to get his life back. Elizabeth stood between Charlotte and Jane, waiting for the music to begin. At least 20 families filled the room. Men gathered into small groups to brag about their harvests and share their concerns over the continued battle with France. The matrons seated themselves along the wall, as did those rarely invited to dance. Their gossip was louder than the musicians tuning their instruments. Charlotte Lucas, Elizabeth's oldest and dearest friend, was the eldest daughter of Sir William, the event's host. Being extraordinarily proud of his knighthood, the three ladies knew he was eager to meet someone who had not yet heard the tale of his brief time at St. James. When the newcomers entered the room, the three ladies each guessed how long Sir William would keep them standing at the door as he shared his tale. Sensible Charlotte was the only one with a timepiece. When the men finally stepped away from Sir William, Jane whispered, "How many minutes passed?" "Exactly 6 minutes." Charlotte tapped the watch's surface, where it was pinned to her shawl. "Since I guessed 10 minutes, and Lizzie guessed 8, you won with 5, Jane." Giggling, Elizabeth clasped her sister's hand, giving it a squeeze. "Which of the two is Mr. Bingley?" Elizabeth asked. "He is the fair-haired one on the right. The other is his friend, Mr. Darcy, who arrived from the north earlier today." Charlotte tipped her head slightly. "According to the butcher, who supplied an extra serving of mutton to Netherfield Park, the Derbyshire gentleman is a man of mystery. His coach bears the seal of the Matlock earldom." Jane suggested, "Is he the Earl? Or perhaps he is a close relative?" Charlotte mused. "Whether he is family or not, I do not know. What is blatantly obvious is that the gentleman is fearful handsome." Elizabeth had already noticed the tall man, with thick wavy hair brushing the back of his collar, well-trimmed whiskers, and piercing eyes. He appeared displeased to be in attendance. "His scowl is rather magnificent." Charlotte chortled. "His finely crafted clothing is obvious even from here, and his stately bearing suggests unquestionable authority. Perhaps he is exactly what he appears to be, a gentleman who means to elevate Mr. Bingley in merit and society." "That should not be a challenge at all," Elizabeth said, since no other man in attendance came close to the new arrivals in countenance. "I wonder at this Mr. Darcy escaping your father so quickly, Charlotte. Would a knight impress a rook or a bishop? He certainly is not a king. The three chuckled at the chess reference. Jane refused to play because she always wanted everyone to win, and never did. Charlotte was almost as skilled as Elizabeth. Kitty, Lydia and Charlotte's young sister Maria interrupted their natter with uproarious laughter after nearly overturning the drinks table. Elizabeth excused herself. "Pardon me, ladies, duty calls." Moving towards the younger girls, braying loud enough to draw attention to themselves, Elizabeth quietly reminded them, "Ladies, if you behave like the lowest element of society, people will treat you accordingly. Is this what you want? To be a subject of scorn by our neighbours, to be despised and laughed at?"
"Oh, Lizzie, you are just jealous," Lydia crowed. "'Tis my very first assembly, and my dance card is full."
Kitty said, "That is no reason to boast, since 2 of the dancers are with me and 1 is with Maria." The red embarrassment creeping up Lydia's neck turned into spite.
"Tell me, Lizzie, you have been in society for half a decade, and your prospects are worse than mine. Has anyone asked you to dance tonight?"
Refusing to rise to her sister's bait, Elizabeth pinched the soft skin at the back of her youngest sister's arm, leading her to a silent corner of the room. Like sheep, Kitty and Maria followed.
"Ouch!"
Lydia rubbed the tender area. "Behave," Elizabeth cautioned.
"La, no one has asked you to dance, have they?"
Lydia tossed her head back gaily.
"I thought not. Instead, I suppose you will sit along the wall along with Charlotte, Mary and Jane. I cannot imagine not having at least one offer of marriage by the end of my first year being out. If I were Jane at 23, or you at 20, I would die of mortification at not being wed. Look where your restrained conduct has got you, Lizzie Bennet. Absolutely nowhere."
Elizabeth said, "You are a fool with no sense of the damage you do from your unrestrained tongue and poor manners. Already our neighbours shake their heads at you and Kitty. Do you not want a man to be proud of your character, to show you off to his peers?"
"What do you know, Lizzie? Nothing at all. Mamma says I am the liveliest of her 5 daughters. I'm also the tallest. I will be the first one to get married, while Jane, Mary, Kitty and you collect dust on the shelves with Charlotte."
Maria Lucas huffed.
"Take that back, Lydia. You should not speak such about Charlotte. She may be old, but she is kind."
"You are cruel, Lydia." Kitty stepped back from her sister. "Why should I not marry at the same time as you? We do everything together."
Lydia's chin shot up. "You are nothing compared to me, Kitty. Mamma says so."
Elizabeth stepped closer. Through gritted teeth she hissed, "What you are is vain, ignorant, idle and absolutely uncontrolled. Far too immature to be out of the nursery."
"Ah, you are jealous."
Lydia flounced off. Kitty followed. Maria, a reticent adolescent who, like Kitty, was easily led, asked,
"Lizzie, is it true that people laugh at us like you said?"
She sighed, wishing her father were there to see the damage his youngest daughters were causing. Attempting to send Lydia and Kitty home early would create a catastrophic scene. Rather than guaranteeing the spectacle that would surely arise, Elizabeth chose to continue monitoring them to minimise whatever damage they intended. "Maria, since this is the first assembly that you and Lydia are attending, the 2 of you, along with Kitty, will set precedents with our neighbours, including the 2 gentlemen who just stepped into the room. Your name will be based on your attitude and actions tonight. Tell me, Maria, tomorrow when the ladies gather to discuss the event, do you think anyone will praise Lydia and Kitty for their fine conduct, or you, if they continue unrestrained and you associate with them?" Shaking her head, Maria said,
"I do not suppose they will. In fact, Mrs. Goulding would use her sharp tongue to berate all of us. Mrs. Long will titter behind her fan that we are loose girls, and my mother will box my ears for running after your sisters. Only your mother will laud the amount of dances Kitty and Lydia had."
"Everything you say is true. A lady's reputation is a fragile thing, Maria. Once damaged, you can never fully repair a good name. Friends and families have long memories. Do you want to be labelled a silly girl?"
"I do not."
Maria dipped in a curtsy.
"I shall go to Charlotte."
Running her hand down Maria's arm, Elizabeth clasped her hand. "Come, I shall join you, before I need to temper my sister's enthusiasm again." After a few steps towards Jane and Charlotte, Maria tugged Elizabeth to a stop.
"It is unfair that you cannot enjoy the evening's entertainment, Lizzie."
She felt the truth of Maria's innocent comment to her soul. The night had barely begun, and weariness settled over her like a dark cloak. Every lady, including her, looked forward to the public assemblies. The autumn gathering was always special, since the joy of the incoming harvests lightened the hearts of each landowner and tenant. Her father's attendance would have benefited her sisters. If only her mother were a sensible woman. If only Kitty, Lydia, and even Mary, who was reading a book in the corner, stayed behind at Longbourn. Then Jane might make a good first impression on Mr. Bingley or his guest. No matter how much she wished, though, it was not to be. She forced herself to give the appearance of calm, inhaling slowly. "You are a dear for saying so, but someone must be responsible. Tonight it falls to me." Chapter 6. Darcy wandered the edge of the gathering, stopping close to the drinks table. He did not intend to eavesdrop on the ladies' conversation, yet he heard every word. What is this? A female who understood the value of duty, of honour, of reputation. How singular. He studied her form. No one would ever consider her a diamond. Her beauty was not uncommon. Despite this, a force beyond his control drew his eyes back to her. What was it about her that caught his attention? Surely it was not her gown, for even he knew it was a few seasons old, although the colour brightened her cheeks and added sparkle to her eyes. That was it. Her large dark eyes twinkled in the candlelight. Lovely. About Georgiana's height, she possessed dark hair, high cheekbones, and a heart kind enough to correct the girls. His curiosity about her circumstances moved him to return to Bingley in conversation with a small group of men. Perhaps they knew the lady. For a certainty, as the master of Pemberley, he would never ask about an unmarried female, or gossips would have them at the altar before the evening's assembly concluded. As Bingley repeatedly reminded him throughout the day, though he was no longer the prey. The sight of the two young girls ignoring the lady's advice appalled him. The boldest pulled her bodice down, risking the exposure of her assets. Could this be how Georgiana acted when she was not in his presence? Had she tempted and taunted Wickham? Never could he conceive of his timid sister. Blast! His misbelief that he knew his sister's thoughts and inclinations had comforted him before her marriage. But how could that be the case? When had they talked of such things? When had he spent more than the minimum of time with her? He always had a ready excuse. The needs of the Darcy holdings required his full attention, or he was a busy man with important matters to oversee. What a fool he had been. He wanted nothing more than to travel back in time, before the elopement with the knowledge he had now. If only he had spent more time with Georgiana. If only they had enjoyed hours of conversation. If only he had taken her on outings to the park, theatre, museums, or the opera. If only he had instructed his sister as diligently as the lady at the assembly had when taking the younger girls to task. If only he had kept Georgiana from the vile influence of George Wickham. If only. Had he done so, he could have discerned any weaknesses in her character, any inclination toward taking the easy way out of her fear of being presented to society and the Queen. He had no one to blame other than himself. Unlike the lady who took charge when she saw inappropriate behaviour, Darcy had done nothing. Everything bad that happened was his fault. Disappointment with himself melded with the poor choices he had made. His priorities had been all wrong. He had not known it then, but he more than knew it now. Undoubtedly, this lady would not let this single episode of discipline be the last. Oh no, she would follow through. He paid attention as she continued to watch her sisters like a strict governess. He knew she would quickly address any further indiscretions that evening. Sweeping the room with his gaze, he wondered about the father. Why had he not stepped in? Was he dead? What of their mother? Was she— He heard her before he saw her. 5,000 a year, maybe more, and his friend must have an estate even grander than Netherfield Park, since he arrived in the carriage of an earl. And look at the fabric of his coat. Only the best for him. I would imagine at least 10,000 a year. I am all distracted. The same young woman who corrected her sisters attempted to quiet her mother's exuberance. Her efforts were in vain. Darcy knew the mottled red creeping up the back of the young lady's neck for what it was— mortification. He felt her pain. Bingley interrupted his thoughts. "Darcy, I was about to come find you." Bingley gestured toward the eldest of a small group of men. "Mr. Crossgrove says that Netherfield Park's fences are in a deplorable state. Mr. Long said his servants drive my sheep back to Netherfield daily. Apparently I have livestock roaming the countryside. What do you recommend? Repair the fences or gather the animals first?" Sheep. They wanted to discuss sheep when his whole life was in turmoil. He forced himself to appear calm. After all, it was the least he could do for a man who offered him refuge. As with any gathering of men, everyone had an opinion. One of the men, Mr. Crossgrove, waited until the others danced with partners or wandered away after the decision was made to repair the fences before herding the animals back to Netherfield Park. "Oh, Mr. Darcy, do I understand correctly that you are from the north? Is there a mining operation on your estate?" His estate? Cautiously, not claiming ownership, he replied, "The mines where I was born and raised produce lead and coal." "Ah, I see. My wife saw a pillbox in the window of a jeweller in town. When she inquired about the streaks of purple, yellow and blue in the stone, the jeweller informed her it was extracted from Derbyshire. And Blue John is mined in Castleton, which is a few miles from Chatsworth. We have—" He cleared his throat. "We" no longer had anything to do with the mines. "There are no veins found of Blue John on the land where I grew up. However, there are several magnificent pieces inside the main house. The library has a pair of lamp bases and a vase containing delicately inlaid work from a local artisan. My grandfather purchased them. I understand why the stone appealed to your wife. The pieces are beautiful." "Yes, well, the trinket was quite dear, but we had a good harvest, and with the prices for grain higher than last year, I mean to ride to London tomorrow to see if it is still there. 38 years ago, after the corn harvest, I wed Mrs. Crossgrove. She's earned something she can show off to her friends for putting up with me all this time." Darcy grinned as he was supposed to. "She will be fortunate to possess the item, and grateful that it was a gift from you." Mr. Crossgrove's chest swelled. "Oh, my Martha, she was a shopkeeper's daughter, and I was a third son with no expectations. During the first few years of our marriage, we decided that doing things together and coming to know each other was more important than gathering possessions that would wear out or go out of fashion. Keeping our lives simple was a grand blessing to us. Now and then I like to purchase a trinket for her. She aims to enjoy it greatly." Darcy nodded, unsure how to respond. His life was anything but simple. There was nothing about his prior activities he did not relish. "Young man, my Martha was not the first girl who caught my eye. In fact, I overlooked her for a time. Like your Blue John, Martha's true value rested under the surface. Instead of seeing only her outer appearance, which is lovely indeed, I asked her opinions on a multitude of subjects that interested me. In doing so, I found a treasure." If only Darcy had looked below the surface with Georgiana. Pushing aside his turmoil, he said, "Your wife is fortunate to have a wise man as her mate, sir." "I only wish that was so, Mr. Darcy. It was not until later that I realised how she guided our conversations, steering me to subjects where we could agree, and offering a reasonably explained opinion where we did not. She is the best woman on earth, and she is mine." Darcy appreciated the dignified way Mr. Crossgrove spoke of his wife. It said much about the character of the man. The older gentleman was not done.
"I noted how your eyes seemed to follow Miss Lizzie."
Heat filled Darcy's cheeks. Mr. Crossgrove was correct. His eyes had been tracking the lady as she moved around the room, greeting her neighbours with a smile. There was no way Darcy could defend his actions. Mr. Crossgrove overlooked his blush.
"Now there is a fine lady. Where her elder sister's fine looks divert most young men, Miss Elizabeth has a mind as quick as my Martha, and a heart bigger than she is. But I fear for those Bennet girls."
"Whatever do you mean?"
"The father is indolent, and their mother is single-minded in pushing her 5 girls at anyone wearing trousers. An entailment binds the estate. Although they are daughters of a gentleman, neither parent has provided anything to recommend them. Truly, it is a shame. The 2 oldest are fine young women."
"Are the sisters similar in personality?" He was shocked that he had fallen into listening to gossip, even encouraging it. But he might as well take advantage of Mr. Crossgrove's knowledge. He could not seem to help himself, since Miss Elizabeth and her strange family intrigued him. The older man sighed, shaking his head.
"Oh, not at all. When in company, Miss Bennet remains reserved. Miss Lizzie is full of life. I've been a neighbour to Tom Bennet for 30 years, since Martha and I purchased Crossgrove Manor. With each daughter born, Bennet retreated deeper into his book-room. Mrs. Bennet became more and more shrill in her demands, first for a son, then for her husband to throw their girls into the path of anyone with 2 coins to rub together. Jane, Elizabeth, Mary, Catherine, who everyone calls Kitty, and Lydia are each as different as night is today. If Miss Lydia kept her mouth closed and practised decorum, she would be as lovely as her eldest sister, who is gentleness itself. Instead, because her father ignores the youngest, and her mother indulges her, I fear she will ruin the others, which is hardly fair. Had this blasted war not kept on for this long, there would be plenty of competition for the hands of Miss Bennet and Miss Lizzie. As it is, they will suffer grievously, I have no doubt."
"Suffering for the sins of others is unjust. Yet is that not the way of the world?" Darcy justified gossiping with the older gentleman, as if he were one of the matrons sitting down. With Bingley following Miss Bennet around the room like an eager pup, the more Darcy learned of the family, the more helpful he could be to his friend.
"That is so, Mr. Darcy."
Extending his hand, the 2 men shook.
"Thank you for the conversation, Mr. Crossgrove. I hope your gift of Blue John brings joy to your bride. As far as Miss Elizabeth Bennet is concerned, I have a sister the same age as the youngest. Since I am unmarried, watching how other siblings react to each other has been informative. Miss Elizabeth's kindness is noteworthy. At the same time, she was firm with her sisters. Trying to find that balance is difficult." "Aye, it is. You seem like an intelligent young man. No doubt you will know what is best for your sister."
Know what is best? Darcy wished he had this stranger's blind confidence. If only he paid as much attention to the guardianship of his sister before her elopement as he wanted to do now. Then he would have nothing to regret. As it was, as the minutes passed, his ire grew as he witnessed Miss Lydia tease and tempt one man after another, until he wanted nothing more than to return to the privacy of his quarters at Netherfield Park. That Georgiana possibly had done the same only added fuel to the fire. His problems loomed until he could not see any way around them. Anger flared inside him. Wickham enraged him. Georgiana vexed him. His negligence grieved him deeply. He needed to leave the assembly, but had promised Bingley he would stay. As the minutes passed, the gossip swirling about the room intensified. The noise and the undignified conduct of the youngest Bennet brought everything he had failed with Georgiana to the fore. Along with it came the loss of Darcy House, Pemberley, and the respect from his peers due to the Darcy name. One scenario after another of Wickham neglecting his wife in favour of one willing woman after another enraged him. Bitterness seeped into his pores. He wished he was anywhere but Meryton. Upon introduction to the newcomers, Elizabeth's mother's response caused Elizabeth to blush, and she blushed nearly constantly ever since. Matters escalated when Mr. Bingley dared to request the first set with Charlotte instead of Jane. Mr. Darcy stood against the wall rather than join in the conversation or dance. A disappointing beginning indeed. In the next set, her sweet Jane danced with Mr. Bingley. They made a lovely couple, all smiles and blushes. After scolding Lydia once again for her brash conduct, Elizabeth took the only seat available, close to where Mr. Darcy stood. The scowl on his face was enough to keep even the fearless away. Why was he so miserable? He certainly had the potential to be the most handsome man in the room. Obviously he was the wealthiest, for the rumours of him having 10,000 a year raced around the crowd. Paying him no more attention, she was grateful when Charlotte joined her. "Oh, Lizzie, I cannot recall the last time I opened an assembly with anyone other than my father or one of my brothers. Mr. Bingley is everything a gentleman ought to be, good-looking, a pleasant countenance, and easy, unaffected manners." And you, my dear Charlotte, glowed in the candlelight. Charlotte deliberately bumped into Elizabeth's shoulder. "I believe it was the dew of exertion that caused my glow." Her fan fluttered so quickly that the current of air brushed over Elizabeth's cheek. "I need a glass of punch. Hopefully no one has been too liberal with the brandy." Elizabeth chuckled, refusing her friend when she offered to bring her a cup. Her heart filled with seeing Charlotte happy, and Jane engaged in conversation with Mr. Bingley. Once the set ended, the man from Netherfield Park politely returned her sister to her mother. Mr. Bingley approached his friend. Surely the gentleman heard Mrs. Bennet's loud proclamations of, "I knew how it would be. You could not be so beautiful for nothing, Jane. Soon enough you will be the mistress of Netherfield Park, the grandest estate in Hertfordshire." Jane's mortification was visible on every inch of her face, though she said nothing. Lydia tugged her bodice down again, as did Kitty. Could her family be any more embarrassing? Elizabeth was weary of keeping them under good regulation. She rested her head against the wall, again wishing for things that would likely never be. Bingley drew close. "Come, Darcy, I must have you dance. I hate to see you standing about by yourself. There are far more ladies here than there are men to stand up with them. The least you can do is dance." Before Mr. Darcy had time to reply, Mrs. Bennet shrieked, "Why, look at the stitching on his waistcoat! Gold thread woven into the emerald green looks as rich as he is. And see how snugly the garment fits. I doubt there is much padding under his garments like some young men I see. If only he would dance with Lydia, what a lovely couple they would make. Her ribbon matches his vest. Surely it is a sign that the match is meant to be." Darcy's eyes surveyed the matron's daughters to see which girl had a green ribbon. Good God, the bold young one. Never. If only Parker had dressed him in blue. Had his friend not heard Mrs. Bennet's proclamations? Was he not aware of the danger? "Bingley, I urge caution. Do you not hear the gossip of that woman? You are creating expectations. I refuse to do the same. I have already lost too much. You will too if you do not temper your enthusiasm." "Upon my honour, I've never met with so many pleasant girls in my life as I have this evening," cried Bingley. "There are several of them, you see, who are uncommonly pretty. Oh, surely there could be no harm." "Perhaps. Your partner is a handsome girl. But who is her mother? Who is her family?" said Mr. Darcy, looking at where the eldest Miss Bennet stood next to that woman. "Oh, she is the most breathtaking creature I have ever beheld. But there is one of her sisters sitting down behind you, who is very pretty, and I dare say very agreeable." "She might be agreeable, but not handsome enough to tempt me." Turning around, he looked for a moment at Miss Elizabeth, till, catching her eye, he withdrew his own and said, "I am in no humour at present to give consequence to any young lady. You had better enjoy Miss Bennet's smiles, for you are wasting your time with me." "Darcy!" Bingley gasped. "I should not have come." Even now Darcy loathed being the centre of a matchmaking mother's attention. Folding his arms, he leaned against the wall. He was irritated, and he wanted to be left alone. Of all the horrible things for a stranger to say, mortified to have her neighbours hear his insult, Elizabeth stood after Mr. Bingley censured his friend. Stepping closer, she said, barely above a whisper, "Tell me, Mr. Darcy, is it only at present that you are in no humour, or is this a malady you suffer from regularly?" She forced a smile, curtsied, and then, without waiting for a reply, she moved across the room to stand next to Charlotte and Jane, doubly irritated that she could not return home, because she needed to keep an eye on Kitty and Lydia. If only Papa were here. Chapter 7. As she walked away, Darcy's conscience pricked him until he felt the sting. Miss Elizabeth did not deserve his disdain. When they were introduced earlier in the evening, she had not put herself forward like the ladies of the temps. Instead, she greeted him with a friendly smile. She acted as the responsible one of the family by trying to monitor her youngest sister's conduct, something he found admirable. It was the outrageous conduct of Mrs. Bennet and her 2 unrestrained daughters that stirred his ire. Yet it was not Mrs. Bennet he insulted. Why did he blame Miss Elizabeth when it was not her error? Disgusted with himself, he vowed to apologise. Miss Elizabeth Bennet had no fault in the turmoil that was his life, or in the conduct of her siblings, nor could she know how one act of his sister left his life turned upside down. Approaching Mr. Cosgrove, he asked if he would accompany him. He needed to speak with the lady.
"Miss Elizabeth Bennet."
He bowed.
"Might I have a moment of your time?"
His palms were sweaty. His cravat threatened to choke him. She stood as stiff as a poker. Checking to see that Mr. Cosgrove was close, and no one else was within hearing distance, Darcy said,
"Miss Bennet, I beg your pardon. I allowed my sour mood to overreach the good manners my mother instilled in me. Not one word I said about you was true. If you cannot forgive me, at least allow me to correct my errant speech. You are, as my friend already noted, uncommonly pretty and very agreeable."
He hoped it was enough to remove himself from her black books. When she tipped her head to the side, squinted her eyes, and surveyed every inch of his face, he worried that his attempt to be gentlemanlike was unsuccessful. Could the evening get any worse? Her sharp look unsettled him. Finally she said, "Agreeable? On what basis could you possibly conclude that I am agreeable, Mr. Darcy?"
I...
He shifted his weight to his other foot.
"Are you not agreeable?"
She laughed, the merry sound settling around him. "Of course I am agreeable. I agree your words were cruel. I agree I am uncommon, especially in comparison with my younger sisters. I also agree that when held up against Jane, who is a true beauty, I might be considered merely pretty." She shrugged. "There, I am agreeable, am I not?" He did not know how to reply to such a confusing woman. Mr. Cosgrove jumped in to help.
"Now, Miss Lizzie, this gent is a simple farmer like me, only he has far better trappings. Do grant him the favour of forgiveness, for we spend more time conversing with livestock than lovely ladies."
"A simple farmer, Mr. Cosgrove? I cannot imagine how you might consider yourself to be simple, for I know how reliant Mrs. Cosgrove is on your good judgment, sir, and she has a clever mind of her own." Her smile was solely for the older man. "Mr. Cosgrove, you presented a mental image I shall have difficulty removing from my mind, one where you and your compatriot here are slopping hogs and milking cows. I suspect that Mr. Darcy is far more than a plougher of wheat or a shepherd. Nonetheless, you make a valid point. I am not one to hold a grudge. I will not tell Mrs. Cosgrove that she is married to a simple man, nor will I report your poor conduct to your mother, Mr. Darcy."
"She died when I was 12.
He answered without thought. Her smile vanished. "Oh, I do beg your pardon, sir. For as much as my mother can be a constant source of irritation, I am blessed she is still here to vex me." She clasped her hands together in front of her. "As I am charity itself, I shall forgive your breach in manners, sir. However, you shall not escape a penalty for uttering the insult loud enough that my friends and I could hear. Mr. Cosgrove can be our witness." He stiffened his shoulders, anxious about what was to come. He knew nothing of her other than her attentiveness towards her sisters, the richness of her laugh, the loveliness of her smile, and her eyes. Her eyes were luminous in the candlelight. Whatever she required of him, he would do his best to perform. After all, he was a man of honour. My father assigned me the task of keeping watch over my 2 youngest sisters, who are determined to ruin the Bennet family's name completely before the evening is over. Therefore, if you are sincere about accepting your penance, it shall be your duty to keep them from harming themselves or others. As she has all evening, Kitty will follow, so you only need to concern yourself with Lydia. Hurriedly she dipped a curtsy. Enjoy the assembly, Mr. Darcy. He barely kept his mouth from gaping as she looked at him expectantly. The heavy hand of Mr. Cosgrove slapped his shoulder.
What are you to do now?
Of all the senseless things for her to ask, supervise an uncontrollable girl. How could he protect overtly rebellious young ladies like Miss Kitty and Miss Lydia when he could not keep his sister from danger? He sighed.
I will remain at the assembly until the last guest leaves, doing exactly as Miss Elizabeth requested. Have you ever chaperoned adolescent females?
Mr. Cosgrove asked innocently.
Never. My sister had a nurse and a governess when I returned from university. Then she was established with a companion. I had very little interaction.
He watched the 2 youngest Bennets closely. The task would not be easy. Yet he owed atonement to Miss Elizabeth, and, unlike Wickham, he always paid what he owed. Mr. Cosgrove again slapped him on the shoulder.
This I have to see.
Elizabeth listened to the 2 men discussing tactics for managing her sisters as they stood next to her. She almost snorted when Mr. Cosgrove suggested with no little amusement that Mr. Darcy collect handkerchiefs from all assembled to stuff in their mouths, along with a short piece of rope to tie their hands together, keeping them from touching where they should not. Mr. Darcy replied light-heartedly that reins and a bridle with a sturdy bit might work better. She might be offended by their sense of comedy at the expense of her sisters, if she had not agreed. Since she had known Mr. Cosgrove all her life, she knew him to be a trustworthy man. Her judgment of Mr. Darcy was based solely on her observations during the evening. If he were a rake, he would thank her for handing him 2 easy targets on a silver platter. If he was not, then there was a slight possibility that her sisters would feel at least a measure of restraint. Or, knowing them, they might be emboldened by having the comely newcomer pay attention to them when he had not shown favour to anyone else. Either way, she would watch Mr. Darcy like a hawk does a fat mouse, trusting that wise Mr. Cosgrove would not allow his efforts to go astray. When the ideas became more and more outlandish, she turned to them. Mr. Cosgrove and Mr. Darcy, I fear you need to become far more creative. I have already attempted everything you have mentioned. Mr. Darcy's brows rose almost to his hairline. His mouth gaped open. Well, perhaps not everything you suggested. You should know that Lydia is exceedingly stubborn, as well as foolishly young. It will take far more than attaching a plough to her skirt and placing a bit in her mouth to keep her in line. Or perhaps a ring in her nose. Do keep in mind that she has had 15 years of daily practice in plotting her course. Mr. Darcy's arms stretched out wide.
What is a man supposed to do, then?
She shrugged. Oh, how Elizabeth enjoyed this. She still felt the sting of his slight, despite his apology. Even so, Mr. Darcy's efforts promised to be the most entertaining part of the evening at the least. After all, getting 2 silly girls to behave. Impossible. Darcy dreaded the confrontation. What else could result from trying to teach good manners to a wild child? He could hardly believe what he saw. Miss Lydia was running her fingers down the chest of a young man whose tongue hung almost to the ground. The first time he saw a brazen female do that was when he was still in school with, good Lord, Wickham. By the time George Wickham was 15, he was an experienced flirt. All the years keeping his former friend out of trouble trained Darcy well for this occasion. He rubbed his palms together.
I will conquer this.
As with Wickham, the direct approach was most effective.
Come, Miss Lydia, I believe the next is our set."
Darcy gave her no opportunity to protest before clasping her arm to lead her to the floor.
"But I am to dance with Maria."
He stopped their progress once they were at the end of the line.
"Behave."
Rather than fight him, which he expected, the girl chortled.
"Oh, what a joke! The rich man chooses me as his first partner over Jane or Elizabeth."
She stood across from him with a haughty grin on her face. Stepping scandalously close, she lifted her hand to tease him, as she had done to the younger gent. He stood his ground like he did years ago, when training his rambunctious pup. General was a long-legged hound with more energy than sense. Using the same tone as he did his dog, Darcy said,
"You will act the part of a lady when you are in my company, Miss Lydia."
"Why, what fun would that be?" she taunted.
He grinned.
"Fun? I cannot imagine that you are old enough to know the true definition of the term."
Her head tilted sideways as the musicians began the introduction.
"What do you mean? You cannot tell me that a stoic man like you would know anything at all about what is fun or what is not."
With General, he always kept a pocket full of treats when the puppy's behaviour was good. Keeping that in mind, he suggested,
"There is a game played often in London ballrooms, where a debutante is selected to accomplish a specific task. Success earns her a significant reward. The ladies vie to be the one selected, and tonight I chose you."
"Ooh, this sounds interesting. What happens if the lady is not successful?"
"She is required to pay a forfeit."
Miss Lydia missed the first step, because her attention was fully on him.
"Like what? A kiss? A lock of her hair?"
He could almost see the squirrels running in a cage in her brain.
"She is given a task that she would not want to do."
The dance separated them. When they came back together, she asked,
"How high is the reward?"
"What is the one thing you want at the haberdashery that your father insists you do not need?"
She leaned forward and whispered,
"There is a delightful blue bonnet with exquisite lace trim that I've wanted ever so long, but Papa would not let me have the money to make the purchase."
"That, Miss Lydia, shall be your prize."
"And all the ribbon roses I shall choose too?"
"On my honour."
She peered up at him, her eyes like steel.
"Do you promise?"
He bowed his head.
"Well, then tell me what I need to do to play this game of yours."
Darcy could barely keep the smile from his face.
"You must first promise that the challenge will be a secret between you and me. You cannot even provide a hint of our game or the prize to any of your sisters, especially Miss Elizabeth, until after the assembly. Do you agree?"
"Keep something secret from Lizzie? How delicious! I agree."
The movement of the dance allowed him to catch Miss Elizabeth's eye. Even from a distance, he could see her shock when her youngest sister pulled her shoulders back, smiled slightly, and quietly engaged in polite conversation.
"Priceless."
Elizabeth watched in stunned silence. Throughout the rest of the evening, the two youngest Bennets displayed exceptional manners, with only a few hiccups. Several times she attempted to discover from Lydia what Mr. Darcy said to her before they started their dance. Each time Lydia said,
"I would never share a gentleman's secrets."
She wanted to approach Mr. Darcy, but pride kept her feet from moving in his direction. Mr. Cosgrove remained close to Mr. Darcy, so she could learn nothing of the plan they concocted. Frustrated at not knowing, she soon marvelled at Lydia when she asked their mother to lower her voice when she gossiped.
"It is unseemly, Mamma."
What was even more shocking was that their mother listened.
"Jane," Elizabeth whispered, "who are these people?"
Her sister replied, "I do not know. Mr. Darcy appears to have worked some sort of magic, since this is the first time since Lydia learned to speak that her voice has been regulated, and her conduct without reproach. Do try to find out his secret, so we can replicate it daily at Longbourn. Jane, all these years I assumed you were blind to the follies and nonsense of others." The corner of her elder sister's lips barely twitched. "I did not say anything, because I feared there was nothing that could be done to change the outcome. Now I know differently." Dropping back into her chair, Elizabeth wondered, did she know anything at all? When they entered the carriage later that night, Elizabeth turned to her youngest sister. "By the by, Lydia, I must commend you on your behaviour this evening. I was pleased, if somewhat surprised, to see your improved comportment." Lydia guffawed, completely back in character.
"Mr. Bingley's friend, the handsome but dour Mr. Darcy, challenged me to a marvellous game, and I won. I knew I would win, but he kept telling me I would lose. In fact, he almost guaranteed that I would lose. But I won, I won, I won."
She pressed her hands to her chest, her eyes bright in the moonlight, seeping through the carriage window.
"I cannot wait until I receive my prize. I shall have the loveliest bonnet in Meryton."
Anxiety rose in Elizabeth's chest. "He bribed you?"
"Indeed, and I won."
Slowly shaking her head, Elizabeth said, "I do not understand. What game did you play?"
Lydia's shoulders lifted slightly. "It was really rather simple. He challenged me to act like Jane for the whole of the evening. If I won, which I did, mind you, I would have my pick of bonnets from the shops, along with enough ribbon roses to embellish to my heart's content."
"How can this be? The rules of propriety would never allow a single man to purchase any personal items for a female wholly unattached to him. We are not his family. You cannot accept. None of us can." Elizabeth was horrified that her plan had gone awry.
"Now, Lizzie,"
her mother inserted herself into the conversation.
"Mr. Darcy promised to bring Mr. and Mrs. Cosgrove to the haberdasher on the morrow. According to an agreement he reached with Mr. Cosgrove, it will be Mrs. Cosgrove who will take the lead in purchasing the items, which makes everything proper. I insisted that their presence would not be necessary. If I, as Lydia's mother, approve of payment for a forfeit, then who are you to balk?"
"A forfeit?"
"Lizzie Bennet, what are you thinking? That this is a gift?" her mother said. "You could not be more wrong. As it is, was it not you who challenged Mr. Darcy to perform the task your father assigned you to do?"
Elizabeth gasped.
"Do not argue with me, girl."
Francine Bennet could justify anything, as long as Lydia benefited. "But what if you lost?" Elizabeth warily asked.
"La! If I failed the task, which I never would, he would have his valet purchase the ugliest bonnet from the haberdashery, and I would have to wear it every time I left Longbourn for a full month. I had no intention of losing, because there is a hideous brownish-orange creation with green and red trim, so atrocious, on the top shelf at the shop. I would rather die than be seen wearing that gaudy hat on my head. I simply had to win."
"And you won?" The news shocked Elizabeth.
"I did. And, Lizzie, you might have thought Mr. Darcy was always serious from the frown that he wears. But Kitty and I found out he has a sense of humour that is nothing like Papa's. Instead, when I told him I intended to be the first of my sisters to wed, he reminded me that a rose in full bloom is far more appealing to a man of quality than a bud. Then he said that the best roses have the sharpest thorns. I need to develop some thorns to drive off anyone worthless who asks for my hand. Afterward he called me Miss Prickles, which I considered delightful, since that was the name his sister gave a cute little hedgehog she found in their garden."
"Mr. Darcy said this?" Closing her gaping mouth, Elizabeth compared the man her sister described with her first impressions of him. They were as opposite as east to west.
"Yes, he did. We, the Bennet ladies, as he called us, are to meet him at the shop tomorrow at 11 sharp, where he will purchase my bonnet, and everyone else, including Mamma, a ribbon or a piece of lace. He said it would not be appropriate to single me out, since I am a delicate young lady. He even asked that you come along, Lizzie, though you did nothing to deserve a treat."
"I would not miss it for anything." What a sly man. When they arrived home, their father exited his book-room.
"What is all this noise?"
Lydia clasped her hands under her chin.
"Oh, Papa, the assembly was wonderful. You should have come. Kitty and I acted like refined gentlewomen for hours and hours."
He patted his youngest's arm.
"Is that so?"
To Elizabeth he said,
"Well done."
"I did nothing," Elizabeth said. Despite being filled with wonder at what Mr. Darcy accomplished, because it was a benefit to her whole family, a measure of irritation filled her. Jane added, "Papa, Mr. Bingley's guest, Mr. Darcy, aided by Mr. Cosgrove, treated Lydia and Kitty with deference for the whole of the evening. The gentleman procured glasses of punch, interviewed those who sought to claim a dance with either of our sisters, and then informed the lads that they would be under their watchful eyes. It was as if they proclaimed themselves guardians for the evening. Interestingly, while our sisters were dancing, the gentlemen conversed like they knew one another for decades."
"How would you know, Jane?" Lydia challenged. "You only had eyes for Mr. Bingley, and he paid no attention to anyone else but you."
Their mother joined in the fray.
"Did I not say how it would be, Jane? You could not be so beautiful for nothing. I am all distracted."
With the amount of chatter her comment generated, Lydia's temporary good manners flew out the window. Their mother's voice rose above those of her youngest daughters, and her father returned to his books. More than anything else, Elizabeth loathed being wrong, especially when it came to first impressions. Despite this, she was grateful that Mr. Darcy achieved a miracle of sorts. Lydia Bennet had not brought embarrassment to the family name at her first assembly. Who knew it was possible? Chapter 8. Darcy admitted that the evening passed more enjoyably than he suspected it would. As expected, in the carriage back to Netherfield, Bingley's conversation concentrated on Miss Jane Bennet. Darcy ignored the excessive compliments of the lady. Instead, Miss Elizabeth was the Bennet, who he could not seem to get out of his mind. "Say, how soon do you think we should call on Longbourn? I long to see Miss Bennet again." Bingley leaned forward in his seat. "I have an appointment to meet the Bennet ladies along with Mr. and Mrs. Cosgrove tomorrow in Meryton. You are welcome to join us." "Indeed? Will Miss Bennet be there?" "I believe she is a Bennet lady, is she not?" "Of course." Bingley eased into the squabs. "I would be happy to accompany you, but I am surprised. What do you do with the Bennets, Darcy? I cannot imagine them wanting to spend time with you after your scathing comment against Miss Elizabeth. Despite Miss Bennet's assurance that her dearest sister is strong-willed, it must have been mortifying to her." Darcy dreaded having this conversation. "If you promise me a cup of tea while you sip your brandy, I will explain all." To distract him, he added, "Are not Mr. and Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley arriving on the morrow?" Bingley groaned. "I was trying to forget, and hoping they would change their minds." "Was it not you who issued the invitation?" "Are you referring to my command for them to come to Hertfordshire? The absolute insistence that I could not host my neighbours without Caroline serving as my hostess? What was I thinking?" Bingley, who rarely had anything other than a smile on his face, scowled. "I suppose I shall need to remain at Netherfield Park to make them feel welcome. Of course I cannot see Hurst rising early enough from his bed to travel the distance before afternoon tea. Nor would Caroline or Louisa care if I was here to welcome them. Caroline will take charge the second she walks through the doorway, ignoring my presence completely. Surely I can go with you and return in plenty of time." The corner of Darcy's mouth turned up, thinking how Miss Elizabeth's sweetheart mouth had done the same earlier. "Since you have justified your time, we are to meet the ladies at 1. You say that the Cosgroves will be there. And what is the purpose? Shopping?" "I am to purchase Miss Lydia Bennet a bonnet of her choosing." Bingley fidgeted. "Say, Darcy, you do know that the purchase of gifts for females wholly unrelated to you is a sign that you are courting a lady in the family. Since we were introduced and you only dance with Miss Lydia, have you determined to have her as your bride?" "Absolutely not." Darcy knew the rules of society better than Bingley. "Nor is the young lady expecting attention from me. There are 2 reasons an unattached man would gift trinkets to a family of ladies: courtship or bribery. In this case, quid pro quo ruled my decision to bribe Miss Lydia last night. Additionally, by purchasing for all the Bennets, I am not singling out any of them. If Mr. Bennet takes issue, I will gladly explain my position. This I do not expect, since Miss Lydia thoroughly delineated how frequently her father denied the purchase of this bonnet because of the cost." His friend nodded. "But can you bear the expense, Darcy?" "The cost of honour is the more salient consideration for me. Miss Elizabeth challenged me to keep her sisters under good regulation,
as repayment for my harsh comment. I was forced by my own poor conduct to make retribution. What money I spend is far less than what the price would be had Miss Lydia and Miss Kitty been left without firm oversight. Also, Miss Bennet and Miss Elizabeth, who seek to set a good example for their younger sisters, are modest. I was right that this quality would determine their expectations for today, and because of this I can comfortably bear the expense."
Bingley almost bounced from his seat. "Why, that will allow plenty of time to be at home when my family arrives."
"As you say, Bingley."
Stepping from the carriage, Darcy surveyed the house in the moonlight. Netherfield Park was sufficient for Bingley, should he choose to purchase the property, but it was not Pemberley. Still, it was good to be inside a house where peace ruled the day. Unfortunately, that would change once Bingley's family arrived. Darcy knew their habits well. Gilbert Hurst was interested in eating, drinking and shooting. His wife, Bingley's eldest sister, was completely under Miss Bingley's control. From experience, he knew how badly Miss Bingley wanted to be a part of the higher circles of society. She chased him like a hound, until he lost his fortune. Like Wickham, she was an opportunist. He had not regretted being absent from her company once since the summer. In truth, he was not any happier than Bingley to be living in the same house as the rest of Bingley's family. He would need to finish his obligation to his friend, then leave, as soon as Bingley felt confident enough to manage his leased estate with only his steward. A vision of Miss Elizabeth's sparkling eyes popped into his mind.
Where did that come from?
Rejecting the thought, he counted the minutes until the appointment at the haberdasher where he—
Oh, goodness!
There she was in his head again. The next morning Parker waited until after he shaved Darcy, before mentioning that he'd received a message from Mrs. Price. Her first few letters from London painted a surprisingly pretty picture of domestic bliss, as Wickham escorted Georgiana to one social event after another. Lately the tone had changed. Like the one received the day prior, the housekeeper had little good to say about her new master. How disconcerting to learn Georgiana was no longer happy.
I thank you, Parker. There is not a minute of the day that I do not worry about my sister. Wickham has always been selfish. The shine of playing at being a new husband has quickly tarnished. I'm not surprised that he is spending so much time away from his wife. He has never been constant. That he lasted this long is a surprise. Sir, she also writes that Mr. Wickham is now placing all his business papers in the safe, instead of leaving them on the desk. Before he started doing this, Mrs. Price saw the signature at the bottom of one of the documents. She recognised it as belonging to Simon Cole. What?
Darcy's mind ran in circles with this information. Why would the two men have any further business? What could it mean? Had Cole returned to England? Dreading what the answer might be, Darcy needed to take action. Once he received the following report from the men he hired, he should know what to do. Whatever it was, it would not be in Hertfordshire. He would enjoy the day with the Bennet ladies, focus on helping Bingley with the estate, and then be prepared to depart as soon as word concerning his former man of business arrived. The air was crisp, a harbinger of the coming winter. By the time the Bennet ladies prepared to walk to Meryton, the mist had vanished, leaving behind clear blue skies. Lydia wore her light blue day gown for the first time since it arrived from the seamstress earlier that week. To keep her hem from the dust of the road, she walked the full mile holding her skirt above her boot-covered ankles. According to her, her gown was the perfect complement to the bonnet she was eagerly expecting Mr. Darcy to purchase. Kitty was insistent that she needed a bonnet too, although she could not clearly explain her reasoning. Mary said, "All you think about is ribbons and lace. A meek and quiet spirit which is in the sight of God is of great price." Lydia chirped, "Oh, good Lord, Mary, it is not God that I am interested in impressing, for he does not wear the red coat of an officer, nor the finely tied cravat of a wealthy gentleman. Mr. Darcy said that I should learn patience so I can aim high for the husband of my dreams. I've already waited 12 full hours. He will be most pleased with my efforts." Elizabeth cupped her hand over her mouth to keep from laughing. Only Lydia. Poor Mr. Darcy. Jane, too, took special care with her appearance that morning. The lavender and white stripes of her muslin complemented her fair colouring, bringing a glow to her complexion. Not wanting to attract attention to herself, Elizabeth left her new day gown behind, wearing her familiar brown cotton with cream trim. Her bonnet was unadorned. The last thing she wanted was for Mr. Darcy to believe that she was trying to catch his eye. She absolutely, positively was not. When they approached the main street of Meryton, she saw Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy in conversation with young P.T. Sawyer. The lad looked up at Mr. Darcy with an eager expression. His face was spotlessly clean, likely the effort of his grandmother. The boy was the first to see them.
"Miss Lizzie, this here is Mr. Darcy, who has the finest horse I've ever seen."
P.T. poked his chest with his thumb.
"I'm in charge of taking care of that gelding when he brings him into Meryton. Today he asked me to watch his carriage horses for a bit, after his driver takes care of 'em. Grammy says I need to keep my hair combed and my face shiny if I'm going to be working for a gentleman."
Smoothing her fingers through his yellow curls, she said, "Well, I must say that your grandmother is correct. You look like a working man already, Master Sawyer. It shows discernment on Mr. Darcy's part, that he saw your value right away. You've always liked horses, have you not?"
"Oh, I do. I like them almost as much as I do the red squirrel that stores nuts in Grammy's tree. I tried to store nuts too, but I keep eating them."
His face lit up, highlighting the multitude of freckles covering every inch of his skin.
"Miss Lizzie, do you know what Mr. Darcy told me?"
"I cannot begin to know. What did he say?" Elizabeth glanced at the man, to see a blush blooming from his shirt collar to his cheeks.
Petey stepped closer. "He is going to buy me some shoes, then give me a ride back to Grammy's in his carriage. I told him I didn't want to sit inside where nobody would see my new shoes. I want to stand on the back so everyone can see my feet. Can you imagine, riding inside a carriage where no one could see my new shoes?"
He huffed. She pretended to be horrified. "I cannot. What must Mr. Darcy have been thinking? Silly man." When she and Petey shifted their attention fully to him, he cleared his throat and said, "Let us proceed to the shop, shall we? It looks as if Mr. and Mrs. Cosgrove have arrived." Gesturing to the door, her mother and sisters hurried inside. Mr. Bingley escorted Jane. Petey followed, leaving her standing by the gentleman. "Sir, I must confess that I believed the odds of you being successful last evening were quite low. Yet you succeeded where many, including myself, have failed. For this I am grateful." Her eyes met his. In the assembly's candlelight, she thought his eyes were dark sapphire, but in the sunshine they appeared to be like the clear bluish-green waters she once saw in a painting of the West Indies. The only way to be certain would be to step closer. This she simply could not do. "You certainly will be paying a high price for being attentive. As well, your kindness to a little boy who has had few joys in his lifetime is unparalleled. I simply cannot comprehend how the man who insulted me is the same as the one in front of me." He stretched his neck, as if his cravat was tied too tightly. Let me see if I can guess. In the brief span since our introduction, I have seen you solemn, irritated, infuriated, tolerant, embarrassed, offended, patient, unselfish and kind. Who are you, sir?" "I am Fitzwilliam Darcy, recently of Pemberley in Derbyshire and Darcy House in London. My grandfather was the Earl of Matlock." She shook her head slowly. "No, Mr. Darcy, I'm not at all concerned with who your family members are or what you possess. I'm wondering who you, the man, are." What she expected was a ready defence. When he hesitated, she met his eye. "Are you well, sir? Or is my question too impertinent?" He cleared his throat. "Pray excuse me, Miss Elizabeth. I must purchase a bonnet, some strips of cloth, and a pair of shoes." Mr. Darcy waited, holding the shop door for her, and as she brushed past his tall, handsome person, she felt even more confused about this curious gentleman from Derbyshire. Chapter 9. In his entire life, Darcy could only recall one time when he helped his sister choose accessories. If he remembered correctly, the whole awkward endeavour took mere minutes. Usually their Aunt Helen and her companion accompanied Georgiana on shopping excursions. Thus, nothing in his experience prepared him for 6 females, trying to make the perfect selection, each with strong opinions, not only in their choices, but everyone else's as well. He was pleased to be introduced to Mrs. Cosgrove. Her sensibility and reasonableness had a calming effect on Mrs. Bennet, immediately lowering the volume of her exclamations with each new piece of lace or ribbon. Mr. Cosgrove chose to remain next to the door, leaving the ladies to their task. He approached Mr. Cosgrove. I recall my father taking the same stance when he entered a shop with Mother. He quietly waited by the door until her selections were complete. I admired his patience. Only later he told me that he was meditating on something he earlier read, while he strove to give the impression he was paying rapt attention. Aye, I do pretty much the same, although it is planting charts I'm considering as I stand here. Darcy chuckled. I thank you both for your attendance. One corner of Mr. Cosgrove's mouth lifted. I will admit to being entertained watching you trying to wait upon Miss Lydia while not losing sight of her sister. You are a man of many talents, Mr. Darcy. You see far more than reality, sir. As I mentioned last evening, I have a sister the same age as Miss Lydia. Watching the efforts of Miss Elizabeth is a learning opportunity. I've already realised that this age is fraught with uncontrolled emotions. Inexperience and lack of knowledge are not the best qualities to make good decisions. Ah, as in, which bonnet should be purchased? Mr. Cosgrove chuckled under his breath. Quite. Today I have all the time in the world to observe how you work matters out, Mr. Darcy. Just know that by watching how my bride interacts with the youngest, you will have 2 fine examples. Tipping his head, Darcy acknowledged the wisdom. Although the 2 youngest vied for his attention, his eyes kept straying to Miss Elizabeth. How did he feel about her trying to sketch his character? He felt the compliment of being in her thoughts, and equally terrified that she would learn how far he had fallen. No, that was not true. It was not fear he felt, but melancholy. Shaking off the gloom settling on his shoulders, he gave his full attention to the ladies. His observations were interrupted by Mrs. Bennet. Mr. Bingley, said Mrs. Bennet. But Bingley only had eyes for Miss Bennet, like a puppy for a treat. We need your good opinion, good sir. Do you believe this ribbon compliments my eldest, or do you prefer this one? She held a strip of fabric in each hand. Why, in my humble opinion, there is not one hue that does not look well against her skin. What do you think? The back of Bingley's ears were almost purple after she asked. Not wanting to insult either woman, Bingley mumbled and nodded at both ribbons when she held up another. By the 3rd petition, his ears regained their normal pale pink. Once Miss Bennet made her final selection, Mrs. Bennet felt the need to describe to Darcy why each piece of lace in the shop was either superior or inferior. She held one section in each hand, weighing them like they were gold. After the 4th such elucidation, Miss Elizabeth came to his rescue. Mr. Darcy, Lydia says she cannot survive another minute without your male perspective, whether the dark blue or the silver ribbon should adorn her bonnet. Placing the back of her hand on her forehead, she acted like she would swoon, making him chuckle. Your mother has yet to choose her lace. She leaned closer. Oh, do not be concerned. The proprietor, a very patient man, is accustomed to Mamma, who will expect you to aid Lydia, since we know we are here because of her. Yes, well. Darcy followed her to the back of the shop. Miss Lydia immediately pointed to the hideous bonnet she described during the assembly, when he first made his demands. Do you not see how horrid this orange would be against my complexion? Lydia held it next to her. Tactfully he replied, As you suggested, the blue is a more complimentary choice. Lydia beamed. I knew it. You are a man with discriminating taste, even though you refused to dance at first, and you wore a scowl all evening. She stepped closer. In a loud whisper she said, I think that if you smiled more, Mr. Darcy, you might have ladies standing in line. As it is, none of our friends, not even Charlotte Lucas, who is on the shelf, is interested. Never had a young girl spoken to him in such a forward manner. His first instinct was to turn his back on her. Did she even know who he was? Unbelievably, she went on.
Perhaps Kitty and I could talk you up to the unwed ladies in the neighbourhood. I know more than one father who would like to have someone else purchase food and clothing for one of his daughters.
He would accept her comment in the spirit she meant it to be received. Miss Lydia assumed she was being helpful.
While I thank you for your offer, Miss Lydia, I will need to refuse your matchmaking services. My family's expectations for my wife were set at my birth. As well, I am not inclined to marry at present. I choose not to raise expectations.
I understand, Mr. Darcy, and I grieve for you.
Her countenance fell, surprising him.
A quiet gentleman like you could never be happy with a wife who considers herself to be a queen, which I am sure is what your family wants for you. However, that is the choice your ancestors made, apparently. To me, it would be better to have the freedom to love someone who would be a compliment to my character, and who admires a lovely blue bonnet, like I shall wear on my stroll back to Longbourn.
He could see in her expression that she was not attempting to flirt. Rather, she must have assumed that he was too ancient to consider, as he felt she was too young to be in society. Nevertheless, she had valid concerns. As the master of Pemberley, he had very little freedom to come and go as he pleased, as well as to choose who his marriage partner would be. As Bingley professed, some good came from his changed circumstances. Unless he regained his wealth and restored his good name, he might as well marry where he chose. Unwittingly, his eyes sought Miss Elizabeth. Her laughter, when Miss Kitty tried on the ugly orange bonnet backward, lightened his heart. These people, these Bennets, despite being minor gentry, were far below his sphere, yet they were remarkable when it came to kindness and care for others. They were not pretentious. His shoulders drooped as he exhaled. He was the pretender. He was not wealthy like the Bennet ladies thought he was. His dressing well at the assembly, arriving at the haberdasher in his uncle's carriage, and purchasing bits and bobs for them, must be feeding their view that he was rich. A heaviness settled over him. Was that not how Wickham acted while they were in school? He used the Darcy name and influence to get easy credit by pretending his pockets were flush when they were empty. He needed to say something before gossip arrived. Good Lord, Miss Bingley! The vicious shrew would love nothing more than to lower Darcy in the opinions of others. After he helped select Petey's shiny leather shoes and a children's book, once Petey proved he could read, he asked Miss Lydia whether Mr. Bennet was at Longbourn. It was time he took control, before any damage could come back on Bingley for offering him hospitality. He had one more task before he took charge. Approaching Miss Elizabeth, he asked, "I wonder if you might give me an idea of what Petey's grandmother needs." She had been standing close enough that she must have heard his conversation with Miss Lydia. Did she think he was old too? Mr. Darcy, what Mrs. Sawyer needs is a roof that does not leak, coal for her stove, food for her pantry, and enough fabric for new clothing. With that said, what every woman wants is something pretty, something special. You are already providing for her table, which is kind enough. To answer your question, though, I know that she favours red, since I have never seen her in an apron that was not trimmed in that colour. Perhaps a ribbon to tie in her hair would be welcome. He bowed. Thank you. When she turned away to browse the assortment of silks in a large box on the table near the clerk's counter, Darcy considered her comment. Needs versus wants. He clearly understood the difference. Pemberley was far more than a want to him. It was a need. He would pay for the purchases at the haberdashery as reparation due Miss Elizabeth. Afterward he would be as frugal as he had been for the past 3 months. Then he would use all his resources to reclaim what he deserved, Pemberley. Elizabeth surreptitiously watched Mr. Darcy throughout the whole of his exchange with Lydia. She was stunned that he appeared to be taking marriage advice from her most headstrong sister. That he then brought up Petey's grandmother was very telling. There was gentleness woven amongst his pride. If only she knew who he really was. She held a pretty green ribbon against her cheek, checking in the looking-glass beside the counter. Mr. Darcy was a puzzle, and she enjoyed nothing more than solving mysteries. Selecting another ribbon, she paused. Why was she thinking about him? Certainly he was a handsome man, who could not help but catch the eye of females of any age. But as he said, his family's expectations would limit him from pursuing anyone in Meryton. She had no reason to repine. Shrugging one shoulder, Elizabeth turned her attention to the task at hand.
Miss Elizabeth, I find myself in need of assistance.
She glanced up, having not noticed his approach. Sir? He held a ribbon in each hand. One was plain scarlet, the other had small gold flowers embroidered on the same red background. He extended his arm so she could better see each ribbon.
Do you think Petey's grandmother would like it? Or should I select the safe choice, the solid one?
Tell me, Mr. Darcy, is it your inclination to choose safety over taking a risk? Elizabeth knew the question was bold. His facial expression betrayed his struggle to answer. Finally he said,
When my father died 5 years ago, I had the responsibility of my sister's future, as well as over 200 servants and tenants. For me, my only choice has always been to protect those in my charge. Taking risks was unwise, since the consequences would be too steep to pay.
Very well answered, sir. I cannot argue with your reasoning.
However, he lowered his voice. I must tell you that I am no longer master of Pemberley. My sister recently married. Her husband is in control of the Darcy family properties now. I have had so material a change in my situation that I am currently planning how I shall proceed.
Mr. Darcy, she whispered, shocked by his declaration. I can see that you are not at peace with what happened, because if your grip on the ribbons gets any tighter, I fear you will tear them in two. His hands opened, allowing the fabric to float to the table. For just a second, she glimpsed vulnerability, a look so inconsolable that it hurt her own heart to see it. Why are you telling me this now?
He answered, I will never pretend to be someone I am not to you, nor anyone else.
She admired his humility and his integrity. Thinking through the repercussions of his statement, she said, Then you were alone. He looked directly at her, his eyes tormented.
For the first time in my life, yes, I am alone. Except for Bingley. I will always have Bingley.
She smiled, glad when the corners of his lips tipped up, if only momentarily. You have made friends here in Hertfordshire. Mr. Cosgrove was comfortable in your company, as you appeared to be in his. My younger sisters will undoubtedly drive you to Bedlam and back daily, once they hear that there is a possibility of repaying your kindness to them. My mother as well.
What of you?
He asked. She glanced away to settle herself. After a slight hesitation, she said, I am always pleased to make a new friend. He smiled.
Oh my, but he was handsome. I would like nothing more, he said.
Heat warmed her heart, but she needed to be cautious. If he was no longer associated with his grand estate, She dropped her ribbon back on the table. Mr. Darcy. She leaned closer, keeping her voice low. You cannot be so generous. Your circumstances have changed. You promised Lydia a bonnet last night, and Petey new shoes, but the rest of us can do without something new.
Do not be concerned, I beg you. These are but trifles, for penance is of no benefit if there is no cost to me. This I can bear.
Tipping her head to better look at him, she pursed her lips. He grinned, randomly selected a ribbon, and handed it to her.
I insist.
She accepted the token, running her fingers down the length. Winding it quickly, she said, Then I shall accept gracefully. It was not until he turned to answer Lydia's plea for assistance that she noticed the colour he selected, the same blue-green as his eyes. Holding the gift close to her chest, she wondered about the man. Who was Mr. Darcy? Chapter 10. When her mother made more demands on Mr. Darcy's pocketbook, Elizabeth whispered the news he shared with her. Mamma, Mr. Darcy's situation is not being reported accurately. For whatever reason, his sister and her husband are managing the family's properties now. His circumstances have been reduced. Oh dear, I suppose with all the girls I have, I cannot fault a brother for stepping aside to benefit his sister now, can I? He must love her dearly. Francine Bennet was not mean-spirited. She was merely driven to see herself and her daughters settled. Placing the strip of lace back on the counter, she slid it closer to the clerk. Not today, Mr. Carmichael. A matron can wear only so much lace. Elizabeth was extraordinarily proud. Her mother adored pretty things and coveted that particular strip for months. Added to this was the fact that she overspent her budget routinely, so the hope of ever being able to purchase and pin the lace on one of her gowns was non-existent. Lydia stepped in front of the mirror hanging next to the bonnets. Turning first one way, then the other, she demanded, "Mamma, I need your opinion on how I should arrange the bow." As soon as her mother left the counter, Mr. Darcy added that piece of lace to the small pile where her ribbon and Mary's bookmark rested. When she glanced at him questioningly, he replied under his breath, "Penance." By the time the purchases were complete, the pink satin ribbon that Mr. Bingley aided Jane in choosing perfectly matched the roses on her cheeks, and Elizabeth's new ribbon would forever remind her of the eyes of the man who gifted it to her. The lightness in Darcy's heart surprised him. Across from him in the carriage, Bingley grinned from ear to ear, until they turned the last corner to Netherfield Park and saw servants rushing to unload a carriage. Bingley sighed next to him. "I suppose they have arrived." Darcy stiffened when he recognised his town coach, his former town coach. His equipage was the last thing he expected to see in Meryton. Had the Wickhams joined the Hursts and Miss Bingley in Hertfordshire? Eagerness to see his sister battled with the desire to shoot Wickham dead. Choosing to react with dignity, Darcy entered the house with his shoulders squared, prepared for any eventuality. From the hall, he heard Miss Caroline Bingley holding court in the drawing-room. "Never have we travelled from London in such comfort, Louisa. Dear Wickham has seen to our every need." "He certainly has taken notice of you, Caroline. He likes—" Mrs. Hurst's puppy started barking, drowning out anything else she might have added. Upon entering the room, he observed Mr. and Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley were alone. Darcy stood like a sentinel in the doorway, but could not refrain from asking, "Tell me, what exactly does Wickham like, Mrs. Hurst?" Glancing at her sister before she opened her mouth, Mrs. Hurst said, "I am sure that Mr. Wickham likes a great many things, Mr. Darcy. He is a man of impeccable taste." "As in my sister and my properties?" Darcy scoffed, not caring to hide his disdain. "But have a care. That my sister is married to him in no way changes the sort of man he is, for he is nothing more than a steward's son and a thief. Admire him if you will. Doing so says more about your character than his." Miss Bingley moved closer to her sister, as if standing united bolstered her courage. "Oh, you must realise, Mr. Darcy, that Georgiana is inexperienced. As the new master of Pemberley, Mr. Wickham surrounds himself with those who can aid his young wife to navigate society." Her chin lifted, which reminded him oddly of his aunt, Lady Catherine. "Caroline?" Bingley tried to speak, only to be ignored entirely. "Sir, it really is too bad, is it not, to have Georgiana forever tied to a man who knows how to shine in company, when she prefers not. They are hardly equals." "Too true. They are not equals." She preened as if she had not heard Darcy. "I invited them to accompany us to Netherfield Park. Dear George assured me that had it not been for the current demands on him as master, they would have come. To ease our comfort, he offered the use of his transport. Of course, Netherfield Park cannot compare to Pemberley. We shall winter there at the personal invitation of the Wickhams, returning for the season where George will again be the toast of society." Raging inside, Darcy controlled himself, knowing far too well that Miss Bingley wanted nothing more than his reaction. She well knew the truth of his sister's background, as she did Wickham's. "Caroline!" Bingley made another attempt to bring her to task. She fluttered her hand at her brother, as one would a pesky fly. "As it is, Mr. Darcy, perhaps while you are here helping Charles, you will find a wife who is desperate to remove herself from this hamlet. Or you might decide to wed someone like Miss Henrietta Shrum. In 5 seasons, not even her 40,000 has stirred interest from a suitor. Surely your purse could use funds she could bring."
He was livid. "You have said enough, Miss Bingley. My sister has family in the most elevated ranks. You do not. You will cease speaking of my sister in familiar terms. It is neither appropriate nor appreciated. My sister's position in society, even married to that rake, is far superior to yours."
In clipped tones, Darcy added,
"Also, I have never been, nor am I currently for sale, Miss Bingley. As the son of Gerald and Lady Anne Darcy, my standards have not changed. I will marry a woman of outstanding character, or I will not marry at all. Since no one in this room qualifies, the subject is closed."
"No one? Ha! Compared to George Wickham, you know nothing about what constitutes outstanding character in a woman." Miss Bingley's hands were on her hips, her eyes squinted together. "He sees my value. You never did."
"As you say, Miss Bingley."
Darcy's arms folded across his chest as he turned to face Bingley.
"Caroline!"
Bingley blinked, incredulous at her effrontery. Darcy knew how long Miss Bingley had been on the marriage mart. Until he befriended Bingley, his sisters would have been shunned with any attempt to attend a society ball. Their prospects were with the tradesman class. Miss Bingley had half the portion of Miss Shrum, and less than half the interest from any eligible man. At her current rate, she would soon be gathering dust on her shelf. But Darcy reminded himself he was too much of a gentleman to remind her of such. Miss Bingley's face was an unflattering shade of red. "George often tells me he cannot survive without my wit and wisdom."
"You are playing with fire, sister," Bingley said wearily. "Mr. Wickham already has a wife, a girl you claim as a close friend. There is no way you can legally or morally fill her shoes. The burn from teasing the flames, once it comes, will be painful enough that I doubt you will ever recover."
She waved her hand at him. "Do not be silly, Charles. I am fully aware of what I am about, unlike dear Georgiana." She glared at Darcy. "I beg your pardon. Unlike Mrs. Wickham, I am no longer a silly child." Darcy's arms dropped to his sides.
"Tell me, Miss Bingley, who has more power and influence in society? My aunt, Lady Matlock, or George Wickham?"
She spluttered. "Lady Matlock is a paragon in London."
"You may no longer care about my opinion, or that of my sister, but I guarantee that if my aunt knew how you spoke about her favourite niece, you would instantly feel the cut."
Her hand went to her throat. Her face paled. "Pardon me, I did not mean— You will not tell her, will you?" Without replying, he spun on his heel and ascended the grand staircase to his chambers, leaving her flustered behind him. Pacing his room, Darcy considered each word of the shrew's taunts. Reading between the lines, along with the reports from the London housekeeper, Georgiana was miserable. The joy she felt at the beginning of her marriage surely had disappeared by now. How could it not? She was never overly confident. Her natural reticence would not move her to toss witches like Bingley's sisters out on their ears. Instead, she would silently tolerate insult after insult, as Wickham flirted with one woman after another in her house. For over a decade, Darcy knew of the cruel streak running through Wickham's heart. Now that he had what he coveted, he would take pleasure in publicly humiliating anyone related to the Darcy family. His propensity to become increasingly reckless and openly malicious when he had a few coins in his possession, while he was younger, did not bode well for the future of his sister or Pemberley. At present, Wickham was drunk on power. What would happen when his pedestal crumbled? Most obvious to Darcy was that Wickham believed his lies, that he deserved Pemberley. Bah! For as much as Darcy's father indulged George Wickham, he never spent 1 minute training him to manage an estate. Never had Gerald Darcy allowed the steward's son access to his journals, so Wickham could see the intricacies of properly caring for Pemberley. Wickham's inherent laziness would necessitate hiring others to do his work, since Darcy could not picture George Wickham poring over accounting ledgers or seeking the counsel of others who manage extensive properties. His overconfidence would cause him to make mistakes. Never would Wickham accept the blame for failure. Instead, he would cruelly and unjustly point the finger at others, showing flashes of rage when challenged or questioned. Rubbing his hand over his mouth, Darcy knew that his priority, even more than legally trying to recover Pemberley or make Simon Cole pay for his greed, was to protect Georgiana. He failed her at Ramsgate. He would not fail her again. But how? Chapter 11. The sound of Elizabeth snapping the cover of her book echoed in the small sitting room next to where Mary tormented the keys of the pianoforte. When her sister sang as loudly as she played, the noise was strikingly like what the cat made when its tail was caught in the door. There was no possibility that Elizabeth could enjoy the new book, with Mary's left hand pounding on the lower keys and her right hand mangling the melody. Frustrated and knowing full well that Mary would practice for at least another 2 hours, Elizabeth set her book aside and entered the music room. "Mary, please." She covered her ears with her palms. "Must you play so energetically?" Mary pursed her lips, affronted that anyone dared to not find enjoyment in her music. Stubborn. All Elizabeth's sisters were headstrong, except for Jane, of course. Mary would likely say the same about Elizabeth. Elizabeth pleaded. "Is there not a lovely tune you could play softly instead of a dirge? Something less ponderous? Something delightful, perhaps?" Mary folded her arms across her chest, her stalwart chin jutting forward. "Why, what do we have to be delighted about?" Where had that come from? There were many reasons for joy. We have many blessings. The autumn sunshine, watching the leaves change to brilliant gold, orange and red, fields of yellow bursting from crops of healthy grains, delicious food on our table, friendly neighbours. Elizabeth stopped once she noticed her sister shaking her head. "What, Mary?" Mary sighed. "While you are correct that all of God's creations are delightful, is it not obvious? We are 5 females with no prospects. Jane's beauty has done nothing for her future, and neither has your wit. Kitty and Lydia do not have one intelligent thought between them. Therefore it is up to me to help this family have anything other than a bleak future." Dazed, Elizabeth looked at her closer. "By pounding on the pianoforte?" Mary rolled her eyes. "Do you honestly think that sitting around reading or calling on Charlotte will increase your prospects? Has it made your future any more secure than mine? At least I tried to become accomplished. You do nothing to improve your situation, Lizzie. Neither does Jane. You both are as indolent as Papa. How arrogant you are to think that you do not even have to try to improve. She piously rested her hand on her chest. I made it my goal a year ago, when I took up playing this old instrument, to do what I could to become good at something, to appeal to a gentleman with a thought for how he wanted his household to be. Where my skills may not be much, at least I am making an effort." Elizabeth was stunned. She had no clue how to react. For the first time in her memory, Mary took her to task instead of the other way around. Yet everything Mary said was true. Shocked into silence, Elizabeth's inclination was to justify herself by accusing her middle sister of ignorance. But that would have been a lie. In some ways, this realization pained her far worse than Mr. Darcy's slight. "Elizabeth, you are intelligent, but what have you done to enhance your standing in the neighbourhood? Other than being pleasant and welcoming, you have done the same as Jane. Nothing." Mary stepped away from the pianoforte. "You accused Mr. Darcy at the assembly of being arrogant and prideful. Well, sister..." Elizabeth had no clue how to respond to what felt like an attack. Mary dipped her head. "Daily we listen to Mamma bemoan the entail and being thrown out into the hedgerows when Papa is no longer here. She is correct, you know. You often condemn Mamma for her constant complaints, and our father for not securing our future. How many times have I heard you say, if only they would do something? Yet what do you do? One by one, Elizabeth's pretensions fell from her like leaves from an old oak. She clasped her hands tightly as she considered everything her sister said. Frustration for not figuring this out on her own, warred with shame for completely missing the issue. Finally, she looked at her next youngest sister, truly seeing her for the first time. Mary, I am grateful to you. Your discipline may be difficult to hear, but if I do not learn from it, then shame on me. I do not know what to say, Mary said. I have been wanting to discuss this with you for many months, but I thought you would be incensed. At you? Never. With myself for being blind to my faults? Absolutely. You are well, then? Mary hesitated. Elizabeth's chest seemed to sink in on itself as she exhaled deeply. Do not be concerned. I am well enough, sister. It will take time for me to process what you have said and consider what I need to do. I've known for a long time that I am prone to mistakes. We cannot all be as perfect as Jane. Lizzie, I hear you often say that to Jane to help her see her value. That must be a heavy burden for her to bear. Elizabeth shot her a sharp look. Well, Jane is incomparable in looks and character. Mary countered. She is also humble and modest. With her delicate nature, does she view your comments as a compliment, or as something she needs to live up to? Elizabeth aggressively paced, her fingers clicking as she walked. Aloud, Elizabeth mused. She tells me that the only reason I say that she is perfect is because I love her, that I do not see her flaws. Oh my, how cruel I have been! I burdened her instead of giving her relief. Gritting her teeth, she huffed. She hated being wrong. When she stopped in front of Mary, she said, I thought I knew myself, but I never have I? As hard as it is to admit, your sketch of my character is just. Mary remained silent, her eyes looking everywhere but at Elizabeth. Sighing heavily, Elizabeth said, You are a dear sister for taking the chance that I would see reason. You have given me much to ponder. I shall need a long walk to meditate on all this. Thank you, Mary. Her sister finally looked up. She said nothing, though her smile said it all. Elizabeth changed into her walking boots and grabbed her bonnet. Within minutes she was moving briskly toward Oakham Mount, where she would seek peace of mind to determine how to become a lady of purpose. How? That was the question. The ripe wheat swaying in the gentle breeze settled Darcy's heart. One of his greatest loves was riding the borders of the fields at Pemberley. The rolling hills covered in lush autumn colours, with the rich smells of healthy soil and grain, were manna to him. As his horse picked his way on a bridle trail to Meryton, the longing for his home plucked at his heartstrings. He reined his gelding toward an overlook to view the entire valley. The lower portion of the path was well travelled. Toward the top, the ascent was steep, but no problem for his sturdy mount. When they burst over the top, he saw Miss Elizabeth Bennet sitting on a fallen tree, her bonnet beside her. Jumping to her feet, she smoothed her skirts. Miss Elizabeth, I am trespassing on your solitude. She was quick to reply. Oh, not at all, and as Oakham Mount sits on Netherfield's property, it is I who trespass. Finding respite anywhere on Bingley's property will please him. Do not be concerned. Very well. Her smile was slight. I confess this has been my refuge for as long as I can remember. He dismounted, holding the reins in his hands. Running his gloved fingers over his horse's muzzle, he was not surprised when the animal pushed his nose against his pocket. Extracting the apple, he offered it to the beast. Within seconds it was gone, and his horse again sniffed his coat. Holding his palm up as if a magic trick to show that nothing remained, the gelding dropped his head to the grass. Boldly he inquired, You need refuge. Are you well? He did not approach her, yet even from a distance, distress lined her face. I would love more than anything to tell you I am merely enjoying the spectacular view." She swept her arms in front of her, drawing his attention away from her. The vista was, as she described, spectacular. Instead of turning back to face her, he remained looking at the valley and the little cottages dotting the farmland, hoping she would continue speaking. His decision was correct. "Sir, my next youngest sister just opened my eyes to a different perspective of our family's situation. If you are here for any time, you will learn that Longbourn is entailed. As a landowner, I am certain that you know what this means. Upon our father's death, we will be ushered from our home with no hope of return."
"Is your father healthy?"
"As far as I know." He glanced over his shoulder at her and watched her nibble her bottom lip in thought. He wondered how soft her lips might be. Mentally shaking off the brief image of him caressing the spot she abused, he returned his attention to the matter at hand.
"Pemberley was entailed until my father inherited. When my mother gave birth to only one heir, my father chose not to renew the covenants. My sister can inherit."
She tilted her head, her brow arching. Without saying a word, she asked 1,000 questions he felt completely uncomfortable answering, yet he easily discerned what she wanted to know. Instead, he explained,
"Miss Bennet, my father began instructing me as heir to Pemberley before I took my first steps. We were together until the demands of my education separated us. When I returned from Cambridge, we picked up where we left off as if no time passed. To me, they were the best of times. Less than a year later, we were in his study discussing purchasing seedlings for the next spring planting, when he collapsed, his heart no longer beating. My immediate reaction was panic. I felt completely unprepared."
He did not know why he shared what he had. His point had been to explain the suddenness and unexpectedness of his father's death, not to talk about his early days as master.
Yet that was not the truth, since father's training was extensive. Even so, the transition was not easy. Not having his experience to rely on, I struggled to make decisions for the immediate future and the months to come. Added to this was the care of my sister. You can imagine how ill-prepared she was to find herself under the authority of a brother who spent many years away at school.
"Mr. Darcy, I will be entirely honest with you, although I'm not sure why. My father has done nothing to save for the future of his daughters. We have only 1/5 of my mother's portion upon her passing. She is a decade younger than my father, and appears to be in excellent health, so I could be an old woman before I inherit. Although she worries about her daughters making good marriages, so we can help her maintain the lifestyle she is accustomed to, she routinely spends more than she saves. What brought me here today is the realization that I use my time being critical of my parents for doing nothing, when I have done nothing to help our situation along."
"I do not believe that yours is an unusual situation,"
Mr. Darcy said. She moved to stand at his side. Peering up at him, she said, "Mary was kind but firm in questioning our circumstances. This was particularly galling to me, because I have always considered myself as the clever one, Jane the pretty one, Mary the overly righteous one, Kitty the follower, and Lydia the most obstinate. To discover that none of us fit neatly into those categories, while all of us are so much more than that one quality, is humbling. My shame is from being overly proud of my intelligence. That it was Mary, who is almost a full 2 years younger than me, who helped me understand I am as culpable as my parents, made me feel somehow less. This knowledge carries the sting of 1,000 bees."
"I somehow doubt that was your sister's intention. You all seem devoted to one another."
"More often than not, we get on well. The point is, sir, that I have never applied myself to developing enough skill with a needle that I could take up piecework for an income if I were desperate. My singing and playing are mediocre. Our education has been lackadaisical, rendering me unqualified to be a governess. Should the awful event happen, where we 6 females are on our own, what could I do to help things along, rather than being one to need all the help?" He faced her fully as he considered her situation. Opening his mouth to speak several times, He stopped himself before saying something inane. Finally, knowing how delighted Miss Bingley would be to spread gossip about his loss, he had no reason to keep matters private. After his rejecting her for years, plus what happened in the drawing-room, Caroline Bingley would love nothing more than to humiliate him. If he was open with Miss Elizabeth, perhaps they might help each other. He had nothing to lose. Chapter 12. Darcy said, "As you are attempting to accept your future, I cannot accept mine. I hope that by explaining what happened to me with the same clarity as you have shown, we might see the best path for the other to take. Neither of us is so close to the other's current position that we are blinded by the emotional turmoil accompanying these changes." He was pleased when she agreed. "Very well. Miss Bingley and her sister, Mrs. Louisa Hurst, will soon spread what I am about to share. Before I begin, I need to explain that Miss Bingley chased me for years, in the desperate hope of becoming the mistress of Pemberley. The estate is as grand as any in England. The Darcy name is highly respected. As I stated earlier, my uncle is the Earl of Matlock. Once I lost my assets, Miss Bingley and others of her sort now taunt me, rather than view me as prey." "I cannot imagine that this overly distresses you, sir." He quickly agreed. "Not being chased is a relief. But I need to return to my sorry tale. From my infancy, the son of my father's steward was my constant companion. George was adventurous, so we got on well as children. As a gift for the loyalty of his father, George was provided a gentleman's education. The living in Kympton, a sizable village close to Pemberley, was to be held for him once it became available and he took orders. However, by the time we entered university, I knew he would never qualify to provide spiritual guidance to his flock. Rather, he would fleece them with no remorse." "Did your father know the sort of man he became?" Her question pricked his heart. "Not at all. I see the confusion in your eyes, Miss Bennet. I tried to protect my father from knowing his godson was a rake. In retrospect, it was one of the worst decisions I made in my lifetime. Not only did I not tell my father, but I also never hinted any of my concerns about Wickham to my sister." He shifted his weight from foot to foot. "My error was grievous. You see, early this summer, her companion, Mrs. Young, encouraged me to remove Georgiana from school. There was a seaside cottage in Ramsgate available. I established her there. I had no idea that Mrs. Young and George Wickham were friendly. This gave Wickham direct access to Georgiana. In fact, Mrs. Young encouraged them to spend time alone, in hopes that they would elope, and George would share a portion of Georgiana's dowry with the companion." Miss Bennet's hand shot to her lips. "Oh, no." "Oh, yes. My sister was captivated by the fantasy that she would be like our mother, a woman she knew only by reputation. She dreamed of being the wife of a good man with a beautiful house to manage. In her mind, they would live happily ever after." Throwing her hands up, Miss Bennet exclaimed, "This is in every way terrible." The tale does not end there, for they arrived in London after travelling to Scotland and back to report their marriage to me. My reaction was badly done. In my grief, I became inebriated to the point that I was unaware of the business taking place under my very nose. When I woke, I had wilfully signed away my inheritance to the one man I loathed." She gasped. "No, I am grieved indeed. Shocked. Has anything been done? Surely he did not act alone. I know little of this, but with the entail on Longbourn, my uncle explained the legalities to me. Contracts of this sort with immutable property transfers would be difficult to write correctly, I assume. Is this true?" "You are correct. I suspect that my trusted man of business, Mr. Simon Cole, took the lead in stealing Pemberley." "I am outraged, Mr. Darcy. This is theft on a grand scale." She stepped closer, her eyes alight with the need for justice. "What has been done to repair this travesty? Is Mr. Cole awaiting trial at Marshalsea? Cannot your uncle, the Earl, help you? Surely he has acquaintances who know British law backwards and forwards, to see you out of this dire situation." Her ire soothed something inside him he was not aware existed. "I have done all within my power and present resources.
Mr. Cole has been located in Philadelphia. My uncle's men and my own attorney, after reviewing the legal proceedings, confirm the contract's validity due to my signature and the notary's seal."
"So there is nothing you can do?" He shrugged dully.
"Not at this time."
"Why, then, did you suggest that we lay out our circumstances, if there is no possibility of having your situation reversed? I fear I will be of little help, if even the wisest legal minds can recommend no solution."
"Just as you face the loss of your lifestyle at Longbourn, should your father die, I have already lost mine. I'm at the point where I must choose a direction to follow for the rest of my life. I must make sacrifices to be contented. At the same time, I am not willing to give up pursuing justice and eventual restoration of Pemberley."
"I see." She tapped her finger on her cheek as she paced the clearing. "Perhaps a story will help. Once upon a time, in a land far, far away, a young girl was to join the adults for the first time, making calls on the neighbours. She dressed carefully, peering into the mirror frequently to make certain that every hair was in place and no blemishes dotted her skin. Her father, who enjoyed laughing at the foibles of others, asked her,
'Did you check yourself in the mirror before we departed?'
Since the answer was in the affirmative, this silly girl answered him confidently. Darcy suspected that she was the young girl. At every house the girls smiled at the hostess. Each time she was met with a chuckle before she was placed away from everyone else. Not understanding what was happening, her girlish sensibilities were crushed. It was only when they were on their way back to their house that her father informed her that spinach was stuck between her front teeth.
So every time the girl smiled, her hostess saw only your teeth?
Yes, Mr. Darcy. You see, from that time on, I understood that flaws are more easily discerned by others, and that we can be blind to what others can clearly see. This is why I believed everything Mary told me about myself and our situation. He nodded.
It is, I imagine, why you are willing to exchange ideas with me. As I am always better at managing others' affairs than my own, might I go first?
Please do.
If I were you, Miss Bennet, I would hoard every farthing of my pin money, even going so far as to ask your father for more, after letting him know your purpose. Perhaps he will be generous. The next thing I would do is to stop pretending that something magical will occur to keep your mother and sisters together with your current standard of living. Knowing that you are responsible for your happiness will keep you looking ahead rather than back.
He removed his hat and ran his hand through his hair before replacing it.
This brings up the question you raised of how you currently spend your time. Ask yourself, within the next 12 months, which skills might you improve upon to give you more marketable prospects? What would you need to learn to be able to support yourself without help from anyone else? No housekeeper, no cook, no footman. Who could you ask to teach you?
Longbourn servants are capable. I suppose I could ask cook.
Very good. I believe that planning for the worst will prepare you for any eventuality, even if it means stepping beyond the ranks of the gentry. As I see it, you have two choices. Stay and learn at Longbourn, or go to London to expand the scope of eligible men as potential husbands. Some tradesmen would attach themselves to you as a gentleman's daughter to elevate them above their peers.
Her discomfort was easily discernible. Is this what you were doing, sir? He understood her pique, because he felt the same.
Please know that my intentions are kindly meant. I mean to help. In truth, I want Pemberley restored to me so badly that I refuse to accept defeat. I will do anything honourable to be the master once again.
I appreciate your candour. Very well, then, I will be as frank as you have been with me. Squaring her shoulders, she said, I too believe that you have two choices, sir. The first, revenge. Vengeance constantly lingered at the back of his mind, threatening to overpower his reason.
And the second?
She studied his face. Start anew.
Start over, as if I was not born the heir. Impossible.
Sir, I understand your frustration, anger even. By setting aside your birthright, it seems that a door of opportunity has opened if you are willing to walk through it. You might try making something of yourself without the aid of your family name, or any association with Pemberley.
That seems like giving up, losing hope.
No, you should not give up hope. What you will do in the meantime may reveal something that would give you an advantage. His hands flexed.
What do you suggest?
Expect that your sister will face eventual heartbreak, for what else could result from marrying a thief? Although I do not know Mr. Wickham, I do not doubt he will manipulate others, as he did your sister and man of business. What is your family's current treatment of Mr. and Mrs. Wickham?
They shun Wickham.
Ah, I see. In doing so, they shun their niece, adding to her misery. Under her husband's control, as you say, everything you hold dear will suffer. Your sister will need support where she can find a measure of peace. Properties can be restored, but your sister may not. What I suggest is to write to her and explain how well you are doing. Reassure her that you are the same reliable brother she has always known. Be specific, as that will increase her confidence. Suggest that Mr. Wickham's course will not be easy, since he was not born to the position. This means that you recognise that it may be a hardship for her. Let her know you will always be available to her, even at the cost of being in company with him.
What? He could never be in the same room with George Wickham, ever.
Except Darcy had asked for her opinion. He should have expected that he would not like it, as she had not liked what he suggested. Since she had not balked, he would not either. Considering her direction, he easily saw the wisdom in it. Writing to Georgiana was no hardship. To give aid to Georgiana was well worth any trial to his esteem. He saw the wisdom in Miss Elizabeth's suggestion.
Is there anything else?
Do you consider yourself to be a vengeful man?
For the most part, I do not.
Then if you have done everything within your power to regain Pemberley, and have met with no success, you need to let your vengeance go. He almost choked. Spinning away from her, he stomped to the edge of the clearing. She could not know everything that had been stripped from him. What she asked was impossible, unthinkable. His pulse raced. He ran his hand through his hair, hoping to swipe her words from his brain, except he could not. From behind him she spoke. Sir, if you are ever to have peace with yourself and your sister, you need to let go of the resentment against Mr. Wickham. I'm not saying that you believe that what he did was justified, for it was not. Keeping this anger in your soul will eat away at you, while it does not affect him. It is like taking a drink of poison, thinking that it might harm him. He finally said to himself, to the universe,
I am Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire, the son of Gerald Darcy and Lady Anne Darcy.
He was unaware of the moment she stepped next to him, and was surprised to see her lovely eyes, looking up at him through thick eyelashes. You are Fitzwilliam Darcy, a man who does not shirk his duty, a man who rises from the ashes to become whatever is necessary to protect those precious to him, a man willing to suffer loss to gain true value, the safety of his sister. His breathing slowed as remembrances from his idyllic boyhood to the hard work of his own hands stirred him.
To succeed will mean that Wickham and Simon Cole may have Pemberley, but in essentials they fail.
Yes, it does, since they will forever believe they are not safe from your pursuit. That you choose not to chase your tail will be unknown to them if you are restrained.
I am always restrained.
He easily saw it in his mind's eye. Wickham watching helplessly as Pemberley falls from his grasp with each poor choice he made, always looking behind him, thinking Darcy would be at his heels. Simon Cole's loss of esteem eating away at him as each day passed, knowing he could never return to England without fear of Darcy seeking revenge. And Darcy, overlooking freshly tilled land, his land, with Miss Elizabeth at his side.
Like now. Miss Elizabeth at my side?
Why had he envisioned her with him? He was not in a position to be attracted to any lady. Nor was he thinking that having a mate would improve his position. As she said, she had no dowry, and her family did little to recommend themselves. She did not even recommend herself. Yet he must admit that she piqued his curiosity. Never had he spent this much time in conversation with a female since his mother was alive. Never would he have considered a woman's opinion as worthy of such contemplation. As well, he peered at her closely. There was something about her eyes that drew him in. Given her honesty and willingness to sacrifice for others, for the first time since his arrival in Hertfordshire, he felt the danger of Miss Elizabeth Bennet. He did not mean to feel an interest in her. In fact, these stirred emotions were inconvenient. Before he took one figurative step toward whatever lay ahead, he needed to know what he was going to do with her.
Miss Bennet, I am precipitous, but might we be friends?
You have quite taken me by surprise, sir. Her eyes sparkled in the sun. I do not know what to say, other than I thank you for the honour.
The honour is mine.
He needed to return to the turmoil that faced him at Netherfield Park. He had been away too long.
Until next time, my friend.
He bowed. She curtsied. Until next time. Chapter 13. Elizabeth appreciated Mr. Darcy's offer. A friend was a rare find. Acquaintances, she had many, but true friends were treasures. And Mr. Darcy was willing to listen to her opinion. Not even her father paid much attention to her ideas or suggestions. How had they come to this point, and so quickly? Shrugging, Elizabeth realised that it mattered not. Sir, there is a path facing Longbourn that will be far easier for your horse. She pointed toward the narrow gap in the trees. He mounted effortlessly, sitting tall in the saddle. With a smile and a dip of his head, he was off. She observed him until he was out of sight. Elizabeth barely understood the feelings dancing through her heart. It was not just that he was as handsome as sin. No, that was not all that affected her. As she carefully descended the steep trail, it hit her. More than the words spoken, it was the powerful emotions behind them that touched her. He hid nothing of his situation from her, displaying an unanticipated humility that completely unnerved her. What was he doing to her? She felt like a blade of grass that easily swayed in the wind. Her initial disgust was replaced by— could she even admit it to herself? Laughing, she ran the rest of the way down the hill. She liked him. Elizabeth Rose Bennet liked Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, formerly of Pemberley in Derbyshire, and soon to be— who knew? Sobering when she drew close to Longbourn, she considered each of his suggestions. Upon arrival, she would approach her father, requesting a few extra coins from the harvest income. It was a meagre start, but it was a start. Maybe if she explained the situation to Jane and Mary, they would accompany her, so they too could take charge of their futures. Later, after explaining to Jane and Mary her idea, they met with their father. "Papa, we have a proposal to discuss with you." Elizabeth, flanked by her two sisters, spoke confidently as they entered his bookroom.
A proposal? For all three of you? I thought there were only two unattached gentlemen at Netherfield Park, neither of whom has come to speak to me.
Failing to react to his tease, garnered his full notice. "Papa, Mary brought to our attention the little we have set aside for us. In discussing the situation, we have decided to pool the contents of our purses, sending them to Uncle Gardner for him to either place in an account that draws interest or invest safely. At the assembly we learned that the price for grain increased from last year."
"Yes? What are you asking for, Lizzie? Before you answer, I will remind you that each of my daughters received a new day dress from Aunt Gardner at my expense. You were given pin money each quarter, along with the ability to charge trinkets to my accounts in Meryton. You cannot tell me that you already need another new garment, for if I agree to do so for the three of you, Lydia and Kitty will complain until they have their share."
"We appreciate your continued generosity and are grateful for our new gowns. The reason I mentioned the grain prices was to ask if we might have a contribution from this increased revenue to add to the moneys we are pooling. We need to look to the future, Papa. As it is, we do not have enough to last a month." Her father sat back in his chair, stunned.
"Your futures? Are you not expecting Mr. Bingley to propose, Jane?"
Jane's blush served to increase Elizabeth's boldness. "Papa, the only one confident of an attachment with our neighbour is Mamma. You raised each of us to be independent. Therefore it is only right that we pursue our futures, as if we only have ourselves to rely upon. Your contribution will give you the satisfaction of knowing you are aiding us to care for ourselves properly." Sitting forward, their father drummed his fingers on his desk.
"Let me think about this."
Not 30 minutes later, Elizabeth and her two sisters rushed into her chambers, their pockets brimming with coins. Their petition was perfectly timed, for Papa had received payment earlier that morning for the spring wheat that was recently harvested. Her mother had not yet spent all the third quarter rent. Their agreement stated none of his 3 eldest daughters could request additional funds for ribbons or sweetmeats that they often purchased during visits to Meryton, nor could they place anything on Longbourn's accounts at any of the shops. Elizabeth, Jane and Mary readily agreed. Placing the money in a pile, Mary carefully counted each coin. It was a start to being independent. Mary, the more sceptical of her sisters, asked, "Why did you think of this now?" Elizabeth clasped her younger sister's hand. "I would not have thought of this had you not tasked me with taking a clear look at our situation and considering what I might do to improve it. In 2 weeks I will apply to Papa again after Longbourn receives payment for the corn harvest. I will explain that no gifts for the festive season will be expected, nor do I need a new cloak for the winter." "Mamma will not appreciate your sacrifice, Lizzie." Jane stacked the coins in neat little piles. "She is already insisting on new gowns for us, in case Mr. Bingley holds a ball at Netherfield Park." Mary said, "Then perhaps we should tell her of our plans." Elizabeth shook her head. "No, if she knows we have a store of money, she will insist we share the next time Lydia demands funding for whatever has captured her attention for the moment. We all know that Mamma has no will when it comes to our youngest sister." Jane added, "Or for her eldest. Therefore I see the wisdom in keeping our arrangement to ourselves. The money we have is not much, yet a labourer with a family could live frugally for an entire year on it. We need to send this right away to Uncle Gardner for him to invest. In that way we can be completely honest when we explain to Mamma, or even Lydia, that they cannot borrow from us, since we have nothing." Elizabeth jumped to her feet, pulling Mary with her. "Brilliant, Jane. I shall write to him now. Once we find someone whom we can trust who is travelling to London, we will send this purse to Uncle." The fruitful activity of the day gave her relief. She could not wait to share her results with Mr. Darcy. Then Elizabeth's smile faded. She was far too eager to see him. She must take care to protect her heart. The fear of losing her affections to a man who could not return them was a rational concern. Interrupting her musing, Jane and Mary declared that they too would write to their uncle and Aunt Gardner to show support for this arrangement. They finished the letters just as Lady Lucas and Charlotte, followed by Mrs. Goulding, then Mrs. Long, arrived. All 3 were excited to walk to the Meryton post. Instead, they impatiently waited until later that afternoon before they could depart. Like the last time Darcy entered the hall at Netherfield, the complaining voice of Miss Caroline Bingley greeted him. This time she was encouraging her brother to move Darcy from the superior chambers in the family wing to the nether regions of the guest portion of the house. He paused outside the door to gather his fortitude, after being in the pleasant company of Miss Elizabeth. "Caroline, you must remember where Darcy placed us when we vacationed at Pemberley. He treated us as valued guests, putting us in the best rooms. Why, sister, did you not state minutes ago your intention of redecorating your suite here with the same colour and pattern paper as the one at Darcy's house?" "Mr. Darcy's former house," she said brusquely. "Be that as it may, whatever his circumstances today, he is worthy of the best I have to offer. Bah! Can you not see how your continued association will harm your efforts to increase your influence in London? Instead of welcoming him, you should do everything in your power to encourage the Wickhams to come to Meryton. Now, they are worth knowing." "I will have no more of this, Caroline. For as long as Darcy remains at Netherfield Park, I will not welcome the Wickhams here.
Your fascination with Mr. Wickham is unseemly for a single woman who overspends her income, has no independent means of living, nor a house of her own. Should you continue imposing upon Mrs. Wickham's kindness and innocence, I will have no other choice than to release your portion to you, to live as you choose away from me. Whether Hurst and Louisa take you in will be up to them. I will not have it."
Darcy wanted to applaud. Never had he heard Bingley take his sister to task. He was extraordinarily proud of his friend. Miss Bingley responded, "I know when I am not welcome, Charles. Louisa, Hurst, are you with me to return to London, or will you remain here with the rustics?" Mrs. Hurst complained, "We did not want to leave town in the first place. We only did so at the insistence of you, dear brother. I shall direct the servants to pack our trunks. It will be a blessing to return to London in the comfort of Mr. Wickham's fine coach." "There, Charles," Miss Bingley said. "What do you think of that?" "Seems a lot of riding back and forth to London. Alas, you are making your choice, as I have made mine. Therefore I too shall ride to London. I will see my solicitor about releasing your dowry to you." Stepping into the room, Darcy acted as if he had heard none of the conversation.
"Good afternoon."
Bingley turned his back on his sisters, facing Darcy instead. "Your arrival is timely. My family is returning to London as soon as their bags are packed." He would not feign surprise or displeasure, since Miss Bingley single-handedly robbed Netherfield Park of peace, the second she entered its doors.
"Safe travels,"
was all he would say, but he only thought of the care of his coach and horses, then for its inhabitants. If he had his way, they would hit every rut and rock in the road during their sojourn. Such was his distaste for Bingley's sisters. Bingley addressed him as his siblings flounced from the room. "By the by, I will meet with my solicitor in London to transact business for my sister, then return as quickly as I am able. You are welcome to travel with me." Darcy considered the suggestion, rejecting it immediately.
"Thank you, Bingley. However, I have several lengthy letters to pen. In the quiet of the house it will be easier, I suspect."
"Very good. I need to send an express to my solicitor to inform him of my plans, so I need not spend undue time in London." Ascending the stairs, Darcy admitted to himself that he hoped to see Miss Elizabeth again on the morrow, and wondered if she had spoken with her father yet. He, too, wanted to report that he attended to her words. Entering his chambers, he moved to the desk and gathered paper, quill and ink, wondering how to write what he needed to say. 2 hours later, he was still struggling with the letter to Georgiana, only to have nothing but his greeting on the page. Once Miss Bingley and the Hursts departed, he realised Miss Elizabeth's suggestions would appeal to Georgiana. Within a short time, he had 2 pages full. Rereading each word, he wondered at the simplicity, the honesty. Before he could stop himself, he copied it for Miss Elizabeth to read. Would Georgiana be surprised by what he wrote? Curious? Satisfied? He could not wait to find out what Miss Elizabeth thought as well. Placing the pen carefully in its holder, the real issue came to the fore.
What does Miss Elizabeth think of me?
Folding and sealing the missive, he hoped he might chance upon her. Scoffing at his foolishness, he recognised that the only person he was likely to see was Petey. Tucking the copy in his pocket just in case, he called for his horse and rode to Meryton. Chapter 14. Elizabeth, Jane and Mary hurried to the inn. Charlotte Lucas mentioned during her visit that her eldest brother would leave for London by post that afternoon. John Lucas was an upstanding young man who knew the Gardiners well. The girls hoped to catch the coach before it left, so he could carry their precious possessions safely. Entering the inn, Elizabeth searched the room. The only one inside was the innkeeper. Disheartened, Elizabeth asked, "Has the post departed?" He nodded, not ceasing to wipe the inside of the tankards lined up in a row.
"Not 5 minutes ago."
Elizabeth's hands dropped to her side, her fingers tightly clutching moneys and the letter. Mary's shoulders drooped, and Jane's expression could not hide her disappointment.
"There'll be another coach coming through late this evening, miss," he said.
Elizabeth replied, "No, thank you, sir. We were hoping to catch Mr. John Lucas before he departed."
Aye, he was on the coach, miss.
With a shrug of his shoulder, he returned to his business. Stepping through the open door, she led her sisters into the walkway, in time to see Mr. Darcy handing over the reins of his horse to Petey. After his business with the lad, he tipped his hat to the three of them.
Miss Bennet, Miss Elizabeth, and Miss Mary, I am pleased to see you.
As are we. Jane glanced behind him. He looked back to see what had caught her attention. Was Petey having trouble with his mount? Miss Elizabeth's eyes darted to her sister before she asked, "Did Mr. Bingley not accompany you?"
Ah, Miss Bennet was hoping to see his friend. Interesting. I'm afraid there have been some unanticipated changes at Netherfield Park. Bingley's family decided not to remain in Hertfordshire. He intends to follow them to town to see his sister settled, then return to Meryton by tomorrow evening.
Miss Elizabeth's expression was puzzled. I am grieved to hear that the arrangements did not satisfy them. Was it the property they found lacking, do you think? Lizzie! Miss Bennet placed her fingers on her sister's arm. We do not need to know the reason for their departure. Darcy reassured Miss Bennet that her sister's curiosity did not offend him.
Miss Elizabeth, they had no comment about the house. Rather, it was my company they found objectionable.
Her mouth formed the perfect O. He accepted her understanding that although Miss Bingley considered Darcy to be a poor recommendation for the locality, she did not. He bowed slightly, acknowledging his appreciation for her support. Excitedly, Miss Mary said, "Then there will be no ball, as the local mothers expected, since the estate is without a hostess."
I suspect you are correct. Bingley will have limited ability to offer hospitality.
The eyes of all three ladies lit up like fireworks.
Does the loss of this prospect displease you?
He wondered aloud. Miss Elizabeth chuckled delightfully. Not at all. You see... She glanced around to make certain no one could overhear. My sisters and I have recently come into possession of funds that we would like to send to our Uncle Gardner, the proprietor of Gardner Imports on Gracechurch Street in Cheapside. We trust that he will keep them safe for us. He was pleased she accepted his suggestion.
Well done, Miss Elizabeth.
The surprised look on Miss Bennet's and Miss Mary's faces caught him off guard momentarily.
You did not inform your sisters that we spoke, I take it?
I did not.
Ah, I see.
Do you, sir? The light reflected in her eyes was stunning. He simply could not look away. Her smile grew. I shall make it clear to you then. With rumours of an impending ball traversing the neighbourhood, Mamma has already requested Papa to set aside extra funds for new gowns. He unwillingly agreed. Now that we know there will be no ball, we will suggest adding these coins to our bank, after explaining to him that we will forego new gowns until our current garments are worn out. This is good news. What spectacular sacrifices they were willing to make. He would follow their example. Pulling his sister's letter from his coat, he said, I intended to hire an express rider to send this missive to my sister. Instead, I will presume upon Bingley to deliver it to her while he is in London. Might I ask if he would take your purse to your uncle? The sisters glanced between themselves, and Miss Elizabeth assented.
Then if you have no other purpose in Meryton, might I escort you back to Longbourn?
Again, they agreed unanimously. Thanking Petey, he and his mount walked with Miss Elizabeth, as her two sisters strolled in front of them. Slowing to allow them a longer lead, he commended her for quickly putting his idea into practice. Sir, she glanced up at him, her feet sure on a path she had traversed hundreds of times. Apparently I am not the only one. You mentioned the letter was to your sister. Are you happy sending it?
Happy? I cannot say that I am. Rather, I am satisfied.
Despite their privacy, he hesitated. Her opinion mattered.
If you would, if I do not ask too much, I penned a copy of the contents. Would you be willing to read it?
Me? She gazed at him intently. Of course. Trust did not come easily to him. He had been burned often when he first inherited. There was something about her that inspired confidence. He assumed the recent theft destroyed his certitude in others completely. He was pleased to be proven wrong. When he handed her the letter, the tip of his gloved fingers brushed against hers. She was slow to pull her hand away. A rose hue bloomed on her cheeks. Grateful that he was not the only one affected, Darcy faced forward as they continued toward the Bennets' estate. Waiting until they turned off the main road to Longbourn, she unfolded the letter and commenced reading. He knew every word by heart.
My dear sister, I hope this letter finds you well and truly happy. My hope since the day I learned of your marriage is that your husband cherishes you, for no one of my acquaintance is more deserving than you. Pray allow me to tell you how I am living my life without the weighty responsibilities of Pemberley. For the first time I now know who my genuine friends are. I have discovered the motives of our relatives, I refer specifically to Lady Catherine, and I will be confident that any woman I marry will not solely want me for what I possess. Dear Georgie, with extra time on my hands, opportunities have arisen that are both unexpected and pleasing. I can choose to learn new skills I've always had an interest in. For example, I read an intriguing paper about mechanical engineering as applied to the use of steam engines. I can now pursue this information for possible investment. Also, I have the freedom to travel to places I've always dreamed of seeing. However, at this time, I cannot imagine myself outside of England, for it is the land I love. Experiencing the daily activities of the lower gentry has been informative, and you know how much I enjoy learning new things. This simpler life with fewer responsibilities is healthy for me. Meals are less rich. I have few responsibilities pressing on me. I find that I do not miss the excessive trappings of society. When my tasks are done for the day, I can sleep peacefully, knowing I have nothing more to do until the morrow. Can you imagine the value of undisturbed sleep? No one wakes me in the middle of the night in a panic for me to tend to a fire in one of the tenants' cottages, mend a fence that is down, chase animals that have escaped their pens, or repair a leaky roof. I have no animals other than my horse to worry about, so the delivery of triplets to one of the ewes no longer concerns me. There is a family I'm becoming acquainted with, who are Bingley's neighbours. The gentleman has 5 grown daughters. I am confident that should you be here, you will find friends amongst them. They each have different interests and personality traits, but all are honest and kind. My lovely girl, are you enjoying being the mistress of your house as much as you thought you would? You mentioned how pleased Mamma would be with you. I want you to know that you can do nothing that would separate me from you. I love you dearly. I always have. I always will. With deepest affection, I am, yours faithfully, F.D.
Darcy felt as if he held his breath until Elizabeth looked back at him. Exhaling, he asked,
Well?
If there was anyone who expressed their opinions freely, it was her. Her warm eyes eased the tension he held inside. The letter is beautiful, sir. I believe you will accomplish your purpose. She will no longer worry about your happiness. She knows that despite her foolish choice to marry, she is still loved, and she will feel able to depend on you if she needs help. Well done, Mr. Darcy. She folded the pages before handing them back to him. His relief was palpable. They walked in comfortable silence until they reached Longbourn. A pang of regret at parting from them, from her, pierced his innermost thoughts. Why did he always think he could be in her presence and remain unscathed, unaffected? He was a fool. Believing he could be around her with impunity, flew in the face of Sir Isaac Newton's third law of motion. For every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. Smarter men than him knew the effects a pretty, spirited woman could have on a mere male. Darcy knew better than to think he was immune. Had he not protected himself for years? Was it because he was free of his responsibilities that he let down his guard? Was it because he had done the unthinkable, writing to his sister, knowing it would bring him and Wickham into the same room, where he would need to pretend that he no longer cared that he lost Pemberley? Whatever the reason, once Bingley departed for London with the Bennet lady's purse in one pocket and his letter to Georgiana in the other, the die would be cast. He set in motion a strategy Wickham would never suspect, that of being supportive instead of vengeful. In the same manner, Bingley separating himself from his sisters was a dramatic and unexpected change. The eldest Bennet sisters, taking the first step toward financial independence, would alter their course. All these changes were remarkable, and there would be no going back for any of them. Chapter 15. Elizabeth woke early the next morning, excited to begin the next step of taking charge. Instead of walking out, she would spend at least an hour practising her scales on the pianoforte before Mary commandeered the instrument. Lightly touching the keys, her fingers recalled what her mind did not. By the time she repeated the movement several times, she had progressed to playing slightly more challenging tunes than she was used to displaying publicly. She rewarded her efforts with exercise to Oakham Mount. Mr. Darcy was there. Standing next to the tree where she usually sat, the rising sunbeams gave his skin a golden glow. His teeth flashed white in a welcoming smile. His eyes appeared to be on fire.
"Miss Elizabeth, good morning to you."
"Oh, to you as well, sir." She stopped in front of him. "My friend, did you follow my example and walk out this morning, or did your horse somehow escape you?" Gesturing toward the fallen tree, she sat in her favourite spot. Joining her, he replied,
"My horse enjoys the attention of Bingley's grooms. When I went to the stables, he had a very young man already brushing his coat."
"Petey?"
"Yes. The lad grinned at me, then showed me the spot Lightning loves to have scratched. Although it might be hard to imagine, the muscles of that mighty animal seem to melt, and he relaxes until he sighs when someone scratches behind his left ear."
Elizabeth struggled to keep her expression neutral. "Dear Petey."
"I fear that a stranger who happened upon that spot could put a bridle on that recalcitrant mount and lead him away peacefully. There is no doubt in my mind that he will now follow the lad anywhere."
"Then you had best let Petey know that this is a secret between you, him and Lightning, of course." His eyes sparkled.
"I certainly shall."
Her smile faded as he straightened, clearing his throat.
"Miss Elizabeth, your father does not keep a horse for you?"
She picked an imaginary piece of lint from her skirt. "We have horses. Jane, Kitty and Lydia all ride."
"But you do not?"
Suddenly becoming very interested in her fingernails, she said, "Papa says that when I was little, I ran fast enough that he could not catch me when he wanted to put me on the back of an old mare on which Jane learned to ride." Softly he asked,
"Why did you run?"
Flustered, loath to admit another flaw, especially one that was silly, she whispered, "I was afraid." Rubbing her hands on her skirt, she glanced at the horizon before looking at him. "I can stand in the attic looking at the ground through a window and feel no fear. I can climb a tree to its top without my pulse racing and my stomach churning. However, put me on the back of a horse and I shake uncontrollably."
"When was the last time you tried to ride?"
"I was 10. She exhaled slowly. "The Lucas family was at Longbourn. Johnny Lucas, who is my age, taunted me, trying to get me on a horse. He even climbed the fence so he could stretch his legs over the mare, sitting backwards facing the tail. I laughed, like I was supposed to, but I still could not overcome my anxiety. Eventually, his brothers started teasing me about being too chicken to ride. Johnny struck his older brother in the mouth, loosening one of his teeth. I appreciated Johnny's defence. He never teased me again. He became my favourite brother of Charlotte's. But despite his efforts, I still could not get up on the back of that horse." She dipped her head and grinned. "Besides, my 2 feet have taken me everywhere I've wanted to go." He stretched his legs out in front of him and said,
"My father had me up on a horse before I could crawl. As a boy, I ate, breathed and slept horses. When I was 5, my father purchased a set of toy horses and had a miniature stable built that was kept in the nursery. My cousin Richard and I spent every rainy day playing with those toys. I was the colonel in charge of the horse brigade in our mock battles, while Richard was General Fitzwilliam, commanding the regiment. It is funny how close our lives are to our dreams during our youth. Richard is a colonel in the regulars. His regiment is on the continent, and has been for over a year."
"You miss him?" He looked directly at her.
More than you know.
With a slight shrug of his shoulder, he said,
Did you learn enough that you could ride a horse if there was an emergency?
I suppose so, she said hesitantly, hoping it never happened.
When Georgiana was young, she was terrified of fire. Patiently, Father started with a short candle and a teacup filled with water. He would light the flame, she would put it out. When a fireplace was lit, he would walk close enough that she could feel the warmth, then move a screen to where she could go no further. In that way, she eventually learned her limits. This allowed her to control her fear in a way that gave her freedom. For many years now, she seems not to notice anything other than smoke if it gets into her room. I've even seen her stand fairly close to the bonfire during Guy Fawkes.
Your father sounds like a wonderful man, Elizabeth said.
He was a good man, the best father.
Elizabeth could only see the side of his face, his firm jaw, the muscle below his cheek flexing. My parents are as opposite as tea and toast. Papa is quiet and thoughtful. Mamma is not. Were your parents similar in their attitudes? He smiled.
Not at all. Mamma used to say that if you just add water, I would grow up to be an exact copy of Father. To know the best of me is to know him. My mother loved to laugh and sing, to dance at grand balls and spend every night at the theatre. At Pemberley, whenever we went looking for her, we always found her in the gardens, the conservatory or the orangery. She would remove Georgiana from her nurse when she was a newborn to stroll to the stream and back, my sister in her arms.
I know it is impertinent to ask, but did they get on well together?
Fabulously. My parents had a rule that when we were at home, we took all our meals together if possible. Mother would speak about the favourite qualities she noted in the guests who came to Pemberley or Darcy House. Papa would discuss an edited version of the news. Every evening we adjourned to the library, where I would lean on Mother, while Father read. For me it was the happiest of times. When I had fears, Mother would calm me, promising that she would take on any foe alongside Father. Although she was never called upon to act, I doubted not that she would.
He stilled.
I did not think I would survive her death.
Her hand moved toward him before she caught herself, wanting to offer comfort. He cleared his throat.
We did survive, but everything changed. Pemberley became quiet and stayed that way.
A lump formed in her throat. Her eyes welled up. Turning fully to face him, she said, If me climbing up on a horse and riding over hills and dales would bring them back, I would not hesitate. With a faint upturn of his lips, he said,
I thank you. If only it were possible.
The tension around his eyes softened.
Tell me, what else might induce you to ride?
She scoffed. Do you like Brussels sprouts?
I do.
Well, I do not. I never have and I never will. Yet in spite of knowing my unswerving opinion, it is inevitable that others will say to me, You have just never had them cooked properly. Then they have the temerity to have a dish prepared for me, heaping with the vile vegetable, fully expecting me to enjoy it as much as they do. Well, when I was younger, I had to make myself gag at least one sprout down my throat at the insistence of my mother, whereupon I would immediately cast it back up onto their plate. It took years of this before everyone finally gave up trying to share a new preparation that I might like. I loathed them with my whole being. She shuddered. During this same period, gentlemen offered the same sort of advice with horses. If only I tried their approach. It was one failure after another. I shall not try Brussels sprouts or horses again. He threw his head back and laughed. His expression was filled with so much joy that she soon joined him. When the quiet of the day once again surrounded them, he asked,
Do you at least know how to put a bridle and saddle on a horse?
I do.
Can you do it quickly?
Why do you ask?
If there was no one around and one of your sisters was in dire need of the apothecary, what would be the quickest way to get to Meryton and back?
She swallowed. When Mamma had Lydia, it was the middle of the night. She was in distress. Papa did not take the time to call for his horse. He ran to the stables, threw a bridle on his mare, leapt on his back without a saddle, and galloped to the house where Mr. Jones lived. On the way back, the apothecary did the same. Their quickness saved Mamma's life. He arched his brows. She huffed. You are suggesting that I, for the sake of safety, learn to ride?
Not at all. The danger of losing a sister overrides the fear of a horse. At that point, the animal becomes the most efficient means to an end. What I am suggesting is that you become familiar enough that you would not waste precious time if you needed to act quickly.
I will think about it, sir. Elizabeth clasped her hands tightly.
That is all I ask.
She leaned towards him, stopping before her arm touched his. To be fair, sir, I have admitted to you my two worst fears, horses and Brussels sprouts. What are your two worst fears?
Without hesitation, he replied, I sincerely appreciate your candour. Time is passing quickly. If you are here on the morrow, I will give you my reply.
She stood, as did he. Until tomorrow, then. Dipping her knee, she returned to Longbourn, wishing the day away, so she would see him again. Chapter 16. The next morning Darcy was the first to arrive. He barely had time to hobble his horse before Miss Elizabeth appeared. One thing he appreciated about her was that she always seemed to meet each occasion with a smile. It was the perfect beginning to what promised to be a weighty conversation. After their greeting, he gestured to the tree.
If you do not mind, I shall pace while I give you my response to the question you raised.
Pray do not be disturbed, sir. My request was bold. You are under no obligation to answer.
No.
He let out a long breath he was unaware he was holding. Tension quickened his pace. Stopping short, he faced her.
Not only is it a matter of fairness, but I also admit that discussing my situation with you has given me the ability to take a step back to see a larger picture of my circumstances. How can I not benefit from sharing another topic with you? Besides, nothing I fear is worse than a cabbage the size of a small walnut.
Her lips betrayed the smallest curve. Sir, I can see that your sorry attempt at humour is because you are unsettled. Therefore, before you begin, I have a completely unrelated question that came to me shortly after I returned to Longbourn. Now I am desperate for your opinion. Would you mind terribly if I were to ask? Relieved, he said,
Not at all.
Miss Elizabeth patted the seat next to her. Once he was as comfortable as a person could be on an old oak, she said, If you could travel anywhere outside of England, where would it be, and why? Surprised, he said the first thing to come to mind.
To Philadelphia, find coal and get answers before I gave him his due.
No, not a need-to sort of journey. A want-to sort, please.
Derbyshire,
he teased. She bumped her shoulder against his. Tingles shot through him from the point of contact. Heat crept up his neck, despite the cool air. He needed a moment to regain his composure.
I would venture to Egypt to see the pyramids and the Great Sphinx, vestiges of an ancient civilization that at one time ruled the world. Then I would go to Alexandria to stand at the place where the library once existed, dreaming of the smell of papyrus scrolls lining the walls, wondering at the wisdom lost from the fires.
Where else would you go? Her question seemed to free him from his natural restraints.
And from Egypt I would head northeast through the Holy Lands, to a different Philadelphia, along with Ephesus, Miletus, Philippi, and Athens. I would stand at the Areopagus, where the Apostle Paul gave his famous speech, see the ancient temples and learn about the people. From there I would sail to the island of Malta, and then to Napoli. When my father went on tour after Cambridge, he remembered the Amalfi Coast being one of the most beautiful places on the planet. I would love to see it myself.
She leaned closer, her finger tapping her right temple. I doubt that you would need to look very close to see yearning for the same. However, for as much as I long to experience ancient civilizations, there is a large part of me that is curious about the jungle surrounding the mighty Amazon River, the Orient, the islands in Polynesia.
You would see monkeys and snakes and mosquitoes bigger than you are.
She giggled sweetly. Absolutely. I would see vibrantly coloured orchids and taste odd-shaped fruits with seeds and stems unlike anything I have ever seen before. I would feel the sun on my skin during the day and see constellations like the Southern Cross at night. I would meet people who never saw anyone like me, as I had never seen anyone like them.
You are a brave one, Miss Bennet.
And you are not? Her brow arched sharply. He shifted his position with unhurried ease.
Like you, I would yearn to see the same.
Sir, this begs the question. Where have you been that you would like to see again?
Pemberley.
He glanced at his boots, his throat constricted. Swallowing, forcing his breathing to slow, he said,
When I was at Alderwood, my uncle's estate, after leaving Pemberley, my valet placed the Darcy crest on the table next to my bed. Parker is an excellent man. Without a doubt, he was attempting to be encouraging, to help me keep my focus. The crest is a golden shield topped by a bough of red roses embroidered long ago by an ancestress on black wool. Across the front are 2 crossed swords with the word Pemberley in the middle. Underneath is the Darcy family motto, Legatum Nostrum, honour. Instead of reminding me of all that could yet be, I felt powerless, impotent, almost adrift from everything I have ever known. One moment I was the Darcy of Pemberley. In the next moment I was nothing, a victim of a crime of greed and envy.
Dropping his head, his limbs felt as heavy as lead.
I wallowed in darkness for almost a day. That night as I lay awake, images of Pemberley's cook threatening Richard and I with her rolling pin for pilfering strawberries from the garden popped into my mind. The stablemaster, Mr. Burns, approaching me to ask about the possible purchase of a neighbour's colt also appeared. In my imaginings, we rode together to watch the animal break into exuberant runs around the corral, launching into playful bucking fits, arching his back and kicking his hind legs high. Colts are more enthusiastic than coordinated, especially when chasing butterflies or blowing leaves, but they are a wonder to see.
He clasped his hands together.
That vision restored my conviction that life needed to go on for me. I wondered, before that happened, earlier in the day, if I...
She rested her fingers on his arm, calming his pounding heart. Enough, she softly whispered. Tell me about the colt. Did you purchase him for the stables? His eyes burned. Inhaling deeply, he straightened his spine before placing his hand over hers, holding it in place. After a moment he said,
I did. Sometimes when we retrieve an animal, we transport it in a high-sided cart. Since the owner was my closest neighbour, we put a halter on him and led him home.
Leaning back, he turned toward her, their knees bumping.
Lightning leaped straight up in the air with all 4 legs tucked beneath him. He hopped and bounced like an oversized rabbit, jumping sideways at his own shadow. By the time we reached the stables, I felt like the arm holding the rope was at least a foot longer than the other. Nonetheless, it was worth it, for I have a horse who is sure-footed, fast and strong.
Her smile was more brilliant than the sun, warm enough to melt the frozen edges surrounding his heart, and bringing light to his darkness. His breath caught. He wanted to kiss her more than he wanted his next breath. They were so close. His skin burned where they touched. He whispered her name, leaning closer. He stopped. What on earth was he doing? He had no rights to share a kiss, an embrace. He could offer her little. Jumping up from the log, he paced from one end of the bluff to the other until he regained the Darcy control. Unexpectedly, after his 3rd trip back and forth, she joined him. He adjusted his stride to hers. By the time he counted 10 laps, he slowed. She stood silently alongside him. With straightforwardness, he said, I claimed at the Meryton Assembly that you were not handsome enough to tempt me. Well, I was wrong. She turned toward the horizon, her face toward the sun. Closing her eyes, she said, her tone kindly, Tell me your 2 fears, Mr. Darcy. I fear not regaining my heritage, and I fear losing control. Her chin rose slightly. I see. Where I cannot help you with the first, I will return to Longbourn, which should aid you with the latter. My family will be rising to break their fast soon. I would not want to miss the warm buns. Cook is from Bath, where she worked in a shop that baked tea cakes. Occasionally she makes them for us. On my way out the door this morning, she might have mentioned that today was the day. Her light comment completely settled him, until he felt like his feet were back on solid ground. Darcy would admit it to no one, but his affection for her was growing. What he would do about it, he had no idea. Without looking at him, she curtsied, then said, "Good morning, Mr. Darcy," before descending the steep path. Not once did she look back. Once Elizabeth reached the valley floor, she ran as quickly as she was able, hoping to outdistance her muddled thoughts. Slowly, she considered how she felt at the moment his hand covered hers. Her heart hammered so loudly, she was certain he could hear it. Every nerve ending seemed to come alive at once. Her knees felt weak and unsteady beneath her, as warmth flooded through her from head to toe. Had Mr. Darcy almost kissed her? Why had he stopped? Did I want him to stop? Not at all. Covering her heated cheeks with her palms, Elizabeth vowed to never forget that moment. When he leaned closer, the world narrowed to just his face, his eyes, his lips. She could smell his cologne, his skin. The sound of his breathing filled her ears. When his head tilted, she knew the moment he held his breath. "Oh, that man!" Elizabeth hissed into the void. Snapping a stalk of wheat, left from the harvest, she stripped the grain from the shaft. No doubt if she had a mirror, she would discover her grin reaching from ear to ear, her skin the colour of the ribbon he purchased for Petey's grandmother, and her eyes shining. Stopping, she spun in place, her arms wide. Uncaring if he saw the demonstration of her happiness, she glanced back at Oakham Mount. The sun at his back gave him an unearthly glow. Raising her arm to wave, she was delighted when he waved back. Elizabeth could not wait until the next day, when she would see him again. Chapter 17. Darcy met Miss Elizabeth atop Oakham Mount every morning except Sunday, for the following 3 weeks. As December loomed, neither the chill of the air nor the intermittent rainfall kept her from walking out each day. He was grateful, for he had yet to receive a response from his sister, a crushing blow to his heart. Perhaps she never received the letter. Would her husband keep it from her? Miss Elizabeth was always quick to reassure him that his effort was not in vain. "Sir, I cannot help but note that you appear disturbed. May I help you?" Darcy forced himself to relax his facial muscles. She was too perceptive.
"If only I could be as joyous as you."
"Then let us see if our conversation will blow the black cloud hovering over you away." He readily agreed. They covered a multitude of subjects. She informed him that her favourite colour was blue. She loved the sky, bluebells, robins' eggs, clear lakes, and berries. She laughed when he told her his favourite colour was brown, since to her it was not a real colour.
"Of course brown is a true colour. My horse is brown, and he is my favourite, as was my dog when I was growing up. Rich soil, my father's dressing gown that he wore until it was threadbare, and mother made him toss it in the fire. Brown-shelled eggs, juicy roasted venison, corn, wheat, and oats just before harvest. Bacon, peat, and manure are all brown. Every shade of brown is an exceptional hue."
"Manure?" Her nose scrunched as if smelling something foul.
"Do recall that I'm a farmer. Your father would know its value."
"He does." Her eyes widened slightly with recognition. He chuckled at her expression.
"Your eyes are a lovely shade of brown."
"Oh." Her eyes widened as her face softened. "Well then, I cannot fault you any more, can I?"
"You cannot."
Their conversation continued, covering a variety of topics, including canvassing the sort of person they always planned to marry. Elizabeth teased, "From the first moment I saw you, Mr. Darcy, I knew you were the last man I could ever be prevailed upon to meet at the altar." That she so easily recalled the Meryton Assembly disappointed him.
Ah, the slight.
Darcy thought they had put that horrible event behind them. Well, not at all. She was quick to reassure him. This has nothing at all to do with your words on the day of your arrival. Rather, I am speaking of your physical appearance. Now he was insulted. Under normal circumstances, he looked forward to her displays of sparkling wit. This was... well, he was affronted.
My appearance? I do not mean to sound vain, but I have been told by several ladies that I am handsome.
She giggled. Nay, sir, you misunderstand me. From the moment you handed your hat to the waiting footman in the inn in Meryton, I realised that you have far too much hair for me to marry you.
Too much?
He was proud of the thickness of his hair. Many men his age already had receding hairlines, like Bingley. Even Wickham's forehead was growing bare on the top. She sighed heavily. My mane is so thick that our maid despairs of having enough water to rinse the soap out. Imagine a child having a combination of your hair and mine. He or she would hate us for life each time their maid or valet attempted to constrain their mop into order.
What a relief.
He laughed.
Is there anything else?
Why, yes, now that you mention it. Do you realise how much taller you are than me? I would get a crick in my neck, and always need to be on my toes for any displays of affection. She blushed delightfully. And what would that do for a tall man's posture? His shoulders would droop before their time. He straightened to his full height.
Anything else?
Of course. I would never marry so handsome a man as you. Other ladies would envy me and pity him for being bound to someone who is merely tolerable. He winced. My confidence could not bear it. And suppose your feet are big, muddy footprints everywhere. No, I intend to marry a plain, bald, short man with delicate feet who cherishes his thick-haired, pretty-ish, petite wife. Darcy had not laughed that loud. Well, he could not recall the last time he laughed so heartily. And what of you? She asked, failing to appear offended. After only a moment's thought, he said, I would never wed a quiet woman. The silence would be deafening. Was your pun intended? Elizabeth chuckled. What else? For surely the great Mr. Darcy has strict requirements for the companion of his future life. Companion of my future life? Wherever did you hear such an expression? It is something my Aunt Catherine would say. She snorted. My father received a letter from his ridiculous cousin, who is Longbourn's heir. The man apparently is fond of adverbs, although he was scanty by comparison in the portion where he states his intention to select a bride from my sisters and I. He wrote what? Darcy was completely baffled. He stepped closer to her. What did your father say? Miss Elizabeth avoided his question and his gaze. You? Did your father offer you as this sacrificial lamb? She blinked. Not my father. Oh, your mother, then. Will your father support her? She shrugged. He prides himself on being the most disagreeable partner in their marriage, so I cannot imagine him agreeing to the arrangement. Nevertheless, I will not reach my majority for another half-year. There is little I can do, other than run away to my uncle in London if my cousin insists. Besides, he is likely too tall, too handsome, and too hairy. He appreciated her attempt to find humour in the situation. It was one facet of her character that drew him to her. Do let us return to the subject at hand, she said. You are determined that you would never marry a quiet woman. What else? Determined to lighten the mood, he added, I would never marry a fair-haired lady. Oh, you would not? Someone as lovely as Jane would grace any man's arm. Why would you reject someone like her because of her hair? He adored the puzzled look on her face. Oh, good Lord! He admired her face, and her wit, and her smile, and her compassion. Forcing himself to reply in the same manner, he said, Could you imagine combining the colour of my almost black hair with pale yellow? I suspect that any child born would have dullish brown hair. Also, although your sister has thicker hair than Georgiana, it is not as, abundant as yours. Besides, your father's hair is rather thin.
I would not want to risk my progeny to tend toward baldness."
Miss Elizabeth's arms wrapped around her middle as she broke out in mirth. Once she regained control, she said, "Then we agree. We shall remain friends, aiding the other to find a mate who perfectly matches our requirements. Mine shall be the exact opposite of you, and yours—" Her hand shot to her mouth.
"And mine?"
His admiration had grown for Miss Elizabeth each time he was in her company. Imagining their potential children, even though it was done as a joke to lighten his mood, was suddenly desirable to him. Only that morning he considered how pleasant it would be to go about his day with her by his side, forsaking all others, keeping only to her, so long as they both shall live.
"Miss Elizabeth, when you mentioned that your father's cousin was ridiculous, and that you did not want to be attached to him, I now wonder what sort of man could you see yourself marrying?"
Her natural modesty moved her to look away from him. "Sir, it is painful not to have a choice, and be under the control of those who look out for their interests rather than mine. Had I the ability to select my own mate, I would want a husband I can respect and admire, one I can have intelligent discussions with, someone who wants to share our lives. I want to share the challenge of rearing children to be responsible and happy adults." Her attention returned to him. "I want a man with whom I would love growing old beside."
"I want the same."
He crossed his arms thoughtfully, rather than defensively. Was he really thinking about marriage, joining her life to his permanently? Miss Elizabeth allowed him his silence, while he mentally worked out how to proceed. During their daily discourse, she withheld nothing of her feelings or opinions from him. Already she knew more of his circumstances than any other person. More of him. He needed to, again, speak freely.
"Miss Bennet, the only thing between myself and poverty is slightly over £4,000. I have no debt, yet I no longer own a house."
He stopped in front of her, noted the confusion in her eyes, and then resumed pacing.
"I would guess that your father's income would be approximately £2,000 a year. From that he can support a wife and 5 grown daughters who are out in society. I calculate that the cost of running a smaller estate would be considerably less. With that said, the income from rents and harvests, if managed properly, could generate more from alternate sources."
She tipped her head to the side, as if to study his face. "I understand what you are saying, sir. What I do not know is why. Are you merely speaking your thoughts aloud?" Standing directly in front of her, he said,
"I am judicious in my habits. I have only been truly inebriated twice in my life, and I have already explained both times to you. I am not immoral, I do not gamble, nor am I a cheat. I obey the law, and I am kind to older ladies and animals."
"And Petey, you are kind to him." He smiled.
"Yes, I cannot forget Petey."
Clearing his throat, he explained,
"Miss Elizabeth Bennet, I thought we could meet regularly with impunity, that our being in company almost daily was harmless. Only a few minutes out of each day should impact neither of us. Yet in my heart I knew we were flirting with danger."
"Flirting? Danger?" Elizabeth stepped back. "Be perfectly clear, Mr. Darcy, I do not flirt, nor do you. What are you saying?" Her whole body was taut. Stepping forward, standing so close that he could see the golden flecks in her eyes, he said,
"I begin each day excited for when we meet. I end each day thinking about what we might discuss the next day. In all that has gone bad in my life since Georgiana married Wickham, I am grateful that I am in Hertfordshire, in Meryton, on top of Oakham Mount, with you."
"Oh." Her eyes were as round as her mouth.
"Miss Elizabeth, I am on the brink of discerning my path for my future, and I cannot imagine being unable to discuss my plans with you routinely. Through our conversations we have held daily for the past weeks, I now understand that my value is far more than owning Pemberley. With or without the estate, I remain Fitzwilliam Darcy, the son of my parents. Whatever I do in the days and years ahead, I am still me."
"I am pleased to have been of service, sir."
"My lady, I find that I never want to leave Hertfordshire without you. In all honesty, I do not know if what I am feeling is the first blush of affection, but my first thought each morning when I wake is of you. I hurry through my tasks until we meet. I regret the moment we part, immediately looking forward to when next I can see you again. With that in mind, would you be willing to avoid your father's cousin, and tie your life with mine, whereupon you will eventually have a house full of hairy, medium-height, handsome children with me?"
A soft, wondering look crossed her features. She started to speak, stopped, then tried again. "Sir, with the inherent knowledge of my mother's inclination to push her least favourite daughter into the arms of Longbourn's heir, and the simple fact that I would willingly spend every hour with you, I have decided." Without hesitation, she said, "If you can bear having pitiful-looking children, then I suppose I can tolerate being wed to you."
"Then call me Fitzwilliam, and if you would allow me, I will forever address you as Elizabeth."
He extended his hand. "Very well, Fitzwilliam." She gripped his fingers with hers. At her touch, tingling sensations shot up his arm. He felt the tremble of her hand. His lips barely brushed the back of her knuckles.
"I am happy to be of service, my lady."
"And I would be pleased to become your bride." She unconsciously leaned closer. He met her halfway. The suspended moment until his lips lightly touched hers felt like an eternity. Pure, overwhelming joy mixed with awe washed over him. Elizabeth would be his. He was determined to devote himself fully to doing whatever it took to make her happy to be Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy, not of Pemberley, but of somewhere. Chapter 18. Since her youth, Elizabeth had often dreamed about what her proposal might be like. A handsome gent, who finally touched her heart, would bring her a bouquet of lovely flowers. He might read sonnets or a love poem he penned before he made his offer. Never had she considered that her reality would be little more than a statement of intent, followed by a kiss that made her feel like she was floating and falling at the same time. It was gentle and perfect, nothing like she had imagined, but better. She touched her lips, trying to remember the feeling, the sense of wonder that came with a significant first experience. Fitzwilliam Darcy was so much more than her initial impression. There was something about his character that drew her to him. His honour was unbending, his kindness was without prejudice, and the attention he gave her was complete, and the feel of her hand in his, the touch of his mouth against hers was, good Lord, it was marvellous. Although she was surprised at how quickly this came about, the practical solution was to marry him. However, before they proceeded, there were a few things she needed to clarify. "Mr. Darcy, or rather Fitzwilliam, perhaps you have forgotten my pitiful lack of accomplishments we discussed almost a month ago. Despite daily practice, I fear I have made minimal progress on the pianoforte. Also, I've barely saved enough money to care for myself for a year. Of course, I would need to split those funds evenly with Jane and Mary, which will immediately decrease my fiscal value by a third. As well, I also spent a half-day following Cook and Mrs. Hill to observe their responsibilities, to see what I could imitate, should I ever be on my own. My presence appeared to irritate them to the point where they asked me never to do it again." She appreciated his effort to keep from laughing. "I fear I will be a poor wife for a relatively poor man." He grinned.
"Then my attempt to explain myself was not well done. Compared to my former lifestyle, I would be considered impoverished. Our true circumstances are that we have sufficient to purchase a small property or lease a larger one. There would be enough for any minor repairs, enough to purchase seed for planting crops for the coming year, a few servants to make our living more comfortable, and provisions until income trickles in. Though what we both have that is far more valuable than money is intelligence and the desire to succeed." She said, with a haughty lift of her chin, "I am determined to accomplish whatever we deem is necessary for our future happiness." "As am I. Are we decided, then?"
Anticipating how the coming years would unfold, blossomed in her chest, until she could barely breathe. Her body felt suspended as her mind considered the possibilities. How she answered would determine the rest of her life. She surveyed him from his toes to his eyes. He gave every appearance of solidity, of permanence, of everything she discovered about his character since his arrival in Meryton. What she appreciated the most was that he was a man of honour. He was not attempting to take the easy way out. No, that was not what she most appreciated. What meant more to her was that he dignified her by speaking to her and listening as if she were his equal. For that alone she would marry him. Plus, in spite of her teasing, he truly was exceedingly attractive and strong. She would be a fool not to attach herself to him. The rational side of her mind screamed that it was too soon, but her heart instinctively felt that this would work well for them both. Being tied to her father's cousin would be a disaster. Marrying a man from trade would likely not provide an income close to what Mr. Darcy offered. Since his goal was to either regain Pemberley or eventually purchase property, the ability to care for her mother and sisters, should the worst happen, was also in his favour. As logical thoughts battled with potent feelings, her heart won the battle. "We agree, Fitzwilliam." She almost never went back on her word once given. "Upon my father's approval, I will become your wife." The Master of Longbourn was either a private man or a disinterested one. Despite Darcy and Bingley arriving at the Bennets' estate daily, Darcy could not say that he knew Mr. Bennet's character at all. That evening, once the last course was served, Mr. Bennet said,
"Well, my heir, who was expected to arrive on the morrow, has been delayed. His latest missive informed me that he will be on our doorstep on Monday at precisely 4 o'clock.
He waited until the complaints from around the table quieted, before continuing.
He also restated the purpose for his journey to our fair shire. His first letter gave the impression that his desire to wed one of my daughters was his idea. In his latest letter I have it on good authority that his esteemed patroness has challenged him to survey his future inheritance and extend an olive branch by offering marriage to one of you girls. He means to return to Hunsford with a Bennet as a wife. Which Bennet? I do not know. The esteemed Lady Catherine de Bourgh of Rosings Park in Kent did not say." His aunt? Had someone hit him over the head from behind, Darcy would have been no less shocked or disturbed. Mr. Bennet stared at Bingley. "Of course, it would be natural to assume that the eldest would be his first consideration. What do you think, Mr. Bingley? Would my Jane be an appropriate wife for a clergyman holding the living at Hunsford in Kent? Of course, this would mean that upon my untimely demise, she would become mistress of Longbourn."
Bingley eyed Miss Bennet, whose embarrassment was uncomfortable to witness.
"Not at all, Mr. Bennet."
Mrs. Bennet squawked from her end of the table.
"Who is this Lady Catherine? What sort of property is Rosings Park, I ask you? Jane is destined for better things than the wife of a vicar."
Both Elizabeth and Miss Bennet cringed. Mr. Bennet continued to observe Darcy's friend as he spoke.
"Is that so, Mrs. Bennet? I cannot imagine any other outcome. No one has seen fit to seek me out other than you, my dear wife. Apparently the only hopes are what I have in my imagination and what you have in yours."
"Papa," Elizabeth warned, shaking her head when her father glanced her way. He sniffed, apparently unhappy to have been chastised, since he settled his heavy-lidded gaze on Elizabeth.
"Ah, then perhaps he will find my second child more to his liking. Or Lizzie would have little difficulty keeping him on his toes. Nor would she be easily intimidated by Lady Catherine de Bourgh, whoever she is."
He slapped his palms on the table.
"There, it is settled. Lizzie will be the future mistress of our humble abode."
"Papa!" Her resentment at being the target of his jest narrowed her eyes as her hand stilled next to her plate.
"Never."
Darcy stood abruptly, his chair sliding back from the table as Elizabeth's expressive eyes shot to him.
"If I might have a moment of your time, Mr. Bennet, there is a matter of grave importance I need to discuss with you prior to the arrival of your heir. In private, if I may."
Elizabeth's father lifted his wineglass to his lips. Before drinking, Darcy caught the man's minute smirk.
If you must.
Mr. Bennet gave the impression that his sole purpose was to poke fun at someone else, someone not as mentally acute, for his satisfaction. His humour was acerbic. Darcy knew others like him. He refused to allow the man to intimidate him. When the ladies stood to leave for the drawing-room, Elizabeth whispered to Darcy, "Papa admires wit and intelligence. In comparing the two of you, I fear he does not have the advantage." Prior to the door closing behind the ladies, Elizabeth's smile made his chest swell. Elizabeth was worth fighting for. Bingley said, "If you do not mind, I shall join the ladies so you may have your discussion undisturbed." Without hesitation, Mr. Bennet replied, "Do not bother leaving. I cannot see this taking long." Bingley sat. Was the man a fool? Was the future of his daughter not important enough to thoroughly canvass his prospects? Once the ladies were out of the room, Darcy forced himself to calm. "Lady Catherine de Bourgh is my aunt, the elder sister of my late mother. Her estate is the seat of her husband's family, which is only exceeded in size by Chatsworth and Pemberley. She treats all visitors with great condescension, never allowing them to forget their inferior rank. She is known to be formidable, dictatorial even. Should you allow any of your daughters to be under her authority, their lives will be managed by her to the nth degree. Nothing escapes my aunt's notice." Mr. Bennet tapped his fingers on the table. "Then you suggest that while Jane, Mary and Kitty would be easily overpowered, my Lizzie and Lydia would not. Perhaps Mrs. Bennet will place those two in the heir's path so he will have a choice." "You think so little of your daughters that you would marry them to an imbecile who is completely under the control of a tyrant. My aunt would never have a reasonable man under her authority. You care nothing of their happiness. Under the constant barrage of my aunt's strong opinions, even someone as irrepressible as Miss Elizabeth would begin to fade into a shadow of herself. The wife of your heir would never have relief from the constant pressure to live up to an ideal that is unattainable by both her husband and my aunt." Mr. Bennet abdicated his authority under the guise of respect. "My Lizzie can stand up for herself. Lydia could as well." "Yet neither should have to, since it is your role to stand up for them. With that said, I offered my hand in marriage to Miss Elizabeth earlier today, and she accepted. With your permission, I will remove her from any effort by you or your wife to bind her permanently to your heir." Bingley gasped. Mr. Bennet sat back in his chair. "Is that right? Tell me, is it true that you are no longer the master of Pemberley?" "Yes." Mr. Bennet's lips pressed together briefly. "Ah, then my wife's gossip was not idle. What she does not know is that I am not without resources. Currently I can and will support my wife to the standard she has lived her life here at Longbourn, with the promise of better in the days to come. Together we will work for our happiness." He scoffed. "Tell me, Mr. Darcy, is it because you fear the reports Mr. Collins will share about your recent decline that you approach me with your petition for my daughter's hand this evening? If Lady Catherine is at all like you say, I imagine she will have her own opinions about what happened to you, ones that might shed greater light on your qualifications to marry my favourite daughter. After all, my cousin's letters are full of Lady Catherine says this and Lady Catherine says that. I suspect Collins will be unrestrained with his speech, and share everything he knows within the first hour of his arrival. Or perhaps I should wait to hear what tales he tells before I answer you." "Do as you must." Darcy struggled to give the appearance of nonchalance, though he cared more than he dared admit. Elizabeth's father turned in his chair to face away from Darcy. He sat in silence. Finally he said, "I cannot allow this. Before I let Lizzie go, I need to know that she will be secure." "Like she is now?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Mr. Bennet spun towards him. Slapping his palm on the table again, he stared at Darcy. "Young man, I will allow 30 seconds for you to convince me of your worthiness." Darcy stood, stretching to his full height. "Despite the limitations society places upon females, your daughter does not hesitate to stand up for herself. She is equally, if not more, fierce when protecting her sisters.
She does not easily tolerate idiots. At the same time, her willingness to overlook flaws when a genuine, heartfelt apology is offered is exemplary. Her joy results from others being happy. She is eager to learn and grow. Elizabeth can think a matter through, although this is not always her first response. To me, she represents the best part of you and Mrs. Bennet. He took a breath. As she is the product of her parents, so am I. He splayed his palms for Mr. Bennet to see. I do not possess the soft hands of most gentlemen, because from my infancy I was taught the value of hard work. As my father was a man of principle, so am I. The Darcy family motto is our legacy, our honour. Because of this, I will cherish your daughter for her lifetime, doing everything within my power to make her aware of how much I appreciate her intelligence, her compassion, and her positive spirit. Mr. Bennet again turned away from him. You do not mention love. Easing, Darcy dipped his chin slightly. Words of deep affection will be between Elizabeth and me alone. As our feelings grow, we will share them privately. Mr. Bennet slowly rose to his feet, his hands dropping to his side. Facing Darcy, he said, Very well. If she has accepted you, then you have been able to convince her of your worth. I only ask you not be too quick to take her away from me. Lizzie is my greatest blessing. Darcy understood. I wish we had the time to do as you ask, Mr. Bennet. I need her, sir. We have agreed that we shall marry as soon as the banns are called, since there is much to accomplish before winter sets in. Mr. Cosgrove is taking me to look at a property on the morrow. If it does not meet our needs, my uncle Hugh Fitzwilliam, the Earl of Matlock, has offered me an estate in Derbyshire, should we not find something closer. Mr. Bennet's head bobbed. Then I shall accept my loss. At least Mrs. Bennet will be pleased. Bingley jumped up from his chair, his voice almost cracking like a juvenile in his eagerness. Sir, I would like to ask permission to court Miss Bennet. Mr. Bennet quipped, Unless I am mistaken, is that not what you are already doing? Yes, I guess so. Bingley sat back down. Darcy asked, Will you be announcing our engagement to the ladies of the family, or is this a task you will leave to me? Let's get to it. Elizabeth's father departed the room, walked to the drawing-room, and loudly proclaimed, Mrs. Bennet, you will be pleased to know that Mr. Darcy asked permission to marry one of our daughters. How wonderful! His wife clapped her hands. Lydia? Darcy barely kept from shuddering. He and Lydia Bennet? Never. He has chosen Lizzie. Lizzie is to be married. Oh, this is in every way wonderful, Mr. Bennet, since one wedding often leads to another. My, but this is the best news. I'm certain that I can have everything arranged by the beginning of summer. Oh my, we shall need to go to London to visit the warehouses, for only the best fabrics will be appropriate for a June bride. I cannot wait to tell my sister, Lady Lucas, Matilda Goulding, and Agnes Long, and... As she meticulously described the wedding of her dreams to anyone who listened, Darcy approached Elizabeth. Taking her fingers in his, he gently squeezed, his thumb rubbing across the back of her hand. It is done. The second he felt the muscles in her hand ease, relief overcame him. In 3 weeks, he would forever have a partner, someone to care for and support, who would do the same for him, someone who would be by his side as they overcame the obstacles in life, someone to love. Chapter 19. Elizabeth's confidence in Mr. Darcy was not misplaced. Once the furor calmed, she peered closer at the man who would soon be her husband. She could see signs that the conversation had been a confrontation rather than a simple question and acceptance. Fitzwilliam's brow was furrowed, his eyes alight, as he held his spine straighter than usual. Come with me. She tugged gently. Very well. He followed her towards where her father had commenced reading. She asked, Papa, have you been to Ashworth? Closing his book and setting it aside, Thomas Bennet polished his spectacles with his shirt-tail. I have, though it has been 2 or maybe 3 months ago.
His right brow rose as he looked between her and Fitzwilliam.
Why do you ask?
Mr. Cosgrove suggested it to Fitzwilliam as a potential investment property. Her father gestured for them to be seated. Crossing his hands over his middle after perching his glasses on his nose, he said,
Ashworth is a modest but respectable estate that has a fine manor house, much smaller than ours. I believe there are only 4 bedrooms to our 10, with a larger drawing room than Stoke and better attics than Purvis Lodge. Unlike Longbourn, acres of land separate Ashworth village from the house, although not all of it belongs to the estate.
Darcy leaned forward.
What can you tell me about the land? Let me see.
Her papa rubbed his chin.
My purpose for visiting the property was the acquisition of Mr. John Stallworth's library. Recently widowed, he plans to leave England in the spring to join his son, who has a position with the British government in India. I paid far more attention to the inside of his library than any other aspect of the house, and very little to what was outside. If I recall correctly, the parks surrounding the main house, stable and carriage house, are similar to Longbourn. Hills and dales, petitioned fields of grain.
He closed his eyes as if trying to picture it in his mind. After a brief pause, his eyelids popped open.
What I remember are the kitchen garden and the fruit orchards behind. Both are unusually large and overgrown. I cannot imagine why the space was used for that purpose, unless Stallworth supplemented his income by selling produce at the markets.
Rubbing his chin again, he said,
I think that is all. I thank you, sir.
Elizabeth rested her free hand on Darcy's arm. Papa, could you estimate the distance from here to Ashworth?
I suspect that the whole parcel sits not 1 mile west of St. Albans, so it would be 4 miles north-east of here as the crow flies.
Darcy asked,
Did the house and the rest of the buildings appear sound? As far as I observed, yes, they did. And what of the servants? Were they untroubled when they showed you into the house?
Elizabeth turned to him. What an odd question, Fitzwilliam. Why do you ask? He stroked her thumb with his.
The attitudes of those employed often reflect the care a master gives a property. If they are tense, their eyes constantly shifting to see if the master approves or not, I wonder if he is the sort who gives conflicting orders, or is autocratic, keeping those under him guessing. If they are lackadaisical, or if they take charge, I would be concerned that the master fails in fulfilling his responsibilities. Either way, if he cannot properly control his servants, how could he do better for his property? Much can be determined by studying the people involved.
I see. With the man seated close to her relaxed with the topic, her father practically squirmed in his chair. Everyone in the neighbourhood knew the reputation of Thomas Bennet. As her betrothed suggested, the servants at Longbourn took the lead, or little would get done. Clearing his throat loudly, her father challenged Darcy.
What I wonder is what you have been doing the past 3 months since you lost your position as master. Have you used this time to your advantage, or taken a holiday, wasting away the days pursuing your pleasure? And what would the past 3 months say about your ability to manage an estate?
The only sign Elizabeth could see that the question irritated Darcy was the sudden tenseness of his jaw.
As the father of my future bride, your questions deserve an answer.
Ever noble, he began.
At first, my emotions controlled my thinking. I knew it was not wise to make a major decision until I could see my situation clearly. Then I reviewed each word and each copy of the contracts, along with my attorney, Mr. Samuel Haggerston, to verify their legality. I also had my uncle's men sort through every document to see if I could overturn my loss. Meanwhile, I hired men to locate Mr. Simon Cole, my former man of business. I then awaited news of the co-conspirator to see if he had indeed left England, and if so, where he settled. By then, 8 weeks passed. Between then and my arrival in Hertfordshire 4 weeks later, I investigated available properties in Nottinghamshire, Staffordshire and Suffolk, finding nothing to suit my needs.
Her father nodded. At the same time, Elizabeth's confidence in Darcy increased. When he glanced at her again, she smiled with pleasure. He turned to her.
Miss Elizabeth, I have never been the sort to rush into a decision, although I can do so if necessary. The only times I have been incautious caused me and those under my care to suffer. The mistake I made the night I learned of my sister's marriage is one I never want to forget. Even before my error, I tried to calculate costs, not just in money, but how my decisions would affect others.
Do you mean like your choice to marry me? He smiled. Elizabeth's heart raced under the intensity of his gaze. Her father again cleared his throat.
I have one more matter I would like addressed before we make your engagement public.
He barely paused.
Immediately after the assembly, my wife described you as brooding like a dark cloud over the festivities. She also mentioned that you gravely insulted the very woman you want to wed. My question to you is, can you control your anger?
Elizabeth swallowed. It was a question she had not thought to ask. When Darcy's head dropped and his hand pulled away from hers, she considered all she knew about him. It was at that exact moment she realised that he had already shown himself to her. She entwined her fingers with his. He glanced at her before directing his reply to her father.
Before I arrived at Netherfield Park, I somewhat tempered my rage.
He clasped her hand tightly.
I hope you understand how I responded when I was at the height of my anger. You see, my ire was channeled solely at my new brother-in-law, my former man of business, and myself. Never, not even once, did it occur to me to take out my frustration on my sister, although her decision set everything that happened against me in motion.
Her father nodded.
And my Lizzie?
Darcy's ears pinked.
I have begged forgiveness from your daughter. Although I have sworn to be less judgmental and proud, I have almost 28 years of having an overly exalted attitude to overcome. I am, I guess you could say, a work in progress, since I will do anything never to hurt your daughter again.
She murmured so only he could hear. Now it is you who recalls the evening we met. Any hurt I felt from your insult has long passed. His smile warmed her. Clasping the book in his hands, her father sat forward in the chair.
Very well. I give you leave to inform the residents of Meryton of your betrothal, besides obtaining a licence and making arrangements with Longbourn's rector. How you inform Mr. Collins that I have one less daughter for him to chase, I leave up to you.
When he used the arms of the chair to push himself up, Elizabeth worried. That he could not stand without help was telling. He was far from being a young man. In years past he would stroll with them into Meryton, sharing quips and quotes with anyone who would listen. She remembered that until recently he rode the fence lines daily, in sunshine or rain. Looking closer, she noticed large patches of grey woven through his hair and sideburns. Dark spots splotched the backs of his hands. Deep lines framed his face. When did he become old, sedentary, disinterested? She recalled her earlier conversation with Darcy about the health of her father. Although the colour of her father's skin looked healthy enough, she realised the depth of her mother's concerns for their futures. Shame on me for not noticing that my parents are no longer young. Did her father realise the same? A sinking feeling hit her middle. At the same time, tears threatened. Papa, by chance, after receiving his first letter, did you write to Mr. Collins, inviting him to Longbourn? She held her breath until he replied.
I did.
Good Lord, her father wants one of us to be attached to his heir. Gratefully, Darcy's hand tightened over hers before he stood. Fitzwilliam said,
Mr. Bennet, as the nephew of Lady Catherine, I suspect what my aunt has shared with Mr. Collins. Assuming he is a fool, his ranting and ravings would make residing in the same house intolerable for Elizabeth. Perhaps we should apply for a common licence to marry prior to your heir's arrival. This week, then?
Her father's face fell.
Are you certain? Yes, we could marry on Friday morning. Mrs. Bennet would have 4 days to inform the community. I will send news to my uncle.
Her beloved papa sighed.
I fully believe that I have many years until I reach my mortal coil. With that said, you likely thought you would always be in charge of Pemberley. Things have a way of changing in the blink of an eye. I suppose it would be best to have this done before Collins can make a fuss. A fait accompli, if you must."
Darcy pulled her closer to him.
"If Elizabeth is agreeable, then I would be happy to meet her at the chapel Friday morning."
Elizabeth's mind flew into a frenzy. Although she was certain she wanted to marry him, she was unsure why her heart begged for more time. Had her father's questions created doubt? No, because she was convinced her betrothed was the best man she knew. As they dealt with life's challenges, they were both determined to be happy. It was... Oh, Lord in heaven, it was the other aspects of marriage that caused her to hesitate. Intense heat radiated from her chest. Other than their kiss when they agreed to marry, his holding her hand now, and the small courtesies of him offering his arm when they walked the difficult portion of Oakham Mount's path, they had minimal physical contact. Once they were wed, they would act as every other married couple and... Envisioning the activities resulting from the sensation she felt having her hand in his, Elizabeth's sensibilities were completely overwhelmed. Could she? Would she? Was it even possible to... The course of it all escaped her. Goodness, they only had one kiss. She peeked at him out of one eye, not realizing they had been closed. He was frightfully appealing.
"Elizabeth?"
His confused expression made her want to laugh. Instead, she mustered up every bit of boldness she possessed and said, "I will be pleased to marry you on Friday." There, it was done. From behind her, her mother shrieked, "Oh, Lizzie, I knew you could not be so clever for nothing. We are saved." Jane and Kitty applauded. Mary grinned. Lydia whined. "I was supposed to be the first to marry," before she quickly changed her tune. "Since you will beat me to the altar, Lizzie, I will wear my blue dress and my new bonnet, so I look like the sister of a respectable gentleman, wise enough to purchase it for me." With that settled, Elizabeth considered her need for an appropriate gown. Thank heavens she had not yet worn her gift from Aunt Gardiner. Suddenly, she could not wait to walk down the aisle on the arm of her papa, to become Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy. Elizabeth Darcy had a lovely ring to it. Chapter 20. Early the next morning, Darcy, Bingley and Mr. Cosgrove set out for Ashworth. Instead of the comfort of Matlock's carriage, the older man insisted they travel by horseback. On one stretch of road where they were undisturbed, Mr. Cosgrove said, "I feel sorry for you, young men." Bingley was the first to respond. "Why is that, sir?" "You wear your wealth, inviting the attention of unsavoury characters, peers, and those who are like barnacles clinging to the sides of a ship, who view your assets as a statement of your character." "I never considered this, Mr. Cosgrove," Bingley mused. "Mr. Bingley, when you walked into Mr. Phillip's office with your expensive clothing and fine carriage, surely the price of leasing Netherfield Park was much higher than had you entered with my simple garments and my old horse." Darcy easily saw the truth of his words, since that was the way of the world. "Sir, you do your gelding no favours by describing him as old. Anyone with an eye for horseflesh can see that despite his years, his conformation is still sleek and well-muscled. I can imagine him once racing across fields or leaping fences without effort." The older man chuckled. "Oh, you have me there, son. Old Bucephalus could run like the wind, and there was not an outcropping he could not sail over with ease. He was a rascal in his youth, though. There was not a man who stayed astride him other than myself. Even today he balks when someone else approaches him with a saddle." No one had called Darcy son for over 5 years. The respectful appellation touched the farthest reaches of his heart, warming him to the man accompanying them. "I see your point, Mr. Cosgrove. I suspect that your presence at a gathering is often overlooked. When men discuss business, they assume that you are either not interested or you do not understand them." He grinned. "Cambridge or Oxford?" "Cambridge, a very long time ago." Puzzled, Bingley asked Darcy, "How did you know?" Tipping his head to Mr. Cosgrove, Darcy said, "Bucephalus is one of the most famous horses of antiquity. It is doubtful that an uneducated man would know the name of Alexander the Great's mount." "Bah!" Bingley snorted. "I went to Cambridge too, if you recall, and I assumed it was the name of a prophet in the Bible, someone from the Chronicles." As soon as the laughter quieted, Mr. Cosgrove said, "No one in Meryton knows of my wealth, and no one needs to know. I worked hard and invested cautiously to ensure Martha's care after my death. She will be able to do as she pleases. I will not have her bothered by greedy, grabbing men who would toss her aside as something worth less than her purse when she is far more priceless than any amount of coin." Darcy pondered the wisdom of Mr. Cosgrove's approach. He was correct that men of Darcy's former status wore their wealth in every aspect of their life: the best houses, the best garments, the best jewels, the best food and wine, the best entertainment. "I must speak to Elizabeth about this." To Mr. Cosgrove he announced, "I suspect you will be pleased to hear that Miss Elizabeth Bennet accepted my proposal yesterday. We received her father's blessing last evening. With the approach of several upcoming events, we plan to marry this Friday at 11. Already this morning Mr. Bennet and I applied for and received a common licence. We will marry from Longbourn Chapel." Once congratulations were offered, Bingley added, "They will stay at Netherfield Park until they find a residence of their own, hopefully nearby. Since Darcy has spent so much time with his betrothed, I am used to not seeing him throughout the day. My responsibility will be to keep others from encroaching on their time together, in hopes that soon Darcy will do the same for me." "Ah, Miss Jane Bennet is for you, then?" Mr. Cosgrove boldly inquired. Bingley's cheeks turned fiery red. "If she will have me." Darcy diverted Mr. Cosgrove's attention from his friend by inviting him and his wife to attend the wedding. "I would be grateful to have more than only Bingley and Petey on my side of the chapel." "Our pleasure, I am sure," Mr. Cosgrove nodded. "You will have a fine wife with Miss Lizzie. She knows how to make the best amidst a variety of challenges. Should you return to the upper 10,000, she will adorn your arm with grace. If you find you prefer a simple life, she will be just as happy." "I share your confidence, sir." Each word uttered to support his marriage to Elizabeth relieved a measure of pressure from his heart. "Will you be deciding about Ashworth today?" Darcy felt the weight of the innocent-sounding question. It was a test he would not fail. And not without discussing it with Elizabeth first. Mr. Cosgrove nodded, a slight grin at the corner of his lips. "You are a wise man, Mr. Darcy. You will do well." Unexpectedly, having the man's approval lifted Darcy's spirit. Suddenly he could not wait to return to Meryton, to Elizabeth. With the click of his tongue, his mount picked up his pace. The sooner they arrived at Ashworth to meet Mr. Stallworth, the sooner he could be back in her company. The pounding rain on the window made it impossible to see anyone approaching Longbourn, although that did not keep Elizabeth from looking. Tracing one of the rivulets with the tip of her finger, she worried about Mr. Darcy being caught in the sudden storm. For a certainty, she was also concerned about the safety of Mr. Bingley and Mr. Cosgrove. Yet her mind focused not on them, only on Fitzwilliam. Had they arrived at Ashworth before the clouds burst? Were the gentlemen even now sitting in front of a roaring fire, sipping hot tea, discussing the potential of the estate? What was Ashworth like? Was it suitable for a newly wedded couple with limited income? She leaned closer to the glass, her concerns distracting her. Wait! In the distance she saw a dark shadow approaching. Was that... Hurrying to the corridor, she waited as the butler rushed to the front door and opened it wide. Within minutes Darcy entered, handing his hat and gloves to Mr. Hill. She was unaware she sighed, until he looked directly at her. "Fitzwilliam," she whispered. When his arms opened, she ran to him. He clasped her to him. The water dripping from his greatcoat seeped through the fabric of her gown, cold against her chest. "Elizabeth." He lowered his face towards hers. The coolness of his lips heated her through, soft, yet firm to the touch, tempting, tantalizing. Her fingers splayed over his cheeks, his jaw in her palms, sharp stubble rasping against her skin. Her mind emptied of the worries that held her since the first peal of thunder and lightning strike. Her pulse raced. Leaning back slightly, she felt the instant tightening of his grip. Pleased that he did not want to let her go, she inanely said, "You are here."
"I am."
She felt his smile against her mouth. If anything, the next kiss was even more impassioned. Dropping her hands to his shoulders, she gripped him with all her might. Inhaling sharply, his lips eventually moved to press into her forehead. "I worried."
"I am grateful."
Pulling her as close as possible, he said,
"I'm getting you wet, I fear."
She chuckled softly. "Perhaps I'm trying to dry you off." His laughter rumbled in his chest, causing her complete joy. Mr. Hill cleared his throat. Elizabeth wanted nothing more than to remain standing in the entrance in his embrace, but reason intruded. As soon as she stepped back from him, his arms dropped to his sides. "Come to the fire so you can warm yourself and properly dry off. I will call for tea." Capturing his gaze, she saw pleasure and hunger. Glancing down following his gaze, she was horrified to discover the water from his coat plastered her gown against her form, until she was... Oh, my lord! Covering herself with her arms, she spun around and ran up the staircase to her chambers, completely mortified at her appearance. Entering her room, she struggled to undo the buttons in the back, finally pulling the offending gown over her head to hang it on a peg to dry. Dressing in thick wool, she sat in front of the mirror to straighten her hair. Instead, leaning forward, her knees felt like jelly. Who was the woman staring back at her, whose reflection was ethereal? She covered her eyes, too embarrassed to continue looking. His kisses were so much more than she ever dreamed. They were powerful, wringing intense emotions from her core that she had no clue she possessed. Good heavens! Fitzwilliam Darcy was a dangerous man to be around. Quickly arranging her hair in a simple knot, she hurried back down the stairs, eager to be in his company again. Silly girl. Chapter 21. To Darcy, the days passed slowly. He yearned to have Elizabeth in his arms. Her touch, her taste was delicious. However, the enthusiasm of her mother and the protectiveness of her sisters interfered with his plans. Even Lydia, who initially was crude and unrestrained, completely reversed her position now that a true gentleman was soon to be part of the family. She became the perfect chaperone. Not only were Darcy and Elizabeth not allowed a moment of privacy, but Bingley could no longer speak to Miss Bennet, soft enough for no one else to hear. Mrs. Bennet was certain they discussed the upcoming wedding, and she insisted on her share of the conversation. Mr. Bennet laughed at them all. With only one day remaining before they met at the chapel, Elizabeth finally directed him and Bingley into her father's refuge. If he heard one more word about lace, table settings and the wedding breakfast menu from any of the ladies gathered in the drawing-room, Darcy feared he would run mad. Later, Mrs. Bennet's brother, Edward Gardiner of London, and brother-in-law, Jacob Phillips, joined the men. Mr. Phillips, an attorney, drew up the settlement papers for Elizabeth. Darcy had met the Gardiners the day before, when Elizabeth's aunt and uncle arrived from London. They were a fashionable couple, with 4 well-behaved children. Darcy was pleased to hear that Madeline Gardiner was from Lambton, the village closest to Pemberley. Before the evening was over, their shared memories rendered him homesick for his Derbyshire estate.
"Say, Bennet," Mr. Gardiner said, "I commend you for allowing your 3 eldest to set aside moneys for their future care. From what Lizzie wrote about the letter you received from your heir, he is not a sensible man. Being independent from him would be a comfort to your wife and my nieces, I imagine." "Yes, yes."
Mr. Bennet waved his hand, as if to clear away the topic.
"The investment was Lizzie's idea, after speaking with my soon-to-be son-in-law. I had nothing to do with it at all."
Darcy spoke up.
"I beg to differ. Miss Elizabeth mentioned that you not only approved of the idea, but you immediately donated a generous sum from the harvest toward the initial deposit."
Mr. Bennet glanced at him in surprise. Was he expecting censure? Uncomfortable with praise, he changed the subject. Again addressing Mr. Gardiner, Elizabeth's father asked,
"Have you heard gossip in London about the Darcy family? What is my Lizzie getting herself into, do you suppose?"
Mr. Gardiner glanced at Darcy before replying.
"Yes, there has been much talk spreading across town. I'm acquainted with Simon Cole, and have recently met with Mr. Wickham when he approached me about an investment, which I refused. The notary Mr. Cole regularly used for business transactions, Mr. James Moore, is known by me. I, too, frequently used his services. What I do not understand is how Mr. Cole could engineer this massive transfer of wealth without a hint of the greed underlying his character. Before this, I would have done business with him without hesitation, considering him to be a fair and honest man. And I would have been just as misled as you, Mr. Darcy." "Just Darcy, please. Elizabeth deeply cherishes you both, and we are soon to be related." "Very soon,"
Mr. Bennet chortled. Darcy said to Gardiner,
"My understanding is that the groundwork for the theft was laid about a month before the night I lost Pemberley. As was my habit, each year after the crops appeared and prices per bushel were set, I reviewed all the needed expenses for the rest of the summer and autumn. If necessary, I would transfer personal assets to cover those expenses, knowing the revenue from third-quarter rents and grain sales would repay me. Any calves or lambs that were weaned were also offered for sale. Like my father before me, I acted in a way that Cole well understood. He was also at Pemberley the night my father died. Regretfully, I reacted the same as I did when I found out my sister married Wickham. I drank myself into unconsciousness. Where he was helpful on the night I lost father, this time he swooped in and took advantage."
Phillips asked, "I suppose the first thing you did was to have the contracts reviewed for legitimacy?"
"I did."
The attorney glanced at the others. "I too have used James Moore's services when at least one party of any contract I wrote or negotiated lived in London."
"Yes, well, this time Mr. Moore was unavailable."
Darcy forced himself to unclench his fists.
"Be that as it may, I worry for my sister. It is now 4 months since she married Wickham. I know Wickham. His propensity is to play the big man by throwing money around to impress or engage others to follow his depravities. He surrounds himself with those who fall prey to his charm, including women. Now that he has my money and properties, I have no doubt that my sister is suffering."
Mr. Gardiner said,
"I am grieved to hear this. Each of us, you included, Darcy, has attached ourselves to honest women. My Madeline is peerless. She expects me to keep my business at the warehouses because home is a place of peace. In the few times I've been tempted to let my work intrude, I was gently reminded of my familial priorities." "Mine as well," Mr. Phillips agreed. "The nature of my work means that the transactions I write are to be kept private. For as much as my wife enjoys being in the middle of the community, spreading gossip and tittle-tattle to the neighbours, I find it remarkable that she never allows her curiosity to infringe on what I do. Never." "Your wives are admirable. You have every right to be proud."
Darcy glanced toward Mr. Bennet to see if he would offer commendation for Mrs. Bennet, but the man remained silent.
"During private conversations since our betrothal, Elizabeth and I have canvassed this very subject at length. Together we decided that the course of wisdom is for both of us to be involved with the major decisions that will affect our marriage. In the end, I will have the final say once I understand her point of view thoroughly. Matters concerning the running of the house will be her domain."
He caught Mr. Bennet's eye, only to have him look away. Darcy continued,
"Speaking of houses, Bingley, Mr. Cosgrove and I went to Ashworth Estate, which is located close to St. Albans. It is a promising property, well managed with potential for growth. Mr. Stallworth plans to offer it for lease, with the potential for eventual purchase after the holiday season ends."
Mr. Phillips mused.
"Or perhaps I might have a moment of privacy before you return to Netherfield Park this evening, since I doubt you will want to think of business over the next few days."
Bingley said good-naturedly, "No, I would think he would only be concerned with how to best please his wife." Mr. Bennet finally spoke.
"Since this is my daughter we are speaking of, I can only say that Darcy should always have her as his priority."
"I can readily agree with that," Darcy said. Mr. Gardiner cleared his throat.
"I beg your pardon, gentlemen. but I suggest an early night, since there is so much to do before the wedding on the morrow."
All the men stood, leaving the room alone for Darcy and Phillips.
"Darcy, I want to reassure you that Mr. Stallworth is as honest as he appears. During the past 30 or more years, he and I have done business together often. He is one of the few men I trust implicitly. I would not hesitate to have my beloved niece live on any property he owned."
Darcy was pleased to hear it. He still wanted Elizabeth to see Ashworth before he signed the papers. Soon after, Darcy and Bingley returned to Netherfield Park. He looked at his timepiece. 15 hours until he would meet his bride at the altar. He could not wait. After a restless night's sleep, Elizabeth rose with the sun. Having bathed and ensured her gown was perfectly pressed, she joined her family in the breakfast room. To Elizabeth's pleasant surprise, Charlotte Lucas entered the room bearing a gift. "Oh, Charlotte, how lovely!" Elizabeth was delighted to discover a cream cashmere shawl that would beautifully accessorize the day gown she would wear to the wedding. She held it to her cheek, the softness a pleasure against her skin. "This is a perfect gift from one of my favourite people in the entire world. I thank you, dear friend." Pleased by the admiration for her offering, Charlotte asked for a few moments of privacy. "Dear Lizzie, I have come to inquire about your father's heir. Your mother told me he will be arriving to choose a bride. I cannot imagine her allowing Jane to marry him, since her eyes have only been for Mr. Bingley since the assembly. Mary expressed no interest when I spoke with her yesterday. I suspect he will be too serious for either Kitty or Lydia. Therefore, I want to know if you think I would overstep by putting myself in his path." Elizabeth was stunned. "Charlotte, you cannot be serious. From his letter it is easy to conclude that he is ridiculous." Her friend's heightened colour and her quickness with her reply told Elizabeth that Charlotte had already considered the opinions of others. "In less than 3 years I will reach the age of 30. As yet I have had no offers and no interest. To be settled in my own home, where I am no longer the responsibility of my father and brothers to support me, allows me to set aside any expectations." She reached for Elizabeth's hands and squeezed them. "I yearn to have children. If I do not do so soon, the opportunity will pass me, which I would forever regret." Even though her mind understood Charlotte's desperation, her heart railed against her plan. Biting her tongue, she wished her friend well in her attempts to attach herself to the heir of Longbourn. "Charlotte, I suggest that you not speak a word of your plans to Mamma. I fear she will not take it well." Later, as she wrapped the shawl around her shoulders, the only thing Elizabeth could think was, "Thank heavens I am marrying a reasonable man." Parker was putting the final touches to Darcy's wedding clothes when Netherfield's butler tapped on his door. Checking his timepiece to make sure he was not late, he was surprised by how much time remained before he had to be at the chapel.
Mr. Darcy, sir, your family has arrived."
Family? He had not bothered sending a notice and invitation to Lady Catherine, but he had sent one to Lord and Lady Matlock. He was pleased that they would attend. Through the open door he heard Mrs. Nichols, Bingley's housekeeper, as she showed them to a guest room so they could refresh themselves after their long journey from London. Then he heard Bingley mumble something. His uncle's voice boomed through the door.
"Well, we appreciate your offer of hospitality, Mr. Bingley. We will stay the night at the inn. We would not want to intrude on my nephew and his bride."
What he did not expect was a loud pounding on the door to his chambers.
"Open up, Darcy, for I'm here to save you from yourself."
Richard! Pure delight filled him. Ignoring the road dust on Richard's coat, Darcy pulled his favourite cousin into a tight embrace.
"I am pleased to see you, Richard."
Darcy delivered several hearty slaps on his cousin's back, in the manly signal that he was delighted to be in his company. Once they stepped back, Darcy surveyed Richard from head to toe.
"You are returning in one piece. I am relieved you are safe." "Yes, well, father pulling the right strings got me out of what would be the worst of the fighting. Napoleon is crafty and determined. As are you, Richard. And you, my stoic friend and cousin, are taking a bride today. I need to know only one thing. Does she make you happy?"
Richard slapped him on the shoulder. "No need to answer, Darcy. Your face says it all."
"Elizabeth is everything I never knew I wanted. Rich, she is lovely, intelligent, thoughtful, and she understands me. What first appealed to me was the dignity she showed when trying to correct her younger sisters. Day after day I witnessed her kindness. She is not perfect, but she is the perfect wife for me."
His cousin grinned. "I shall clean up, then ride with you to the chapel, so you can tell me all I need to know about her family. I already informed Bingley that he needed to step aside. I will stand up for you during the ceremony." So much joy filled Darcy's heart that it almost hurt. An hour later, after Parker refreshed his clothing, Darcy entered the carriage with Richard. Bingley and the Matlocks followed behind. The 3 miles from Netherfield Park to Longbourn flew by. When they pulled up in front of the chapel, Richard's only comment was, "It is about time one of us married. I am grateful it is not me." Chapter 22. Darcy escorted Mrs. Bennet to the front of the chapel, where her eldest spoke with Miss Lucas and Bingley. At her invitation, Elizabeth's mother insisted that he have the freedom to call each daughter by name, and refer to her as Mother Bennet. Where it was easy enough with the former, he could not force himself to refer to his new mother-in-law informally, perhaps in time. Behind him, Kitty and Lydia argued over which of them was most admired by Richard. Darcy warned him that wearing his full dress, scarlet, high-necked tunic with distinctive lapels, cuffs and collar, would make him a target. His cousin foolishly laughed away Darcy's caution, believing that the youngest Bennet girls were no threat compared to Napoleon. He was wrong. After a much heated discussion between the two girls, which was clearly heard from every corner of the chapel, Richard entered the building with Kitty and Lydia on each arm. Richard appeared quite smug, until Lydia whispered to her sister loud enough for the neighbourhood to hear, "Even though he appears dashing, he's rather worn about the edges, though his uniform is sharp enough. I would never waste my new bonnet on someone his age." Richard's father guffawed, while Darcy's aunt vacillated between merriment and offence at the expense of her favourite son. Once Mrs. Bennet was satisfied that everyone and everything was in place, Darcy took one last look over those attending. Petey and his grandmother sat in the row behind Richard's family, and alongside Mr. and Mrs. Cosgrove. Sir William Lucas and his brood sat behind them. Bringing up the rear was Parker. Taking in a deep breath, Darcy counted to himself as he exhaled, waiting for the exact moment the door would open, and he would finally see his bride. When it happened, the reality was so much better than his imagination. The lightness of her shawl softened her gown of dark rose. However, it was the strands of pearls draped around her neck, the pearl eardrops, the bracelet surrounding her wrist, and the pearl and diamond tiara that set fire in his heart. His mother wore the parure on his parents' 10th wedding anniversary celebration. That night, 1,000 candles lit Pemberley, and the large chandelier in the ballroom sparkled like the stars. His mother and father danced, and then laughed the night away with 100 of their closest friends and neighbours. In his youthfulness, he thought no one could be as lovely as his mother. He was wrong. Elizabeth's beauty captivated him. They both knew that the complete set of jewellery was too much for a small village chapel, but she wore it for him. His heart swelled. Despite her father trying to distract her by whispering the whole time they moved down the aisle, her gaze settled on Darcy, and never wavered. Her smile was for him alone. Never had he seen a woman as alluring as Elizabeth. He heard none of the parson's words. When he kissed her at the end of the ceremony, at that moment he knew he meant every word of his vows. He willingly gave his heart and his trust to her. He would love her forever. Elizabeth flitted through the wedding breakfast, paying little attention to anyone other than her husband. It thrilled her to see him introduce his uncle and aunt to her family and long-time friends. No matter who he was with, even when someone engaged him in deep conversation, every few moments he would look up and find her, his eyes seeking her out to make certain that she was well. Eventually, and gratefully the crowd thinned. Before leaving for the Meryton Inn, Lord and Lady Matlock, along with Darcy's cousin, extended an invitation to Matlock House in London or Alderwood in Derbyshire. Elizabeth was pleased how her husband checked with her. At her nod, he readily agreed upon a future date. She was proud of Darcy for adapting to his new circumstances. Elizabeth would do anything for him to ease his way as they forged a path for their future. Reflecting upon all he meant to her, she never wanted to be apart from him. She trusted him, she desired him, she loved him. Love? Yes, she was head over heels, madly in love with Fitzwilliam Darcy. Thank heavens. Oh, but she was eager to tell him about these new tender feelings, bursting like buds through the soil of her heart. When had it happened that her soul became in tune with his? At what point did his happiness become far more important than hers? Holding the sweetest of emotions close to her, she squeezed his hand, promising herself to wait until they were alone, to share the gift of her love with only him. Never would Darcy consider the loss of Pemberley a blessing. Yet, had it not been for the theft, he doubted he would have settled long enough in Hertfordshire to come to know Elizabeth. He might not have recognised her sterling qualities through the curtain of his own pride. Holding his wife close as the sun rose the next morning was a pleasure beyond anything he ever expected. They were now partners in every aspect of life. He twisted a strand of her dark hair around his finger. It was as soft as she was. Elizabeth was also lean and well-muscled. She was... Whispered voices from the corridor interrupted his vivid remembrances of her strength during the intimate moments of the night. Surely no one dared to interrupt them on this, their first hours together as man and wife. Yet the tapping on the door persisted. Slipping from the bedclothes, he hurried from the warmth of Elizabeth to his dressing-room. Grabbing his robe, he barely opened the door to see Bingley. "Blast it all, and I hate to bother you, Darcy." Bingley ran his hand through his hair, which was already standing on end. "An express rider arrived a few minutes ago with a message from Hurst. There was a fire last evening at Darcy House. According to reports, the entire building, other than the brick, was consumed. Everyone inside got out safely. My family is escorting the Wickhams to Netherfield Park." Bingley huffed. "Darcy, at Caroline's invitation, they are planning to stay here, all of them." Damnation! His relief at hearing his sister was uninjured weakened his knees after the shock of the news. Before he could ask for more information, Elizabeth's arm slipped around him from behind, easing his anxiety. "Did Hurst say what happened?" Bingley nodded angrily to the note in his quivering hand. "He said that Wickham left a cigar burning on his desk, which was surrounded by piles of papers and ledgers. They were barely able to get everyone out in time." "He burned my house down." Darcy's ire robbed him of speech. Eventually he controlled himself enough to thank Bingley for delivering the news, succinctly and kindly. Then he closed the door. Elizabeth rested her head against his back. "Fitzwilliam, you will need to see your sister. Only then will you be convinced she is safe." He sighed. "Wickham will be here." "I imagine he will." She kissed the back of his neck. He turned in her arms and dropped his head to rest his cheek against the softness of her hair, the scent of her, and the feel of her embrace comforting him. "We need to consider the ramifications, my love." She stroked his cheek with her palm. "Am I your love?" she whispered. "Only you, forever you." Holding her tightly, he considered all that was likely to happen. His sigh shook his whole body. Of course he longed to see Georgiana, but the timing of having them arrive at Netherfield so soon after the wedding was atrocious. By the time they entered the breakfast-room, Bingley had made his own decisions. "Mr. and Mrs. Darcy, I would ask that you serve as master and hostess while my family and Mr. and Mrs. Wickham are at Netherfield Park. With the support of each other, I feel you would have no difficulty reminding either of my sisters of their place here as temporary guests. With that said, my carriage is being prepared for a long journey to the north. After a brief stop at Longbourn to discuss my plans with Miss Bennet,
I will travel to Manchester to oversee the factories, until I hear from you that they are gone. As master, you have the freedom to make the same decisions you would if this were Pemberley. Bingley, No, Darcy, I have decided on this. You will need the authority to keep Wickham in his place, and protect your sister from whatever harm he intends. Caroline does not intimidate you. It is time my sisters learned to see themselves as the children of a tradesman, rather than as they want to be. My being in Manchester will be an inarguable reminder of their heritage, which may help them comprehend their true positions in society. At least that is my hope. I thank you, my friend.
The trust Bingley had in him humbled Darcy.
I've already informed the butler and housekeeper that you will take charge of the estate, and Mrs. Darcy the house. Use any of the monies coming in from the rest of the harvest to purchase whatever you need.
Bingley shuffled his feet.
You will move into the master's and mistress's suite, so neither Wickham nor my sisters can claim the best rooms for themselves.
Darcy glanced at his wife. She barely nodded, signalling her support of Bingley's decision. Once Bingley departed, Darcy had a note delivered to his uncle, hoping the Matlocks were still at Meryton's Inn, asking that they rejoin them at Netherfield Park. As he sealed the missive, Elizabeth conferred with the housekeeper and cook. Footmen returned the furniture to the position it was in prior to Caroline Bingley's short time in the house. Darcy wanted all evidence that Bingley's sisters had ever been in residence, even the few hours they were present, gone. Since they were now in charge, the estate needed to look like something he would manage, with the aid of his capable bride. Parker unpacked a box of Darcy's favourite books, placing a few randomly in the drawing-room. As he surveyed the area, Elizabeth leaned into the doorway. "Are you ready to play the lead role in our grand production?" His heart warmed.
"Come."
He extended his hand, which she readily accepted. He pulled her into his arms, kissing her.
"You are the heroine of my dreams, Elizabeth Darcy."
She cupped his face with her palm. "And you will forever be my hero." The butler interrupted their sweet moment.
"Sir, madam, Lord and Lady Matlock's carriage is approaching, along with Colonel Fitzwilliam. Shall I have Mrs. Nichols air out rooms for them?"
Elizabeth grinned. "Only the best."
"Oh, very good, Mrs. Darcy. What of Mr. and Mrs. Hurst and Mr. and Mrs. Wickham?"
Without hesitating, Darcy responded,
"And put them in the guest wing."
When the smirking butler stepped out of the room, Elizabeth said, "They shall not be happy, will they?" Her smile lit the room.
"Lord, I hope not."
Chapter 23. The elegance of Helen Fitzwilliam, Lady Matlock, reminded Elizabeth that despite being married to a gentleman from the highest sphere, she had limited experience with society. Instead of frightening her, Elizabeth's courage rose to the occasion. She appreciated the tacit support during the sensitive discussion. Lord Matlock glowered, while Darcy paced. As they talked, it was the Colonel who caught her attention. Pure, undiluted hatred shot from his eyes every time Wickham's name was mentioned. To distract him, she asked, "Pardon me, Colonel, how long has it been since you were last in Mrs. Wickham's company?" His response was immediate, his words clipped.
"Pray call her Georgiana, Georgie, poppet or imp. I refuse to believe she is married to that brigand. The last name I would ever want her to bear is Wickham."
"I shall heed your suggestion, sir." Deciding how to diffuse the tension was challenging. "My husband told me of your protective instincts. In this charged situation, it eases my mind to know that you stand with us instead of against us. Napoleon must quiver in his boots at the mere hint of your name." He scoffed, while his parents laughed. Finally the Colonel said, "Since you are the wife of my stoic cousin, I would ask you to call me Richard. As for Georgiana, she was barely 13 when I left for the continent." "Well, that explains much about your response to her new name," Elizabeth said. He sat forward in his chair.
"What do you mean?"
2 years ago, my youngest sister was the same age as when you last were in company with the former Miss Darcy. At the time, Lydia's front teeth looked too big for her face. Her hair was always in disorder, and she had the nasty habit of biting her fingernails until they bled when she was upset or nervous. There would be no way you would look at her and see a potential bride. As you might have noticed, when she attached herself to your arm at our wedding, she now looks like a grown woman, although her thoughts are filled with girlish dreams of happily ever after, with the gentleman in a red coat. He slowly nodded. In truth, I did not pay your sister much attention, since she kept talking about her new blue bonnet, and how handsome she found my uniform. Smiling, Elizabeth said, "You have described Lydia perfectly, sir. Please tell me about your young cousin, if you would." Lady Matlock replied instead, "I've heard lately that Georgiana no longer accompanies that man to balls. The last time they were at the theatre, Lady Ashton reported that my niece looked tired and drawn. Georgiana has been a bride for almost 4 months to the day. There is every possibility she is increasing, and could be a mother by spring. Since we know him, we can imagine what her life has been like as the newness of her marriage to a double-dealing rake is wearing off. She will not need our anger." She looked directly at her son and Darcy. "As likely she is still misguided in her beliefs, hoping that all will be well in the end. After all, she is still young. She might try to defend her foolish decision to elope out of sheer Darcy stubbornness. If not, we will have a broken child on our hands. Either way, we need to stand as a family to protect her. If Wickham has not yet shown his worst self to her, it is only a matter of time until he does." Darcy broke the silence that settled in the room. "Elizabeth reminded me that if we shun Wickham, it leaves Georgiana without any support. She has recently turned 16. Would you have her pay for the sins of her husband?" "What is this?" The Colonel jumped to his feet. "Yes, Georgiana is young. Yes, she ignorantly attached herself to Wickham. Yes, she is not responsible for what he does outside the marriage. But you cannot forget that he stole Pemberley." He slammed his fist against his palm. "Do you think I do not know this, Richard? With Cole's help, he swindled my inheritance, my reputation, and my future away from me. Now he has destroyed my house." He gestured to Elizabeth. He moved to stand beside her. "Our house, one my bride has yet to see. Georgiana will be made to feel welcome. As far as Wickham is concerned, he will be treated like the scoundrel he is. While he is here, he will remain undisturbed as long as he treats my sister with kindness. At the first sign of threat or abuse, I will gladly beat him to a pulp before some jealous husband has run Wickham through for cuckolding him." "Or he has lost it all and is in Marshalsea," Lord Matlock suggested. "Or I draw first blood." The Colonel flicked his hand so quickly that Elizabeth barely saw the movement. Had he held a sword, the long curtain panels framing the window would have been in shreds. Darcy said, "Georgiana's safety is our priority. You should know that Elizabeth's greatest gift to me was helping me to understand that holding on to my rage against Wickham was only affecting me, not him. I have a new wife, and will soon be in company with my sister for the first time in 4 months. Wickham can go hang himself for all I care. He has already destroyed Darcy House. He could do the same to Pemberley. Those could eventually be replaced. My sister cannot. Have I forgiven Wickham? Never. Am I still allowing my anger against him to control me? I am not. Cooler heads will prevail." Darcy sat next to her and entwined his fingers with hers. Lord Matlock said, "Oh, tell me, how is the investigation going?" Her husband's grip tightened slightly. "Cole surely knows I'm having him watched. When my man first arrived in Philadelphia, Cole rarely left the rooming house. My informant's latest letter said that he has been seen moving freely around the city." Lord Matlock pressed his fingers into a steeple, tapping them gently. "Odd. Why would a man who received enough money from Wickham to tempt him down this dishonest course hoard his newfound wealth? Why is he not enjoying his life to the full, celebrating the windfall of your money? Why is he not establishing himself in a permanent situation, instead of lodging in a rooming house? Cole has always been a cautious sort. Perhaps after saving so long, it is difficult for him to spend his gains. He may find tremendous joy sitting alone in his rented room, hearing the sovereigns jingle-jangle when he shakes his purse, knowing they are his alone," Richard said.
"I believe that he is biding his time to see how Wickham manages Pemberley," Darcy said. "I would not be surprised if he does not have spies of his own, watching the new master's every move. When Wickham's pockets are empty, Cole plans to swoop in, for a substantial fee, of course, to save the day. In essence, he would do the same job he has always done, with more personal benefit to him, along with added power."
"Is it power he is after, do you think?" Lady Matlock asked.
Darcy's shoulders stiffened. "I think wealth and power is his motive."
As Elizabeth listened to the opinions volleying back and forth, an idea planted itself firmly in her mind. What if... She hesitated until she ordered her thoughts. What if Mr. Cole's quest for power is not about managing Pemberley? What if his ultimate goal is to own it? A hush fell over the room. Then the three Fitzwilliams started talking at once. Darcy leaned over and kissed her on the cheek, surprising her.
"I believe Elizabeth is correct. Cole has known Wickham since his birth. He knows his propensities, and that he will soon ruin his opportunities, as he always has done. Never have I known a man who could go through money as quickly as Wickham. If Cole is patient, and I believe he is, all he needs to do is wait until the collapse is far enough along that Wickham realises there is only one end. He will lose it all. If Cole saved everything Wickham bribed him with, he could offer it back to his partner in crime, lifting the responsibility for owning and managing Pemberley from George's shoulders. Desperate for cash, I could see Wickham taking the offer without hesitation."
The Colonel said, "Which would explain his choice to sit in a rooming house in Philadelphia. He is far enough away from you that you do not run him through. He must feel safe." Lord Matlock's fist hit the arm of his chair.
"If this is so, Cole has to know that others would offer more. Georgiana's dowry was 30,000. Wickham could not have given Cole any more than that, since he did not access Pemberley's funds until after Cole departed England.
Except, I believe he did not leave on the ship as soon as he claimed in his letter." "What is this?" Richard asked. Darcy stilled. "My first action after reading Cole's letter was to hire a man to follow him. He boarded the next ship, leaving London for Philadelphia. Once he arrived, it took him 5 days to find Cole. When he did, he sent word that Cole was checking into the boarding house with all his luggage. I assumed, incorrectly, I now realise, that he was moving from a different, less appealing place of temporary residence. What if he just arrived in port? That meant he could have remained in London for at least a week, to see how I responded, and how Wickham acted." Richard sat up straight in his chair, where he had been slouching. "If you are correct, Darcy, then he has a plan that extends beyond the initial theft. There is a bigger picture he is seeing that we do not. If Pemberley is his goal, then he is dreaming. Many individuals would gladly pay Wickham far over 30,000 for the opportunity to add your property to their portfolio. Imagine the bragging rights at the clubs for someone who was the highest bidder. Unless Cole is independently wealthy, he is without hope." His uncle agreed. "I would gladly do everything within my financial ability to purchase Pemberley and restore it to you, Darcy. You are our family. Cole does not stand a chance, since there is little likelihood he has near the resources of Matlock." "My lord," Elizabeth said to Darcy's uncle, "with your comment, you have illustrated your excellent character. That you would make that level of sacrifice for your nephew tells me that family is also your priority. I thank you." "My pleasure, Mrs. Darcy. Now, call me uncle, and I will refer to you as Elizabeth when we are not in company. Helen and I always wondered what sort of lady our nephew would wed. We are pleased to welcome you to our family." Glancing at Darcy, he returned to the subject. "Cole is the sort of man that people do not notice. He would blend into a crowd. With minimal change, possibly a wig or less fastidious garments, I fear he could escape the man you have looking after him, returning to England to live amongst us completely hidden. When was the last time you received news from America?" "The last time was 3 days after I arrived in Hertfordshire. The brief note stated that after moving around town, Cole had not left his rooms in almost a week." Elizabeth said, "The harvest assembly was held on the evening of the 25th of October, the night of the half-moon. This was the evening we met. 3 days later would be the 28th. Since today is the 29th of November, you have been in Meryton for 33 days. The letter was delivered just over a month ago.
Richard sat forward in the chair. Since it takes at least 3 weeks to cross the Atlantic, it had to have been written prior. Good Lord, he could be well established already in town. Would you consider Cole to be a creature of habit? I would. Then once we have Wickham and Georgiana sorted, I will gather some of my men to search his former neighbourhood. I would not be surprised if he did not settle somewhere close to, where was it? Gracechurch Street, in Cheapside.
Elizabeth startled. Oh, my uncle and Aunt Gardner own a house there. They have lived in it since they married 12 years ago. They are still at Longbourn. Should I send a note to my uncle and inquire if they have seen him?
Darcy shook his head. Gardner told me he knew Cole. When we spoke, he would have mentioned if he had seen him in the locale, since I specifically informed him that my former man of business now lived in America.
But, Elizabeth said, what if he changed his appearance like your uncle suggested? What if he is hiding in plain sight?
And we need to find him.
Chapter 24. Later, Darcy held Gardner's reply in his hand.
Like us, he feels Cole would be easy to overlook, so he cannot say with certainty that he has not seen him. Blast that Wickham for being an easy mark, for a worse cheek to prey upon,
Lord Matlock exclaimed. The butler interrupted them.
I beg your pardon, sir. Your guests have arrived.
Darcy's stomach roiled. Lady Matlock said, We shall not go out to welcome them. They will come to us. They heard Miss Bingley once the front door was opened. Well, I never. Where is Charles? I apologise that you are not being greeted properly, my dear George. Do not be concerned. I shall have the house set to rights before we are served the evening meal.
Richard mouthed, My dear George.
Darcy clenched his fists, then shook his head to keep his cousin from commenting aloud. Poor Georgiana, tolerating Caroline Bingley's over-familiarity. Miss Bingley barged into the drawing-room, coming up short when she saw the occupants. Where is my brother? Darcy replied,
Your brother no longer lives here. I am the master of Netherfield Park, and my wife is its mistress.
You, the master? Her eyes darted to Elizabeth at his side, her sharp gaze slowly moving from head to toe. Who is she? Ignoring her rudeness, Darcy focused on the corridor. The next to enter was Wickham, followed closely behind by the Hursts. Last, Georgiana stepped into the room. He was gutted. Everything whispered about Georgiana's situation was true. Her skin was pale, her travelling cloak hung from her shoulders. Her head bowed, her hands clasped together until her gloves pulled tightly over her knuckles, as she studied the floor.
Georgie.
Richard bumped Wickham as he rushed to embrace his ward.
Let me look at you, imp.
Darcy studied her as thoroughly as his cousin, though from a distance. His heart was crushed. Swallowing back his rage against Wickham, he said,
Mrs. Darcy and I welcome you to Netherfield Park, Georgiana.
Mrs. Darcy? She finally looked up at him. You are married?
As of this week.
He saw the hurt in her eyes. You did not think to invite me to your wedding? Incredulous, Darcy replied,
Like you invited me to yours?
Elizabeth stepped forward to draw the other's attention away from her husband and his sister. Yes, well, the housekeeper will show you to your rooms in the guest wing. Guest wing? Caroline Bingley whined. Mr. Wickham should have no less than the best suite in the family wing, as should I. Elizabeth said calmly, I beg your pardon, but we have guests already in those rooms. Who do you think you are? Miss Bingley challenged. He was proud of his wife when she said, I know who I am. I am Mrs. Elizabeth Darcy, wife of the most honourable gentleman on earth, the cousin to Colonel Fitzwilliam, and the niece of Lord and Lady Matlock. My Bennet family has lived at the neighbouring estate of Longbourn for over 2 centuries. Now, politeness requires that I repeat your question by asking who you think you are. Miss Bingley sputtered, Mr. Darcy may have relatives in society, but he is no longer part of the sphere with which we associate." She swept her hand toward Wickham. Elizabeth reminded her of the obvious. "Yet he is currently your host, as a courtesy to his sister. Therefore, if you are to remain at Netherfield Park, you shall accept the rooms you have been given. There are baths prepared, so you may rid yourselves of the dust of the road. A tray will be sent up shortly." Darcy said, "George and my sister will be up later." Miss Bingley flounced from the room, the Hursts following like obedient lapdogs. Wickham glanced around the room. "You've done unexpectedly well for yourself, though it is far from the grandeur of Pemberley." "As matters stand, Netherfield is an improvement over Darcy House, is it not?" Colour rose in Wickham's cheeks. Georgiana's eyes darted between her husband and him. "Yes, well," Wickham pulled at his collar. "Before the embers died out, a friend recommended workers who will rebuild an even more magnificent house, filling it with even greater treasures than before." Georgiana shuddered. Horrified, Darcy said, "Did the fire brigade not come? The house was covered by fire insurance that expired only last month. Did you not pay the fee?" Wickham's mouth gaped. "Insurance?" Darcy ran his hands through his hair. "Did you not see the fire mark on the front of the building? If you do not pay the fee or call the right brigade, it will be left to burn. Is this the sort of care you give a property you coveted for a lifetime?" Darcy's uncle barked. "Oh, you have ready money available to pay for that, Wickham. I imagine that in the last 4 months since your wedding, you have been busy draining your coffers." Regaining himself, Wickham showed no reaction to the taunt. "Prior to departing London this morning, I pulled out all the funds set aside for Pemberley's repairs to rebuild Wickham House. After all, Pemberley has stood through good and bad for at least 100 years. It will continue to stand, without new fencing or a new school." "Is Pemberley's roof replaced, then?" "Pemberley's roof? I saw nothing wrong with it when we returned from Scotland." Darcy rubbed his hands over his face. "That was the middle of the hot summer months. Now that winter is near, you will see the damage the rains and snow will do." "Then it is a good thing that you no longer need to worry about Pemberley. I own the estate. You do not." A sob from Georgiana drew his attention away from her husband. Before he could reach her, Elizabeth inserted herself between his sister and Richard. "Come, dear, I have a tray set aside for you, with all your favourites that your brother remembered. Lady Matlock and I will see to your comfort." She wrapped Georgiana's arm around hers. His aunt rose to join them. Before they left the room, Elizabeth looked back at him, before telling the Colonel, "No bloodshed on the carpet, Richard." His cousin bowed formally. "Aye, Mrs. Darcy." The men watched them depart, Darcy excessively proud of his bride. Elizabeth was as regal as a queen. Although he yearned to be the one to bring comfort to his sister, he needed to establish some rules for Wickham. Georgiana meekly allowed herself to be escorted to Elizabeth's chambers. Waiting for Darcy's sister was an array of meats and cheeses on a tray, and a steaming bath in the large copper tub. "I have no clothing, Aunt Helen. Everything of mine burned." Georgiana's countenance crumpled. "My gowns, my books, my art, my music, all gone." "We shall share, as I have always done with my sisters," Elizabeth said. As Lady Matlock and Elizabeth silently sipped tea, Molly, the upstairs maid assigned to Elizabeth, quickly bathed and dressed Georgiana in one of Elizabeth's gowns. Once she reappeared in Elizabeth's sitting room, Elizabeth was struck by how gaunt she looked. Apparently, Lady Matlock noticed the same. "Come and sit next to me, dear Georgie. You are safe here. No one, not even our husbands, will bother us." Georgiana hesitated. When Lady Matlock offered her hand to her niece, she collapsed against her aunt, tears flowing freely. "There now." Lady Matlock ran her fingers through her niece's tresses, separating the damp strands one by one, until she settled. "Have some tea, my dear girl." "I am appreciative. Do not misunderstand me. It is just that—" She sipped the tea.
When I agreed to marry George, everything moved so fast. Before I knew it, I was swept up in the romance. He told me he loved me and gave me every reason to believe him. I truly thought we would be the happiest couple in the world. Once he wrested control of Pemberley from Fitzwilliam, he showed me the sort of man I married. By then, there was nothing I could do except tolerate his improprieties.
Lady Matlock said, "Even in the most blessed marriages, being married to honourable men like your uncle and brother has challenges. For someone as inexperienced as you, being married to such a man as George— Oh, my poor girl!"
"Aunt,"
Georgiana pulled back,
"I now see my ignorance, and am ashamed of my stupidity. In Ramsgate, George teased me like he did when I was little, reminding me of happy times with Papa and Fitzwilliam. He told me how much Father loved him, even more than my brother. I do remember Papa treating him favourably. However, behind his charm, his character is exceedingly ugly and cruel. He takes pleasure in tormenting me by taunting me almost daily about how far Fitzwilliam has fallen, and at his hands. He is proud of his ill-gotten gains, and cares nothing about the hurt and pain he caused others."
"Tell me, Georgiana," Elizabeth asked, "did Mr. Cole, your father's former man of business, ever come to Darcy House after your brother departed?"
"Mr. Cole? Why, yes. He came early the morning after our second night at Darcy House. He was shown to my husband's study, and left not long after. I've not seen him since. George has messages delivered throughout the day. At first, he would chuckle with delight when he received them. As well, deliveries of goods were arriving frequently. After a month or two, my husband's attitude changed. He is anxious all the time, and demanding. For example, he might tell me to wear a blue dress, only to change his mind a few moments later and want me to wear red. Then he might tell me to remain at home. I do not seem to know how to please him any longer."
She covered her face.
"Even in the private areas of a marriage,
Do not fret."
Her aunt pulled her into an embrace. Georgiana went willingly.
"My girl, it is no secret that you wed an immoral man whose only skill is taking advantage of others. Women like Caroline Bingley mean nothing to him. He will charm them until he gets what he wants, then toss them aside."
"As he has done with me."
Georgiana's voice was small. Elizabeth said, "Georgiana, I have every confidence, and so should you, that your brother and the Fitzwilliams will do everything within their power to protect you. If this means separating yourself from your husband, we will not hesitate. However, this has to be something you want."
I do not know what I want."
Georgiana's fingers toyed with the fabric of her gown.
"Sometimes George is the sweetest man on earth. He makes me feel special to be his bride, the lady he selected out of so many. At other times, though, he acts like I do not exist, or that I was only the means to an end, that of gaining Pemberley."
"Pray allow me to ask you a question." Elizabeth scrutinised the girl. "Do you trust your brother, cousin and uncle?" Her mouth popped open, startled.
"I'm surprised that you need to ask. Of course I do."
"Then I suggest we follow their lead. They will know what to do once they speak with Mr. Wickham."
"They can do nothing,"
Georgiana cried.
"We lost everything inside the house. Only the bricks remain, a shell of what once was. I loved that house. Fitzwilliam and I always rejoiced when we could add a piece of art or a new book to the collection gathered by our ancestors at Darcy House. George ordered me a new wardrobe along with one for him. He updated the livery to bright blue from grey. While we were in Scotland, he added case after case of whisky to our cellar. Unfortunately, the cellar could not hold them all. They were stored under the staircase leading up to the family rooms. Mrs. Price said they exploded, adding to the conflagration when the fire reached that portion of the house."
"Your loss grieves us, dear girl."
Lady Matlock again stroked Georgiana's hair.
I have nothing of my family's memories left in London. George's valet managed to save some of his garments before he fled."
Georgiana wiped her cheeks with her sleeve.
"George insists that the new house will be better. Of course, I cannot fault his taste in clothing. But the works of art he admires are something Caroline Bingley likes, not my taste at all. On the way here, they discuss filling the new house with her suggestions. I cannot bear it.
In another matter, have you not been eating, Georgie? You are frightfully thin, said her aunt.
Georgiana sighed. I do not know what is wrong with me. The cook has been filling my plates with all my favourite foods. One day I can eat an egg when I break my fast. The next, just the smell makes me cast up my accounts. The same thing will happen with certain meat and rich sauces. As it is, I can only start my morning with tea and dry biscuits. We had to stop twice on the way here for me to empty my stomach. George was angry with me. Caroline suggested I was trying to delay our arrival. I fear that her purpose is to show my husband how good a mistress she would be. What she thinks will happen to me, I do not know. Perhaps my illness will open the way for her to step into my shoes.
Her aunt gazed directly at Elizabeth. Almost at once, Elizabeth understood her expression. Georgiana Wickham would have a baby by spring, just as Lady Matlock earlier suggested. What would Darcy do when he found out? Chapter 25. Darcy appreciated the sanctuary of Netherfield's master's chambers. Elizabeth was amazing. She was as generous with her tender attention as she was with her support. During a quiet moment, they discussed the events since their wedding. Learning that Georgiana was with child was not wholly unexpected. That did not make the news any less painful to hear. Once Darcy informed Wickham that he would be required to submit to his authority as long as he was at Netherfield Park, George pilfered a horse from Bingley's stable and headed into Meryton. By the time the Darcys retired, he still had not returned. Since Miss Bingley and the Hursts remained in their rooms for the evening, the house was silent. His wife whispered, her breath tickling his ear. You were correct to give your sister the option to have my chamber, or remain in the one given to her and her husband. He admitted his surprise at her choice of the guest wing. Leaning up on her elbow, Elizabeth's fingers ran down his jawline. She is trying very hard to be mature and responsible. In her mind, and the minds of most ladies, that means submitting to her husband's orders, even if it means going against her desires. While we know that Mr. Wickham is unfair and unrelenting in dominating her, simply because she was born a Darcy, I suspect she hopes to discover something good that she can share with her child. Darcy's head sank into the pillow.
Was she very much surprised when Aunt told her?
That she was increasing? Yes, I fear she had given the idea no thought. Draping his free arm over his eyes, he said,
This is another failure on my part. I kept her innocent of the ways of men and of life. She had no mother to explain all the rest. I guess I assumed she would learn these things at school or from her paid companions.
He shot up to a seating position.
Wait, how do you know about these things? Did your mother inform you about babies and childbirth?
She chuckled. Not at all. Oh, do not get me wrong, Mamma tried. However, when Jane and I asked too many questions, she threw her hands into the air and left the room. Aunt Gardner explained it clearly when she was with child the last time. Since we were there for the birth, I suppose I learned more than I should. Jane, of course, would not remain in the birthing room. I was curious enough to stay.
That is my girl.
He grinned, relaxing back on the bed. Kissing her hair, he asked,
Do your younger sisters know?
She looked affronted. Of course they do. Aunt explained that several girls with whom she attended school thought a lady could not carry a child unless she was married. As you might imagine, some girls were sent away, never to be seen again. Both Jane and I felt strongly that our sisters needed to protect themselves from false information. Mamma was relieved that she did not need to say more.
I imagine so.
Darcy learned something new about his wife each time they conversed, and he adored her for it.
I am loath to mention it, but it would seem to be the course of wisdom to look for signs that Miss Bingley might be in the same predicament as Georgiana. Wherever the dream world is that she inhabits, she seems to believe that there will be no consequences for her actions against my sister. Somehow she rationalizes or justifies her adulterous conduct.
Elizabeth forced her gaping mouth closed. Oh my, there is little similarity between Mr. Bingley and his sisters, is there? He is a gentleman, trying to control a self-indulgent tyrant. It is no wonder that he left when he did. Instead of viewing his decision as weak, which I admit I did at first, I now see it as the course of wisdom.
I agree. After thinking about it, I viewed his actions as discerning. I, because of him, informed Wickham of the expectation that he treat my sister with utmost loyalty during his stay at Netherfield Park. Of course, I suspected that he would immediately depart, seeking a new playground. I need to warn the good citizens of Meryton of the damage he could do. Now that he can afford excesses does not necessarily mean he intends to pay for them.
You are a good man, Fitzwilliam. Turning toward her, his lips brushed her brows, her cheeks, the tip of her nose, then her full lips.
And you are the best woman alive. Now enough about Georgiana, Wickham and the Bingleys.
He buried his face in her neck, delighting in her laughter. He would think about the guests of Netherfield Park later, much later. The next morning, Miss Bingley followed the Darcys into the breakfast room. Elizabeth was surprised to see the woman pile her plate high before sitting at the far end of the table. Darcy had only set his coffee down when Miss Bingley complained that the taste of the ham was off. Elizabeth immediately took a bite before requesting Mrs. Nichols and cook attend them. Before the servants could enter the room, Miss Bingley said, "I knew how it would be yesterday when I was informed that I would not be hostess. There would be no shoddy work in my household if I were the mistress. To accommodate my guests, I would have considered their preferences and made appropriate rooming arrangements." Darcy set down his fork.
"Excuse me, but were you invited to Netherfield Park?"
He glanced at Elizabeth.
"Dear Mrs. Darcy, did you, by chance, extend an invitation, or give the impression that you would welcome company on your wedding night?"
She wanted to laugh. Fitzwilliam Darcy was a menace when he was making a point in her favour. She loved him dearly for it. "I believe I was better occupied, sir." Elizabeth reminded him to compliment the cook when the dear woman entered the breakfast room. Miss Bingley sniffed.
Darcy said, "Miss Bingley expressed her opinion that the taste of the pork is off. Did you change your recipe since you prepared the morning meal yesterday, or buy meat from someone other than our local butcher?"
"No, indeed, Mr. Darcy. Mr. Anders himself brought the ham early this morning. I prepared it as I always do," said cook.
"I appreciate your honesty. You may return to your responsibilities. Before you do, Mrs. Darcy and I are enjoying the meal thoroughly, and look forward to what you provide later."
Ignoring them, Miss Bingley waited until the women were out of the room before she tucked into the rest of her meal, eating until her plate was clean, including the ham. With the arch of his brow, Elizabeth knew that this was not typical conduct at the table for the woman. Memories of her Aunt Maddie saying that she ate her husband out of the house and home during her first pregnancy gave her a clue that Miss Bingley might be so affected. What a disaster! Elizabeth and the others rejoiced when Bingley's sisters and brother-in-law stayed in their rooms for the rest of the day. This allowed the Matlocks to fuss over their niece, while Darcy gave his full attention to his bride. The next day, Mr. Wickham finally graced Netherfield Park with his presence, likely because it was the Sabbath, and the innkeeper would not serve spirits, nor allow gambling. Not unexpectedly, Miss Bingley and the Hursts finally joined them in the drawing-room as soon as he arrived. Georgiana sat next to her cousin, who glared at George Wickham each time he dared to open his mouth. What was unexpected was the arrival of Elizabeth's parents and sisters after services. The ladies remained in the carriage, while her father asked to see Darcy and Elizabeth. When they reached the doorway, her husband put his arm around her waist, pulling her close to him. "Are you protecting me, or am I to protect you?" she asked.
"Both."
She giggled as her father ascended the stairs, the rain pounding on the stones beneath his feet. "From my father? I think not. From the rain? Now that might be if either of us had an umbrella." Her papa came right to the point.
"Do not be concerned that this is a matter of needing your help. Rather we learn from Mrs. Nicholls' sister that you are hosting a group of individuals when you should enjoy the first blush of your marriage in isolation. We're here to offer hospitality for your visitors at Longbourn. Mr. Collins will still arrive on the morrow. Kitty and Lydia agreed to share a room, as did Jane and Mary. Since Lizzie's chambers are empty, we have plenty of space available. And you know how much your mother delights in having fresh ears with whom to share the gossip of the neighbourhood. The Lucases will join us for a light supper this evening. For as much as the matrons love to talk, I believe Sir William exceeds them all."
Elizabeth laughed. "You are correct on all counts, Papa." Darcy offered his thanks. Leaning closer to his father-in-law, he said,
"I suggest you bring your family inside so they may meet those we have in residence. It will not surprise me if your wife suspends her offer after an introduction."
Her father took a step back.
"Ah, I see. Lord and Lady Matlock are within."
Darcy quickly replied,
"I know that the Matlocks enjoyed your company after the wedding, sir. No, it is Bingley's family, along with my brother-in-law."
Her father rocked back on his heels.
"Oh, you have piqued my curiosity. We shall have to come in, then."
Caroline Bingley was livid. Darcy suspected that steam might pour from her nostrils and ears at any minute. Where Georgiana looked everywhere except at her husband, Miss Bingley refused to blink when Wickham approached Elizabeth's youngest sister. Elizabeth put her hand on his arm. Why would his bride keep him from protecting Lydia? When he glanced at her, she slowly shook her head. Glancing around the room, he realised that Miss Bingley was not the only one paying attention. Richard watched Wickham like a predator to prey. Mr. Bennet sat forward in his chair. Even his uncle approached Bennet's two youngest daughters. Wickham bowed his head.
"Miss Lydia, how delightful. Would you grant me the privilege of accompanying me on a stroll about the room?"
Lydia's brow arched decidedly. "I must decline. There are only two types of men who tempt me. One wears the red coat of an officer. The other is a discerning sort of gentleman, with impeccable taste, like my new brother. I do not know you well enough to know if you are either." Elizabeth wanted to hug Lydia. She could clearly see the effort it took for Wickham to pretend to laugh, along with the other men. Even Mr. Hurst chuckled. Not one to be gainsaid, Mr. Wickham stepped closer.
"Please do not think that I was trying to take advantage. I am a gentleman. With that in mind, you do not know the advantages that friendship with the Master of Pemberley would bring to any lady."
Miss Bingley gasped. The men each looked willing to pull Mr. Wickham's tongue from his mouth. Lydia shrugged. "Be that as it may, I'm not at all interested in entertaining someone else's husband, unless he is married to one of my sisters. Now," she glanced at Georgiana, "if your wife is available, I would love to know her. Pray do excuse me, sir." Directing her attention fully to Georgiana and her aunt, Lydia's shoulder turned away from Mr. Wickham, giving the appearance that she was cutting him. Lord Matlock chortled, slapped his hands on his knees and said,
"I suggest that my niece and the rest of the Bennet ladies, including Mrs. Darcy, join my wife, perhaps in another sitting-room, where they can speak of fashion undisturbed." Wondering what he was about, Elizabeth followed them into the smaller room. Chapter 26. Darcy was unsurprised when Wickham became defensive. "You no longer have any power to intimidate me, Darcy. Anything you, your uncle or your cousin," Wickham spat the word, his hatred for Richard equalling the Colonel's, "do to me will affect sweet Georgiana. We cannot have her suffer now, can we? As well, since I control Pemberley, whatever is done against me will influence what happens to Pemberley. I would consider your steps closely if I were you." Richard stood to pour himself a drink. "That is the point, is it not? None of us are you. We do not think like you, nor do we act like you. Your goals are not ours. Your standards of morality are on a par with a snake in the grass, which is far below us. Under these conditions, I believe the better advice is for you to consider your steps, Wicky." Darcy's uncle held up his palm for silence. "The material point is what Darcy, as the sole authority in this house, intends. Let me remind you that the rest of us are guests only. You are welcome to leave at any time."
Wickham smirked. My presence is a constant reminder to Darcy of which of us is shrewder, and who has more power. I shall stay. Darcy refused to be bothered. Standing next to the fireplace, he surveyed the group.
"Mr. and Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley will remain at Netherfield Park until morning, as travel is restricted on the Sabbath. Servants will wake you early to prepare for your journey. I expect you three to depart for London before noon. There is nothing for you here."
Turning his back on them to the sound of the Bingley sisters' blustering, Darcy addressed Wickham. He pointed at the scoundrel, his eyes piercing his worst enemy.
"I care nothing about what you do. Nothing. You could go hang yourself, and I would not mourn. My sister is the only reason I haven't thrown you out. For her, my wife and I would do anything. For you, you are on your own."
"Bah!" Wickham sneered. "I hear the words spewing from your tongue, Darcy, but I do not believe one of them. This is not about Georgiana. It is about Pemberley. Always Pemberley. You would do anything to regain control of my estate. And tell me, is that how you caught your bride? Did you tease her with fruitless hopes of being the future mistress of a grand estate? Did you make promises you will never see fulfilled because dreams are all you have in your pocket?" He knew Wickham's tactics. He'd spent years hearing his childish rants. Instead of reacting as expected, Darcy smiled through clenched teeth.
"You are a fool like you always have been. Pemberley may currently be yours, but it is temporary at best. You will never have the respect of the tenants. I suspect you've already squandered a considerable sum, leaving you unable to repair Darcy House and maintain Pemberley. Unlike you, I have never had debts. I have never been tossed out of establishments because I could not pay for what I already consumed. I have a clean conscience, since I have never knowingly cheated anyone."
His uncle said,
"Most importantly, Darcy has the love of an incredible woman, who cares not for the trappings of grandeur you always coveted. In truth, compared to you, he has it all."
Glancing at the Hursts and Miss Bingley, Lord Matlock continued,
"There is no reason for you to remain in company. Return to your chambers until you depart in the morning. A tray in your rooms will suffice."
Ignoring his uncle, Miss Bingley groused, "Mr. Darcy, it is only fitting that you married a Bennet and that my brother left before he could attach himself to one. You do not know how to treat guests, and apparently neither does your wife. I am forever grateful that I saw nothing in you before you lost Pemberley, because I would never want my name connected to yours."
"Au contraire, Miss Bingley," Richard grinned. "Even before I left for the continent, you were chasing my cousin, hoping to become the next mistress of Pemberley."
Her chin lifted. "There is nothing wrong with that goal."
"The position is already filled. This leaves you being only a man's mistress instead of the mistress of a household. How far you have fallen, Miss Bingley."
She gasped.
Darcy added, "The taint of your descent will follow you from now on. I will not have your name attached in any form to mine and my wife." "Nor to us," Lord Matlock proclaimed.
Her face lost all colour. She stomped her slippered foot on the floor, then hurried out of the room, the Hursts following her, grumbling. Hurst stopped in front of Wickham.
"Aren't you going to do anything about her? You created this monster."
He nodded toward where Miss Bingley had been. Wickham ignored him. Hurst shook his head disconsolately, then followed his wife to their chambers. Mr. Bennet stood.
"If you do not mind, as much as I have enjoyed this drama, I shall rescue Lady Matlock, Mrs. Wickham and Lizzie from my ladies." To Darcy he said, "I was right in concluding that my daughter's life would not be dull."
Bowing to Darcy's uncle and cousin, he took his leave. Now that it was the four of them, Darcy told Wickham to sit, in the same tone he used with his hounds.
"You cannot tell me what to do," Wickham insisted.
Darcy joined his cousin on a sofa. Lord Matlock sat beside them. Ignoring Wickham, Darcy said to his uncle,
"I heard rumours from some of the local landowners that there is an added farm tax being pushed through the house that could cause an immediate dip in the price offered for wheat and corn. Is this correct?"
Hugh Fitzwilliam nodded.
You heard correctly. For those who have not yet brought in their crops, they very well could end up not being able to afford seed. Of course, this mainly affects those in the north, since the cooler air causes a longer growth cycle.
Are Matlock's harvests complete? Darcy asked, unsurprised when Wickham drew nearer.
As of 4 weeks ago they are. I cannot recall a year when the revenue was as high.
His uncle relaxed in his chair.
What I found to be odd was the direction from which the harvest crew travelled prior to arriving at Matlock. For as long as I can recall, they always went to Pemberley before they started our farms. Instead of coming from the east, they arrived from the south. This time, when they packed up and left, they continued northwest to Chatsworth. According to their itinerary, from there they will continue west with no plans to return to the locale. They bypassed Pemberley completely.
What do you mean they did not go to Pemberley? Wickham charged toward Lord Matlock, stopping when his feet almost touched those of Darcy's uncle.
Why did they not go to Pemberley? We need those crops harvested.
Red crept up Wickham's neck.
And did you pay the advance deposit for them to come?
Darcy asked casually.
The landowner covers their travel expenses and sustenance as well as their wages. Did you not see this done?
Wickham threw his hands into the air.
When did I have the time to do this, even if I had known that it was up to me?
He rubbed his hands over his face.
Blast it! I need those funds.
Did not Simmons advise you? Darcy asked.
Simmons was let go when we returned from Scotland. I grew up knowing more about crops and such than I ever wanted to know. Why would I need to pay a steward?
Touché. Darcy shrugged, as did Richard and his uncle. Then they continued their conversation about the House of Lords, until Wickham stormed from the room, slamming the door behind him.
Well, Richard mused, I think that went well.
Later, when the house settled for the night, Darcy asked Elizabeth what the ladies had talked about in the sitting room. Elizabeth ran her fingers over his chest. Do you honestly believe that bonnets were the subject of the day? Your aunt took notice of Lydia. She commended her for standing up against Mr. Wickham. Her husband's flirting mortified your sister. My heart ached for Georgiana. Her pain runs no less deep than yours, you dear man. Where your wound is healing, hers is exposed to every toxic action by Mr. Wickham. As long as they are together, she will never have peace. She kissed his cheek. I am grieved to sadden you with my report.
No, do not be. I am not blind to how Georgie is affected. I encouraged Wickham to leave and pursue his pleasures while we kept my sister with us. He was angry and frustrated when he left the drawing-room. I do not know whether he will remain in Hertfordshire or return to London tomorrow. Perhaps he will travel to Derbyshire and try to find a harvest crew who is available.
What? He has not yet had Pemberley's crops brought in. Did he think the stalks would cut themselves? She glanced toward the window, where rain pelted against the glass. My love, when Georgiana and I strolled in the garden earlier, we talked about how the winter chill seemed to be setting in. I would not be surprised if we wait to find frost covering the ground. This does not bode well for Pemberley, I fear.
Lord, how I love her. What did Georgiana say?
Darcy was almost afraid to ask, fearful of what his sister revealed to Elizabeth and her sisters. Elizabeth sighed, resting her head on his shoulder. She is miserable, wishing she had never started on this course. Without hesitation, your sister informed Mary, Kitty and Lydia that they were far too young to think they were ready to marry, unless our father fully interviewed the potential mate for a thorough examination of his character. Darcy considered her comments carefully. Finally he said,
She regrets her decision, then. She is no longer attempting to justify herself.
Elizabeth entwined her fingers with his. She is not. Your aunt reminded her that underneath her married name she was a Darcy. She told your sister that she needed to take pride in her heritage, if she could not with the life she was currently living. Then she asked Georgiana if she planned to raise her child as a Darcy or a Wickham. When she failed to reply, Lady Matlock informed her that her worth does not depend on her husband. Your sister needed to hear these words. She snuggled closer. Even my mother, who often makes little sense, told your sister that a wife miserable in her marriage can still find little joys that can delight the senses. For example, an exquisite piece of lace on a plain garment will brighten her day. She then said that the wife of Mr. Wickham had few reasons to repine. She kissed him under his chin. I fear Mamma was not nearly as helpful as she assumed. However, your sister seemed to take her comments as they were intended. I felt a keen sense of sadness for the state of my parents' union. If only they had the same closeness we have.
We are close, are we not?
Darcy embraced her tightly.
Very close.
Giggling softly, Elizabeth kissed him until he forgot how to breathe. Chapter 27. Prior to entering the breakfast room, Georgiana whispered to Darcy that her husband departed Netherfield Park soon after midnight and had not yet returned. Lines of strain edged his sister's face. Unfortunately, this was likely not the first time Wickham had spent the night away from his wife. Elizabeth leaned over and softly reminded Georgiana, "You are amongst people who love you, dear girl. You are no longer fighting this battle alone."
"We stand with you, dear Georgie."
Lady Matlock sat next to her niece. The family broke their fast before they heard the first stirrings from the Hursts and Miss Bingley. When Bingley's youngest sister asked after Wickham, Georgiana approached her. "My husband replaced you as easily as he replaced me."
"I beg your pardon,"
Miss Bingley stammered. Georgiana had not yet finished speaking. "I now know that George has never been loyal. During the 3 months since you first arrived at Darcy House, my husband was inconstant to me and you. I have spent a substantial part of my days turning away former paramours from our door." Miss Bingley gasped. Georgiana moved closer to Darcy before she said, "Tell me, Miss Bingley, what will you do when you can no longer hide that you are increasing? I bear the title Mrs., while you do not. Thus I have no shame. But you, who will have you now?" Miss Bingley swayed, the colour leaching from her skin.
"You know nothing. I cannot be with child since I am unwed."
Mrs. Hurst grabbed her sister's arm, squeezing tightly.
"I told you not to start with Mr. Wickham, but you refused to listen. Your actions have ruined you. We will share in your reproach." "No, we will not," Mr. Hurst blathered. "It is high time you find your own establishment, Caroline. You will no longer be welcome at our townhouse. Those days are over."
"But—" Miss Bingley turned pleading eyes everywhere but on Darcy. With a glance at the butler, Darcy said, "Be on your way." Then the footman opened the front doors to the frosty morning. For the first time since Darcy's introduction to Bingley's family, Miss Bingley held her tongue. Once their carriage pulled away from Netherfield Park, Darcy's uncle announced his intention to travel to London to pack up the house so the family could winter in the north.
"If we do not depart now, the weather will be against us."
"You are welcome to join us, Georgie." Their aunt's tone was more insistent than hospitable. "I am proud of you for speaking up for yourself. Perhaps you would appreciate the opportunity to be away from the stress of your husband's improprieties, so you can focus entirely on the little one, who will insist on making an appearance by the time we are ready to return to town." Even though Darcy knew her invitation stemmed from love, he wanted Georgiana to stay with him and Elizabeth. He could not protect her if she were elsewhere. Georgiana barely glanced at him before she said, "I doubt George will even notice I am gone. Therefore, yes, I need to be with my family." Darcy's brows rose.
"Are Elizabeth and I no longer family?"
Georgiana's cheeks pinked.
"Forever, you are my beloved brother and sister. As Mr. Bennet stated yesterday, starting a marriage with a house full of people cannot be the best way of coming to know each other." His heart hurt to think Georgiana would leave him, yet being alone with his wife was everything he desired. The conundrum warred inside him.
Darcy said, "As you all well know, the master and mistress of an estate are rarely ever alone. Servants patrol the corridors and stairways day and night. Outside of our chambers we have little opportunity for private conversation. No, not even in our suite, since Parker and Molly are coming and going as soon as either of us steps into our rooms. Only after dismissing them do we have privacy."
Addressing his aunt, he said,
"Unless your servants need your supervision, there is no actual need for you to be in town, is there?"
His aunt laughed. "Spoken like a man, nephew." She wrapped her hand around Darcy's elbow, giving him a gentle squeeze. "Unlike you, I need to announce my intentions to my friends, arranging for correspondence until we return. Georgiana will need garments that will fit her changing figure, and clothing for an infant. Your uncle will no doubt seek his compatriots in his club as they argue, or rather debate, the latest crisis in the royal family." Richard piped up.
"Since my first order of business was to find you and Georgie once I departed the ship, I have yet to present myself to my superiors, something I am compelled to do on the morrow. However, I will request leave for winter in the north. Until we know what Wickham is up to, I promise to keep an eye on the imp."
"You referred to me as an imp? Why, dear cousin, I will have you know that George shared stories of your youth with me, where I am convinced that any mischief that took place at Pemberley was at your instigation, never mine. If anyone in this house is to bear the title, I believe it would be you." Georgiana moved to Richard's side and bumped his elbow with hers. "Actually, I have nothing to return to London for, because the fire destroyed everything. If it is acceptable, rather than spend hours bouncing around in a carriage heading south, only to return in a few days, I will gladly remain here until you return." "Georgiana, we welcome you. Your reasoning is excellent." Elizabeth slid her hand into his. "Whatever we can do to further your plans, we will not hesitate."
"Lord, I am proud of her."
4 days after the Bingley siblings and the Fitzwilliams departed Netherfield Park, Darcy finally received a letter from the man he had hired to watch Simon Cole.
"Mr. Darcy, sir, I regret to inform you that Mr. Cole must have slipped away during the night, almost 2 weeks ago. When days passed and I did not see him, I asked the rooming house to verify his presence. They told me that Mr. Cole's room was paid for but empty. I was able to find his trail by checking with the portmaster's office. Cole sailed on a ship bound for Liverpool. I will depart on the morrow for the same destination. With a fortnight's lead, I suspect I will not locate him until he is again in London, if that is where he is bound. I beg your apologies. Myron Banks."
Crumpling the paper in his fist, Darcy paced the library. One by one, the puzzle pieces were falling into place. He had yet to see Wickham since he vanished in the middle of the night on Sunday. Was he with Cole? Whatever was happening between the two men, it would be unsavoury, with no good results. Breathing deeply to calm himself, he entered the drawing-room to find Elizabeth sharing sisterly tales with Georgiana. He almost stumbled as his sister's hand covered the area below her waist, where her babe was nestled. It was a stark reminder that he had more than himself to be concerned about. Had she felt the quickening yet? He could not ask. Instead, he observed, "There is currently little more than a drizzle outside. I need to check on Petey and send a note to Richard. And perhaps you might join me if I tempt you with the opportunity to see if there are any ready-made gowns and winter garments that would fit you in Meryton, Georgiana." Elizabeth's face lit up as Georgiana clapped her hands together. Both agreed that a change of scenery would be welcome. As their carriage approached the small town, Elizabeth attempted to temper Georgiana's eager anticipation by reminding her that Meryton was not Bond Street. Their initial stop was the haberdashery, where Darcy escorted the ladies inside. Since the first neighbours they spied were Miss Charlotte Lucas and her younger sister, Darcy knew his ladies were in capable hands. He left for the inn to mail his letter and find Petey. Not 15 minutes later, he stormed into the shop, where a bevy of shrews cornered Elizabeth and Georgiana, questioning them about their attachment to Darcy. The Lucas sisters attempted to defend them, with little success. Once they were safely inside the carriage, and on their way back to Netherfield Park, Darcy insisted on hearing every snippet of slander being spread throughout the area. Georgiana refused to look up from her lap. Elizabeth leaned into his side. "Do not fear that Mr. Wickham was the bearer of these tales, Fitzwilliam. Rather, this was the work of the heir to Longbourn, Mr. William Collins. According to him, he is doing his Christian duty by parroting Lady Catherine de Bourgh's opinion that you must have done something horribly wrong to lose possession of Pemberley and your wealth. As Mr. Wickham spread malicious gossip about you in London, your aunt accepted those accounts as truth, embellishing them until you are the worst, most degenerate ogre in Britain. Elizabeth reached over and tapped Georgiana's knee. Are you absolutely positively certain of a relationship between Lady Catherine and your Uncle Matlock? I cannot see any resemblance in their character at all. His sister's eyes finally flickered toward them. Yes, she is my aunt. Well, just as Mr. Bingley has rejected his sisters, I am determined to do the same to Mr. Collins. I suggest telling others that your aunt was kidnapped as a child and raised by apes. When they could stand her no longer, they sent her back to civilization, where she did not know how to act appropriately. Georgiana giggled, as Elizabeth's comment lightened his ire. His wife said, My dear man, let us forget the small-mindedness of our neighbours. By the by, how is Petey? And did you not see him at the back of the coach? Elizabeth spun around in the seat. I did not. Is he still determined to show off his new shoes, then? Darcy cleared his throat, knowing he would ruin her brave attempt to disregard the gossip from those whom she once considered to be her friends. Petey's grandmother became gravely ill. He clasped her hand in his, rubbing warmth through their gloves into her fingers. Petey is now alone. No. Elizabeth's sadness touched his deepest feelings. He has agreed to work with Bingley's stablemaster as long as we are in Hertfordshire. Until I can find him a permanent home, he will remain with us. Elizabeth pressed her face into his shoulder. Thank you for your kindness, Fitzwilliam. I could do nothing else. She straightened. Oh, yes, you could. You could have left him to struggle on his own. Instead, since you lost your fortune, you have gained a loyal valet, a beloved wife, and a devoted lad. And me, Georgiana added. Darcy settled back against the squabs. I am blessed indeed. Chapter 28. Once Georgiana retired to her chambers, Elizabeth asked her husband, Would you like to discuss what is weighing so heavily on your mind? From the minute they returned to Netherfield Park, Darcy remained withdrawn. Certainly he had to be hurt by the false talk Mr. Collins was spreading around the community, and she knew that Petey losing his grandmother reminded him of his parental loss, but this level of quiet was unnerving. After pacing for a bit longer, he finally settled next to her. My wife, if I allow the loss of my parents, my estate and my reputation to be my sole concerns, then I am failing to look forward because I am focused on what is behind me. Also, I have no power to resurrect my mother and father, to reclaim my property, nor to control what people say about me. What I can control is the path we choose from this day on. Fitzwilliam, she began, only to have him interrupt her. No, Elizabeth, we need to talk about this. You see, with Darcy House destroyed, and Pemberley likely in danger of losing money for the first time, I wonder if pursuing the full recovery of the estate is worth the effort, time and expense. He held up his hand when she started to speak. Please allow me to set my thoughts in order. Very well. He stood to pace again, speaking as he walked. Those who have kept on the watch for how matters were developing at Pemberley inform me that many of the tenants and servants have left for factories in the cities that pay much higher wages than I could ever afford. It is not solely because Wickham has been an unfair master, since Uncle Hugh said that he, too, has lost valuable workers for the same reason. The life I led is changing. Soon, even sooner than I imagined, the costs of maintaining and running Pemberley would mean pursuing outside investments that could be risky. She understood the consequences of those events. What she did not know was how he felt about these changes. What are you saying? He stopped, ran his fingers through his hair, then looked directly at her. I'm trying to say that with Georgiana married to Wickham, there is still a Darcy at Pemberley, though it is not me. Thus I feel strongly that we should look at all that has happened as an opportunity to take charge of our future. When he paused for breath, she said as calmly as possible, "I agree." He grinned.
"I knew you would."
His enthusiasm was infectious.
"Elizabeth, until now, I rarely considered how others live their lives. I have now been forced to observe that elegant clothing and a fine carriage do not show a man's honour. Honour comes from being the best man I can be in my current circumstances. Striving to better our situation is a rational goal. Learning contentment with what we have and where we are right now can bring peace. My wife, had you asked me a month ago if I felt this way, I would have thought you were being insensible. Not now. I want—"
He dropped to his knees before her.
"No, I need to be free of Pemberley, to root it out of my heart and my soul. Only then may we move forward with certainty."
Elizabeth rested her palm on his cheek. "I love you, Fitzwilliam. I love the promise in the words you utter. Let us do that very thing, leave behind what is unchangeable, and discover what can be." Tenderly she kissed him, relieved to see the burden of Darcy's past life lifted off his shoulders. This guaranteed their happiness. Before noon the next morning, pounding on the front door sounded throughout the house. Darcy glanced into the entrance hall when a footman opened the door to see a harried Mr. Bennet clasping the rim of his hat. Worry about Mrs. Bennet's health and the safety of Elizabeth's sisters roiled like bile in his stomach. Anything that affected Elizabeth affected him. He was unsurprised when Elizabeth rushed past him. "Papa, what has happened?" Mr. Bennet pulled his daughter to him, though his eyes never left Darcy.
"We need to talk."
Directing him to the study, he suggested Elizabeth order tea. "No, I shall hear what Papa has to say." Her father patted her shoulder.
"Oh, my news does not involve anyone at Longbourn, dear girl. I am parched, and it is frigid cold outside. A hot cup of tea would be just the thing."
His wife studied her father carefully before nodding, then leaving the room and closing the door behind her.
"May I get you something stronger until your tea arrives?"
Darcy asked, although he was desperate to discover what had happened.
"No, please."
His father-in-law peered at him with pleading eyes, as if Darcy could figure out what he needed to say, so the words would not need to be spoken aloud. When the silence continued, Mr. Bennet announced,
"I regret to inform you that this morning, when a Longbourn servant went to Meryton for a kitchen order, he found Mr. George Wickham dead." "What?" Darcy could hardly process the information. "They found his body in a ditch alongside the road. There was a large gash down the side of his face, and his throat was— well, I will just say that Mr. Wickham is no more." "Lord."
Darcy sank into a chair, stunned.
"Who? How?" "Georgiana. Good God in heaven, how can I tell her that her child will be fatherless?"
Rubbing his hands over his face, he looked up when Mr. Bennet loudly cleared his throat.
"I regret more than you can know that this is not all. You see, my foolish cousin, informed of Mr. Wickham's murder at the same time as I, immediately proclaimed to the house and anyone who would listen that you, with your clear motive, were the obvious perpetrator. Before I stepped foot in my carriage, he was hurrying down the lane to spew his lies to any who would listen. I do not doubt that he will write to your aunt before the morning is done."
Horrified, Darcy exclaimed,
"Me? I was here all night, as your daughter can attest. We have not seen Wickham since Sunday."
He stood.
"Despite the fact that I suffered the greatest loss to him, I would never act in this manner. Wickham was the criminal, not me."
Mr. Bennet nodded his head.
I know. Who is the magistrate?"
Darcy hoped beyond hope it was someone reasonable.
"Oh, Cosgrove."
Relief flowed through him. In every interaction he had with Mr. Cosgrove, Darcy found him to be a fair and honest man. Mr. Bennet sat across from him as soon as Darcy returned to the chair.
"Darcy, all the way from the scene of the crime to here, I considered who might be responsible."
He threw his hands in the air.
"I simply do not know. Nothing like this has ever happened in this area."
A list of names scrolled through Darcy's mind.
"Wickham made many enemies. For whatever reason, he felt he could take egregious advantage of others with impunity. Any attempt to explain the consequences to him was a waste of breath. In the sennight he was in Hertfordshire. If he were true to form, he would spend his time seeking his pleasure.
Tapping his chin, he added,
The innkeeper or anyone else who provided spirits should be questioned. Who did Wickham spend time with? Who was a victim of Wickham's light fingers at cards? Whose daughter or wife did he attempt to charm? These are George Wickham's habits, unchanged since he married.
Blast! Darcy sat forward in his chair. Hesitantly he said,
Since we are alone, I will mention that his abandonment of her humiliated Caroline Bingley, forever changing her position in society and ending her hopes and dreams. While I would believe no woman could arrange an act of violence that would end a human life, she was unreasonable to where the Hursts no longer want her around. Once they give her the dowry her father set aside for her, she will be without family or friends. A woman scorned, Mr. Bennet muttered. Yes.
Darcy was grateful that Miss Bingley was no longer part of his life. Except if she were responsible, as the timing suggested, she would be forced back into his attention until the investigation concluded. He needed to warn Elizabeth and Georgiana. He rose, approached the door, and instructed a footman to inform his wife of his wish to see her. Then he sent the housekeeper to retrieve his sister, requesting that she hurry. Within minutes, Georgiana rushed into the room on Elizabeth's heels. Seeing Mr. Bennet, Georgiana stopped in place, standing as still as a statue. "What has happened?" His observant wife turned to his sister and led her by the hand to a sofa. "Come, dear Georgiana, let us sit by the fire. The room is chilled. We expect tea at any moment." Once seated, Darcy knelt before his sister and took her icy hands in his. She looked so young, so scared. There was... What could he say? That it was not an unintentional accident? No, it was a brutal act of murder against the man Georgiana once admired. He glanced at his wife, who responded with a tender look that encouraged him to continue. Mr. Bennet remained silent.
"Georgie, someone attacked your husband during the night. He did not survive the encounter."
Her gasp went straight to his heart. Elizabeth pulled her into her embrace when every bone in Georgiana's body seemed to melt into a puddle. Her tears at first were silent. Then sobs racked her until it was an effort to take in a breath. Elizabeth's eyes closed as she gently rocked Georgiana back and forth. Darcy did the only thing he knew. He wrapped them both in his arms and held on tightly. They were still in that position when Mr. Cosgrove and Sir William Lucas entered the drawing-room. Sir William turned his face away from their grieving. Mr. Cosgrove looked directly at Darcy. Fortunately, it was not an accusation in his eyes. Rather, it was empathy for what the death of Wickham would do to the family. Mr. Cosgrove waited until Georgiana's wails lessened.
"I beg your pardon, Mr. Darcy, Mrs. Darcy, and Mrs. Wickham. If we could have a moment of privacy with the gentleman, please."
Georgiana hiccuped at hearing her name. Elizabeth's eyes hardened. "Unless my new sister wishes to avoid the details, we will hear it from you." Mr. Cosgrove looked at Darcy and Mr. Bennet. When neither man stopped him, he said,
"Very well, then. You should know that Mr. Anders, our town's butcher, was found an hour ago, with blood on his hands, confessing his happiness at Mr. George Wickham's death." "How can this be?"
Darcy glanced at his wife's quizzical brow before giving his full attention to Mr. Cosgrove.
"What he stated, after being warned that we could use his words against him, was that Mr. Wickham would not let up with his constant attention to Anders' only child, a simple-minded daughter of 14 years. Last evening, Abigail was alone in the house while Anders finished in his shop. He returned home to find her curled up in a ball, her hair in disarray, her gown ripped, and blood pouring from a fatal wound she had inflicted on herself. She left a note that read, 'Forgive me, Papa.'"
Mr. Cosgrove's hand went to his chest.
"Anders stated that he would rather hang than have Mr. Wickham hurt another man's daughter." "Blasted to hell and back.
Darcy pressed the heel of his palms into his brows. Good God in heaven! He wanted to vomit. Every word was a blow to his chest, piercing him, burning him. Disgusted at the depths of Wickham's fall, the deepest sympathy for the girl and her father almost ripped him in two. Georgiana swooned, Elizabeth catching her before she fell forward to the floor. Darcy helped his sister recline on the sofa, while Elizabeth rang for sweet tea. She turned to Mr. Cosgrove and asked, "There will be no investigation against anyone in this house, then?"
"No, ma'am. Mr. Anders voluntarily turned over his knives and continued to rant that Wickham needed to die for his sins. This was enough to see him confined until the assizes."
Mr. Cosgrove's voice shook.
"Anders confessed to never having killed anything but cows, birds and hogs. Repeatedly he cried that Mr. Wickham hurt his little Abigail."
Looking at his feet, he said,
"I cannot blame him." "Nor I."
Darcy glanced at his sister.
"Wickham deserved his punishment."
Mr. Cosgrove finally looked at Darcy.
"Mr. Anders will receive a fair trial. We will see to that. Even so, it is likely that he will hang."
Darcy's gut churned.
"Maybe he could be transported instead. I would gladly bear the cost."
Cosgrove nodded.
"Anders' only request was that we bury his daughter properly."
Elizabeth's chin lifted slightly. "Since the church will not accept her, because of the circumstances of her death, could we not find a spot in Netherfield Park cemetery for her?"
"Of course,"
Darcy replied, in full agreement with her suggestion. The news barraged his thoughts, with all that it would change for his sister and for them. Wickham would no longer cause his sister pain by dragging his paramours in front of her, nor would he continue wasting her dowry on frivolous purchases. Darcy inhaled sharply. It was unthinkable, yet once the idea flickered through his mind, it nested and grew. Wickham no longer controlled Pemberley. Like the first few drops of rain on dry land, Darcy dared not hope. Yet as the water fell, what was once a trickle turned into a stream. Within moments the flow became a raging torrent. He was finally free of Wickham. Expert direction, and a lot of hard work, might save Pemberley. Chapter 29. After spending the rest of the day consoling Georgiana, Elizabeth noticed a dramatic difference in her husband's demeanour when he entered their chambers.
"How is my sister?"
His volume was high, and his tone sharp. "She is as you would expect." Elizabeth watched him closely, hoping to figure out what was wrong before she had to ask. Darcy moved quickly, his movements jerky as he disrobed.
"I cannot think that she will mourn long, since Wickham's offences against her were almost as many as against me."
"Ah." Elizabeth set aside her brush, braiding her hair from habit. "You are thinking like a man, I suspect, not like a girl whose youthful dreams were shattered." He paused only briefly before unbuttoning his waistcoat, shrugging out of the garment, then tossing it on the back of a chair.
"Or rather," he smiled smugly, "I believe it is because of her youth that she will rebound from the tragedy that was her marriage."
Elizabeth gaped. "You do you?" What transpired in the hours after they learned of Wickham's death that changed Darcy's character? Where was the man who determined that Elizabeth and Georgiana were his priorities? What happened to the compassion he showed Petey when he lost his grandmother, and with Mr. Bingley when his sisters became an embarrassment? Did he not grow closer to her family as he spent more time with them? Where was the tenderness that seemed inherent to his nature since the moment they wed? What happened to his new goal, to look forward to their future separate from Pemberley? Darcy was so caught up in his thoughts that he paid no attention to her unspoken concerns.
"I shall need an armband out of respect for my sister. Georgiana will need widow's weeds."
He paced the small confines, increasing her ire with every revolution of the room.
"I will need to determine if he left a will. Of course, I will run Pemberley until Georgiana's son is old enough to manage the property."
Elizabeth spoke as clearly as possible. "You assume that Georgiana's child is his heir, then?" He stopped.
"Who else would it be? He left behind no family. He had no friends who were close enough to trust with an estate of this size. In fact, Wickham trusted no one.
He dropped his hand to his forehead.
The fire. Blast! Any last will was likely destroyed in the fire. I wonder if Georgiana knew who he used as an attorney. Certainly the person who wrote the contract would have a copy.
He started moving again.
Since these affect my sister, I need to see those papers.
Instead of the man she thought she knew, the one standing before her was rigid with ambition. She stood and approached him, blocking his way. When he went around her, she touched his arm. Keeping the timbre of her voice calm, she asked, "Fitzwilliam, was it not less than a day ago that you told me Pemberley was part of your heritage, but not your entire identity?" He ran his hands through his hair.
I need to help Georgiana. She does not know what I know. Under my hand, Pemberley thrived. With me at the helm, she can rise from whatever damage Wickham has done to the glorious estate it should be.
She? You were speaking of Pemberley, not Georgiana. Elizabeth squeezed his arm reassuringly. I understand that you were used to taking charge. Nevertheless, did you not mention how the world was changing, how estates of the magnitude of Pemberley will struggle in the future, because needed workers are abandoning that life?
Yes, but...
Darcy looked at his wife until he really saw her.
Elizabeth, I need to do this for Georgiana.
He truly believed this was his only course. Darling man, as long as you are certain that you are not doing this for yourself.
I...
Darcy glanced away for a moment. The pause was sufficient to deflate him completely. He pulled her to the side of the bed where he sat. When he looked up at her, she appreciated the intensity of his eyes.
I swear to you, Elizabeth, that Pemberley was not my first thought when your father told me about Wickham. However, when my brain started putting the pieces together, for the first time in months I felt empowered, revitalized, happy even. Not from the death of the man, but from having a purpose, from knowing I would once again be able to stroll through the doors of Pemberley with pride.
She stroked his temples. You know that your sister's marriage ended the guardianship you and the Colonel held over her.
I do, but she remains frightfully inexperienced. I shall need to act on her behalf to make certain that no one attempts to take advantage of her.
As long as you consult with her and listen when she expresses her opinion, Fitzwilliam. She kissed his cheek. What of Ashworth Estate? He ran his fingers from the top of her braid to its tip.
I cannot think about Ashworth now. Likely all our resources will need to be combined with Pemberley's to purchase the supplies necessary to plant for the upcoming year. My dear wife, until I learn otherwise, we must make decisions as if we have lost all of Wickham's assets. Neither Georgiana nor I will step back into the lives we led prior to her marriage. If it is, as I suspect, once word of Wickham's death reaches London, the possibility of any Darcys being welcome in society is almost non-existent. They will not hesitate to remind my sister that they allowed her to remain in their company only because her husband charmed them. Now that Wickham was murdered for assaulting a girl who was little more than a child, Georgiana will be shunned.
She had to ask for her peace of mind. Then we are still looking toward our future, Fitzwilliam?
Always.
He kissed her. A prompt reply would have convinced Elizabeth. Instead, he hesitated. Holding on to her hope, she was determined to provide him with her full support. But inside, she wanted to weep, as her dreams seemed to be vanishing like the mist. Elizabeth's calm response reminded Darcy of the wisdom of marrying her. She was peerless amongst women. Heeding her advice, he tried to respect the tender feelings of his sister, waiting until the next day to ask about Wickham's attorney. Unfortunately, Georgiana had no clue with whom her husband did business. Frustrated, Darcy took care of other necessary tasks until he could ride to London to begin a search. He wrote to Bingley, informing him of his youngest sister's situation. He next sent a note to Richard. Rubbing his hands over his face, he easily guessed how his cousin would respond. He would want to draw his sword and kill Wickham all over again. Darcy could not blame him at all. For the next 4 days, a heavy mist settled over Hertfordshire, soaking anyone who dared to venture outside. The temperature was chilly, though not cold enough for frost. On the 5th day after the murder, Bingley returned to Netherfield Park. "My friend, I did not know when I left the estate in your hands that you would face upheaval from every angle. Good heavens! If dealing with my sister was not hard enough, to have your sister's husband murdered is beyond the pale." Bingley shook his head. "How is Mrs. Wickham?" Darcy wondered about that very thing. "For the most part, she remains in her rooms, allowing only Elizabeth to enter. She cannot accept that I do not blame her for Wickham's sins." Bingley sipped his tea. With Mrs. Darcy having 4 sisters, surely she would know best how to provide comfort. By the by, I stopped by Longbourn to see Miss Bennet prior to coming here. Mr. Bennet still insists on his wife and daughters allowing you privacy. Therefore I fear you shall have to inform him when you are ready for company." Darcy's breath quickened. The last thing that would be helpful would be a house full of women, seeking information to share with their neighbours. "Mr. Bennet's heir attempted to smear your name before I even reached Longbourn's drawing-room. I would not allow him to say one word against you. But know that he intends to scurry to Meryton to further his campaign to ruin you. According to him, he's acting under the direction of your aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh." Bingley set his cup aside. "I cannot think that he has any idea what the consequences of being known as the instigator of malicious slander would be. His ignorance will not protect him. As I was leaving, Miss Charlotte Lucas arrived. With no preamble, she clearly stated that she is no longer engaged to be married to Mr. Collins. This was the first I was aware of the news. When I asked Miss Bennet, she said that the proposal was made soon after you wed. Darcy, the look on the face of Miss Lucas was abhorrence when his name was mentioned. Poor woman." Darcy thought for a moment. "She is a sensible woman. As a close friend of my wife, I am aware of Miss Lucas's struggles. I believe that her greatest fear is that of being a burden to her family. Mr. Collins' proposal must have seemed like a godsend. That she refuses to marry him speaks well of her character, though poorly of his. I shall speak to Elizabeth about the possibility of bringing Miss Lucas with us to London. We will stay at Matlock House until I can gain enough information to protect Georgiana's assets. My uncle has plenty of room." Bingley chuckled. "We both know how attentive you have been to help me achieve my goals. According to Mr. Bennet, you have shown an interest in Mr. Anders, stating that you will pay for his transport if the judge allows it. Plus you have Petey under your care, along with your wife and sister. If you continue along this line, you will make yourself responsible for the eldest of Lucas's daughters. You will be the Pied Piper of Hertfordshire if you are not careful." "I do not mind." Darcy was attached to each individual. He was also proud of the choices Bingley had made so far. "Speaking of dependence, what will you do with your sister?" Bingley gulped his tea before replying. "Since tomorrow is the Sabbath, I shall not depart for London until early Monday. I already have an appointment established with my attorney to turn Caroline's dowry over to her. Hurst notified me he wanted her out of his house. I cannot blame him, nor do I want her with me." He studied his feet before his eyes settled back on Darcy. "I asked Mr. Bennet's permission to court Miss Bennet officially. He accepted my request. When I spoke with Miss Bennet, I was fortunate that she readily agreed. I will not have Caroline living close to us. I know my father wanted the life of a gentleman for me, so that I would separate myself from trade and live a life of leisure. But I do not want that for my future. I have no desire for endlessly dull days of riding my horse about the countryside, surveying my kingdom, or attending endless parties, where the people only care about what I have, not who I am." Darcy was surprised. "Does Jane know your intentions?" "She does." Bingley grinned. "She has no qualms about being the wife of a mill owner. She says that she feels like Ruth from the Bible. Where you go, I will go, or something like that. Even Miss Lydia considered my returning to Manchester as being a good idea, since the opportunity to design fabric to her liking would be available to her. She has a mind for colours and patterns, according to her. Miss Kitty said that Lydia wanted only to stand out and be admired." Darcy tipped his head in agreement. "If you take Jane's sisters with you, you will never have a moment's peace." Bingley's grin stretched from ear to ear. Can you imagine sisters who are not antagonistic, ambitious, or vain? Why, it would be refreshing.
Only you.
Darcy appreciated his friend. Bingley was a wonder.
For now, as soon as you recover from your long journey, I intend to ride into Meryton to confront Mr. Collins. You are welcome to accompany me.
Bingley leapt to his feet. Of course I will. Darcy confidently stepped into the inn. He barely kept his mouth from gaping open. In his imagination, he never thought someone who claimed to represent God could be as vile as Mr. William Collins, heir to Longbourn.
Mr. Collins, reports have reached me that you have been bandying my name about, sharing untrue reports against my character. What have you to say for yourself?
There he is. The 3 men Collins shared a table with at the inn looked at Darcy. Satan himself, entering a place of refuge as bold as brass. Why, I believe if we look close enough, Lucifer's tail will drag the ground behind him. Standing, the vicar clutched his lapels. As my exalted patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, claims, Mr. Darcy should have long ago turned the control of Pemberley to her, since he easily lost it to his greatest enemy, who I am certain he wanted dead, for how else could he regain control of Pemberley unless Mr. Wickham was out of the way? Why, I am wondering if he somehow coerced the butcher into claiming guilt, when the actual murderer is standing right in front of us. Mr. Collins, Bingley gasped. Darcy held up his hand to keep his friend from attempting to defend his honour.
Darcy said carefully, "If you are a reasonable man, you will recognise the wisdom of ceasing and desisting immediately."
Puffing out his chest, Mr. Collins snorted. Oh, you would like that, would you not? Your aunt, your flesh and blood, has already condemned you. Thus who are you to tell me to do anything? We know who and what you are. His eyes swept the 3 seated at the table, including them in his defamation. Darcy took 1 step closer. Lowering his voice until the men needed to lean forward, he said, "If you listen to this man's slander and say nothing to defend me, you will share in his sins. Your names?" As one, all 3 stood, grabbed their hats and coats, and hurried from the inn, leaving the innkeeper and Collins. When the innkeeper tossed down his towel and started through a doorway leading to the back, Darcy stopped him. "Stay." Keeping his eyes focused on Collins, he added, "I may need you to serve as a witness." The innkeeper returned to his position behind the bar, glancing between both men. "A witness?" Beads of perspiration appeared on Collins' upper lip. A sheen of moisture covered his forehead. "Why would you need a witness?" Ignoring the question, Darcy asked, "Who is my uncle?" "Lord Matlock, the elder brother of Lady Catherine." Mr. Collins shifted the weight onto the other foot. "Who is my great-uncle on the Darcy side?" I do not know." Mr. Collins' voice quavered. "How odd." Darcy's eyes pierced the vicar. "Are you not familiar with the bishop over Lady Catherine's estate of Rosings Park?" "Yes, he tested me on my competency in Latin, my knowledge of the Scriptures, and my familiarity with the liturgy and church doctrine, as outlined in the 39 Articles. Lady Catherine recognised my qualifications and offered me the position at Hunsford for life." "Then you should know the legal definition of the word calumny. Am I correct?" Mr. Collins fidgeted. "The making of false and defamatory statements about someone in order to damage their reputation. But you... Darcy eased. "Do you think Bishop Russell James Darcy would be interested in hearing the insults you spewed against his favourite nephew? That in charging me with the murder of George Wickham, you would condemn me to hang if the law believed you? Tell me, Mr. Collins, what would the bishop, my uncle, think about the qualifications of a man representing the Church, who blatantly and repeatedly spoke against the truth? Would he not consider this a serious breach of conduct and dereliction of duty?" Mr. Collins swallowed. "You cannot, you will not, will you?" Squaring his shoulders, Darcy said, "Mr. Collins, do not be misled.
If you believe I will not see justice done for Mr. Anders, for myself and against you, then you are a fool."
Turning to the innkeeper, he asked,
"Did you hear every word?" "I did, sir." "Very well, I shall send an express to my uncle the bishop as soon as we find a rider."
Mr. Collins collapsed into the chair.
Darcy said, "If I were you, Collins, I would scurry to Hunsford to pack, before Lady Catherine hears news of your shame. But do not pretend that she will not shift all the blame to your shoulders. If you do not make haste, there is every likelihood that your possessions will be in an enormous pile outside the parsonage, or reduced to ashes."
The man hesitated.
"Go!"
Darcy barked, finally sending the cleric out of the room. Turning to face the innkeeper, Darcy asked,
"Tell me, what do you believe?"
The innkeeper rested his hands on the thick wooden bar.
"Abigail Anders was the light of her father's eye. Had Anders not done what he did, there were any number of us who would have seen it done, once we found out what that beast did to her. You have nothing to worry about from us. We only tolerated the clergyman." He tipped his head to the door, "because we had a bet to see if his heart would fail him, as worked up as he got himself. His efforts were entertaining, at the least." "Very well. My wife admires every one of her neighbours here. Misplaced affections would deeply hurt her." "No, sir. Mr. Darcy, sir."
Glancing at Bingley, Darcy declared,
"Once I've written to my uncle, we will be done here."
Chapter 30. Before Bingley left early Monday, he informed Darcy that he had no intention of keeping Netherfield Park any longer than it took to court and marry Jane Bennet. He offered Darcy and Elizabeth the opportunity to remain until the lease expired at Michaelmas the following year. His kindness and generosity toward his friends, and the firmness with his dealings toward Miss Bingley, proves he will be a fine match for my sweetest sister. Elizabeth brushed a piece of lint from Darcy's coat. "Are you as determined on your course as Mr. Bingley is on his?" Darcy wrapped his arms around her, gently pulling until she rested against his chest. In every way she eased his worries, making him feel invincible. He wanted to be invulnerable for her.
"I am. And what of you, Mrs. Darcy? Did you find a fine match in me?"
He dropped kisses on her curls. She chuckled softly. "Mr. Bingley reminds me of the cedars of Lebanon. The nature of the wood makes it easy to carve and shape. It is also resistant to decay, and renowned for its durability."
"I can see why you would think that about Bingley."
Darcy stroked her cheek with the backs of his fingers.
"What sort of tree do you see me being?"
Without hesitation, she answered, "You are an ancient oak, Fitzwilliam. You too are resistant to decay, making you ideal for many purposes. Oak trees thrive in various soil types, including arid and rocky areas. Their root systems run deep, providing stability, so they withstand strong winds and storms. However, my favourite thing about oaks are the many species of wildlife that thrive in and under their branches."
"An oak, am I?"
He was grateful not to be a prickly hawthorn. "You are. You thrived as master of Pemberley. When your circumstances became arid and rocky, you adjusted to be the man who takes the lead on a much smaller scale. To say that your Darcy root system runs deep is likely minimising your stability. I admire you for not allowing yourself to be buffeted to and fro by these winds of change. And as Mr. Bingley teased, you now have several individuals, me included, who are beholden to you. Instead of chasing everyone off, which appeared to be your inclination when you first arrived in Meryton, you are gathering them close to you, caring for them as if they are your sole purpose in life." She peered up at him, her eyes twinkling. "Have I never told you that oak trees are my favourite? They are perfect for climbing, and for sharing lovely picnics with my family under their branches." He kissed her smile, his heart rejoicing with her.
"I love you, my bride."
"As I adore you." When Georgiana finally came out of her suite on Monday, Elizabeth guided her to the study, where Darcy was poring over his copies of Wickham's contracts. Instead of sitting in front of the desk, Elizabeth led Georgiana to a seating area close to the warmth of the fire. Darcy joined them.
"Georgie, It lightens my heart to have you with us."
Darcy leaned forward and took his sister's hands.
"What can I do for you, dear girl?"
Elizabeth was exceedingly proud of her husband. For a certainty, what he really wanted to ask was about Wickham's last will and testament. She understood his need, since they could not move forward, until they learned who Mr. Wickham named as his heir. Georgiana dabbed at the corner of her eyes. "Brother, pray do not think I continue to mourn a man who was unfaithful to me before a month of marriage went by. Rather, I mourn the loss of what could have been if I had married an honourable man. I have many regrets. My stupid decision to elope had consequences beyond affecting only me. Had I not been a pawn in my husband's plans to gain Pemberley, your life would be unchanged." She sniffled. Elizabeth asked, "Is that really true, Georgiana? Do you honestly believe that Mr. Wickham would not have found another way to bring harm to your brother if you took a firm stand against him? I cannot imagine Mr. Wickham not doing everything or using anyone within his power to gain that which he wanted most, Pemberley." When Georgiana focused on her, Elizabeth continued, "Perhaps what would be the wisest course would be to look around you and see what blessings you have. You are still quite young. You are lovely, and you will have a child to tend to in not very many months, someone who will adore you with his or her whole heart. Thus, perhaps the first order of business is to consider where you want the child to be born." Georgiana's spine stiffened, and her gaze never wavered. "Pemberley,"
Darcy said. "Very well. I shall write to the Matlocks and let them know not to include you in their travel plans once they head to their estate. Then I will make arrangements to see us safely north. The journey will be long and cold. With hope we will not have to fight deep snowfall."
"I have little to pack," Georgiana stated. "I, too, have no reason to delay." Elizabeth asked, "We will not travel to London, then?" Darcy lowered his head.
"I have no desire to see the current state of Darcy House, nor do I have the resources to check every attorney's office in town, hoping to locate Wickham's will. No, I believe that my best effort is to address Mr. Foster, Wickham's man of business, who, as far as I know, remains in Derbyshire." He slapped his palms on his knees. "Since you can both be ready quickly, and we still have Matlock's carriage and team available to us, we leave on the morrow. Tonight we go to Longbourn to say goodbye to your family. Then we will go home." Elizabeth noted his reaction the moment his last word resounded in his ears. Pleasure and yearning lined his face. His arms and shoulders relaxed. She suspected Pemberley would forever be home to him. Her only hope, it would not be ripped from him again. She doubted he could bear the loss a second time. Before they departed Netherfield Park, Darcy sent an express to Richard. Not only did he state their intentions, he asked his cousin to pull whatever strings he had available to arrange for the transportation of Mr. Anders, after Mr. Cosgrove agreed. Darcy wrote the same to his uncle, the Earl, also inviting him to give his support for the removal of Mr. Collins's appointment as a cleric. Hugh Fitzwilliam was free to address Lady Catherine's interference and her accountability for the trouble caused by her lackey. Afterwards, he informed Bingley of their plans. By sunrise they had loaded the coach and were ready to go. Matlock's carriage was spacious enough to carry the three of them along with Petey and Miss Charlotte Lucas, who did indeed agree to attach herself to the Darcys. Parker and Molly followed in the smaller carriage behind. Because of the weather and Georgiana's weakened state, travel was slow as their conveyance bounced over ruts where water ran across the road. The mud and muck kept them on alert as they slid from side to side. Particularly dangerous were the hills. Going up one side was hard on the horses. Even more challenging was going down the other side. Yet not once did any of the occupants complain. They were fortunate to easily locate rooms for the 4 nights on the road, since hardly anyone made the long journey in such weather. Instead of going directly to Pemberley, Darcy had the carriage stop in Lambton, a small village outside the boundaries of the property. Twilight was falling. He wanted Elizabeth's first sight of his home to be in daylight, where she could appreciate the details of the building, the gardens and the land. Pride filled his chest. His heart beat for her and for Pemberley. The next morning heavy grey clouds filled the sky.
That failed to dull the joy flowing through him when he directed their driver to stop at an overlook, where the estate unfolded in all its glory. Where the wood ceased, Pemberley House instantly caught the eye. Situated on the opposite side of the valley into which the road wound, it was a large, handsome stone building, standing solidly on rising ground, backed by a ridge of high woody hills. In front, a stream poured into a substantial lake, with gradually sloping banks, perfect for picnicking in the summer months. To the left of the house were the formal gardens. Stables and a carriage house were on the right. Behind the buildings, hidden from view, was a grand dower house. Every aspect was pleasing to a discerning eye. Elizabeth's reaction did not disappoint. As did Petey and Miss Lucas, her eyes grew wide, and her mouth gaped open for the briefest second. Then she turned toward him, her fingers lightly touching his arm. She spoke in hushed tones. "Of all this you—" His chest swelled. "Yes." "I've never seen a place for which nature has done more, or where natural beauty has been so little counteracted by awkward taste." His pleasure at hearing her genuinely offered opinion filled him. He wanted to remember forever the first day he took her to their home. Ushering his family and guests back inside the carriage, they traversed the rest of the way to the house. With each turn of the wheel, he tried seeing the estate through his wife's eyes. The park was extensive, containing a great variety of grounds. They entered at one of its lowest points, and drove for some time through a beautiful wood stretching across the valley to circle the back of the house. With each change in topography, Elizabeth admired every remarkable spot and point of view. Her expressions of pleasure were music to his ears. When they gradually ascended for half a mile, they found themselves at the top of another viewpoint. This time they did not stop. Soon they descended the hill, crossed a bridge, and drove to the front portico. Instead of being welcomed by an open door and a line of servants, Darcy climbed the stairs, lifted his walking stick, and rapped on the door. Mrs. Reynolds was no longer at Pemberley, since he arranged for her retirement. He had not remained in Derbyshire long enough to see her replacement, so he did not know who the current butler and housekeeper were. Whomever it was, they surely knew the name Darcy. Forced to wait longer than was necessary, Darcy prepared to deliver his calling card. When the door opened, his hands stilled, and his chin dropped. Standing behind the liveried servant was none other than Simon Cole. Chapter 31.
"What do you do here?"
Darcy challenged, keeping his voice evenly steady. Cole's shoulders pressed back, his nose rose high in the air.
"I own Pemberley." "What? Good Lord, how can that be true? How is this possible?"
Cole's brow arched.
"And Wickham is dead, is he not?"
"He is."
"I am his rightful heir. I have the legal papers to prove it." "Show me."
Stepping forward, Darcy gave the footman no opportunity to shut the door on him.
"With pleasure."
Cole smirked.
"Do invite the others in. Pemberley has long offered hospitality, even to those undeserving. I will not let it be said that I am any less a master than you were."
"Show me Wickham's will."
"Suit yourself."
Darcy stepped in front of Cole, walking directly to the study. Mr. Foster sat at the same corner of the room as he had before. Nodding his head, Darcy's eyes focused on the top corner of the large oak desk, centred in front of the windows. Without waiting for his former man of business, the actual thief behind the loss of his estate, Darcy sorted through the pile of papers, scattering them randomly until he found the will. Alas, he sat in his custom-made large leather chair and read every word.
"Do you have a copy?" he asked.
Before Cole replied, Mr. Foster said,
"Yes, Mr. Darcy, I have a copy here."
Placing them side by side, Darcy made certain that each paragraph started and ended in the same place, with the same words. Rolling the copy into a scroll, he studied Cole.
"How did you hear about Wickham?"
"I hired a man to follow him from the very funds he paid me. After all, it was only a matter of time before someone took justice into their own hands and got rid of him." Cole's hand fluttered, his only sign of nerves.
I fully expected you to murder Wickham once you woke from your drunken stupor and discovered what he had done. What you had done, do you not mean? Yes, well, as I mentioned in my letter to you, I'm not getting younger.
Cole ran his hands over his waistcoat, smoothing the rich fabric.
George Wickham desired control of this estate, but he had no self-discipline to run it properly. What are your intentions?
Cole spread his arms wide.
I have already offered the shell of Darcy House to the first person with enough ready funds to repay me the money Wickham wasted. The location alone is worth a fortune. The revenue reaped from Pemberley will see me set for life. Following your suggestions, I will replace the fences surrounding the fields, build the school for the tenant children, and repair the roof over the guest wing. Under my direction, Pemberley will become the finest estate in all of England, exceeding even its glory under a Darcy.
Darcy scoffed.
What revenue from Pemberley? Did you not see the drowned stalks of wheat and corn that the harvesters bypassed? There will be no money pouring into your pockets. You are a fool.
Turning his back to the two men, he had not yet reached the door when Mr. Foster called for him to turn over the key and combination to the safe. Stopping, Darcy turned to him and said,
"As I told you before, never."
Exiting the house, Darcy climbed into the carriage, tapped his walking stick on the roof, and never looked back. Although Darcy tried to give the appearance of calm, Elizabeth could see distress lurking. His breath came in gulps. He barely blinked. Rather than question him as to what happened, she slid closer, wrapping her fingers around his hand, squeezing as tightly as possible. When Georgiana opened her mouth to speak, Elizabeth fiercely shook her head. It was not until the carriage was beyond Pemberley's boundaries that the coachman stopped to inquire which direction they would head. The only name she was familiar with in the Shire was Alderwood. Fortunately, the servants at Darcy's uncle's estate were welcoming. Elizabeth left Georgiana to Charlotte's tender ministrations and sent Petey to the stables with the driver. Asking for a tray to be sent up for her and Darcy, the housekeeper showed them into a suite of rooms in the family wing. With Parker's help, she stripped off her husband's coat and cravat. The valet pulled off his boots and provided soft slippers for his feet. As soon as the two of them were alone, Darcy leaned forward, rested his elbows on his knees, and buried his face in his hands.
"He owns it all."
Elizabeth leaned closer to hear him clearly. "Who?"
"Simon Cole."
Disgust dripped from Darcy's tongue.
"If what he claims is true, not even Georgiana, Wickham's widow, will benefit from Pemberley."
Tugging at the paper still gripped in his hand, she asked, "Is that by chance Mr. Wickham's will?" Darcy dropped his hands from his face. Sitting erect, he handed her the scroll.
"A copy?"
As she unrolled the paper, Darcy said,
"Cole, of all people, has the knowledge to take charge. Every year he made a list of suppliers and vendors. Cole knows the amounts paid and ordered. He knows the names of every tenant, every servant, and everyone who did business with Pemberley. He will make mistakes, but he will learn. I no longer can see how he can be ousted from the estate. The Darcy family has truly lost Pemberley. Forever."
Elizabeth read the document as her husband called down every curse imaginable on Simon Cole. When she reached the end, she said, "You knew him far better than I ever would, so perhaps you can explain to me why Mr. Wickham named Mr. Cole as his heir. The document omits Georgiana's name, although it would seem he should have included his wife and potential children. Would he have willingly signed this?" Darcy stretched out his hand. Before placing it in his palm, she read aloud the signatures on the last page. "Mr. George Andrew Wickham, witnessed and notarized by Mr. Marcus Junius Sinner."
"Who?"
Darcy spun toward her. "Marcus Junius Sinner." Her hand covered her lips when Darcy leapt to his feet, the will falling to the floor. Digging through his portable desk, he rifled through the papers, flinging them aside until he found what he was looking for.
"The deed transferring Pemberley and the Darcy family assets to George Wickham lists."
Turning to the last page, he read,
"Marcus J. Sinner, Notary Public."
Slapping his forehead, he mumbled,
"Why did I not see this before? Marcus Junius Cinna. How blatantly obvious could this be? Yet I missed it completely."
Would he have been so overt with his perfidy? Elizabeth's brow furrowed. Can this be true?
Wickham failed to study literature at Cambridge. He would never know Shakespeare and Roman history. Julius Caesar and Mark Antony.
Darcy paced the room.
3 traitors undermined Julius Caesar. They were Marcus Junius Brutus, Gaius Cassius Longinus, and Decimus Junius Brutus. Cnaeus Cornelius Cinna Magnus was a conspirator against Mark Antony.
He stopped.
"Elizabeth, if I am correct, which I believe I am, if we were to search the records of the Court of Faculties of the Archbishop of Canterbury in London, I doubt we will find the name of Mr. Cinna on any lists of notary appointments."
He growled in frustration.
"Mr. James Moore was the notary that Cole always used until this travesty. Even your Uncle Gardner used Mr. Moore. This Cinna fellow is likely a fraud."
Elizabeth rose slowly. If this is so, are the deeds transferring Pemberley to Mr. Wickham and Mr. Wickham's last will and testament legally enforceable documents? Her husband's smile lit his face.
"I doubt they are."
"Which would mean that everything goes back to you, and that your sister will keep whatever is left of her dowry that her husband did not spend. Am I correct?" He clasped her hands in his. His excitement was marked. She could feel it in his whole body.
"Yes."
"Then you will want to hurry to town." What Elizabeth wanted was to pull on the reins, to stop and reconsider all that Pemberley meant to her husband, or rather to remind him that his former estate was not the be-all and end-all of his life. To be honest, after seeing for herself the grandeur of the Darcy heritage, she understood why the property commanded attention. Yet the signs were obvious that Fitzwilliam was allowing it to control him instead of the other way around. He was fighting for his heritage, but for who and what purpose? To be the master once again, or for his family? This dilemma concerned her. Try as she might to be a capable, supportive wife, her lack of attachment to Pemberley allowed her to see what he could not. They were so newly married that adjustments were to be expected. Therefore she determined to let nothing steal their peace until their future home was decided upon. To this point, her husband, when necessary, took a hard stand when an issue involved the protection of her or Georgiana. He was also ready to listen to either of their expressed opinions. She inhaled slowly, not wanting to draw undue attention to herself. The best she could do was to allow him to decide on his next step on his own. It is what she would want him to do for her. He calmed, as if a cooling breeze blew over his overheated flesh.
"Perhaps the better plan would be to ask Richard to search the courts to see if Cinna is a fraud. Once I find him, charge him and have him arrested. A confession detailing his crimes, and Simon Cole's involvement should follow, if he's at all sensible. This will be far more damning evidence against the actual perpetrator of the theft. I suspect the courts would fine and transport Cinna. I will see Cole in Marshalsea with the rest of the thieves and debtors for the rest of his life. Hanging would be far too easy, after what he has done."
She kissed him soundly, giving him her full support.
"You are a wonder,"
Darcy whispered against her temple.
"Had I not heard the name aloud, I never would have suspected Cole of making this large of an error."
Happy that she could help, she said, "Will this be the end, then?"
"If this indeed is what happened, then yes, this will be the end."
Holding her in his arms, he slowly rocked her side to side.
"Imagine being the mistress of all you saw, Elizabeth. The house, the grounds, the fine art, the many guest rooms where our friends and family, those who remain loyal to us throughout this trial, will come and enjoy the delights of Pemberley. We will have picnics, boating, hunts, games and feasts every day. Once our guests return to their homes, we will display our tenderest private affections to each other in every room in the house."
She was diverted by this motive. "Exactly how many rooms are there?"
126.
"Oh!" She agreed wholeheartedly. "You, sir, are a brilliant strategist. I gladly accept your proposal." Picking her up, he spun her around and around, his lips brushing her forehead, the tip of her nose, her chin, then her lips.
"I love you, Elizabeth Darcy."
She whispered, "I will never tire of hearing those words, my beloved. I love you most dearly. Please, say them again." Chapter 32. By the time the Matlocks arrived from town, almost 2 weeks had passed with no news from Richard. Late that night, Darcy shared his uncle's comments with Elizabeth.
"They had a devil of a time getting here. The roads were all ruts, the weather rendering them dangerous, far more so than when we travelled to Derbyshire."
Pouring himself a cup of tea, he added,
"Richard's regiment arrived at the Royal Docks a week before Aunt and Uncle left London. Fortunately, they had my cousin return early because of Georgiana's elopement, since the battle his troops fought immediately after Richard departed the continent was hard won. Elizabeth, the reported casualties were many. Richard removed himself from Matlock House to his barracks, since he was spending countless hours with the injured."
Elizabeth considered what her husband left unsaid. How tragic.
"Yes."
Darcy rested his chin on his palm.
"I now understand why we have had no news about the notary. My cousin's attention is elsewhere. Drat."
"Which is as it should be, is it not?" Elizabeth hoped for a simple response. Instead, she barely got any reaction at all. "Legatum nostrum, honour," she murmured under her breath. His response was instantaneous.
"The Darcy family motto, our legacy, our honour. Why would you possibly mention this now?"
The irritation in his tone was clear. Breathing deeply to slow the blood racing through her veins, she said, "Your aunt and uncle could have lost their son." He swiped his hand across his mouth.
"Yes, they could have, though they did not, thank God."
Tilting her head to the side, she studied him carefully. Finally, she judged that the time was ripe to express her deepest concerns. Putting it off any longer would not make it easier. "Fitzwilliam, do you recall when Mr. Cosgrove explained why he dressed plainly, despite his wealth?"
"He wanted a quiet life with his wife, and he did not want her to be the target of greedy fortune hunters after he was gone."
"That was how you explained his reasoning to me."
"Why are you bringing this up now, Elizabeth?"
She rose to stand before him. Teasing the back of his hand with her fingertips, she wove them around his fingers. "One of the first things I loved about you was how quickly you apologized to me after insulting me at the assembly. I could tell by your countenance, by the way you looked at me directly, that you were sincere. Something else that did not fail to impress me was the way you spoke about your sister when we discussed your situation atop Oakham Mount. Despite her flaws, your affection for her never wavered. When you eventually declared your love for me, because you are a man of honour, you have never given me reason to doubt your word." His eyes reflected his confused expression. "My dear husband, it goes back to Mr. Cosgrove. If only you could have seen your excitement when you returned from Ashworth, you would wonder at the man in front of me now. Dear man, you were happily contemplating the lease of a smaller estate, where less pressure rested on your shoulders, where we could raise and train our children while not worrying about our status in society. Do you remember?"
"I do, but—"
She stroked his jaw. "No, Fitzwilliam. I fear that seeing Pemberley again, that having your renewed hope of regaining control, is causing you to lose sight of what is truly important. I cherish the man I married. If you fight for Pemberley, then do it for your sister or any children we will eventually have. Or do it for us. Do not do it solely for you. Do not be like my father, who lost the respect of his family because he allowed his desires to take priority. I worry that the decisions you are making are not about you and me, that your greatest concern is Pemberley." For a long time he said nothing, nor would he look at her. Finally he said,
"You regret marrying me, then?"
"Never say that, ever." She was aghast. Trying to put her intense feelings into words he would understand, she said, "My love, you have two choices before you. You can put the regaining and re-establishing yourself as master of Pemberley ahead of your family, or—"
Pemberley is my heritage. The people are my family. I do this for you and Georgiana, for her unborn child, so that he or she will understand what it means to be a Darcy."
He pulled his hand away to clasp her shoulders.
"Elizabeth, I am the man you claim to love because of Pemberley. Do you not understand?"
She sighed softly. "Yes, your environment influenced you growing up, as it did me. But to me you were so much more than the place you inhabited. Were we to live at Ashworth, I would love you. If we lived in a cabin on the beach, I would love you. If all we could afford was a room at the end of the corridor in a remote inn, I would love you. You see, your value to me is not Pemberley. It is your quick intelligence, your sharp wit, your capable hands, and your kind heart. You are so much more than Pemberley will ever be." He lowered his head, seeming to study the floor.
"Then you do not want me to pursue Cinna, to have the power and authority to evict Cole, to make him pay for his crimes?"
"That is not what I am saying. Like you, I want justice to prevail. What I do not want is for your efforts to be only about Pemberley. I want it to be for us." Leaning forward, he kissed her forehead.
"I agree. For us."
Throughout the night, Darcy mulled over Elizabeth's comments. Did she still not understand that Pemberley would forever be a part of him, that he was part of Pemberley? He rolled away from her, careful not to disturb her sleep. Was he wrong? Not at all. What he did, every decision he made, was for her. He loved and adored her, easily envisioning years, even decades, into a happily settled future, watching their children and grandchildren move through Pemberley's corridors. He rested his head on his hands. Closing his eyes, he could see her, her hair streaked with silver, smiling as she clasped the hand of a small grandchild, guiding him up and down Pemberley's garden paths, their adult son or daughter looking on as one generation introduced the next to their home. He could see family events, where laughter rang through the rooms, where siblings teased and played games, to the delight of all. He could see— Good Lord, was that tears on the back of his hand? Inhaling, he closed his eyes to regain the image of him instructing his son, as his father did, leading him by the hand to the stables where a young colt frolicked in the corral. He would tell his son that one day he would be old enough to ride that horse across the fields, galloping like the wind. Then he would lift the child up and seat him in the saddle on the back of the oldest mare in the stable. Would his son think, like he had in his youth, that he was almost high enough to touch the sky from the seat of that ancient mount? Swiping his damp cheek, he rolled back until he came into contact with his wife. Could she not understand that the end was not Pemberley, the beginning was Pemberley? When they were gone, Pemberley would remain. He would ride to London, then do whatever was necessary to find the man acting the part of a notary who was an accomplice to a crime. Once he presented Pemberley to her, Elizabeth would understand. For 4 weeks the weather bore down on Derbyshire, keeping them confined to Alderwood. As the snow fell outside, inside the main house, Charlotte made herself useful to Darcy's aunt, helping to sew clothing for the children in the local parish, much to the appreciation of the new, unmarried rector. Elizabeth knew better than to tease her friend. Instead, she enjoyed watching Charlotte and Mr. Smythe as they drew closer together. Georgiana had moved past her morning sickness. The roundness of her belly required new clothing, along with adjustments to the few garments her aunt purchased. Aunt Helen, as she preferred to be called, was a constant encouragement to the expectant mother. Elizabeth paid close attention to the conversation when Lady Matlock discussed childbirth, because she had not had her courses since the first week after she and Fitzwilliam were wed. With Darcy distracted by Pemberley, Elizabeth chose not to share her suspicions with him until she was far enough along to feel the quickening. Darcy's aunt mentioned to Elizabeth, when Georgiana was out of hearing distance, how pleased she was when Georgiana admitted to feeling movement in her womb. Apparently, several of Lady Matlock's acquaintances had shared with others their joyous news, only to have the heartbreak of never experiencing the quickening. Even Darcy and Georgiana's mother suffered the loss of several babies in the 12 years between their births. Resting her hand on her middle, Elizabeth prayed that all would be well with her pregnancy. Darcy, suspecting nothing, would be overjoyed when Elizabeth shared the good tidings.
"Elizabeth, there you are."
Her husband called from the doorway. Smiling, she slid her hand to the seat next to her. Patting the cushion, she welcomed him to her side. Before she could offer him tea, he said,
"There has been enough of a break in the weather to allow the mail to come through."
"You heard from your cousin?" He looked crestfallen.
"There was nothing from Richard."
He showed her 2 letters he held in his hand.
"One is from your elder sister. The other letter will probably surprise you, as it surprised me, because it was not addressed to you. Lydia wrote to me."
Lydia? If he said he planned to fly to the moon, she would have been no less shocked that her youngest, most irresponsible sister wrote to the most responsible man of her acquaintance. He grinned. Opening the missive with care, he read the letter aloud. "Dear brother, greetings from miserable Meryton. Oh, and greetings to you, Lizzie, since you are probably peering over your husband's tall shoulders reading this. You should know that almost since your departure from Netherfield Park, the heavens have wept tears of sorrow. Daily mud on the road deepens. You can probably hear my sigh from where you are, I imagine. This is not the source of my wretchedness. You see, the militia arrived in Hertfordshire. There are so many red coats that I feared my heart would burst with excitement and eager anticipation of my first proposal of marriage. Well, I have been patient, as you suggested. I even wore my beautiful bonnet to the first of many gatherings at Aunt Phillip's house, and you'll be surprised, I'm sure, that nothing happened. Truly, absolutely, positively nothing. Of course, several officers approached me, yet none of them saw fit to request my hand in marriage, not even after 2 hours in their company. What is wrong with men? Then I realised you were correct. Rather than flirt with them, I needed to stand back until they saw my worth, appreciating that I was a bud in bloom. For those whom I overheard calling me silly, I showed them my thorns. I am Miss Prickles, like your sister's cute little hedgehog, and I refuse to be underappreciated any longer. In reviewing the company, I concluded that none in that group was acceptable to claim me as their bride. Even though I know you are right, I will confess to you, and Lizzie, that this waiting and waiting and waiting for someone worthy to call is wearying. Did you hear my even more dramatic sigh? Unlike me, Jane is being romanced daily by Mr. Bingley. As I am writing, he requested permission to speak with Papa privately. Out of mischief, I shall wait to tell you the result in another letter, but I am desperately trying to act like the adult I am now, that I am newly turned 16. Oh, very well then, Papa said. Yes, Jane said. Yes. Everyone is saying yes but me. Well, and to be fair, Kitty and Mary, so I'm far from being alone in this. I hope this letter finds you and your family doing well. Elizabeth wrote that you are settled into a grand house. Should your host have handsome sons, please do not forget to promote me. My bonnet and I will be waiting. For a long time, I wondered what it would be like to have a brother. Well, now that you are married to Lizzie, I finally know that I like having a brother just fine. Your new favourite sister, next to Mrs. Wickham, Miss Lydia Bennet. Laughing hard enough to shake her from her head to her toes, Elizabeth could barely breathe. Again, holding her middle, she wondered if they might not have a child just like her youngest sister. Peering closer at her husband's sparkling mirth, she thought she had better be careful with what she wished for. Chapter 33. As soon as there was a break in the weather, Darcy and his valet headed south to London. His first plan was to locate Richard. If anyone could help him find the man pretending to be Marcus J. Cinner, it would be his cousin. Then he would take the copy of Wickham's will to his attorney, Mr. Haggerston. Afterwards, as the sole representative of his sister, he would discover how much or how little Georgiana had left of her dowry. Only then would he have enough information to plan his next steps. On the way, he stopped at Netherfield Park to see Bingley. As expected, he received news from his friend. Bingley hated writing letters, though he seemed to enjoy receiving them. "Darcy, you are looking well, my friend." Bingley was as jubilant as ever. "Marriage agrees with you. Darcy smiled.
I understand from Miss Lydia that you are soon to discover the joys of marriage for yourself.
Yes, Jane and I will wed in 5 months. She has always wanted to be a June bride.
And you?
Slapping Bingley on the shoulder, he joined him in the library after cleaning off the dirt from the road.
I just want to be her husband.
Drawing close to the warmth of the fire, Darcy eagerly accepted the hot cup of tea. Although they left the snow behind in Derbyshire, the cold followed them, seeping through his clothing to his bones. Pulling a packet of letters from his pocket, he handed them to Bingley.
For the Bennets, from Elizabeth and the Lucas family from their daughter. They will be grateful to receive word. Jane misses her sister very much, as does my wife.
Bingley's right foot tapped nervously on the carpet.
Darcy, you need to know that somehow the butcher, Mr. Anders, escaped during the middle of the night before the judge arrived to hold the assizes. No one knows how someone opened the lock, or how they transported Mr. Anders from Meryton. There were no footprints, no signs of horses, nor any evidence of a cart or a carriage. It is as if he vanished. What? Darcy sat forward. Did anyone attempt to find him?
Bingley tugged at his collar.
Not as far as I know, although some men mention that someone should search for him. But no one has. Not as far as I know.
Bingley sloshed tea from his cup. Placing it on the table next to him, he dabbed at the damp patch appearing on his trousers with his handkerchief.
Bingley?
Darcy's tone stopped his friend from leaping to his feet.
Why are you disturbed?
I... All the oxygen seemed to explode from Bingley until he slouched in his chair.
I think I know who did it, and how it happened.
Oh? Darcy's intrigue began the instant his friend started the discussion. If he did not know that Richard was busy with his troops, he would suspect that it was he who arranged the rescue. That was his cousin's style, in and out, with no evidence left behind. Even though the possibility was there, Bingley would recognise the colonel if he saw him.
Bingley stammered. You know how often I was at Darcy House, right? Well, I saw him many times over the years. However, I'm not sure if we were ever formally introduced.
Bingley. Darcy stared at his friend like he was a specimen pinned to a board.
Yes, well, I was late returning from Longbourn 2 nights ago. Mrs. Bennet insisted I stay for cards. I was happy to spend more time with Jane and Bingley.
Flustered, his friend cleared his throat.
As you are aware, the blacksmith's shop is at the far end of Meryton. There is a small room at the back where the prisoner was held. That night the full moon appeared low in the sky, looking like a man could reach out and touch it with his hands. Instead of turning toward Netherfield Park, I rode to the other end of town until I reached the top of the hill. Oh, I know I was being silly. The moon is still too far away to actually feel it with my fingers.
Bingley's face turned as red as a ripe tomato.
The last few steps toward the top, my horse started limping. I climbed down and moved to the side of the roadway to avoid the churned-up mud. I bent down to examine the hoof, when 3 men hurried by. The broom was tied to the saddle of the last man who rode past me. The man in the middle was Mr. Anders. The man in the lead, whose face I could see clearly in the moonlight, was your former man of business. I do not recall his name.
Darcy was shocked.
Simon Cole broke Wickham's murderer out of jail. I supposed he did. I also supposed that the broom on the third man's saddle was used to cover their tracks until they entered the road, where the marks of their hooves would join the multitudes already there.
Darcy stared into the flames.
2 nights ago, did you say?
Yes, it was perhaps close to midnight.
Thank you for telling me, Bingley.
Darcy stood.
If you would please excuse me, I shall need to depart for London immediately. Perhaps Anders is not yet on a ship.
Do you mean to bring Anders back to stand trial?
Bingley looked confused. Absolutely not. Do you recall telling me that there will come a time when I will need to strike quickly, so an opportunity does not pass me by?
I do. My father and grandfather were firm believers in looking for a man's weakness and acting when they are most vulnerable.
That time for me is now. If I can catch Cole together with Anders, then my case for charging him with breaking the laws of the land becomes stronger. I will need to check the London Dock Company records to see if passage has been purchased in Anders' name.
It had been months since Darcy felt as energised as he was at that moment.
Pray inform the Bennets that I regret not being able to deliver their letters personally, and thank you for so doing.
Borrowing a fresh horse from Bingley, he was shortly riding hard to London. Finding Mr. Cinner or Anders would ensure Cole's delivery to him. Justice would be served, finally. The day was well along by the time Darcy arrived in town. London was dreary, muddy and crowded. His first order of business was to locate his cousin. On the way to the barracks, he studied every face, hoping to see Cole or Anders. Of course, Darcy had no desire to see Anders hang. Even so, he would have followed due process. He would have presented his argument to the circuit judge with an offer to transport. With the monumental amount of evidence he could provide that Wickham was in every way vile, justice would win the day. Anders would spend the rest of his days in Canada, America, or in one of the penal colonies in Australia. Cole taking matters into his own hands was confusing. Darcy knew him to be a methodical man. Calculating odds and playing the numbers was Cole's strength. When added to the fact that Anders did him a favour by killing Wickham so Cole could inherit, it made no sense that Cole would endanger himself by getting involved in Anders' future. When the officer at the barracks told him that Richard had been gone for 10 days, Darcy turned his horse toward Matlock House, which he could use as the centre for his operation. His body was weary. He ached for Elizabeth. Handing his horse to his uncle's groom, Darcy entered the house to find Richard sitting behind his father's desk, with his hessians resting on the blotter. Every inch of Darcy's body relaxed, until he feared his tired bones would melt.
"Your father would slap those boots to the floor, cousin."
The familiar grin lit Richard's face. What he does not know will never hurt him or me. On his own, he slid the soles of his boots from the desktop. Standing, he said,
"I hope you are ready for a night on the town."
"Not at all," Darcy honestly replied. What he wanted was a warm bed, Elizabeth alongside him, and long hours of undisturbed rest.
"Come," Richard said. "Yesterday evening I'm certain I saw Simon Cole on Drury Lane. Though I was close enough for clear recognition, I was too far away to follow him without causing a fracas. My intention tonight is to lie in wait to see whether he enters the theatre via the front, like most everyone else, or the back alley. His attire was inappropriate for a public appearance."
The news revitalised Darcy.
"Allow me to clean up, and I will happily join you."
His cousin waved his hand.
"The better choice would be to stay in your travel-worn clothing. We're not there to socialise."
Darcy nodded.
"If we can catch Simon Cole or learn his plans, I would dress myself in Georgiana's old pink ball gown and wear eardrops.
In that neighbourhood, I doubt anyone would notice." Almost an hour later, the two men stepped away from the hackney that carried them from Grosvenor Square to the theatre district. A new production of Shakespeare's As You Like It was being performed. Streams of well-dressed ladies and gentlemen ascended the stairs to the entrance of the Theatre Royal. The upper crust came to see and be seen at the play. From across the road, Darcy ignored the women and the tall men, studying each individual that he estimated to be Cole's height. When the next carriage pulled away from the front, Darcy heard footsteps pounding on the cobblestones. He peered in that direction to see a man running toward the theatre entrance on the backside of the building.
"Sinner!"
Grabbing the sleeve of Richard's coat, Darcy hurried after the man. Even though Darcy had only seen him once, he would have recognised him anywhere. The same sharp eyes, nose and chin, the same wildly fuzzy brown hair. This evening he dressed as the melancholy traveller Jaques, who would recite one of Shakespeare's most famous speeches, instead of wearing a notary's garb. Entering the alleyway in time to see Cinner dart through the stage door, Darcy came to a stop.
"We know where he will be for the next several hours."
"Who is he?" Richard asked, as he remained alert, glancing up and down the narrow lane.
"That dear cousin was the man pretending to be a notary, who witnessed my signature on the deeds assigning Pemberley to Wickham, and thence to Cole. who was named as Wickham's heir.
What?
Richard hissed. What a fine kettle of fish this is! Let us go to the front to see if Cole attends.
Darcy and his cousin returned to their posts. Once everyone was inside, and the performance began, the two men travelled to their neighbourhood, to the house of Mr. Archibald Cornerstone, a local constable. Requesting his attendance, they explained the situation on the way back to the theatre. Mr. Cornerstone, a respectable gentleman with a will of iron and an honest conscience, had been a long-time friend of Darcy's father, and exactly the man Darcy wanted when he questioned Cinna. Before the night ended, if things went smoothly, they would have the false notary in custody, which would bring them one step closer to apprehending Simon Cole. Darcy was confident that he would be at least a solid step closer to regaining Pemberley. Chapter 34. Elizabeth welcomed having a private moment with Lady Matlock. "My dear girl, how are you faring?" The older woman reached over and patted the back of Elizabeth's hand. "Aunt Helen, may I speak plainly?" Sitting her cup aside when the lady agreed, Elizabeth said, "I'm worried about Fitzwilliam." The corners of Lady Matlock's mouth lifted. "Pray refer to him as Darcy while you are here, as we all do, or everyone will think you are speaking about one of us. I was a Worthington for the first 21 years of my life, which means I have been a Fitzwilliam for far longer. It is the name I am used to hearing for my immediate family, dear." When Elizabeth acknowledged her comment, Lady Matlock asked, "What has disturbed you?" Elizabeth picked at the fabric of her skirt, her eyes downcast. In truth, she worried about many things concerning her husband. Undertaking a long journey on treacherous roads was never completely safe. Searching in the city's underbelly for a potential criminal would put him far outside his area of comfort. Yet that was not what distressed her. Finally, she lifted her eyes to Darcy's aunt and said simply, "Pemberley." "Ah, I wondered." "Please allow me to explain. When we first became acquainted, he believed the loss of his estate was permanent. Because of his belief, he was methodically but eagerly looking at different options, not just with a view of the present, but to the days ahead. As soon as he learned about the death of Georgiana's husband, he replotted his course. Since then he has become single-minded. His focus shifted until all that is in his vision is Pemberley." "I understand why you are concerned. Is that all, then?" Lady Matlock asked kindly. Smiling to herself, Elizabeth said, "Although it has only been a short while since we met, my husband has shown me facets of his character that delight me, that truly warm my heart. He is a thoughtful man. His humour complements mine. The importance he places on caring for his own elevates him above any other man I have known. But his devotion to his former home is unsettling to me. I suspect Pemberley is all he thinks about. It is what drives his choices now. I fear that beautiful buildings and the soil underneath them will supplant anything else in his heart, if it has not already done so." Darcy's aunt nodded. "Your concerns are weighty, and they are compelling." Relaxing back against the sofa, she said, "Every Fitzwilliam I have ever met is stubborn to their core. Even Darcy's mother, Lady Anne, would dig in her heels when she was passionate about something until she saw it done. The Darcy side of the family is as hard-headed as they come." "My husband is very much a product of his family, then?" "Yes, he is. You should know that what sets the Darcys apart from others is their fierce sense of what is right and wrong. I saw it often in Darcy's father. He attacked any injustice affecting his family or Pemberley until it was resolved. Good heavens, I recall a time when Gerald Darcy took on 3 of his peers, once he realised they were attempting to exploit an innocent young man, who inherited an estate much smaller than their own. He was relentless. Does that not sound like your husband?" "Very much so." "Elizabeth, it was wrong for Darcy to lose Pemberley. Therefore I believe that his pursuit is not solely about regaining the estate for Darcy's name's sake. It is righting the wrong. Added to this, his parents were deeply in love, which led to Darcy being the happiest he had ever been in his whole life. He felt secure then. The deaths of his mother and father shattered his world. leaving Pemberley as his only constant. I suppose you are correct. Elizabeth pondered each word. Lady Matlock tapped her chin with her fingertip. We had wonderful times at Pemberley, and Darcy was a creative hostess who expected children to act like children, and more especially boys to act like boys. Both my sons looked forward to each summer we spent there, because their aunt knew the importance of speed for horses and height for trees. As I do, Anne carefully curated her guests. She wanted no disturbances, no hidden jealousies, and no fierce competitiveness to affect her son and my two boys. Elizabeth, in her heart there was no distinction between the son she bore and mine. She was a wonderful mother, and the best woman to have as my friend. For as much as I miss her, I cannot help but think that Darcy misses her far more. After sipping her tea, Darcy's aunt continued. Gerald Darcy was as tall and handsome as his son. Also, like my nephew, he was a man of principle. Oh, some called him rigid and unbending, but that was simply not the truth. If proven wrong, he would quickly adjust his course, to use a sailing metaphor. Gerald would have sacrificed anything for his family. In fact, he almost did. Her voice softened until Elizabeth had to lean forward to hear her. I will never forget that day. Lady Matlock's eyes closed. Her lips pressed together tightly as she inhaled slowly. Once she was calm enough to speak, she said, Anne's pains when she was having Georgiana started in the dead of night. She was early, so the midwife had left to help one of the tenants' wives deliver twins, never expecting the mistress of Pemberley to be in distress. Without hesitation, Gerald was out the door, galloping through one of the worst thunderstorms to hit Derbyshire in decades. When he arrived at the farmhouse, the woman was in dire straits. He could not rightly insist that the midwife leave her post, so he rode to Lambton for the apothecary. Elizabeth tree branches were being stripped from their limbs, falling around him like the rain that beat down. The stream between Pemberley and the village was a torrent pouring over the banks, ripping the bridge from its moors. Gerald somehow pressed on. By the time he returned to Pemberley, he had deep gashes across his forehead and cheeks. His clothing was torn and he was soaked through. Without concern for his health, he ran to his wife in time to see the birth of his daughter, and hear his beloved Anne take her final breath. Elizabeth gasped, horrified at what she was hearing. What I will carry with me to my dying day was what he did next. Warming his hands, with tears streaming down his face, he stroked his daughter's cheek, before falling to his knees at his wife's side, and weeping as if he lost everything meaningful to him. In my opinion, Gerald Darcy was the strongest man I ever met. That is, until your husband became an adult. Elizabeth could not stop the flow of tears. In her mind she could envision the heartbreaking scene, the crushing weight of what this must have done to 12-year-old Fitzwilliam Darcy, form like an iron anchor around her heart. Lady Matlock dabbed away the moisture on her cheeks. 2 days later, Darcy and Richard stood on either side of Gerald as they carried Anne to the mausoleum. 10 years later, when Gerald passed, it was my son and your husband. Before the day was over, Darcy showed himself, in the quiet, prepossessing way he has about him, that he was master. Until his sister's marriage, he never veered from the path his father and ancestors before him travelled. Reaching across the narrow table, Elizabeth squeezed Lady Matlock's hand. I now know the man I married better. His drive is not the showy display of his means of life, nor is it the ambition to be elevated above all others. I loved my husband before I stepped into this room. Now my appreciation for the man he is has exceeded my wildest imaginings. I thank you, Aunt Helen. I hope never, ever to forget what you told me on this day. Then my question to you is, what will you do with this information, other than hold it to your heart? Lady Matlock's inquiry was direct, as was her gaze. Elizabeth required no time to consider her reply. I will give him my undying support. I will hold him and cherish him until he feels whatever strength I can offer him to bolster his own. Very good, Elizabeth. Perhaps a good use of our time until Darcy returns is to think of how we can help that dear child, who will soon have a child of her own, In this way we lessen the burdens of both Richard and Darcy." "What do you suggest?" Elizabeth eagerly looked forward to having a meaningful task. "Let us help her make wise decisions, explaining the options available to her as a widow and a soon-to-be mother, along with the potential consequences of any choice she makes." Elizabeth's brow furrowed. "You recall that I am a new bride myself, who has not yet reached my majority." Lady Matlock smiled. "And who, if I might make an educated guess, based on the number of times your hand rested on your middle, will soon be a mother herself?" Heat flushed Elizabeth's cheeks. She had not thought she was so obvious. "I suspect you are correct in your assumption." "Ah, then, while Darcy is away, we have much to do for Georgiana and you." Standing, she gestured for Elizabeth to rise. "We need to talk to Georgie. There is no time like the present." By the time the day ended, contentment with what they had accomplished soothed her like a refreshing spring shower. Even more, the emotion stirred inside her from everything Lady Matlock shared made her miss the presence of her husband until she ached. "My beloved, hurry home to me," she whispered into the pillow. Chapter 35. Darcy, Richard and the constable passed the time in a dingy shop, selling warm beverages and hearty meat pies to those who felt the need for sustenance after the entertainment. Richard speculated, "Just imagine the talk if you waited at the stage entrance by yourself. Why, rumour would have you sponsoring an actress by the end of the evening." Irritated, Darcy kicked his cousin under the table. "My wife would kill me, and rightly so, if she heard such tales, especially from you. My mother would beat her to it, no doubt." Mr. Cornerstone tipped his head toward the large glass window, where they had a clear view of the activity across the street. "The ushers are hovering around the doors. I suspect that the performance will be over soon. Perhaps we should cross to the alley." Strong currents of wind sweeping through the narrow passageways between the buildings would make their covert activities uncomfortable, even with heavy coats and thick gloves. Darcy and Mr. Cornerstone wore black. Richard wore his standard uniform, his sword at his side, and a pistol tucked in the belt around his waist. Darcy recognised at least 4 men waiting for their paramours to exit the building, so Richard's jest was not misplaced. Unexpectedly, the first individual who burst through the door was Cinna. If Darcy had not caught a clear look at him in the lantern light, he would not have recognised him. The man must have been a master of disguise. Stepping in front of him to block his way, Darcy ordered him to halt. Dressed as a sailor who had been away from his home port a long time, Cinna's face paled when he caught sight of Darcy. Glancing to either side of him, he saw Richard and Mr. Cornerstone blocking his way. "I have questions that need to be answered." Darcy stepped closer, his walking stick ready to strike. I do not know who you are. I have nothing to say to you." Richard slid his sword from its scabbard. Cinna nervously looked behind him. He was on his own, since there was no one paying the slightest attention to him. "Perhaps you should try again with a better reply." Keeping his voice low, Darcy said, "My name is Fitzwilliam Darcy of Darcy House in Grosvenor Square. In company with my former man of business, Mr. Simon Cole, you came dressed as a notary, whereupon you authenticated documents, witnessed and sealed deeds transferring property. Does that stir your memory?" Well, no. I cannot imagine that was me, since I'm an actor, a rather well-known thespian, if you must know." He twirled the ends of a moustache that was coming unattached. Richard lifted his sword. "I would be more than willing to give you a close trim." With the tip of Richard's sword pressed into the lower corner of the man's nose, the fraud spoke. "Yes, I remember." The man's eyes shifted between the 3 men in front of him. Mr. Cornerstone said, "I am the local constable, with the authority to see justice done for Mr. Darcy. Pretending to be a notary public, whereupon you swore to the legality of transferring a large sum from one person to another, without being listed at the Court of Faculties of the Archbishop of Canterbury, carries a heavy penalty. Do you have anything to say for yourself?" The man fell to his knees, pleading. "My name is Bert Rumpel. I have a wife and 4 small children currently living in a rooming house on the far side of Cheapside. My youngest child has been ill, requiring medicines I cannot afford. When Mr. Cole approached me, I was desperate. I beg of you, do not harm me. My wife has no means to support herself and my family without me. I would do anything, say anything, to stay out of Marshalsea."
"What are their names?" Richard asked, his sword trailing down Rumple's cheek.
My children? They are Peter and Andrew, James and John."
Mr. Cornerstone and Darcy each grabbed an arm. Richard hit him over the head with the butt of his weapon until he lay unconscious beneath him. Whistling for a hackney, the 3 men hauled Rumple inside. They sent a runner ahead to warn the attorney, and within moments they were on their way to Samuel Haggerston's offices. Mr. Haggerston presided at the head of the table. Rumple and Mr. Cornerstone were on the side, away from the door, facing Darcy and Richard, who carefully placed his weapons on the table. His pistol, his sword, and a knife he pulled from his boot. The candlelight glinted on the steel, displaying its lethal sharpness. Mr. Rumple, now fully conscious, gulped. A stack of paper and writing instruments sat on the table in front of Mr. Haggerston. Taking up the quill, he dipped the tip in ink and wrote,
"Name, Bartholomew Rumple."
He startled when the 3 men glared at him.
"But everyone calls me Bert."
"Where do you currently reside?"
He swallowed. "I'm staying at the home of a friend."
Richard lifted his knife, turning it slowly back and forth, showing its perfect edge to Mr. Rumple.
"I'm at a rooming house with my family."
Darcy sneered. "If you can believe this, he named his 4 sons after the first of Jesus' apostles, in order, no less."
Well..."
Rumple, barely glancing at the others, focused on the attorney.
"I have no wife and children. I thought to gain sympathy. As it was, I realise now that was not my wisest choice for a reply."
Mr. Haggerston set down his pen. Clearing his throat, he plainly stated, "I am not a judge, Mr. Rumple, and you have not sworn an oath to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. However, it behooves me to inform you that the sooner you expose Mr. Simon Cole's role in the theft, the sooner you may be returned to wherever you live. With that said, if we later learn that you have been less than forthright with us, you shall suffer the full extent of the law, and will not hesitate to excoriate you in court, in front of the harshest judge in all England. Am I clear?"
"Yes, sir."
Rumple scooted up in his chair to sit respectfully.
"Mr. Cole approached me late one evening after the performance was over with his proposal. The crowd had been thin for a while, since my cut of the revenue was small. His offer of 50 quid was like a gift from God Almighty himself. I recently performed as a barrister in a production of Measure for Measure, so the costuming was easy. With a little effort, Mr. Cole taught me what to say, the order of the proceedings, and how to use the stamp correctly."
"Where did the notary seal come from?" Mr. Haggerston asked.
Mr. Cole provided it, along with my instruction."
"I see." Haggerston scribbled notes. "Proceed."
"Over the next 2 weeks I played my part first with Mr. Darcy, and then with the new owner of Darcy House, Mr. Wickham. Our business transactions always took place in the building's study, and Mr. Cole, myself, and our target were always present. Each of the 4 times we met, Cole gave me a purse containing the promised coins."
"How did Mr. Cole contact you?"
Mr. Haggerston asked. "He sent a note to the theatre telling me when and where to meet him."
"How did he find out about you in the first place?"
Rumple's eyes shifted to where the weapons rested. "The
truth, Mr. Rumple," Haggerston said.
"He met me outside the stage door one night after a performance. He revealed things about me I was not proud of, and said that if I did not do as he asked, he would publish my activities in the papers. My aged mother would not survive such a stain on her name, so I did what he asked."
"So he investigated you?"
Haggerston continued writing. Finally he put the pen down.
"Mr. Rumple, none care in the least what you did or do outside of Mr. Darcy's study. Our sole purpose is to discover how and by whom the crime was committed. I've prepared a statement that you will sign as soon as my notary arrives."
As Mr. Haggerston quickly made a copy of the document, he said, "This states that Mr. Bartholomew Burt Rumpole did knowingly and willingly engage in an act of theatrics when he pretended to be Mr. Marcus Junius Cinna, to perpetrate the crime of abetting Mr. Simon Cole's efforts to steal the possessions of Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, immediately to benefit Mr. George Wickham. Following was a series of transactions also witnessed by Mr. Rumpole, acting as Mr. Cinna, to transfer those same properties and accounts to Mr. Cole upon the death of Mr. Wickham. These processes were for the personal enrichment of Mr. Simon Cole, who misused the trust gained by his position with the Darcy family to rob them blind. Mr. Rumpole also benefited financially, receiving no less than 200 quid. The attorney stood, pointed his finger at Rumpole, and said, "The theft of Mr. Darcy's possessions would send Mr. Cole to Marshalsea or the penal colonies for life. If proven, arranging Mr. Wickham's death will earn him the death penalty. If you in any way shared in Mr. Wickham's eventuality, state it now." He paused. When Rumpole failed to respond, he said, "I expect my clerk will arrive soon. Until then, I suggest you think of anything else you might know that could help us locate and prosecute Cole." "Yes, sir." Rumpole dropped his head into his hands. "My mother always told me that crime didn't pay. What I saw every day on Drury Lane was that the criminals were the ones who prosper." "Only until they are caught," Darcy said, feeling satisfied with the proceedings so far. "Which makes me wonder. Rumpole, apparently theft is not something that bothers your conscience. What of murder?" Every ounce of colour leached from his face. His hands quivered. "I draw the line, sir. Money may be a precious commodity that can smooth a man's way. I've always suspected that God would understand a man's needs for a coin here or there. But life itself, I would not want to stand before the Almighty, having taken that gift away from anyone. Murder is a one-way ticket to hell itself." Darcy hoped his sincerity was authentic. Before dawn ascended, a verifiable notary witnessed and notarized the statement. Rumpole was retained in a locked storage shed behind Cornerstone's house, and Darcy finally could sleep. Chapter 36. Darcy woke early the next morning, with Bingley's words running through his head. He needed to strike Cole on the heels, crippling him from doing any more business with Darcy's assets. Although Mr. Haggerston and Richard recommended Darcy wait to find Cole to act, he finally had clarity. He knew Cole's weakness. The man was arrogant, believing he was smarter than Darcy. Well, Darcy had every intention of proving him wrong. Calling for Parker to get him ready for the day, Darcy gathered the fraudulent deeds and contracts, along with a statement from Rumpole, and set out for the Bank of England. Once his business was complete, he contacted the agent in charge of selling Darcy House. By the time Richard came down for coffee, Darcy had frozen Cole's accounts at the bank, discovered how much Georgiana had left of her dowry, and stopped the sale of Darcy House until the courts could decide ownership. "You, the man who chews on something for weeks before you act, did what?" Richard gaped. "I am not done. For the next part I need you with me." His cousin gulped the rest of his coffee and stood at the ready. Calling for their horses, they were shortly on their way to the London Dock Company. The search took all day. It was not until they were at the farthest berth that they found Anders. "Better get your business done quickly, for we sail with the tide and it be ebbing shortly." The mate was barking orders at the delivery men, racing up and down the gangway, barely glancing their way. Moving quickly to the bow, Darcy addressed Anders. "Who released you from jail and purchased your passage?" Anders stammered. "He never told me his name, but he's a smallish man, built similar to Mr. Bennet, who has far more hair on the side of his head than on top. The gent looked like a strong wind would topple him from his horse. He knew little about riding them or about the animals themselves. One thing we had in common was that he agreed Wickham needed to die." He spat the name. Darcy was unsurprised. "If you could remember one thing about him that stands out, what would it be?" When Mr. Anders thought for a moment, the sailor yelled, "You got 5 minutes.
If you don't leave before then, the next time you'll set your feet on land will be the sugar plantations of the Carolinas." Anders said, "The night was clear and the air crisp. This fellow, you know, if it was him, mumbled almost constantly beneath his breath, not knowing how the sound carries on a night like that." "What did he say?" Richard asked. "Oh, it made no sense to me, nor did I care. But he went on and on about how Mr. Darcy thought he was so clever, but he proved to be shrewder, that the fall of Mr. Darcy meant the rise of—" "Oh, he said it!" Anders excitedly proclaimed. "He said his name. It was Simon Cole. I heard it clearly. All that happened left me numb, I fear. My daughter was my life. Hatred for Wickham burned in me, even after I saw him dead." "Time's up, gents," the sailor chanted. "We'll be dropping the lines before you can say your name." They hurried toward the gangplank, Anders accompanying them. "Did Cole give you any money?" Darcy asked. "He did not. He said that my life was all I deserved." "Send me your location once you arrive." Frustrated with the lack of time, Darcy surreptitiously pulled his purse from his pocket, along with a calling card. But then a thought occurred to him. One question that might seem odd at this stage. Did you actually kill Wickham? "I did not, though whoever did him in did me a favour. The least I could do to pay them back was to suffer the consequences of not protecting my girl. With my Abigail gone, I couldn't stay in Meryton. Memories would be too much." "Good Lord!" Darcy snatched the purse from Anders, then tossed a few coins at the sailor. "Today's your lucky day. We are taking you with us." Leading Anders from the ship, they headed to Haggerston's law office. If anyone could get information out of Mr. Anders, it would be the attorney. Elizabeth watched the snow through the window of her bedchambers. Alderwood was elegant and comfortably furnished on the inside. Outside it looked miserably cold. Down below the flakes were piling on top of each other, coating the estate in a thick blanket of white. Rarely did her former home in Hertfordshire receive this level of snowfall, where quiet fell over the land and movement stilled. Other than a hare, she saw not one sign of life in the hours she spent waiting for her husband's arrival. She missed him terribly. When she could not reach for him in the night, or snuggle against him in the cold, she ached. Not having him available to share her deepest thoughts, for the first time in her life, she felt loneliness. Elizabeth did not like that feeling at all. Her discussion with Lady Matlock went a long way to gaining a better understanding of Darcy. His aunt was far more perceptive than she was. Along with Georgiana, she was learning about being a capable wife, about being the quiet authority in a grand house, and about dignifying their husbands. Watching Lord and Lady Matlock was Elizabeth's new favourite activity. To the extent Darcy's aunt genuinely praised her mate's attempts to rise above his weaknesses, he made a more valiant effort. One incident that stood out was when Lord Matlock received news that his eldest overspent his allowance. Again. Viscount Smithton, though a grown man of 35 years, was not yet married, so there was no hope of an heir. Instead of putting firm limits in place like they did with Richard, his father and mother indulged him. Where Lord Matlock denied him nothing, Lady Matlock made excuses for his poor behaviour. Because the family and likely others knew this, they freely discussed the situation in front of Elizabeth and Georgiana.
"Helen, we need to do something about our son,"
Lord Matlock bellowed. "I can hear you easily enough, Hugh. In fact, those living in the neighbouring shire can probably hear you." Lady Matlock echoed the complaint many times each day. "What do you suggest we do about Harry? He is a good boy, who unfortunately chooses his friends unwisely."
"Well, you see, that is just it. He is no longer a boy. Look at Darcy and Richard. They are both younger, and accomplish more in 5 minutes than our eldest has done in his whole adult life."
"Darling!" Darcy's aunt clasped her husband's hand, resting her other palm on his chest. "I have every confidence that you know best how to bring Harry round. Repeatedly you argue against the brightest minds in the nation at the House of Lords. Almost single-handedly you run this country, with the help of the monarchy, of course." She leaned into him, smiling. I suspect that you already know the steps we need to take to halt his spending until he learns to manage his assets better. Do you not?"
His chest puffed.
"Of course I do. I will strip him of his access to Matlock's accounts. In fact, I will write to him. No, I will go to town as soon as the roads are clear enough to make the journey safely. Once he realises I mean business this time, I will sit him down and clearly state our expectation that he change his course immediately, laying out the steps one by one. Encouraging him as he goes, he will learn what it means to be the future Earl of Matlock, or my name is not Hugh Fitzwilliam."
She kissed his cheek.
"As I expected, your plan is sound. I hope that you remind him of the values held by the responsible Fitzwilliams, my dear man. Do we not want him as happy as we are?"
"Absolutely."
Lord Matlock instinctively kissed his wife's temple.
"I will inform my valet to pack for a lengthy stay in town. Elizabeth, if you would like to join me, you would be welcome. I suspect that will remove your grey clouds hovering over Alderwood."
"I accept your offer, Uncle Hugh. I'm eager to see my husband."
"As I would be."
Lady Matlock smiled.
Georgiana patted her rounded belly.
"I would like to go with you too, but I fear I would take up far too much room in the coach."
Elizabeth clasped her sister's hand in hers. "Soon enough you will do so much more than you can now, with a little companion who will trail behind you for the next several years, wanting to do everything you do."
"I hope so."
Georgiana had made great strides under the direction of her aunt. She rarely mentioned her husband, though when she did, she considered what she would share in the days to come with her child, and what she would keep to herself. Elizabeth was proud of her, realising that Georgiana was not the only one who was changing. She could not wait to see Darcy, hoping he would notice how mature his wife was becoming. She giggled at the joy of seeing him soon. Well, perhaps not so mature, after all. Chapter 37. Darcy sent a note to Bingley the next morning, asking if he could describe the third man who was with Anders and Cole the night they rode from Meryton to London. He asked the same of Anders, wondering if Bert Rumpel acted out the role of Lady Macbeth or Hamlet, murdering those who stood in the way of their ambitions. Fortunately for the actor, Anders' description did not resemble the thespian. "You believe the butcher, then?" Richard asked. "I do," Darcy readily admitted. "He had no reason to lie to us. Also, thinking back, he never actually confessed to killing Wickham, only to wanting him dead more than anything in the world." "I do not blame him," Richard mumbled. Silently, Darcy agreed. "Hearing Cosgrove's explanations of the timing of finding Wickham and the circumstances of his death, we agreed that Mr. Anders is an angry father who is innocent of murder. Richard, we need to find Cole." Richard leaned forward. "I've been thinking about that. Putting together all the pieces, we know he is somewhere in London. In fact, I would not be surprised if he did not have someone watching the ship to make certain Anders departed. This means that he likely knows that we have the butcher in our custody." Darcy tapped his fingers on his leg. "Cole believes he has the superior intellect, and that he is holding all the cards. He will not be pleased with our changing his plans. But we have Rumpel and Anders' statements in our possession, both clearly identifying Cole as the mastermind behind theft and murder." Richard slapped the table. "If he knew what we now know, he would mobilise his forces to defeat us all, eliminating you, me, Anders and Rumpel. And Haggerston." Darcy kept turning the facts around, looking for a single cohesive action that joined them all together. Finally, it occurred to him what he was missing. "What is your greatest fear, cousin?" Without pause, he replied, "Snakes and women seeking an attachment." Darcy would have chuckled, except he knew his cousin was serious. "For me, I fear not being able to protect those I love, even more than wilfully damaging Darcy's reputation. But Cole, what does he fear?" "You, Darcy. The power has shifted from his hands to yours. He is on a precipice, where you control whether he is safe or he plunges to the rocks below. If he loses everything, he will be dangerous. He killed Wickham,
or he arranged Wickham's brutal murder. I cannot believe he would hesitate to do it again."
Darcy kept moving the puzzle pieces in his mind.
"I accept that to be true. We will exercise caution. I think that what renders him weak is his fear of others knowing his fallibility. He wants those he now considers his peers to admire his business acumen, to fawn and fête him for overthrowing the Darcy monarchy."
He stood to pace. After only a few minutes, he said,
"I know exactly what I need to do. I pray you excuse me for a moment. I need to write a story."
"A story?" Richard followed him when he moved to the corner of the study, borrowing paper and ink from his uncle's desk. "What in the world are you about?"
"You shall see."
For the first time in Darcy's life, he entered the noisy corridors of the Times, the Morning Chronicle, Morning Post, and the Morning Herald. In his hand was an article that would appear on the next day's news. As it stood, each publisher rushed to have their papers hit the streets first. Fitzwilliam Darcy would create a sensation. Richard was aghast. "You, the most private man of my acquaintance, sharing personal information for the public to read? Who are you, and what have you done with my cousin?"
"Read this."
Darcy placed a sheet of paper in front of his cousin.
"Aloud, if you please."
Richard darted his eyes toward him. His brows arched. "Are you sure about this?"
"I am."
"Very well." Taking a breath, Richard began reading. "The fall and rise of Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, Esquire. There are moments in a man's life when trust becomes the most important quality between two people. Peers and landed gentry place individuals in a position of confidence when they hire a man of business to oversee the writing of contracts, the accounting of revenue and expenditures, the facilitating of transactions between vendors and buyers, and the making of private investment choices. These men carry heavy loads as they go about their daily activities for their masters. What happens when a man of this calibre becomes untrustworthy? For the answer, look to Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, formerly of Pemberley in Derbyshire, and Darcy House of London. At one of the most challenging times of his life, his trusted employee stole his assets, attempting to rob him even of his dignity. How far Mr. Darcy fell? Or did he? What always happens when someone takes something that is not theirs? They break the laws of the land. What results? The law pursues them, looking for flaws in the plans of the thief or weaknesses in the thief's character. Such has happened with the man who attempted to bring Mr. Darcy down. First, one flaw appeared, then another. Finally, investigators exposed a plot dastardly enough to include murder. What will happen to this man of business? I beg you to discover this for yourself. If he is in any way indebted to you, you will find that he has no assets remaining to provide your relief. Will you be able to collect your fee if you were hired to repair or rebuild Darcy House? Absolutely not. What about working on or at Pemberley? The same. For a certainty, Mr. Darcy will regain control of his assets once the courts decide his former employee's guilt. With that said, the retired man of business can be judged in the court of public opinion now. If you continue to transact business with Mr. Simon Cole, you will do so at your own risk. Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy is not, nor will not be, responsible for any debts incurred, while Mr. Cole pretends to be the master of Pemberley." Richard's jaw dropped. "This will ruin him."
"It will."
Richard carefully laid the paper on the table. He stared at Darcy, as if checking to see that it was genuinely his cousin who sat across from him. "What exactly did you do this morning?" Darcy heard the suspicion in his tone.
"Mr. Haggerston accompanied me and Mr. Cornerstone to Bow Street, where we filed an official petition for the arrest of Mr. Simon Cole and the release of Mr. Anders. I had already contacted them to have Wickham's murder investigated. This merely helped them to narrow their search. After, I went to the Bank of England and froze all of Pemberley's and Cole's accounts. And yes, before you ask, he arrogantly left his funds in his old account, assuming it was as protected as he was. Wickham spent all but a few £100 of Georgiana's portion." "He spent 30,000 in a few months' time?" Richard was horrified. "I believe that most of it went to Cole, where there is an enormous gap in available monies in Pemberley's accounts.
The amount set aside for the rebuilding of Darcy House is a pittance. Pemberley's funds will barely pay for the seed to plant next season. Wickham lived in excess. Wealth also dazzled Cole. He spent as recklessly as Wickham once he had control.
Darcy shook his head.
I assumed incorrectly that a man of business would know better how to manage funds. No, Darcy, your father and you knew how to manage wealth. It was only under your direction that Cole had any success. Do not forget that fact.
Richard sighed.
What happens now? My next step is to find those who worked at Darcy House for years and see what I can do to help them, by either giving them a reference or seeing them established elsewhere. Cole might have had the right of it by selling the property, rather than rebuilding. The land is valuable enough that I could use the funds from the sale to see that needed repairs at Pemberley are complete. When Elizabeth and I come to town, we, and eventually our children, would not hesitate to encroach on Matlock House. Imagine how your parents would dote on little ones. As it is, your mother is already taking over Georgiana's care, treating her like the daughter she always wanted. Even your father fusses over her. And Elizabeth, how do they get on? Richard asked.
Just the thought of her made him smile.
My wife has a way about her that invites confidence. She exudes happiness, sharing the quality with everyone she meets. She is a wonder, cousin. If you recall from the wedding, your parents accepted her with open arms. And that is as I expected. What I did not expect was the unsavouriness of Simon Cole. What will happen now? I suspect that once the papers are published, readers will scurry to be the first to report Cole's location, which I intended. It benefits only the courts when proceedings are long and drawn out. As things now stand, with the written statements we already have in hand, now that the law is involved, things should happen quickly. Cole will attempt to pass any blame on the unknown man who aided him in helping Anders escape, and who likely murdered Wickham. That is not my concern.
Richard scratched his head.
Why in the world did Cole break Anders out? Would it not have been better for him to allow the assizes to hang the man? At any time, someone could have asked Anders the same question we did. Did you brutally murder George Wickham? With his answer, the hunt for the culprit would have been on. Cole could not take the chance that Anders would talk.
His cousin nodded.
Then, once Cole is in custody, this is the end for you. Yes, I will collect Elizabeth and Georgiana from Alderwood and safely take them home. Home? To Pemberley.
Chapter 38. Elizabeth knew she left Georgiana in expert hands with Lady Matlock. Aunt Helen fussed over her niece, while providing life lessons that would serve the girl well. There was a break in the weather on the morning of their third day of travel south to London. Though far less than in Derbyshire, there were still patches of snow on the ground. For the first time that Elizabeth could recall, the slipping and sliding of the carriage upset her stomach. Gratefully, Molly was a compassionate maid, and Lord Matlock was understanding.
Helen had the same difficulty when she was expecting Richard. For almost 6 weeks we could not travel from Matlock House to Bond Street without her needing to stop, even though the walk takes minutes. After that period ended, she never slowed down.
Resting her head on the squabs, she sighed. I foolishly thought I could keep this a secret until I shared the news with my husband. I suppose that emptying my stomach throughout the day, and then eating everything within sight when we stop, is undeniable evidence that I am increasing.
He chuckled.
My dear lady, when Helen carried our first son, I was oblivious to the signs. She had to state her condition plainly. Even then, I suppose the shock from how quickly it happened caused me to react poorly.
The conversation distracted her from her temporary misery. What did you do? He proudly owned his error.
I stupidly said, I did that.
Oh, no. Elizabeth's chin dropped. How did Aunt Helen react?
She said, Of course, you big oaf. There's not been another man in my bedchamber since my father peeked at me at birth. Saw I was a girl child and left, never to reappear in the nursery again until my brother was born.
Elizabeth giggled. He shrugged, a grin on his face.
I fear that my sorry tale gets much worse. You see, when I learned we had a son, I was ecstatic. An earldom needs heirs. To my eternal regret, when I saw my son for the first time, I repeated, 'I did that,' only to have Helen give me that look. You know, the one where I am plunged into a vat of guilt and idiocy."
"I know that look very well," Elizabeth admitted, laughing aloud. "My father says that the look is every woman's most powerful God-given weapon against unsuspecting men." Snorting, Lord Matlock said,
"Amen to that."
After the merriment died down, he asked,
"Darcy does not know?"
"Not yet. I've not felt the quickening. It is too early." Clasping her hands together, she stiffened her shoulders. "He will be pleased, will he not?" She knew Darcy well enough to know his joy would be immense, yet her emotions were unsettled, and she was missing him until she craved to be in his presence again. When Darcy's uncle paused, Elizabeth needed reassurance more than anything else.
"Darcy is very much like his father. When Gerald found out that my sister was with child, he could not keep the smile from his face. Please realise that smiling is not something you automatically think about with Darcy men."
He relaxed into the seat.
"Before the day was over, Gerald rode to every tenant and told them. He widened his scope to share the news with neighbours and the townspeople of Lambton. For months he returned to the private man he normally was. Occasionally he would be in the middle of a task, and he would break out with a big grin."
"Hearing this warms my heart, Uncle Hugh. Did your sister,
"Just ask, child."
Mustering boldness, she inquired, "How did he treat Lady Anne?"
"My sister?"
Lord Matlock threw his head back and laughed.
"Oh, my lord, if only you could have been there, and seen the stoic master of Pemberley attempt to cosset his wife to where he would not allow her to lift her teacup. He refused to let her descend a stair without help. My sister loved to ride, so Gerald locked her saddle in the tack-room. He made many ridiculous rules to try to protect her from any harm. That is what a Darcy does when they are in love with their wife and joyous with the promise of a child."
Each word eased the stress around her heart. How did she respond?
"She told him how idiotic he was, called for the carriage, and went to Lambton, where she purchased another saddle that she kept in her sitting-room."
He shook his head.
"Both Gerald and Anne were strong-willed. Gerald knew Anne wanted the child more than life. Anne understood how much Gerald adored her. They both were aware of how fraught with danger giving birth could be. Gerald tried to temper his fears by overprotecting her. Anne attempted not to worry him too much. I suspect Darcy will do the same with you."
"I will not mind," Elizabeth said. "Of course it is easy to make that promise to you now, when I'm not being watched like a hawk or hovered over." Her ultimate concern weighed on her. She finally gave voice to her question. "What if I bear a daughter instead of an heir? My mother wanted to give my father a son more than she wanted to breathe. Longbourn is entailed, so none of her 5 daughters will inherit, much to her chagrin. My husband and I have never discussed the situation, nor do I know his preferences." Lord Matlock's eyes looked at her sharply.
"If Darcy can regain Pemberley, there is no entail, so the need to produce an heir is a matter of desire rather than necessity."
He leaned forward and patted her hand where it rested on her legs.
"The important thing is that you remain healthy, and that you keep your husband's feet on the ground when he finds out."
The corner of her mouth tipped up. "I thank you, Uncle Hugh, for your reassurances. If all goes well in London, we will soon put the matter of who owns Pemberley behind us. Then we can concentrate on growing our family in a house that becomes our home."
"My pleasure, dear girl. In marrying my nephew, you became a Fitzwilliam as much as you are a Darcy, at least from our point of view. If you make Darcy happy, you make his whole family happy."
"Oh, that is my goal." Elizabeth glanced out the window as the carriage slowed for another change of horses. She needed to stretch her legs, after rinsing out the acrid taste lingering in her mouth. Smoothing the fabric of her coat over her middle, she wondered again for the millionth time if she carried a son or a daughter.
"If you can partake of something to eat, I shall see that warm soup is available to you once we stop. You need to keep up your strength. Bearing a Darcy is a tall order for a little lady."
Elizabeth was as fond of Darcy's uncle as she was of his aunt. He could have made their journey intolerable had he ignored her, or if he was inconsiderate. Instead, he was solicitous. She had to ask, "Were you as attentive to your wife as my husband's father was to his?" His cheeks turned a lovely shade of dark pink.
"Without a doubt."
The response to the article Darcy posted in the circulating papers was everything Darcy planned. By mid-morning on the first day, he'd received many reports of Cole's sightings. Not all were trustworthy, as several times individuals reported Simon Cole being at different locations at the same time. By noon, Cole had to know he was being sought, and he was on the run. Darcy and Richard developed a plan of action during the hours they waited, detailing what they would do if Cole attempted to flee to Pemberley or jump on a ship for parts unknown. Richard based his sorting of each note on the time of their delivery. In the early afternoon, a missive reported that someone saw Cole entering a carriage from a well-known rooming house. This rooming house catered to professional men or politicians from established families who could afford its luxuries. Along with Cole, there was a considerable amount of luggage tied to the back and top of the conveyance. The two men rode as quickly as they could, meeting up with the men following their prey. At a signal from an officer, they headed toward Threadneedle Street. Over the pounding hooves, Richard yelled, "He needs money!" Darcy yelled, "Good luck with that!" as they raced to the Bank of England. One of Bond Street's finest tailors had dressed Simon Cole. His boots gleamed in the winter's afternoon. His walking stick was gold-tipped. Darcy recognised it as having belonged to his father. While Richard stood sentinel just inside the doorway of the Bank of England, Darcy approached Cole from behind. Summoning his cousin, the two men stepped forward to be on each side of Darcy's former man of business.
"Going somewhere?"
Richard asked, startling the man.
I...
Cole jumped back when he recognised Darcy's cousin. His eyes widened with fright once he saw them both. Folding his arms over his chest, Darcy peered down his nose at the man.
"I can explain."
Cole's eyes darted between Darcy and his cousin. Arching a brow, Darcy pressed his lips together.
"We found your notary,"
Richard growled.
"Who?"
Cole's mouth gaped open.
"Old Bertie sang like a canary."
Richard grinned maliciously. Cole's face lost all colour. Sputtering for a second, he finally rallied, his chin lifting. His eyes narrowed.
"I'm willing to be reasonable. I will sell Pemberley and Darcy House to you for the sum of 50,000.
Darcy scowled.
"Never."
With the tip of his head, Darcy indicated to his cousin that he was ready for this to be done. Within a hair's breadth, officers from Richard's battalion surrounded Cole. When the small man struggled, Richard warned, "You can go with dignity, or we can haul your arse out of here. Your choice." Cole appeared to shrink right in front of the cousins. In an ultimate display of bravery, Cole asked, "What are your intentions?" Piercing him with his glare, Darcy replied, "Unlike you, I abide by the laws of the land. The courts will receive you as a thief and a murderer. What they do with you is up to them."
"But I did not kill Wickham."
Cole's knees shook. Darcy shrugged.
"It matters not who held the knife, does it?"
"It was the sailor, the one on the ship with Anders," Cole hurried to explain. Again, Darcy shrugged.
"We will allow the courts to decide who is guilty."
Tipping his head toward his cousin, Richard ordered his men to seize Cole. Before they left, Darcy grabbed the walking stick away from him, gripping it in his hand. In no time at all, Darcy stood alone, surrounded by customers and bank employees, who were already gossiping about what they had seen and heard. Studying the carved falcon on the top of the cane Cole stole from him, Darcy thought of all he had lost and gained in the past months. The courts typically moved slowly, yet he knew that, in time, they would condemn Cole to death for the murder of Wickham alone, as well as restoring his properties and possessions to him. Victory filled his chest, though his heart yearned for Elizabeth. He wanted to go home, not to Pemberley, but to her. Chapter 39. Elizabeth's exhaustion from her travels vanished the instant she strolled into the drawing-room at Matlock House at Grosvenor Square, to the sound of her husband's laughter. Once he saw her, his face lit with the broadest smile she had ever witnessed. He welcomed her weary, travel-worn body into his embrace, wrapping his powerful arms around her.
My Elizabeth.
He breathed her name, which was music to her ears. Holding him tightly, she promised, "I never want to be parted from you again, Fitzwilliam. I missed you so much." She heard Lord Matlock greeting his sons. He said,
"Before we wash off the mud from the roads, tell us what has happened."
Elizabeth was grateful that she would not be required to wait to discover the events, since Darcy left Alderwood in Derbyshire. He ushered her to a sofa close to the fire. He sat next to her, his arm around her shoulders. Before tea could be brought in, Richard said, "We found Cole at the Bank of England, attempting to withdraw funds that Darcy had frozen. As of this afternoon, this is the 4th day he has spent with the cream of British criminal society at Marshalsea. Darcy's attorney, who is on good terms with the Lord Chancellor, is confident that the testimony of Mr. Anders, and the fraud who impersonated the notary, will convict Simon Cole of his crimes." Lord Matlock asked, "What of them?" Darcy wrote a statement to support Mr. Anders' claim that he did not murder Wickham. Stunned by the news, Elizabeth turned to Darcy. He said, "Anders never confessed to actually killing Wickham, only that he wanted him dead. Cole implicated another as the actual murderer." Relief flooded her soul. She had known Mr. Anders all her life. Young Abigail was almost Lydia's age, though her personality was much like Jane's, sweet and childlike. Abigail Anders deserved to have the perpetrator punished, and her father declared innocent. Will he return to Hertfordshire? Elizabeth wondered aloud, but she could not blame Mr. Anders for staying away. "I spoke with him after they arrested Cole. He wanted nothing more than a new start. With that in mind, a ticket to America was purchased." Richard snorted. "You will never in a million years guess who else had a ticket for that same ship." Before anyone could respond, he said, "Caroline Bingley." "What?" Elizabeth's fingertips shot to her lips, too late to hold in her exclamation. "Aye, apparently Bingley was as good as his word when he said he was letting go of his unruly sister." Richard rubbed his palms together. "That immoral termagant will never again step foot on British soil if her brother purchased a one-way fare, which I cannot imagine he would not do. Old Bingley, he's turning out to be a fine gent with a backbone of steel." Elizabeth was pleased that Mr. Bingley's sister had left, and that Jane would marry an honourable man. Gazing up at her husband, she caught his eye. "My dear man, you should be content with the results." Before Darcy could reply, Richard continued, while Darcy pulled her closer to him. "Darcy, being Darcy, had to go see Anders off. We were not even close to the docks when we heard Miss Bingley's screeching and wailing. The most delightful thing was that she caught sight of us at the same time as Anders. Darcy yelled over the cacophony, 'I wish you well,' to Anders. Of course, Miss Bingley incorrectly assumed he was addressing her. She blushed and thanked him for coming to rescue her." "She did not." Elizabeth barely restrained her laughter. "She certainly did." The Colonel sank back in his chair, enjoying telling the tale. "As one, we turned away from the dock, whereupon we spotted Bingley, who was also there to make sure the passenger departed as expected. To my surprise, Bingley had a scowl on his face the whole time, waiting until they untied the vessel and the tide began carrying them away." Elizabeth could not mourn the consequences of Miss Bingley's attitude and actions. Caroline Bingley was getting exactly what she deserved. Lord Matlock slapped his hands on his knees before standing. "I'm certain that Elizabeth desires a hot bath, a warm meal, and the company of her husband. I, too, could use a good wash." He looked at both his sons.
Tomorrow I am for Rosings Park, and then to contact Darcy's uncle, the bishop, about Mr. Collins. Justice needs to be done. I want you both with me. Richard, bring your pistol in case that fool Collins refuses to shut his mouth when asked. Harry, it is time you learn how to use the authority you were born with in a manner that benefits Matlock, instead of excessively spending your inheritance in advance. We leave at sunrise."
Bowing to Elizabeth, he said,
"It was a pleasure travelling with you, Mrs. Darcy."
"And you, my lord." Sliding her hand under Darcy's, he helped her to gain her feet. Grateful, since her muscles were stiff from sitting in one position for days on end, he led the way to their chambers, never once letting go of her. They barely made it through the door before Darcy pulled her against him. She felt and tasted delicious in his arms. He breathed in the rosewater scent she dabbed at her temples, the back of her delicate ears, and the soft spot at the base of her neck.
"You are finally here."
He lovingly kissed her between each word. "I am." Elizabeth smiled against his lips. Hours later, Darcy watched her sleep, her dark hair against the pillow, her hand resting on her middle. His love for her grew with the passing of each moment in time. She was precious to him. Never did he imagine how captivated he would be by his mate. He chuckled to himself. Elizabeth was naturally curious. After they renewed their love and her long bath, she questioned him about not only what happened while he was in London, but how it had affected him. The name of the fake notary, Mr. Bert Rumpel, tickled her. Each time Darcy said his name, she chuckled. She stirred. Her eyes fluttered open. Her hand reached for him. Gladly he covered it with his own, drawing it to his lips to kiss the tip of each finger.
"My love,"
he softly breathed. "Am I your love?" Since their marriage, she always replied in that manner. Likewise, his response was always the same.
"Only you. Forever you."
Her smile warmed him from head to toe. He asked, "Tell me about Petey and Miss Lucas. How did they fare at Alderwood?" Elizabeth laughed aloud as she rolled on her back, pulling the quilt up to cover her. "Charlotte and Mr. Smythe, your aunt and uncle's rector, spend almost every day together, making plans for the care of local orphans. I've never seen my friend as happy and at ease as when she is in his company. He appears to favour her. I would not be surprised if they announced their engagement. As far as Petey, well, he greatly feels the honour of serving in the stables of an earl. In fact, he approached me one day to ask if I would aid him in writing a letter of intent to Lydia."
"What?"
Darcy was stunned. "My dear man, you were no less surprised than I was. Apparently the lad has grown in confidence under the care of the stable-master. He informed my youngest sister that he was rapidly getting big enough that his new shoes were pinching his toes, and that soon enough he would be a man. He offered his hand in marriage if Lydia would wait until he got all his big teeth, and he could ride your horse by himself without falling off." Darcy howled. Of all the bold things that Petey could have done, that would have been the last Darcy would have ever suspected him of doing.
"Did she reply?"
Pretending to be insulted, Elizabeth said, "Of course she did. Kindly, I might add. She thanked him, telling him he had the honour of being the first to propose to her. Lydia told them that if he became an honourable man like you, who could afford to keep her in new bonnets, ribbons and bows, then she would consider marrying him." She paused. "Unfortunately, bonnets were too much for our Petey. He is saving his coins for proper gentleman's saddle for himself. The marriage is off, I'm afraid."
"Excessively diverting."
Darcy laughed until tears streamed down his cheeks. He lay back alongside her, resting his hand over hers.
"I wrote to Mrs. Reynolds."
She turned to face him. "Did you ask her to return to Pemberley?"
"I did not, though I would like nothing more than for her to greet us when we walked through the door."
Closing his eyes, his vision was of the Pemberley of his youth.
"Elizabeth, while I do not believe that our situation is dire, we will need every farthing we have to pay for what is owed against Pemberley and Darcy House. I found the principal servants here in London, only to discover that Wickham failed to reimburse them for the months they served under his oversight. By the time I set matters right with them, the money we have in our account is vastly reduced."
"You did what you needed to do, Fitzwilliam." He appreciated her reassurances more than she could know. Struggling to put his fears into words, he finally said,
"Even if we sell the property here in town, we may not have enough to repair Pemberley's roof, the fencing, and build the school. We would need to increase wages to keep enough individuals in Derbyshire to work on the estate, making it productive again. The competition from the factories for good workers is fierce."
"Like Mr. Bingley?"
"Yes, his prosperity is just as dependent on skilled workers as our property would be. Taxes and the fluctuating markets will affect both Bingley and me. I always felt secure at Pemberley. Yet now that I've stepped back and looked at the larger picture, I wonder whether the wisest course is trying to recover and restore Darcy House and Pemberley. Maybe a better approach would be to rebuild the properties into smaller units permanently."
Her palm rested on his chest. "Your heart is galloping."
"I'm unsurprised. Your character, personality, fine mind, tender heart, and lovely countenance made it easy for me to decide to marry you. The decision about our future is much more difficult, since there are too many unknowns."
She leaned on her elbow. "Might I share something that might give you clarity?"
"Certainly."
"My first sight of Pemberley, when we stopped at the Overlook, was breathtaking. Every stone in the building, every tree perfectly located, and every bend in the stream delighted me. They taught me about your character, for I finally understood the pride that made you Fitzwilliam Gerald Alexander Darcy, the man with whom I fell in love." Her fingers toyed with the dark hairs on his chest. "All of it, the entire property, is incredibly lovely. But do you know what part of Pemberley is my favourite?"
Darcy said, "You did not see the inside of the house. Had you visited each room or the gardens during the summer when they were in full bloom, I suspect that either the library or the fountain at the centre where the roses grow would be your favourite."
Her smile looked forlorn. "Whether I saw the inside, it does not matter. You see, my absolute, positive favourite part of Pemberley is you, always you."
"You do not know how much that means to me."
"Fitzwilliam, I fell in love with you and married you when there was no longer hope you would ever be master of a grand estate. Now that it appears to be within your reach, you need to understand that I do not need tall buildings or elegant furnishings to make me happy. Should you choose to lease it all to a wealthy financier or another gentleman of fortune and settle us at an estate like Ashworth, we would be happy."
"We would we not? I will consider your suggestion seriously."
She kissed the corner of his mouth. "My dear husband, before you decide you will rent a single room in the darkest corner of London proper, where we would only have room for a small chair and a table, know that within a few months we will need a cradle along with our bed."
"For Georgiana, of course."
She kissed him again. "For us." Chapter 40. Darcy's heart felt like it would burst.
"Have I ever been this happy? Oh, Lord!"
She had just travelled almost the length of England with his uncle over snow-covered hills and miserably rutted roads.
"Are you well?"
Elizabeth grinned at him. "Uncle Hugh and Aunt Helen told me about how your father worried when your mother was carrying you and then your sister. I am now fully prepared to be cosseted for the next 6 months or so."
"You will not think I'm a fool when I constantly question whether you should do something active if I think you look tired. Will you not?"
Her hand cupped his jaw. "I expect you to love and cherish this little one as much as you do me. With that said, if you hover too much, we will have words between us. Whether we do this here in London, at Pemberley or elsewhere, I suspect that the two of us will endure, grateful for either a son or a daughter." She leaned closer. "My question to you is what you need to do, or where we will need to be so that you are available to us, where you will not be too busy overseeing a property or working to provide an income so you can enjoy enough time spent with our child, so he or she properly knows their father." He weighed her words.
Do you recall me telling you what Mr. Cosgrove told me in Bingley about living a simple life? That no one placed demands on him because they never gave a thought that he might have 2 coins to rub together. How he and Mrs. Cosgrove lived a full life doing things together, spending time together, rather than having things that would weigh them down.
I remember.
Would it surprise you to know that I've been considering what regaining Pemberley would mean for the 2 of us? Now the 3 of us.
Darling man, knowing you as I do, it does not surprise me at all that you will review any prospects for our future from every available angle. Once you decide, know that I will support your choice with my whole heart. He kissed her forehead, his lips pressed against her skin, as her words sank deep into his heart. Closing his eyes, his mind travelled north to Derbyshire. He could see clearly the day he welcomed his wife and sister to his former home. His butler would be there to throw open the door. Mrs. Reynolds would greet them with a smile and a warm pot of tea. His eyes shot open. His imagination was playing tricks on him. Mrs. Reynolds was retired. He did not yet own Pemberley. He must have moved, since his wife asked if he was well. How could he possibly answer when he did not know? What he knew was that as long as he was with Elizabeth, he was happy. When Darcy's uncle and cousins returned from Kent with the news that Lady Catherine refused to dismiss Mr. Collins from his position, despite him being found guilty of dereliction of duty by the bishop, the Fitzwilliams washed their hands of them both. Elizabeth spent the next week trying to avoid the gentlemen of the house. They hounded Elizabeth every waking minute, propping up her feet with pillows when she sat, and forcing her into a chair when she dared to stand. After 7 days of not being allowed to select her own food, or even choose her own book from the library, she had had enough. Waiting until Viscount Smithton arrived and joined the other men in the study, Elizabeth stealthily descended the stairs to the entrance hall, with Molly at her side. She directed the footman to commandeer the Viscount's carriage. When the servant glanced toward the study, Elizabeth gave him a look that stopped him from proceeding. Providing directions to her aunt and uncle Gardiner's residence on Gracechurch Street, in Cheapside, she allowed the footman to hand her inside. Once they were settled, she signalled that she was ready to depart. From the carriage window, she watched the servant dash into Matlock House. Before they rounded Grosvenor Square, Darcy, Lord Matlock and his 2 sons were standing on the front steps. Even from a distance, she could see them barking orders, most likely calling for their horses. Chuckling to herself, she settled back against the squabs. "We did it, Molly." "Yes, madam, we did." Before they reached St. James's Street, the 4 men flanked the carriage. Her husband, Richard, his eldest brother Harry, and Lord Matlock wore stern expressions. Their backs ramrod straight, and yet Elizabeth loved them for their concern. When the carriage drew to a stop, her husband leapt from his horse to hand her down.
"Might you have told me where you intended to go, Mrs. Darcy?"
He spoke curtly, his voice deep. "Would you have allowed me to leave Matlock House without any of you carrying me in your arms, so I would not tire myself by putting my slipper on the ground?" He grumbled. The other men looked away. Offering his arm to prove that he was not being overbearing, he escorted her to the door. A butler who knew her well greeted her.
"Mrs. Darcy, welcome to town."
The elderly gentleman bowed.
"Mr. Gardiner is in the library. Mrs. Gardiner is with the children. Do come inside. I will let them know you have arrived."
Looking back at the Fitzwilliams, she asked them to join her. Since they followed her, the least they could do was agree. Tightening her grip on her husband's arm, she gave him no choice. Glancing up and down the street, the house's fashionable appearance surprised Darcy. Stepping inside, he soon realised how successful Elizabeth's uncle was in furnishing the home with elegant decor. His servants went about with quiet efficiency. Darcy remembered the Gardiners from his wedding to their niece. He introduced his eldest cousin to Elizabeth's uncle. "Pray excuse me, gentlemen. I'm here to see my aunt," Elizabeth said.
"Welcome to my humble home," Mr. Gardiner said cordially. "Hardly humble, my good man."
Lord Matlock clapped his palm on Gardiner's shoulder.
"My wife has been searching paper samples for the last year.
finally settling on the one you have on your walls, only to be told that someone purchased the lot. Now we know who has the influence to be one step ahead of my wife."
Mr. Gardiner's smile was completely bereft of sheepishness. Instead, he boldly claimed,
"Such is the nature of the business I'm in, Lord Matlock."
He turned his gaze toward his niece.
"Madeline is in the nursery. Shall I ask her to come down?"
"Oh, not at all," Elizabeth replied. "I look forward to seeing the children too." Darcy stepped toward the staircase. Her brow arched wickedly at the first hint of pressure from his hand. He stepped back. All the way from Grosvenor Square, Darcy wondered why she had hurried off without notice. Had she received a note from her aunt that something was wrong? If so, why had she not sought him out to take care of the matter? Surely she did not want to be away from him. Or did she? Was he somehow unbearable to her? Had he... Thinking back, he finally understood. One of the first things he loved about Elizabeth was her independence. Since she shared the news of the babe, and he informed his family, they overwhelmed her with care. Was that the issue? Testing the theory, Darcy said, "Allow me to see you up the stairs safely. Once I greet your aunt, I will be in the library." When her eyes sparkled with gratitude and her grip on his arm relaxed, he knew he was correct. To have their first major disagreement end without conflict was reassuring. From that point on, he would try to be more cautious about wrapping her in a metaphorical cocoon to protect her. Joining the men once his wife was comfortably settled with her young cousins, he was pleased to note that not even Harry was uncomfortable being in the home of a man in trade. Of course, that was likely because Gardiner confidently and intellectually conversed on matters of government and commerce, a subject that interested them all.
"Tell me, if you would," Gardiner inquired of Darcy, "what news have you had from the courts about the notary? As I believe I mentioned before, I've used Mr. James more frequently. He's a trustworthy man. I cannot imagine the consequences for the actor who betrayed someone of that profession. Since the transaction involved the nephew of the head of the House of Lords, I cannot believe that the man will get off easily." Darcy nodded before declining the offer of brandy. "His punishment will be severe. He explained that his motive for accepting the funds from Cole was that he had a wife and 4 impoverished sons." Richard scoffed. When asked the names of his sons, he recited from the Bible, Jesus' apostles no less. Mr. Gardiner agreed. A foolish move. His second story of being the sole support of his aged mother also proved to be a lie. His parents had been deceased for almost 2 decades. Therefore he will receive no sympathy from the judge. "Which is as it should be," Gardiner said. "Will he hang?" "He will. Justice will be served." Mr. Gardiner sipped his drink. "What of the deeds and Mr. Wickham's will? Now that their fraudulent notarization has been discovered, have they been officially declared invalid?" Darcy's clasped hands dropped between his knees as he studied the carpet under his feet. Leaning back in his chair, he confided, "A messenger delivered notice from my attorney minutes before Elizabeth departed Matlock House. We were discussing its contents when a footman notified me that my wife had absconded with Smithson's carriage to travel here. She does not yet know that all properties are mine, as if they never left my possession. Our possession." "I see." Darcy suspected that Elizabeth's uncle knew the events that led his niece to Gracechurch Street. "By any chance, is my niece increasing?" "She is." Pride mixed with a hefty dose of chagrin. "Ah, that explains why 4 of England's most powerful men escorted her to my door. You should know, Darcy, that your wife is very much like mine." "And mine," Lord Matlock said. Darcy sat back in his chair. "If you have any words of wisdom to impart, I will listen. I will only say that by the 4th child, I finally allowed her the independence she deserved. The first 3 I was quite overset. That Madeline chose not to divorce me or run off to America for freedom is a miracle." "Amen," Darcy's uncle agreed. Richard stood and boldly refilled his glass. "Which is why you will never see me leg-shackled. I have no desire to settle down. Once Harry here gets married and fills his nursery with sons, there will be no pressure on me from my mother to fall for the parson's trap."
Not too many months prior, Darcy had felt the same. Now that Elizabeth was his bride, he never wanted to go back to being alone.
"Cousin, you cannot know how much having a good wife will increase your happiness,"
Darcy said, only to have his eldest cousin turn on him.
"And what makes you happy, Darcy? Truly happy?" Harry asked.
Without hesitation, he replied,
"Elizabeth."
"What makes her happy? Being wed to the Master of Pemberley?"
"Not at all. According to her, she prefers me, the man, above anything or anyone else. Ask her, you will see."
Hearing his own words finally revealed to him what he knew to be the best course for his immediate family. Elizabeth had not been shy about telling him what was most important to her. Why had he not listened? Why had he stewed for days on end about what choice he needed to make for their future, when it was obvious? Tapping his finger on his upper lip, he wondered how soon she would be ready to depart. He needed to talk to her about how they could implement his plans, firmly setting their feet on the path leading to the years ahead. Chapter 41. 4 weeks later, Elizabeth wandered the halls of Matlock House as she waited for the men to return from Simon Cole's trial. The court had already sentenced Mr. Rumpole to hang. Mr. Anders was likely somewhere in the Americas, building a new life. Where Caroline Bingley ended up was anyone's guess. In truth, Elizabeth cared not what happened to the woman who once delighted in tormenting Georgiana. During the weeks since they returned from Gracechurch Street, her husband was secretive, being away from Matlock House for hours, even days at a time. Despite all her efforts, when she asked him what he had on his mind, he grinned and told her she would be the first to know once everything was arranged. By the time the end of March arrived, a break in the weather allowed Lord Matlock to escort his wife and niece back to London. The midwife estimated Georgiana had less than 3 months before she welcomed her child. Elizabeth was not quite 4 months along, having just felt the first fluttering of life. When Elizabeth had informed her husband, he dropped to his knees, cradled her small rounded belly in his hands, and kissed the spot where she showed him she first felt movement. Even though she was happy to be back with Darcy's family, she missed her own. Jane was still making wedding plans. Or rather, their mother was making plans. Jane's letters gushed about the character of her betrothed, where their mother's notes were constant requests for Elizabeth to forage through one warehouse after another for the perfect lace to decorate Jane's gown. Rarely did she receive a letter from Mary or Kitty. Lydia was a reliable correspondent, though not to Elizabeth. No, she addressed each of her letters to Fitzwilliam, much to his amusement. Lately her youngest sister fancied herself as wanting to become the most accomplished and most desirable lady of the temps. With that in mind, she requested masters to help her improve everything from her reading ability to her skill with a sword. Fitzwilliam, of course, balked, providing a drawing instructor instead. Lydia planned to avoid London until she felt ready to be presented as the diamond she believed herself to be. Darcy could not wait. A fortnight after Aunt Helen arrived, the weather continued to be warmer than usual, with no rain. Darcy woke Elizabeth early.
"Come, dear lady, the time has arrived for you to learn what your errant husband has been doing for the past month. Dress for travel. We have a distance to go before the morning is over."
Eager to discover his purpose, she hurried Molly in helping her to be ready. When she arrived at the entrance hall, the only evidence of her husband's glee was the sparkle in his eyes. Whatever he had prepared for her made him extraordinarily happy. She determined there and then to feel the same. 4 hours later, the carriage, Darcy's town coach, not Lord Matlock's, turned off the Great North Road toward Meryton. Puzzled, she looked from one window to the next. "Mr. Darcy, are we for Longbourn?"
"We are not."
"Netherfield Park?"
"Not at all."
She peered at him closely, studying every angle of his face for a change of expression. He would never lie to her. Ever. Seeing no clues, she wondered, "Meryton?" He hesitated before answering.
"We are not going to Meryton."
"But—" She peered back out the window. "This road goes to Meryton and no further."
"I know."
Then she inhaled sharply. Could it be? For the first time since they departed London, Elizabeth was patient. If it was as she suspected, she wanted to watch Darcy's reaction as closely as he was observing hers. When the horses pulling the carriage slowed about a mile from the Great North Road, the excitement in her chest threatened to explode. Ashworth. The carriage bounced over a small rut in the narrow lane. Without thinking, Darcy muttered, "I shall have that fixed." How her heart rejoiced when he inadvertently revealed his secret. However, he surprised her again. When the team arrived at the house, her whole family, including Mr. Bingley, waited to greet them. "Oh, Lizzie, you have a lovely home!" Her mother clapped her hands before pulling Elizabeth into a tight embrace. As soon as her foot touched the first stair, the door was opened. A grey-haired woman with a pleasant face stood silently, her warm smile drawing Elizabeth in. Before she crossed the threshold, Darcy introduced her to Mrs. Reynolds, Pemberley's former housekeeper. A reply barely formed in her mind when her husband bent and lifted her into his arms. Stepping into the house, he spun her around twice before gently setting her feet on the ground. "Welcome to Pemberley South, Mrs. Darcy." He kissed her soundly, to the squeal of her mother and the sighs of her sisters. Her father ignored them to stroll down the hallway toward where the library was located. "Fitzwilliam, Pemberley South?" "Yes, my dear." He took her hand in his. "Come, I will show you." In room after room, he pointed out treasures from Pemberley. When they reached the library, a globe sat on the table in the middle of the room, while an ancient manuscript of the Bible rested on a stand in front of a grand display of books. "I had my favourites brought from Pemberley." His arm swept around the room. "The artwork, too, is from Pemberley." She turned in a circle to take it all in. "But," she began, uncertain exactly what to ask. "My dear, follow me if you can keep up." She laughed at his challenge. Since her display of independence at the gardener's, Darcy strolled the park with her every day that he was in London, even in poor weather, until she felt sure she would remain strong and healthy for their child's eventual birth. At the bottom of the staircase, he placed one of her hands on the banister, the other at the bend of his arm. As they climbed, he told her of his plans. "Elizabeth, I would never be careless with the funds we possess. Therefore, taking what remained after the assaults on our accounts by Wickham, then Cole, and pouring it into Pemberley was not financially feasible. We will need to wait to build a school for the tenants' children, since many of the families left during the few months that Wickham was in charge. Fortunately, many ended up finding work in one of Bingley's factories. During these few weeks of pleasant weather, repairs are being made to the roof over the guest wing, which is now closed. Instead of buying seed for next year's planting, the ground for the family farm will lie fallow, resting the soil until we have the labour force to plant and harvest again." "If I understand you correctly, you leased Ashworth instead?" she asked, once they reached the top of the staircase. "I did, for several reasons. We needed a place to live convenient to town, where I can continue to do business with your Uncle Gardiner. Another reason is the convenience of Longbourn. Once our child is born, he or she will know their grandparents and aunts. And finally, this will be a perfect respite for my family, travelling from Derbyshire to London." He stopped in front of a large wooden door. Opening it, she stepped inside. The room was papered in ivory, with dark blue curtains and a blue and gold carpet. The bed was draped in an ivory fabric, with small flowers in every shade of azure. A threadbare quilt was folded at the foot of the bed. "The curtains and cloth on the bedding are Lydia's design from Bingley's factory. The quilt is from my grandmother. I've had it since I was barely out of leading strings." "Then we will cherish it all," Elizabeth said, overwhelmed by what she learned. Above the headboard was a frame surrounding a scrap of fabric, with the words "Legatum Nostrum," honour, our legacy, our honour, embroidered in brilliant colours, the Darcy family motto. "Come, we are not yet done." Clasping her hand, he led her 3 doors down the hallway. When they entered the nursery, she noticed the line of toy horses and soldiers, with most of their paint missing from the surfaces, on one shelf. The opposite shelves contained her old toys and books. Tears of joy trickled down her cheek. Her husband, her dear, dear husband, had made the house into their home. She rushed into his arms, resting her head against his chest.
"Are you pleased, Elizabeth?"
She discerned his uncertainty. "More than I can say, for so many reasons." She pulled back to look at him. "I love what you have done for us. What I need to understand is why." When she burrowed against him, he dropped a kiss on the top of her head.
"Here at Pemberley South, we can offer Petey and Mrs. Reynolds a haven until they move on. I can teach our son or daughter to ride the fields with me. They can get their hands dirty in the rich soil. We have enough trees in the orchards, along with a kitchen garden that will produce enough for us and the market if needed. We can raise our family here, until we know how the situation in France resolves with Napoleon. Richard suspects that there will be many former soldiers who will need a place to come back to. Possibly we can employ them to work at Pemberley, while the house is repaired."
"I love your generous heart, Fitzwilliam."
Mostly the lease of Ashworth was the wisest course. I considered not only how much money it would take to repair Pemberley, as I had intended prior to Georgiana's marriage, along with the maintenance that the property needs during the next few years of our being a family. I calculated how much time I would need to spend overseeing this. The simple truth is, I did not want to be away from you for the many hours it would take to restore Pemberley. In the end, the price of Pemberley was too high.
Epilogue. 18 months later, Pemberley, Derbyshire. Darcy lifted his son into Richard's arms. The former colonel settled the lad in front of him. Alex Darcy babbled joyously when the horse shifted underneath, where he sat on the lap of his favourite uncle. Mounting his horse, Darcy reached down to receive his other son. Where the second-born, Alex, had the personality of his mother, young Bennet Darcy was the spitting image of his father. When the horse shifted underneath them, the lad did nothing other than kick his small heels against Darcy's legs. He was ready to ride. "Twin boys!" Richard shook his head. "You've always been an overachiever, Darcy. I am grateful that Georgie only had one, and a girl at that. There are enough babies to go around for father and mother to be satisfied, and to follow you up and down the corridors of Pemberley." Barely a smile graced Darcy's face.
"Elizabeth is pleased. That is all that matters to me."
"Your wife is as guilty as you are for collecting people to look after. Why, my former batman thinks she is a saint for welcoming injured soldiers into the Dower House, where Mary and Kitty nurse them, and Lydia scolds them for daring to get themselves injured during a time of war." Darcy's grin grew a little wider. "I tell you, Darcy, I do not even know you any more. Where is my uptight, stoic cousin, who had every ounce of joy stripped from him upon the death of his father? If you did not have the Darcy nose and eyes, I doubt I would know you any more." He felt the heat of the sun on his teeth, not caring that he displayed his happiness to anyone who cared to notice. The passing of time had brought nothing but good for the Darcys. They had already received dividends from their investments with Gardner and Bingley. Pemberley South was flourishing. Elizabeth's idea of opening the property in Derbyshire to veterans of the war filled every tenant house at Pemberley with men willing to do anything to support themselves and their families. For 1 hour, 5 days a week, each family was required to work in Pemberley's garden, the stables, or the main house. They spent the rest of their time in their own employment. Even with the lower rents the Darcys were collecting, Pemberley's coffers increased. Another source of viable income was opening the house to paid tours. Prior to Wickham and Cole stealing the property, visitors would offer the housekeeper a small stipend for a brief tour. Starting at the beginning of spring, when colour appeared in the garden, Mrs. Reynolds graciously collected the fee, while Mrs. Price from Darcy House guided them into the rooms on the bottom floor. The cook served biscuits and refreshments. Strangers flocked to sample the life of the noble houses of England, even while they were in residence. When the crowd became too bothersome, he loaded his family and headed to Pemberley South. They sold the London property rather than rebuild. The revenue bolstered Pemberley's accounts, making Darcy feel more secure than he had when Cole confessed, and Darcy had regained his properties. Cole lasted less than a year at Marshalsea, wasting the court's time with one appeal after another. His greedy scheming against the wrong people brought his miserable life to an end. Rather than hang, he was killed in his cell. As a widow, Georgiana received plenty of attention from eligible suitors. Like Richard, she was interested in none of them. Instead, she doted on her daughter and nephews. She was still young. Perhaps someday someone might catch her eye, as Elizabeth did his. Calling Petey to open the gate, Darcy set his horse in motion, with Richard following. As always, they rode slowly to the top of the hill overlooking Pemberley. He wanted his sons to see their futures. Once they returned to the stables, they carried his sleeping boys back to the nursery. There he found Elizabeth waiting for him, her hands already reaching for Alex. With each of them holding one of their sons, Elizabeth asked, "Did you have a pleasant ride, my love?" He leaned over for a kiss.
"Am I your love?"
"Only you. Forever you." This has been The Price of Pemberley, a Pride and Prejudice variation, written by J. Dawn King, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Copyright 2025 by Joy D. King. Production copyright by Joy D. King.